When the game merged with reality, I was reborn on the very day the game launched, carrying its supreme treasure from my past life. As a former top-tier swordsman, I chose not to pursue the swordsman class, my most proficient profession, upon re-entering the game. Instead, I became a Beastmaster, a role despised by everyone. Just moments ago, in the meeting room of the Blade Seeker Club, a woman in an OL outfit pointed at me and coldly declared, "Your current condition is no longer suitable for the main team. I'm giving you two options, either switch to a support role and stay in the first team, or be demoted to the second team. The choice is yours." As her words hung in the air, everyone in the room tensed, and hushed whispers arose from the corners. Chui Min is really crossing the line this time. Baichuan is only 22 this year, supposedly the peak of his career, and a decorated veteran who helped the club win 3 consecutive championships. To publicly force him into a support role or relegate him to the bench in front of everyone is nothing short of outright humiliation. At this moment, I gazed at the familiar yet foreign surroundings, a trace of confusion flashing in my eyes. I had actually been reborn, returned to the day 2.5 years ago when Divine Miracles was about to launch. Staring at Chui Min's repulsive face across the table, a deep disgust welled up inside me. I remembered how this woman had targeted me in my past life after I rejected her inappropriate advances. With a cold snort, I locked eyes with her and enunciated each word, "I quit." As soon as I said this, the meeting room erupted in an uproar. Chui Min frowned and coldly retorted, "Don't forget you have a contract with the club. Breaching it would cost you 200 million in compensation." I couldn't help but sneer at the words. In my past life, bound by the contract and various pressures, I had no choice but to retreat to the second team. Many of the resources I earned in the game were unconditionally handed over to the first team members, stunting my own growth. It wasn't until much later, when the game merged with reality, that I realized just how much I had lost because of it. Even so, relying on my talent and relentless effort, I climbed step by step into the global top 10. Yet, due to a special restriction planted in me early on, I could never break free from Wenjian's control. In the end, when I risked my life to reclaim the legendary mythic treasure, the true blood of Heaven's Path, they still demanded I hand it over for someone else to use. Finally, I could take no more. Igniting the restriction within me, I dragged everyone down with me in mutual destruction. Now that I've been reborn, I won't repeat the same mistakes. So what if it's 200 million? I can afford it. Bring me the termination contract. Soon enough, real-world currency will become worthless scraps of paper. Only in-game power will matter. Baichuan, don't you dare regret this. Chui Min's face turned livid with anger. At that moment, a bespectacled young man with short hair stood up and gently patted Chui Min's back, soothing her. "Sister Chui, don't get too worked up over someone like him. It's not worth it." Then, his gaze shifted to me, brimming with unmistakable provocation. "Baichuan, your era is over. Just wait and see. After you're gone, I'll lead Wenjian to even greater heights." As I watched this young man rise to challenge me, an icy glint flickered uncontrollably in my eyes. This guy, Wang Tong, had been utterly ignored when he first joined the club due to his terrible gaming skills. It was only out of kindness and my sense of responsibility as captain that I repeatedly trained with him in-game, imparting all my skills without reservation. Yet, I never imagined I'd end up nurturing such an ungrateful traitor. It was his rise that emboldened Chui Min to openly target me like this, and judging by their ambiguous interactions, they'd likely already crossed the line long ago. A cold gleam flashed in my eyes as I looked at Wang Tong. My gaze was as if staring at a dead man. About 10 minutes later, I finally signed the termination contract and left the Wenjian club without any attachments. Upon returning home, I immediately put on the game helmet for Divine Miracle, which was about to launch. Although Divine Miracle wouldn't officially open until midnight, players could log in early to create their characters. As the red indicator light on the helmet lit up, the next moment, I found myself in a grand and magnificent hall. At the same time, an icy mechanical voice echoed in my mind, "Heavenly Dao True Blood Fusion in progress. Current fusion rate, 1%. You have obtained the Azure Heaven Bloodline. Bloodline effect, regardless of the chosen profession system. You will receive a hidden class and awaken a top-tier profession talent." Hearing the mechanical voice in my mind, I was instantly shocked. Heavenly Dao True Blood was the supreme treasure I had seized from the extraterrestrial battlefield in my past life. In the final battle of my previous life, I had tried to refine this drop of true blood to defy fate, but it had no effect. Yet, I never expected that upon logging into the game for the first time after rebirth, I would inexplicably fuse with it. Could this be the true purpose of Heavenly Dao True Blood? For a moment, my emotions surged uncontrollably. It's important to know that in Divine Miracle, every hidden class possesses growth potential far beyond that of ordinary professions. Moreover, every player can awaken a profession talent after creating their character. The difference between the highest S-rank talent and the lowest F-rank talent is as vast as heaven and earth. In my previous life, I only awakened a B-grade talent. Compared to those super geniuses with S-grade talents, I was at a natural disadvantage. It was only after countless efforts that I barely managed to squeeze into the global top 10. If in this life I can obtain both a hidden class and a top-tier talent, combined with my deep understanding of the game as a reincarnator, my achievements will undoubtedly far surpass those of my previous life. And this is just the change brought about by fusing 1% of the heavenly Tao true blood. One can imagine that as my level increases and the fusion rate grows higher, there will surely be even more surprises in store. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind once again. First login detected. Please name your character. Hesitation flickered in my eyes. In all previous games, my ID had always been Song of the Sword, a name renowned among domestic players. Using it again would expose my true identity without a shred of secrecy. Memories of my past life struggles surfaced, and an old adage involuntarily echoed in my mind. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. A sharp glint flashed in my gaze as I decisively confirmed my new game ID, Legacy of Wei. Character name successfully registered. Please select your class. As the cold voice spoke again, 7 radiant pillars descended from the sky, each representing a distinct path: warrior, mage, assassin, archer, priest, summoner, and beastmaster. Players could freely choose one as their in-game profession. In my past life, I had chosen the warrior class. Sticking with it would allow me to effortlessly dominate the domestic rankings, thanks to my profound mastery of the role. Yet, this very expertise made me acutely aware of its limitations. Among the 7 classes, the one with the highest growth potential was undoubtedly the Beastmaster. I knew that late-game Beastmasters could merge with their tamed beasts, inheriting their attributes and skills. This ability allowed them to emulate any class by bonding with different creatures. However, while the Beastmaster's ceiling was unparalleled, its flaws were glaring. Raising multiple beasts demanded exorbitant resources, far beyond what an average player could afford. However, I possess the unparalleled Azure Heaven bloodline, capable of awakening hidden classes and the most supreme class talents. All these problems will be effortlessly resolved. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as I decisively walked toward the pillar of light representing the Beastmaster. Instantly, a brilliant golden radiance shone from the pillar, bathing my entire body in its glow. Congratulations! You have obtained the unique hidden class, Divine Beastmaster. Congratulations! You have awakened the 3S tier class talent, Infinite Evolution. Congratulations! You have acquired the Black Iron tier starter beast, Void Aberration. The passive abilities and skills of the Divine Beastmaster class are as follows. Class Passive 1, can form a divine taming contract with any target. Class Passive 2, all tamed beasts gain a 50% increase in all attributes. Class Passive 3, all tamed beasts require 50% less experience to level up. Initial skill, Divine Taming Contract, has a chance to form a contract with the target, turning it into a pet. The success rate depends on the target's level and status. Consumes 10% of max MP, cooldown 10 seconds. Seeing the profession introduction displayed on the game panel before me, I was overjoyed. It actually had a full 3 profession passives. You must know, the reason hidden professions are so powerful is because they possess profession traits that ordinary professions lack. Many hidden professions only have 1 profession passive, yet my Divine Beastmaster profession actually had a full 3. And each one was incredibly powerful. One can imagine just how terrifying its growth potential was. Yichu breathed in a rush and couldn't wait to click on the panel again to check up on that awakened profession talent. It was important to realize that the strongest talent awakened by the billions of players around the world in the previous world was only S rank. And the number of awakenings is also very sparse, but only a few dozen people. Among them, except for a few who fell because of accidents. Those other ones, all of them became incredibly powerful, able to call the shots in the game on one side or the other. Yichu had never heard of any player's talent that could break through this level. SSS rank talent, 2 levels higher than S rank talent. How horrible should the potential to possess be? Soon, Yichu saw the detailed introduction of this professional talent on top of the panel. Infinite Evolution. Talent level, SSS. Talent effect, you can consume evolution points to raise the bloodline grade or skill level of the Imperial Beast. When killing monsters, there is a certain chance of obtaining evolution points. Current evolution points, 0. Chapter 3, Void Monster Worm, Skill, Feast. Looking at the introduction of this infinite evolution talent, Yichu raised his eyebrows slightly. The use of this talent is quite understandable. Get evolution points by brushing monsters, then upgrade your pet's bloodline level and skill level. Just by the introduction alone, it's not clear how strong its specific effects really are. You need to go inside the game and experiment to find out. Thinking of this, Yichu immediately opened his panel and summoned the pet that he had obtained when he awakened his profession just now. There was a flash of light. A hideous monstrous insect with a deep purple color, a huge mouth and fangs, and a body covered with a single twisted bone spur, appeared in front of Yichu. Void Worm. Bloodline level, Black Iron. Physical star rating, 5. Power star rating, 4. Agility star rating, 3. Spiritual star rating, 3. Skill 1, Hard Skin Fixed increase of 2 level points of double resistance attribute. Skill 2, Feast tear the target with a hideous maw, inflicting 120% of attack power damage to the enemy and converting 30% of the damage into your own chi and blood. If the skill kills the target, it permanently increases the maximum life value by 5 points and increases in size. Skill consumption, none cooling duration, 40 seconds. Description, a horrible monster born in the void, forever hungry, voraciously devouring all creatures it encounters. Seeing the panel attributes of the void monster insect, Yichu's gaze immediately lit up. In the game of Miracles of God, the class division of pets, equipment, props, etc., is uniformly divided into ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, legend, myth. And one of the most important indicators for evaluating the strength of a pet's potential is how many growth stars it has. Although this void monster bug was only a black iron grade pet, the growth stars of the 4 attributes added up to a total of as many as 15 points. It's already the ceiling for black iron level pets. Not only was it thick-skinned and able to fight and resist, it also came with its own recovery type skills. It's perfect to use as a pre-opening wage earner. Especially that Feast skill, after successfully killing a target, it could actually permanently increase the maximum life value. Meaning that if enough monsters are devoured, their blood bar will be extended indefinitely. One day, it will grow into a super meat tank that can't be beaten. It's simply an indispensable and godly way to raise a child. This kind of skill, not to mention placing it on a black iron ranked pet, was rare even amongst legend ranked pets. Cultivating cost effectiveness pulls straight through. Yichu was in an excited mood, and was already a little impatient, wanting to rush into the game to raise bugs. However, the game won't officially open until the early hours of the morning. After Yichu created his character, he directly exited the game and went to the supermarket to purchase a batch of supplies. Then go home, go to bed, and get refreshed. 11:50 p.m. Right on time, put on your gaming helmet and log into the game. After a 10-minute wait, there was a sudden flash of light in front of him, and he descended into a small, rather humble village. At the same time, a crisp game tone came to his ears. Welcome to the Miracle Continent, Novice Village 4399. As a dense teleportation glow continued to flash at the birth point, countless players poured into the village. In the blink of an eye, the small, peaceful village became overcrowded. Countless players wearing simple novice cloths, carrying rusty novice weapons, just wended their way to the outside of the village. You have to grab all the time you can to kill monsters and upgrade. There was another group of players, wandering around the village, catching an NPC and going up to flirt with them a few times. Little sister, tell brother where the best sword in the village is? This old lady, I see that you are also in good style. Hey! Old Den! Is there a mission for me to take? Looking at these players who were trying their luck everywhere, Yichu secretly shook his head in his heart. There are newbie quests in the newbie village of the Miracle of God game, but they are not that easy to trigger. It usually requires a specific series of pre-plots, or a certain threshold of strength to be reached first. It's too much of a hassle to pick up. Yichu wouldn't waste his precious time of fighting for time on taking those quests right now. Let's brush up the monsters to level and power up first. But there was one more important thing to do before leaving the village. In the game Miracles, there is no function to adjust the appearance of a character. What it is in reality is what the game characters look like. As the top player who led the Questioning Sword Club to win the global competition for 3 consecutive years, Yichu was highly popular in the national gaming community. However, he didn't want to expose his game ID inside Miracles too early, so as not to attract some unnecessary trouble. So get to the grocery store as fast as you can. After spending the 10 copper coins issued by the system, he bought a black iron mask to cover his face before walking out of the novice village. When Yichu walked out of the novice village, the open space in front of the village entrance. Countless players were yelling and screaming, and were swinging their rudimentary novice weapons around, chasing a level 1 monster such as an earth chicken and a wild dog. It was a lively scene of chickens flying and dogs jumping around in the heat of the day. But Yichu did not stay. Because the void monster bug, being a black iron ranked pet, its own attributes, were much stronger than an ordinary level 1 player. It had also gained Yichu's Divine Imperial Master Profession passive, a whopping 50% bonus to all attributes. The attributes are comparable to a level 7 naked player. These ordinary little monsters that were only a mere level 1 were not even enough to stuff their teeth. Yichu directly took large strides forward, plunging headlong into the dense forest that was full of crises in the distance. Wait until no one is around and summon the Void Monster Worm. One person and one pet, they quickly travel through the forest. After rushing for 10 minutes or so, they finally arrived at Yichu's chosen hunting spot. A rabbit with a body as white as snow, long ears, and bloodshot eyes rushed out of the forest with a jump. Long-eared rabbit, ordinary monster. Rank, 3. Blood, 220. Attack, 1416. Defense, 11. Introduction, a white rabbit with a docile temperament, but once pushed, it will bite. What a cute bunny. Seeing this fluffy long-eared rabbit, Yichu's gaze lit up and he reached out and ordered loudly. Give. 27. A level 1 void monster bug would have had 12 initial attack points. With the passive bonus of the Divine Imperial Master Profession, the actual attack power is even higher at 18 points. The long-eared rabbit is a typical high attack, low defense monster, so it has broken the defense significantly. After being attacked, the long-eared rabbit's already red eyes suddenly became even more bloodshot. Immediately and unwillingly, he swung up a claw and fiercely scratched at the void monster insect. However, the void monster worm's defense attribute was already high. There is also hard skin, a defensive passive skill that adds double resistance. The long-eared rabbit's sharp claws could barely break through the void monster worm's defense. The damage figure of 6 only came out, which was well within the tolerable range. Yichu even picked up a hard wooden stick from the surrounding ground. At the right moment, he darted forward and struck the long-eared rabbit on the top of its head, hitting it with a 7 damage number. Although it seemed a bit insignificant compared to the damage values of the void monster worm, it could be of some assistance. Moreover, precisely because of the huge difference in damage between each other, the long-eared rabbit's hatred would be firmly attracted by the void monster worm. It made it so that Yichu didn't have to worry that it would suddenly turn back to attack him. You can get behind the bunny and output wildly with impunity. The Imperial Master and the Imperial Beast can launch attacks at the same time to surround their prey. This is one of the greatest strengths of the pre-ordinary Beastmaster profession. Under Yichu and the void monster insect's rounds of fierce attacks, the long-eared rabbit's blood bar brushed straight down, quickly leaving less than 40 drops of blood. Right at this moment, the void monster insect suddenly hissed up to the sky. Activation skill, Feast. Opening his hideous and incomparably bloody mouth, he took a vicious bite and swallowed the long-eared rabbit whole inside his mouth. Then there was a burst of greedy and uncontrollable painful chewing, and bright red. When it levels up, then it will drive itself to upgrade. This is called the first strong to lead the next strong, and run the upgrade road together. In this manner, Yichu continued to bring the void monster insect and swept through this jungle. Accompanied by an echoing hissing sound, one long-eared rabbit was devoured and eaten by the Feast skill. Until 10 minutes later, as a burst of golden light leaked down. The void monster bug had finally risen to level 2. At the same time, the long-eared rabbit that had been swallowed had finally contributed the first evolution point Yichu had obtained since entering the game. As for the 2 skills of the void monster worm, Hard Skin was an F-rank passive skill that required 1 evolution point to upgrade. Feast is an E-rank active skill that requires 5 evolution points to upgrade. Yichu immediately opened the panel and selected the Hard Skin skill of the void monster bug and confirmed the upgrade. Ding! You have consumed 1 point of evolution value, and the void monster worm's F-rank skill, Hard Skin, has been successfully upgraded to an E-rank skill, Hard Stone Skin. Hard Stone Skin, fixed increase of 2 4-level points of double resistance attribute. Upgrade consumption, 5 evolution points. After evolving into an E-rank skill, the effect of the skill is greatly enhanced. From the original fixed increase of 2 points of double resistance attribute per level, it has become a fixed increase of 4 points of double resistance attribute. The defense of the void monster insect was raised by a small amount on the spot, and it could be called rock solid. A level 3 long-eared rabbit can barely even break defense anymore. With the strength of the void monster insect's current attributes, not to mention the level 3 monsters in the area, it would be easy to challenge level 5 monsters. However, Yichu didn't shift his position to look for level 5 monsters to hunt because his main goal right now wasn't to quickly upgrade. Instead, it uses the Feast skill's permanent increase in max life to stack blood on the void monster worm. Long-eared rabbits, though low in rank, have one great advantage: there are enough of them to go around. One could be seen almost every dozen meters or so, hopping between the trees. And precisely because of its low level and brittle body, the void monster worm could depress its blood level below the decimation line of the feast skill with just a couple random A's. Every time the feast skill cooldown is ready, you can directly activate the skill to devour it without wasting a bit of time. Just the perfect target to use to brush up on blood. Moreover, the upgraded void monster insects killed the long-eared rabbits with ease, and it was no longer necessary for Yichu to help out. Yichu only needed to leisurely follow behind and wait for the void monster insect to finish killing the monsters, and then pick up the copper coins that the long-eared rabbit had popped out one by one. Gold in the game Miracles is extremely useful. Not only can you buy all kinds of consumable props in the game, but in the future, after the game integrates with reality, you will also need to consume a large amount of gold coins in order to extract skills and props from the game to the real world. Therefore, Yichu would never waste a single copper plate. Even if it fell into the crack of a stone, he would have to pick it out for him. It's only fair to return all the grains to the barn. Even so, Yichu was still very leisurely. I have nothing else to do, so I opened the game forums to pass the time. As a result, I never expected that the first time I logged into the forum, I saw a big title hanging high on the forum's front page. National Service Heavenly King level player Ask Sword Long Son was exposed low moral character, because of style problems, by Ask Sword Club expulsion. Chapter 5, Black Iron Class Boss First Kill, shocking the whole service. After seeing the title of the post, Yichu frowned and vaguely made some guesses. Clicked inside to take a look and was instantly exasperated and laughed. Only to see that inside the post, all of them are some distorted facts fabricated out of thin air. He said that he had been acting as an authority in the club on weekdays on the basis of his super popularity in the national service. Never attending training on time and not being active in copy activities, he completely relies on forcibly possessing equipment fought by other club members to maintain his dominant position inside the game. And had an extremely chaotic private life, harassing female members inside the club. This time, it was even a sudden offer to increase the sky-high annual salary the day before the opening of Miracles of God. The questioning sword club could not bear it any longer and was finally forced to terminate its employment contract with itself. Not surprisingly, the bottom of the post was full of accusations and abuse against Yichu, all kinds of denunciation. Obviously all paid by that Choi Min's mercs. In order to invert black and white, distort the facts, and completely stigmatize Yichu's reputation in the national gaming community. This is so damn toxic. A cold aura flashed in Yichu's eyes, having already put Choi Min on his must-kill list. I can't wait to immediately rise to level 20, open the game reality extraction function, and personally finish this off. As time continued to pass, one long-eared rabbit was devoured by the void monster worm with feast. The blood bar above the head of the void monster worm grew longer and longer, and its size became larger and larger with it. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that Yichu finally saved up 5 evolution points. Immediately, the second skill of the void monster bug was added and evolved once as well. Ding! You have consumed 5 evolution points, and the void monster worm's E rank skill, Feast, has been successfully upgraded to a D rank skill. Feast, tear the target with a hideous giant mouth, inflicting 120% 130% attack power damage to the enemy and converting 30% 40% of the damage into its own chi and blood. If the skill kills the target, it permanently increases the maximum life value by 10 points, and its size increases as well. Skill consumption, none cooldown, 40-36 seconds. Upgrade consumption, 25 evolution points. The name of the upgraded, Feast, skill remained unchanged, but the values of each skill received a small boost. At the same time, Yichu also noticed. The number of evolution points needed for this skill to evolve again was raised to 25. The E rank skill, Hard Stone Skin, the evolution consumption, had also changed from the original 1.2. This long sword was the white equipment that had exploded from brushing the long-eared rabbit just now. Added 2 attack points. In the game of Miracles, the vast majority of common equipment, with the exception of rare cases, does not have any occupational restrictions. You can equip it as long as you meet the minimum level requirements. Fighters can wear vestments and mages can wear heavy armor. Only the equipment of other professions, the various skills and attribute bonuses do not match with their own professions, and often the cost effectiveness will be very low. Right now, the game has only been open for just over 2 hours. The vast majority of mainstream players are, basically, just getting to level 2. Anyone who can get to level 3 is already a master of masters. To them, a black iron class boss that was as high as level 5 was definitely a powerful existence that was difficult to challenge. However, for the void monster worm with more than 2,000 points of blood, it was pressurized without any pressure. With a direct roar, he went head-on hard. Sharp teeth tore and giant claws scratched, and with his huge size and brute strength, he held down the long-eared rabbit king and rubbed it hard on the ground. Adding to that, Yichu was carrying a rusty iron sword and was madly scraping at the back one after the other. It only took less than 5 minutes to empty the blood bar of this black iron artifact level boss, eventually devouring it in one vicious bite. Game alert, your pet void monster worm unleashed the skill, feast, and successfully killed the level 5 black iron grade boss long-eared rabbit, gaining experience value plus 500, maximum life value plus 10, and evolution points plus 2. Game tip, you killed the long-eared rabbit king, completing the first kill of the entire service for a black iron level boss, and will soon trigger a service-wide announcement. Please ask if you're hiding your game ID. Triggered a service-wide announcement. Yichu's gaze stared slightly. Though he didn't want people to know who he really was in reality, so he wore a mask on his face. But something like a game ID can't be hidden even if you hide it. As soon as the rank sky list opens, there will soon be nothing to hide. So Yichu simply chose to publicize his ID in a big way. Meanwhile, in the 438th newbie village, a team of 5 with a full range of professions was fighting their way through the jungle to kill slimes. It was the core first team of the Questioning Sword Club. The information had been released long before the launch of Miracles. Players in the same area in reality will have a higher probability of being assigned to the same novice village. If several players are in the same room and log into the game at the same time, there is a high probability that they will be assigned to the same newbie village. That's why they were able to gather together right in the novice village. Among the 5, the leader Wang Tang's level had risen to level 5, while the other 4 were all just level 3. Obviously, it was prioritizing the allocation of all the experience resources to Wang Tang, determined to create a brand new signature powerhouse. At this moment, hearing the service-wide announcement echoing in the sky, all 5 of them furrowed their brows with a look of unwillingness in their eyes. Damn it! The first kill of a black iron class boss was even snatched by someone else. Just where exactly is this Wei Wu legacy? The progress of the raid is surprisingly faster than even us. Cut. But it's just luck, if we ran into a black iron ranked boss, our squad would be able to kill it too. The priest in the squad snorted in disdain. After saying that, he walked to Wang Tang's side, intimately took his arm and softly comforted him. Don't worry, I've mobilized all my men to go out and find the coordinates of the boss. Once you find it, with the power of your hidden profession Gale Swordsman, along with the 4 of us assisting, you'll definitely be able to easily raid it. This time, the first kill of the black iron ranked boss was picked up by the one called Wei Wu Legacy. The first kill of the bronze ranked boss must be yours. The priest was no other than Choi Min. After expelling Yichu from the club, she occupied the auxiliary position of the first team herself. Her looks in the game, though, are nothing like in reality. Triangular eyes, thick lips, eyebrows almost bald, and a flat chest. You can see how technologically advanced that beautiful body is in reality. Looking at Choi Min, who was holding his arm, a deep color of disgust flashed in the depths of Wang Tang's eyes. However, his face didn't show the slightest bit, and he said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Min. Now that Yichu is gone, I will definitely double my efforts and rise with the fastest speed to pick up the beam of our Questioning Sword Club." When they heard Wang Tang mention Yichu, the other few people, their expressions were all a bit strange. In Choi Min's eyes, but revealed a touch of resentment, smug and incomparable sneer. Don't worry, I've mobilized my connections to clean him up. In a few days, he'll be completely disgraced and desperate, and no gaming club will ever take him in again. I'd like to see if his bones, can they be that hard all the time? Sooner or later, I'm going to make him come crying on his knees like a poor dog begging me for forgiveness. In the entire national service, all were deeply shocked by this sudden system announcement, and were excitedly discussing it. Yichu was also in an excited mood and couldn't wait to check up on the system rewards that had just been issued. After opening the package, he saw a golden skill book, lying quietly inside the corner, blooming with light. Lifelinks. Skill level, S. Skill effect, releases a life chain that connects the Imperial Beastmaster to a pet, and for the duration of the chain, transfers 80% of the damage taken by the Imperial Beastmaster to the pet. Skill consumption, 10 magic second. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Surprisingly, it was an occupational skill that could transfer damage. The moment he finished reading the introduction of the life chain skill, Yichu's gaze lit up. It was important to realize that the biggest shortcoming of the Imperial Beastmaster profession was that the Imperial Beastmaster himself was too weak and lacked the means to fight effectively. Once an enemy of another profession gets close to you and your own body suffers an attack, no matter how strong the Imperial Beast is, it's useless. This skill, just enough to help make up for that shortcoming. And it just so happened that the Void Monster Worm was a typical meat tank type Imperial Beast. The blood stripe was thick as hell, and it was perfectly capable of taking all the damage it transferred over. In addition to the rewards of the boss' first kill, 3 pieces of equipment were also burst out from underneath the long-eared Rabbit King's body. Rabbit Fur Boots, Black Ironware. Defense, 11. Agility, +5. Equipment level, 4. Rabbit Claw Short Dagger, Black Iron. Attack power, 13-15. Power, +6. Equipment level, 5. Rabbit Skin Wrist Guard, Black Iron Weapon. Defense, 10. Physical Fitness, +5. Equipment level, 4. The Miracles game has a very low gear burst rate. Yi Chu had killed hundreds of long-eared rabbits before, and a total of only 4 pieces of white plate equipment had popped out. And the 3 pieces of equipment that the long-eared Rabbit King had exploded were all clear black iron weapon equipment. In addition to the most basic attack and defense, there is also an additional attribute bonus. The attributes can be quite powerful, at least at this stage of the game. If the players who were still wearing their newbie cloths saw them, they would absolutely all have red eyes and be envious. Maybe even outright gluttonous crying. But unfortunately, Yi Chu had allocated all of his experience to the Void Monster Bud to ensure that it prioritized upgrading. Himself is still level 1 until now. For the time being, you can't use the equipment, so you can only throw it into your backpack and store it for now. The abundant experience from finishing off the long-eared Rabbit King also caused the Void Monster Worm to smoothly rise to level 6. With the passive enhancement of the Divine Sentinel profession, the attributes were so strong that they were no better than a bronze-level boss of the same level. The blood is pretty much stacked, and it's time to get out of the mountain. Looking at the long blood bar above the head of the Void Monster insect, Yi Chu muttered under his breath. After all, stacking blood is for strength. Once the strength has been raised to a certain level, it is time to move on to the next move. Now that the game has just opened, you can say that opportunities are everywhere. Yi Chu had gotten the first kill achievement for the Black Iron level boss. There are also a series of achievements such as the first kill of a bronze level boss and being the first to level up to level 10 and switching jobs later on. Each achievement reward was extremely generous, and Yi Chu would not let it go to anyone else. In the end, Yi Chu used the rusty iron sword in his hand to cut off the long-eared Rabbit King's head. This was because there was a rewarding hidden quest in the novice village that required 3 black iron ranked bosses with a bronze ranked boss head. He was sort of practicing while doing quests ahead of time, by the way. There aren't many bosses in the novice village. Other players have to be lucky to stumble across them while practicing. However, Yi Chu possessed memories of his previous life and knew the distribution of all the bosses in the novice village like the back of his hand. After loading the bloody Rabbit King's head into his backpack, he directly shifted his position with the Void Monster Worm. The goal is clear, all the way west. Chapter 7, Rhythmic Sun's Widow, Status, Submissible. Service-wide announcement, congratulations to player Weiwu Legacy, killing bronze-level boss Goblin Shaman, completing the first bronze-level boss kill in the entire service, and obtaining the following rewards, Prestige +50, Gold +30, Luck +2, and the power of Berserker's Grade S. At 4 a.m., 4 hours after the game's launch. Another loud and clear service-wide announcement echoed without warning over the entire national service. The entire national service instantly boiled, and the tens of thousands of newbie villages resounded with the voices of countless players. Misty Grass. The first kill of a bronze-ranked boss was taken too? It's that Weiwu Legacy guy again. Just what kind of god is this guy? This outrageous raid progress, it's almost as if he's hung up. Taking 2 first kill achievements in a row, and taking 2 S-rank skill books from the system rewards alone, this big guy is simply off to a bombastic start. Meanwhile, Yi Chu, who had once again triggered a shock in the entire service, was not the least bit concerned about all of this. Standing alone in the dark mountains, he looked down and examined his loot. First and foremost was that S-rank occupational skill book rewarded by the system. Berserker Force. Skill level, S. Skill effect, stimulates the Berserk bloodline within the favored beast, doubling the damage dealt by its next 3 attacks. Skill consumption, 100 magic. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Doubles the damage of the next 3 attacks. This effect alone is powerful enough on its own. What's more is this skill, it can also be stacked with other skills of the favored beast. For example, the Jfeast skill of the Void Monster Worm, the original skill effect was to deal 150% of attack damage. However, when stacked with the Deep Berserk Power bonus, the value of the damage dealt will be increased to 300%. You know, according to the damage calculation model of miracles. By doubling the damage of an attack, the final value of the damage inflicted could be more than simply doubled. It could multiply 3 to 4 times, or even more. One could only say that this Berserk Force, worthy of being an S-rank career skill of the Imperial Beastmaster system, was truly powerful. And it came at the right time. Just enough to make up for the Void Monster's lack of attack power as a meat tank type favored beast. The only bit of beauty is that this skill consumes a bit too much. To release it once, it takes a full 100 points of magic value, which is considered a huge drain in the early game. However, while killing the latter few bosses, Yichu also shared a portion of the experience. Now leveled up to 6. In the Miracles OL game, each profession has its own specialized attributes. For example, in the warrior profession, 1 point of strength attribute can be converted into 1.5 points of attack power. For mages, priests, and other cloth and armor professions, 1 point of strength can only be converted to 1 point of attack. But they have a much higher conversion rate to spiritual attributes. Different specialization attributes lead to different plus point schemes for different professions. Beastmaster is the 7 professional system, deservedly the oil profession, the 4 attributes are proficient in all. Each attribute converts at a rate of 1.25x, which can be described as incredibly balanced. So, generally speaking, the point scheme of the Imperial Beastmaster professional players is also more balanced. In the end, after some consideration, Yichu chose the standard 1 body, 1 strength, 2 minutes, and 1 essence edition scheme. And got a fine black ironware leather armor outfit. The maximum magic value now totaled over 400 points, enough to unleash Berserk Force several times. After learning the skill, Yichu bent down and fished with his big hand. A bunch of items were groped out from under the corpse of the goblin shaman. In addition to dozens of glittering silver coins, a total of 3 pieces of bronze equipment came out. Goblin longbow, goblin helmet, and goblin leather armor. There's also a copy of the Mage Department's E-rank skill, Rain of Flames. However, all 3 pieces of bronze equipment had to be level 8 to be equipped. Yichu couldn't use it at the moment, so he could only throw it into the package and put it away for now. On top of that, killing the goblin shaman also allowed Yichu to gain 3 evolution points. Together with the ones acquired during the previous monster swipe, the number of evolution points on the panel had reached 63. However, Yichu did not rush to upgrade the Void Monster Insect's Feast skill again. This was because with the current attributes of the Void Monster Worm, it was already enough to deal with any monster in the novice village. There is no need to rush to level up skills. He wanted to save up enough 100 evolution points to level up the bloodline quality of the Void Monster Bug once, to see what kind of favored beast it could evolve into. After counting the loot, Yichu finally used a black iron weapon longsword to cut off the goblin shaman's head. After several hours of continuous busyness, the quest items for that hidden quest were finally put together. Yichu immediately brought the Void Monster Insect and turned back in the direction of the novice village. After these hours of constant killing, the level of the Void Monster Bug had risen to level 10. The amount of blood was even a staggering 6,000 points. The size was already more than 3 meters, like a hideous and incomparable purple monster, standing between the dark mountains and forests. Yichu walked on the side of the Void Monster Insect, his body completely obscured by it. While passing through an advanced leveling ground, 3 players who were teaming up to brush the monsters. From afar, the hideous and incomparably huge body of the Void Monster Worm was seen, looming under the cover of the jungle. All of a sudden, their eyes widened, revealing incomparable excitement. "You guys, look! What the hell is that? Misty grass. Such a big head, such a scary appearance, definitely a boss not running away. Go over there. Are you kidding? The level of the monsters here is so high that the 3 of us are struggling to even kill the small monsters. In case we get too close and attract the boss's hatred, won't we still be annihilated in minutes? Then what should we do? Should we just watch this boss run away from our eyes? Good point, now someone is offering a high price for the coordinates of the boss. Let's write down the coordinates of this boss, record a video as evidence, and just exchange it for money and be done with it. Good idea. The 3 of them hit it off and immediately opened the game video function to start recording. A few minutes later, not far away, among a mountain forest. "Young Huan, there's information about the boss, and it's not far from us. The youth known as Huang Xiao's gaze lit up after watching the content of the video. Although there is some distance and I didn't record the exact name of this monster, it's definitely a boss that didn't run away. Maybe it's even a bronze level boss. Notify everyone to gather at once and go push the boss with me. A few minutes later, a large group of people winded up, led by Huang Xiao, killing in the direction of the video coordinates. In the meantime, Yichu didn't know that the void monster insect, which was huge in size, had been mistakenly recognized as a boss by the other players. To avoid being too flashy and noticeable. After leaving from the dangerous high-level practicing area, the void monster worm was put away. Dressed as a warrior with a long sword, he continued on his journey alone. 10 minutes later, Yichu finally returned to the novice village. After making 7 turns through the village, he came to a dwelling and knocked gently on the closed door. Who? A woman's voice rang through the house. A few moments later, the door to the room opened. A middle-aged peasant woman with a plump, charming figure walked out of the room. At the same time, Yichu saw the character information above the peasant woman's head. Son's widow. Status, capturable. Contract success rate, 1%. Chapter 8 Hidden Quest, Mysterious Treasure Box. Aha! Admissible? Looking at the 2 lines of small, eye-catching green characters underneath the Sun Widow's name, Yichu was slightly stunned. Of course he knew what those 2 little lines meant. It meant that one could activate the Divine Royal Contract and forcefully take it in as one's pet. Previously, every small monster and boss that Yichu had encountered in the wild had these 2 lines of hints underneath their names. But such a hint, appearing on an NPC, was obviously a bit off. Yichu was instantly a bit confused. Dumbfounded for a moment before reacting, this should be the first career passive of the God Sentinel profession. You can make a Shingo contract with any target. At first, Yichu had some uncertainty about the specific effects of this passive. It wasn't until now that I finally I can't understand what you're saying, hurry up if it's okay. When he finished, he was about to close the door behind him. However, Yichu pressed on the door panel, his gaze looked deeply at the Sun Widow, the corner of his mouth raised, and he whispered. You wouldn't want the village chief to know about you and the militia leader, would you? What? Hearing Yichu's words, Widow Sun's face instantly changed drastically as she looked at Yichu in disbelief. How do you know? I know a lot more than that. The corner of Yichu's mouth lifted as he smiled evilly. Can you talk to me about that thing now? The Sun Widow's face changed color for a while before she finally made up her mind and pulled Yichu into the house with one hand. Come in and talk. After pulling Yichu into the house, Widow Sun vigilantly looked around for a few moments. Make sure no one notices before carefully closing the door to the room. Turning back, he took a deep breath and looked at Yichu with a serious expression. It's not impossible for you to get that thing. But first, you need to prove yourself first. When Yichu heard that, his eyebrows raised slightly, knowing that he had indeed made the right bet. Based on the experience shared by that big brother in his previous life afterward, wanting to take on this only hidden quest in the entire service. Need to go help the little girl, Fong, find her lost kitten, then go buy wine for Fong's grandfather, then. In short, it was necessary to complete a series of incredibly complex pre-quests in order to gain Sun Widow's approval and finally receive this quest. Yichu didn't want to go to that much trouble and waste time. So trying to utilize some of the little secrets between NPCs really saved a ton of trouble. Smiling slightly, he opened his mouth and asked, how do you prove it? It's simple, there are many powerful monsters living around the village. You go and hunt a bronze-ranked boss with 3 black iron-ranked bosses and bring back their heads, and I'll believe that you're qualified to obtain that item. Widow Sun said to Yichu with a straight face. Coincidentally, I just happen to have 4 boss heads right here. Yichu faintly smiled, and as the words fell, he directly opened the backpack behind him. Remove the 4 blood-soaked boss heads and pop them on the table in Sun Widow's house. This. The Sun Widow immediately stared at Yichu with wide eyes in disbelief. It hadn't occurred to him that not only did Yichu know his little secret, he had even prepared the 4 boss heads in advance. Sure enough, I came prepared. At that moment, also no longer find reasons to shirk, directly into the inner room, a burst of rummage. A moment later, he came out from the house and handed over a shining silver token to Yichu, saying, You take this token and go to Inshur Mountain, 10 miles to the east of the village, where you can enter a boundary. Bring back the basalt treasure box guarded by the skeleton general. I will be able to help you open the treasure box and obtain that item inside. Ding! Game prompt, you have taken the quest, mysterious treasure box, please go to Inchur Mountain, which is 10 miles away to the east of the village, enter the boundary, defeat the skeleton general, and bring back the basalt iron treasure box that he is guarding to the widow's son, and you will receive the mysterious treasure inside. With the mission in hand, Yi Chu was bursting with joy. After coming out of the Sun Widow's house, he first went to the grocery store to replenish a wave of potions, arrows, and other consumables. Then, there was no rush to do the task right away. Instead, he went to the entrance of the village and laid out all the equipment he couldn't use that he had scored while practicing earlier. One by one, the prices were marked up and the stalls began to be set up with information about the stalls. High price sale attribute equipment, game gold trading, only for 10 minutes, to come quickly. In the pre-game, the value of equipment depreciates every now and then. Now a piece of equipment can be worth 10 gold coins, maybe in a few hours, 1 gold coin will go unnoticed. After the game is fused with reality, game gold is used to extract abilities, buy game hours, and many other places. Especially at the beginning of the game reality fusion, the spending was even greater, even Yi Chu had to live carefully. Try to save up more gold coins ahead of time before then. At this time, in front of the village entrance, there were also a few other players setting up stalls. However, what they had on their stalls were all white plate equipment. As soon as Yi Chu's stall was set up, it immediately compared to all the other stalls. The gazes of countless players in the surroundings were all instantly attracted over. Looking above Yi Chu's stall in front of him, a piece of sparkling attribute equipment, surprised beyond measure, exclaimed, "I'll go. Everyone, look at this stall, so much black iron weapon equipment. Hiss that blue staff, it's actually a level 7 black iron weapon staff that adds over 20 mana strength points. And the mage department's group attack skill book. Unfortunately, it's sold too expensive, it's even sold for 5 gold coins, I can't afford it at all." At the current stage, the vast majority of ordinary players can be described as poor. The copper coins that were scored were not enough to buy potions, let alone take out a few gold coins to buy equipment and skill books. One could only look at Yi Chu's stall and stare dryly at the glittering black iron weapon equipment. One by one, their eyes were red and they were gulping with envy. As a result, Yi Chu had set up his stall for 5 minutes and had only sold a total of 3 pieces of white equipment. The number of players gathered in front of the stall to watch was increasing. And Yi Chu was also surprised to find out. Underneath all the players' names, there was a line of small green letters showing the status of acceptable. This discovery immediately excited Yi Chu. If even the player can be controlled by the contract, there is so much more room for maneuverability. Just as Yi Chu's eyes flickered and he pondered. A player squeezed into the crowd and came to Yi Chu's stall, opening his mouth to ask, "Can I trade in real money? At the price you offered, 10,000 for 1 gold coin, directly to your card, I'll take all of this equipment." Chapter 9 Boss, you're a good man. Yi Chu raised his gaze to look. Only seeing that the one who spoke was a level 6 warrior-type player by the name of Prideful West Wind, his heart was slightly moved. I can't believe it's someone from Pride. This gaming guild was infamous in its previous life. Pre-game fusion reality used to illegally detain and force other players to help them with their gold. Going around grabbing high-level bosses and making a series of tawdry maneuvers. In the end, it provoked the public's anger and was suppressed by several other major guilds who joined forces and forcefully suppressed it. Yi Chu didn't have a good impression of them and directly pointed to the words on his stall's information board and said indifferently, "Only game gold is accepted for trade, not real money. It won't be long before the real world's monetary system, after the game descends into reality, will be severely impacted. In the brand new era to come, all the money in the real world will be quickly reduced to waste paper. The only hard currency is game gold." Of course, Yi Chu could also seize this brief period before the game descended into reality and use the currency in reality to trade with other players, acquiring game gold coins in a big way, and making a hard profit. But in doing so, inevitably, it leaves a mark on reality. It's easy for someone to track down their true identity in the real world. Revealing one's identity before having the strength that can guarantee one's absolute safety is a very dangerous thing. Yi Chu would definitely not lose out on a small amount of money just because he was greedy for some petty gains. It is impossible to trade with any player, through realistic means. When Aosher Shifeng heard Yi Chu's words, his brows furrowed and he said with some impatience, "Is game gold different from real money? The game has just started now, where am I going to get you that much gold? Besides, how can game gold retain its value like real currency? Right now you can get $10,000 for 1 gold coin, and in a couple hours you'll be down to 5,000. Anyway, I only trade in game gold. If you don't have enough gold of your own, you can go find someone else to trade for good gold before coming over to buy it. Yi Chu said indifferently without being moved, and after finishing, he looked at his stall time and said, "You have 5 minutes left. Can I raise the money? 1 gold coin counts as 12,000 for you. You have 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Grass. Why are you a deadhead?" Ao Shi Shifeng was furious and glared viciously at Yi Chu as he turned around and walked out beyond the crowd. Yi Chu was unmoved and continued to set up his stall. 2 minutes later, a female mage, wearing red vestments, pushed her way in from outside the crowd. Pointing at a few pieces of black iron weapon equipment and that Flame Rain skill book on Yi Chu's stall, he said, "I'll take these pieces of equipment in this skill book. Can I get a slight discount, cheaper?" Yi Chu looked up at this female mage. Only the female mage's game ID was distinctive, called Big Bear Fudge. And she did indeed live up to her name, with a majestic and impressive size of her upper body that made the thin red mage's robes taut and ripped. And the looks are outstanding, delicate and soft. The two big bright eyes, looking blearily at Yi Chu, made people feel sorry for me and couldn't bear to refuse. Yi Chu directly grinned and said cheerfully, "Want a discount? Ah, no problem, but buy a few more pieces of equipment. These 3 pieces of white equipment, 150 silver coins, 160 silver coins, and 140 silver coins. Now add it all up and I'll only sell you 2 gold coins. Is that a good enough deal?" "Wow, boss, you're so nice." Big Bear Gummy was immediately overjoyed and was full of happiness as he completed the transaction with Yi Chu. In his heart, he thought, the captain was right, the beauty plan can be really good. Until after the beautiful mage completed her transaction and walked away with a brisk pace. It was only when the surrounding crowd, that a burst of whispered voices came out. 1 gold coin for 100 silver coins, how do you figure she lost 50 silver coins, why is she still so happy? It's probably called being stupid and happy. Even cheating such a cute girl, this stall owner is really something. For the surrounding crowd's voice of discussion, Yi Chu acted as if he didn't hear it. Continued to wait a few more minutes and sold 2 pieces of white equipment. Once the 10 minutes are up, just close up the booth and get up and go. Now throughout the country, in tens of thousands of newbie villages, countless players were desperately upgrading, competing for the achievement reward of being the first to level up to 10 and complete a turn. Yi Chu had previously allocated most of his experience to the void monster insect to ensure that it prioritized upgrading. He himself had only just risen to level 7 now. Next, it is important to make time and upgrade quickly. It's the only way to make sure that this great reward doesn't fall into someone else's hands. As Yi Chu left the novice village and headed towards Inshur Mountain, which was located to the east of the novice village. On the game forums, the heat of a thread gradually fermented, drawing the attention of many players. The title of the post is called, Suspected Super Boss Infestation, Mysterious Behemoth in Novice Village 4399. There is a video attached below the post. The video footage is rather dim and is shot from a long distance. However, it could still be clearly seen, a hideous monster with a deep purple color, covered with protruding bone spikes and a huge body size, striding forward among the mountains and forests. Each fall of the heavy footsteps caused the leaves of the surrounding trees to shake slightly, and from time to time, a terrifying hissing sound was emitted. Below the video, countless netizens left comments. "I'll go. What kind of monster is this? This looks so scary. There's even this kind of monster in the novice village. It's a pity that the filmmaker's guts were too small to get close enough to get a good look at the name and exact grade of this boss. But just from this size and sense of oppression, it's at least a bronze-level boss." That's right, from the opening of the game until now, there have been at least a dozen bosses that have been found and killed, only this one has the most oppressive appearance. I said that when I passed by that map just now, I saw a large group of Oz players wandering around as if they were looking for something. The feeling was that they were looking for this boss. Countless netizens have been hotly debating and guessing what the origin of this hideous-looking, mysterious, gigantic creature is. There were even some players from other novice villages who, after seeing the video, took the initiative to contact the video publisher. Buying the coordinates of the location where this mysterious boss was infested, he rushed to find it with all the wind. For a moment, many players were interested in this mysterious boss, waiting for someone to post the cheat video on the forums for them to get a glimpse of it once they've successfully cheated it. At the same time, Yi Chu, who was in the midst of rushing along, suddenly had a slight movement in his expression. It was keenly and unmistakably evident that someone was secretly following him. Without moving, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced in a certain direction behind him, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 10 The Behemoth descends and shakes the whole place. The assassin profession in the Miracles of God game, the biggest professional feature, is that it has stealth skills. Coming without a shadow, going without a trace, a terrifying assassin who wanders in the shadows. Launch a sneak attack out of the blue when the enemy is unprepared. A set of moves that instantly explodes super high damage and takes away the enemy. However, the lowest level stealth skill could merely only conceal the figure so that other players could not see it with the naked eye. But the collision volume is still there, and stepping on the grass makes it cave in, and stepping on a broken branch makes a sound. These small, insignificant details are difficult for the vast majority of average players to spot. But Yichu was a game master who had experienced an apocalyptic world, struggled to survive in one life and death crisis after another, and made his way to the top step by step. The alertness to danger was deep in his bones, and his ability to perceive was sharp to the core. The stalker behind him was soon spotted, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. But pretending to be unaware of it, he continued to take his steps and walked forward. That assassin, too, never turned on Yichu. Just utilizing his stealth skill, he had been intermittently hanging far behind Yichu, continuously tracking. Until after a few minutes, suddenly in the dense forest ahead, Hula rushed out a large group of people. Aggressively, they surrounded Yichu in the center. Some of the players practicing nearby saw this and were startled. Hurriedly dodging far to the side, full of curiosity, he watched the fun. The leader of this group of people was a level 7 warrior with a mix of black iron and white plate equipment. Game ID Pride of the Wild Dragon. At this moment, Aosher Wild Dragon was on fire. This was because more than half an hour ago, he had bought information from a few players that a high-level boss had been spotted. However, after rushing there with his men, he searched for half a day and didn't even find a hair. Later, news came from the henchman who stayed in the novice village and was in charge of buying equipment. There was a mysterious player who hid his identity information and set up a stall to sell a large amount of attribute equipment, but demanded that it could only be traded with game gold. So in the end it didn't work out and those gears didn't get bought. In the next second, there was a flash of light in the void. A behemoth that was more than 3 meters tall, with skin that was deep purple in color and filled with a single hideous bone spur, appeared on top of the ground in front of Yichu. He fiercely roared up to the sky, emitting a terrifying and incomparable aura of terror. What kind of monster is this? This? Why is it so big? Isn't this the mysterious boss that was all over the forums not too long ago? No wonder so much time has passed and there's never been any follow-up news. The feeling is that it wasn't a boss, but a player pet. I'm also a beast royalist, why don't I have such a powerful pet? It should be because of the hidden profession. I heard that many hidden profession Imperial Beastmasters get different initial pets than ordinary players. Level 10 Black Iron Pet Void Monster Worm. I'm afraid the Pride family has kicked the can down the road this time. Seeing the incomparably large size and hideous appearance of the Void Monster Worm, the few onlookers around the player immediately exclaimed in shock, and their minds and souls were subjected to a strong impact. At the same time, the Void Monster Worm hissed. The V-Feast skill was activated by violently opening its hideous and incomparably bloody mouth. Taking a vicious bite, he swallowed a level 6 warrior player directly into his mouth, instantly killing him in seconds, turning into a burst of white light and flying away. Then the huge body turned violently, and the thick and incomparable purple giant tail swept across. Several of the Pride players who had rushed up were directly swept away on the spot, with a large portion of their bloodstains instantly disappearing from the top of their heads. One of the players who had been swept away by the giant tail saw Yichu's game ID through the game prompts. He was so shocked that he shouted out with a face full of shock. Wei Wu Legacy. He's the Wei Wu Legacy. What? He's Wei Wu Legacy? That super duper guy who took the first kill of 2 bosses in a row is actually in our 4399th novice village. With such a powerful pet assisting him, no one he can be. A blazing sword vector, ice cones, fireballs, and so on, whistled and shot towards Yichu. Obviously, although this group of Pride players were arrogant, they were not a rabble. The offense is very clear. As long as you use your fastest speed to take out the Imperial Beastmaster's fire set, it was useless even if the pet was strong. But after several years of refinement and baptism at the end of the world, Yichu's game operation had long been perfected. Certainly not standing still like a target for them to hit. The pace of his feet changed, and he flashed to the side with unparalleled speed, while the sword blade in his hand waved, plucking down one of the incoming arrow feathers. Following the trend, his left hand was raised high, unleashing the skill life chain. A chain of energy that was turquoise in color and faintly visible connected between Yichu and the void monster insect. An arrow shot at Yichu's body, and above Yichu's head, a meager single-digit damage merely floated up. 7. At the same time, a 28 damage number popped up above the void monster's head. 80% of the damage was passed on to the void monster worm, through the life chain. However, this insignificant damage figure was nothing to the void monster worm's blood count of thousands of points. Even the blood bar above his head was barely visible moving. This astonishing and incomparable scene immediately caused the crowd of onlookers to gasp in shock again. I'll go. This skill is kind of awesome, to be able to transfer the damage you take to your pet. If I'm not mistaken, this skill, I think it's the lifelink skill book that Wei Wu Legacy obtained when he took down the first kill of the Black Iron class boss, right? Worthy of being an S-rank skill, the effect of this skill is too powerful. What's even more impressive is his pet. It dropped more than 20 points of blood and the blood bar didn't even move a bit. How thick must the total blood be? This is a ING Black Iron level pet? I'd believe it if I said it was silver level. Soon, Aoza's melee players also rushed closer, swinging their weapons in their hands and launching a fierce attack towards Yichu. However, Yichu was a warrior profession in his previous life, and his melee operation was at its peak, so he had almost no opponents in the game. Although he had chosen the Imperial Beastmaster profession this time, he was equipped with a black iron weapon, and his attributes were much stronger than most of this group of pride players who couldn't even put together white equipment. It only lacks the various skills of the warrior profession. However, now that the game has just opened, the vast majority of ordinary players, too, only have one attack or defense type basic skill. Therefore, the disadvantage in vocational skills wasn't that big of a deal to Yichu, and could be completely made up for through maneuvers. Only to see Yichu's feet turn in pace, treating the void monster insect beside him as a natural barrier, circling around it continuously. This is used to circumvent long-range attacks from different directions. At the same time, the sword blade in his hand swung like the wind, utilizing the exquisite and incomparable game operation to block the weapons attacked by the pride players one by one. From time to time, you see a gap and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The angle of the sword is extremely tricky, and every time he strikes the sword, it will definitely hit the enemy's weak spot and cause high damage. The void monster insect even roared angrily, standing in place like a lofty mountain and launching attacks recklessly. Cooperating with Yichu, he killed and devoured one Oz player after another. The ardent wild dragon saw that a group of juniors unexpectedly could not take Yichu, but instead, they themselves suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and in the blink of an eye, they hung up 7 or 8 of them. His face was so gloomy that he cursed the waste and rushed up with the big sword in his hand. An archer player cooperated with him, and a shock arrow sneak attack stunned Yichu briefly. On top of the Aosher Mad Dragon Blade, a bright skill glow shone, ruthlessly slashing at Yichu's chest. The other pride players also took this opportunity to attack, instantly causing Yichu's blood level to drop below half blood. However, Yichu's eyes remained calm and unhurried. After recovering from the stun state, he took out a blood vial and drank it, instantly regaining 100 points of blood value. Brushed 3 consecutive swords, slashing at the prideful berserker dragon and hitting 3 damage numbers. At the same time, his left hand raised, unleashing the skill berserk force. A burst of demonic and incomparable blood-colored light immediately rose around the huge body of the void monster insect. A vicious claw slapped down on the prideful berserker dragon, and then a mouthful of feast engulfed it. 187. 851. 2 consecutive huge blood-red damage numbers floated up from the top of prideful berserk dragon's head. Directly and instantly killing it, the distant priest didn't even have a chance to add blood. As soon as the pride frenzy dragon died, the remaining pride players were suddenly leaderless and in disarray. Completely lacking the courage to continue fighting with Yichu, they all began to turn around and flee for their lives. Yichu led the void monster insects all the way to chase them down and cut down another 5 or 6 people before calling it quits. Picking up the equipment and potions popped out by a group of people one by one, he threw them into his package and then continued to move to catch up. This PK was nothing more than an insignificant hiccup in the rush for him. However, to those few passerby players who happened to pass by and witnessed the battle, it was called shocking beyond measure. With the power of one man, killing more than 20 high-level players to the point of losing their armor and scurrying away, is this Wei Wu Legacy still a human being? That's awesome. Not only are the pet attributes blowing up, but his own gameplay maneuvers are also flowing in crisp. No wonder he was able to get 2 boss first kills in a row. The strength is absolutely nothing to write home about. Who videotaped it? Hurry up and post it on top of the forum, this video will definitely catch fire. It could be imagined what kind of shockwaves would be triggered by this PK video of Yi Chu and Aosher once it was transmitted to the forum. However, Yi Chu didn't care about that. Continuing to take the void monster worm, he made his way east, rapidly advancing. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the foot of Inshur Mountain, the mission site. Solving quite a few monsters along the way, the experience gained caused Yi Chu to rise to level 8. Replacing the 3 pieces of bronze equipment that had previously exploded from the bronze level boss Goblin Shaman, his attributes jumped once again. Lifting his gaze toward the front, he saw a large mountain forest in front of him and a gloomy wind. Countless trees withered away, leaving only twisted black branches like a large, dry, and twisted hand, reaching out from the ground and grasping at the sky. A single undead skeleton with rotting flesh and blood, leaving only grimy white bones, wandered aimlessly and roamed the decaying black earth. Chapter 12 Transfer Successful, SS Grade Skill Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. After arriving here, the mysterious token given by Sun Widow in Yi Chu's package began to tremble slightly, guiding Yi Chu in the direction of where the boundary was. Just enter the boundary, take out the skeleton general guarding the Shin Iron treasure box, and bring the box back to the novice village to give it to Sun Widow. Yi Chu would be able to complete the mission and obtain that super treasure that was famous in his previous life and had caused countless top powerhouses to blush. However, Yi Chu didn't rush to enter the boundary right away. Because besides accomplishing his mission, he had another important purpose for this visit. It's that skeleton king in the packed boundary that becomes his second pet. Generally speaking, there are only 2 things that Imperial Beastmasters are most concerned about when they contract a pet. One is the pet's bloodline level, and the other is the pet's cultivation potential. However, Yi Chu possessed the occupational talent of infinite evolution, and as long as he had enough evolution points, he could infinitely raise his pet's bloodline. Thus there was no need to place too much importance on the pet's initial bloodline level. What Yi Chu was more concerned about was the pet's cultivation potential, including the growth star rating and skill configuration. As far as Yi Chu knew, this hidden boss skeleton general that was sleeping in the Inshur Mountain boundary. It was the only silver level boss in the novice village. It was also the only level 10 silver boss in the entire Miracles of God game. It had the highest bloodline level among all the boss off the same level. Moreover, the skill configuration is also very powerful, and is considered to be a supermodel existence among silver level bosses. Only by receiving this hidden quest would it be possible to enter the junction to challenge it. With such a special boss, there was no doubt about its growth potential, which was why Yi Chu had the idea of contracting it. However, if you want to contract a second pet, you must first level up to 10 and complete the career advancement. And these level 10 monster skeleton warriors on Inshur Mountain were the best targets for practicing. Yi Chu took a flying leap and jumped on top of the head of the void monster insect. While ordering the void freak to move forward, he took out a bag of arrows from his backpack and carried it behind his back. Then he drew one from it, set it on the kobold longbow in his hand, and drew it. Swish shot out, shooting at a skeleton. Shooting one of its rotting ribs straight off, it lodged in the skinny, bony chest cavity. The skeleton warrior instantly hissed, and the faint undead fire burned and pulsed in his eye sockets as he turned around and charged towards Yi Chu. Then he was heavily kicked by the void monster worm, stomping on his feet and shattering his skeleton all over the place. At the same time, Yi Chu, who was standing on top of the head of the void monster insect, continuously guided his bow and arrow, attracting a skeleton warrior that was wandering around the area and letting the void monster worms with thick blood and high defense take the damage. He himself stood on top of the head of the monstrous insect and kept shooting arrows to maximize his attack output. In this manner, Yi Chu brought the void monster insect and swept his way through this monster-intensive leveling ground. Like an emotionless killing machine, the arrows in his hands shot non-stop, drawing a skeleton warrior in to kill it. The experience bar below the level began to surge and soar at an astonishingly incomparable speed. A little over an hour later, in the novice village number 438, the 5-member squad from the Questioning Sword Club was combining their efforts to besiege a level 9 bronze boss, the Pale Wolf King. After a fierce fight, the boss's blood level was down to the last 30%. Priest Suemin, who was standing in the distance, waved her staff and milked the blood of Wang Tong, who was on top of the front, fighting fiercely with the boss, and said loudly, "When only the last 5% of the boss's blood is left, all of you will stop and let Wang Teng kill the boss. He already has 35% of his experience at level 9, and after eating this boss's experience, he'll definitely be able to rise to level 10. The first kill achievement of the first 2 bosses was snatched away by that guy called Weiwu Legacy. This first turn 1 achievement reward must be none other than our Questioning Sword Club." However, her words had just fallen. In the sky, a loud and clear incomparable service-wide announcement suddenly echoed. Announcement for the whole service: congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy for leveling up to level 10 and successfully transferring. As the first player in the whole service to make a first turn, he receives the following rewards: Prestige plus 100, Luck plus 3, Gold plus 100, and the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier SS grade. Announcement for the whole service: the whole service level ranking list is officially opened. You can go through the list and see the top 100,000 players level ranking in the whole service. Someone's turned one? It's Wei Wu Legacy again. 3 times in a row on the whole service announcement in one night. Is this the legendary 3 times in one night? The profession skill book rewarded by the system is called Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. In that case, this Wei Wu Legacy is actually an Imperial Beastmaster? I'll admit it, if he's a mage, what makes him an Imperial Beastmaster upgrade so fast? I can't understand. There are PK videos of Big Brother and the Pride family right here on the forums, so you'll be able to understand after you go watch them. That video I watched just finished, and it straight up gave me dry silence. Damn, we're all equally players. It's only been a few hours since the opening of the service. How come the gap is so big? The 2 system announcements that came one after the other were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, instantly causing countless players to shake and discuss. The few people from the questioning sword club even changed their faces in unison. Bastard! Where the hell did this Wei Wu Legacy come from? Shui Min's face was unsightly and he shouted in anger. Why don't I know? When did the national service come out with this kind of game master? Wang Tang was even more pale, his expression hard to see. Originally, he thought that after squeezing Yi Chu out of the club, with his own game operation, plus the resource support of the questioning sword club, it's sure to be a great way to kill and rise quickly in this brand new game world. Replacing Yi Chu with the fastest speed and becoming the most dazzling Heavenly King superstar in the national service. However, it never occurred to me that the limelight would be stolen by a guy who came out of nowhere. 3 of the most important early game achievement rewards, and not even one of them is up for grabs. Wei Wu Legacy. From now on in this game, there's me and not you. A cold aura surged in Wang Tang's eyes, erupting with deep hostility. At the same time, Yi Chu, who was far away from the 4,399th novice village, had a few lines of handwriting emerge quickly above the game panel in front of him. Congratulations on reaching level 10, your career level advancement has been successful and you have been promoted to Junior Divine Royal Master. Your attribute growth is enhanced, you can gain free attribute points per level, 510. Number of pets that can be contracted, 1-2. Awaken professional skills, Healing Light, Wild Awakening. The fusion of the Heavenly Tao's true blood is in progress. Current fusion progress is 2%. Fusion of Heavenly Tao true blood in progress. Current fusion progress 3%. Chapter 13, the only hidden silver boss in the novice village. Heavenly Tao true blood fusion in progress. Current fusion progress 10%. Your Cthulhu bloodline gains advancement. Bloodline effect, attribute growth doubled, gaining free attribute points 10-20 per level. Looking at the prompt information that surfaced on the game panel, Yi Chu's gaze suddenly lit up, revealing a color of excitement that he could not hide. Sure enough, after the career advancement, the fusion of the Heaven's Path True Blood was even higher, and a new ability was awakened. Moreover, the ability that was awakened this time was also powerful to the extreme, surprisingly doubling one's attribute growth. You know, according to the rules of the Game of Miracles, every time a player advances in his profession, the growth of his attributes will be doubled. For example, before the first turn, you could gain 5 free attribute points per level. After the first turn, the number of free attribute points gained per upgrade will increase to 10. This has been true for every transfer since. The effect of the bloodline that was awakened this time, however, was to allow Yi Chu's attribute growth to double again on top of that. Turn 1 is able to have the attribute growth of a turn 2 player. Although an extra 10 points of attributes per level might not seem like much, it couldn't be helped by the fact that it kept adding up from level to level. And, the later in the game you get, the more horrible that bonus becomes. Imagine in the future, after the 7th and 8th revolutions. Every time Yi Chu rose a level, he gained a few hundred more attribute values than other ordinary players. One level at a time, the higher the level of both sides, the greater the difference in attributes instead. At that time, the strong points of this bloodline effect would truly be revealed. On top of that, this career promotion had also allowed Yi Chu to awaken 2 brand new career skills. Healing Light. Skill Level A. Skill Effect, shine a healing light on your pet, causing it to return 2% of its maximum life value every second for the next 10 seconds. Skill consumption, 100 magic. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Wild Awakening. Skill level, A. Skill effect, awakens the power of wildness in the pet's body. For the next 60 seconds, the pet's attack power increases by 20%, attack speed increases by 20%, movement speed increases by 20%, and skill cooldown time is shortened by 20%. Skill consumption, 200 magic. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. According to Yichu's experience in his previous life, the vocational skills that ordinary vocational players awakened when they turned 1 were the most common D-rank skills. And the 2 skills that Yichu had awakened were both the rank skills. It can be seen that the only hidden profession in the entire service of the Divine Royal Master of the Gold content is really how full. One of them, Healing Light, is a pure healing skill. And it's a very rare max life percentage healing skill. It was just a perfect match for the Yetheist skill of the Void Monster Worm that could infinitely stack the blood cap. The Void Monster Bug that was already thick in blood and high in defense was coupled with such a powerful healing effect. You can really call it an impenetrable super meat tank. The second skill, Wild Awakening, is a very powerful buff type skill. It can make the pet's attributes strengthen and battle power increase in the next minute time. It's also practical in real life. On top of that, just now, Yichu's transfer was successful, and the system also rewarded him with that SS grade skill book. Yichu immediately opened his backpack and rummaged through it, and after reading the introduction of the skill, his eyes immediately lit up. Beasts and Soldiers. Skill level, SS. Skill effect, transforms a contracted pet beast into a special equipment, gaining 80% of the pet beast's full attributes and all skills. After the equipment's toughness disappears, the pet beast retains 10% of its blood value to recover its true body. Skill consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. Sure enough, it's an amalgamation type skill. Looking at the skill book in his hand, Yichu was instantly excited and overjoyed. It was important to know that the reason why Yichu had chosen the profession of Imperial Beastmaster in the first place. In addition to the fact that this profession is able to control multiple favored beasts in battle and has a super high growth ceiling. There was another important reason, because of this profession, which possessed special merging type skills. Be able to merge with a favored beast to gain the attributes and skill bonuses of the favored beast. It is possible to merge with different favored beasts with the help of this skill and transform into any profession. Originally, Yichu thought that it might take some effort to get this skill, but he didn't expect to get it so quickly. Moreover, it was still a super high-grade SS rank skill. It is important to realize that the same merge-type skills have highs and lows, good and bad. As far as Yichu knew, the Imperial Beastmaster's combined class skill books were very rare, and the skill levels were generally very high, with the lowest being a rank quality. However, the bonus effect is generally very low, and it is quite good to be able to get a 30% attribute bonus from a favored beast. However, the attribute bonus of this Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skill was as high as 80%, which could be considered quite powerful. It's worthy of being an SS rank skill. The only bit of beauty was that it needed to occupy an equipment compartment to equip the divine weapons that the favored beasts transformed into. However, compared to the 80% full attributes of a favored beast, the attribute bonus of a piece of equipment was nothing at all. This insignificant little flaw is perfectly acceptable. Yichu's heart burst with joy and immediately learned the skill. Then he tapped on the skill interface and checked up on the skill details. It was discovered that his only favored beast, the Void Monster Bug, could be transformed into a piece of armor equipment called Void Plate Armor through this skill. Rather, it fits well with the meat tank positioning of the Void Monster Worm. Now that the career advancement was successful, the rewards were all counted. The next step was to enter the Hidden Boundary, contract that only silver-ranked boss in the Novice Village, and complete Sun Widow's quest. In Yichu's eyes, a flash of anticipation flashed. With a flash of light in his palm, he took out the silver-colored token that the Sun Widow had handed him. Then, following the token's guidance, he walked towards the depths of Inshur Mountain. After a few minutes, it came to a bare, steep cliff. The token in his hand suddenly flew up and transformed into a silver light that shot into the cliff in front of him. On the surface of the cliff, a slowly rotating spatial portal immediately emerged. Without hesitation, Yichu stepped into it, and there was a flash of light before his eyes. In the next second, it appeared in a gloomy and dark valley. In the middle of the valley, a circular altar several feet in diameter was piled up. On top of the altar, an incredibly heavy and rusty bronze coffin lay horizontally. The moment Yichu stepped into the valley, the bronze coffin immediately shook, issued a bang sound muffled, the lid directly flew up. A skeleton war general, whose flesh and blood had long since decayed, leaving only the white bones of the bones, stood up from the coffin. Clad in tattered bronze armor and carrying a bronze lance, he hissed angrily at Ji-Chu. Skeleton General, Silver Level Boss. Blood, 10,000. Attack, 101-115. Defense, 95. Skills, Combo Strike, Blast Strike, Undead Power, Undead Summoning. Introduction. Thousands of years ago, a generation of famous generals who fought in the north and south and made great achievements for the empire, after falling, were transformed into immortal undead. Their former glory and oaths have long since been corrupted, and all that remains is endless hatred and killing. Status, Capturable. Contract Success Rate, 3%. Chapter 14 Silver Grade Favored Beast, Skeleton General. After seeing the attributes of the Skeleton General, Yi-Chu's gaze immediately condensed, revealing a flash of gravity. I didn't expect this guy's attack power to break 100. And the blood count was a full 10,000 points. It was even fiercer than the void monster worm that Chu-Chu had stacked for hours of feast, and had his hidden profession passive bonus. It's more like having a full 4 skills. A level 10 boss with such amazingly exaggerated attributes could only be described as terrifying. It was worthy of being the only level 10 silver ranked hidden boss in the entire service. However, Yi-Chu did not feel afraid because of that. Instead, his heart was on fire, and in his eyes, an undisguised blazing color was revealed. The stronger the attributes and the fiercer the battle power of this boss, the more potential it possessed. After the contract is made, it will be properly cultivated and will certainly grow into a major battle force. It's that the contract success rate is so low, just 3%. But that's okay, just play indeed as you go. According to the rules of the Game of Miracles, the success rate of the Imperial Beast contract is closely related to the level, grade and status of the target favored beast. Especially for booze level favored beasts, the lower the blood level and the more disabled the status, the higher the probability of a successful contract. The essence in Yi-Chu's eyes flashed, and with a raise of his left hand, the Berserk Force and Wild Awakening skills were released in succession. Around the body of the void monster bug, a hazy blood-colored halo immediately enveloped it, and its attributes gained a significant boost. You're fortified, get up there and do it. Yi-Chu shouted, and the void monster insect looked up to the sky. Letting out a deafening berserk hiss, he took up a heavy stride and charged right towards the Skeleton General. After approaching, the feast skill was directly launched. Opening his hideous and incomparably bloody mouth, he took a vicious bite and bit down on top of the Skeleton General's thin and bony body. 279. The strongest strike that stacked the two buffs of Berserk Strength and Wild Awakening only dealt less than 300 points of damage. The damage value, if you simply pummel, is probably only in the double digits. It was evident how hard the Skeleton General's defense, which was up to 95 points, really was. At the same time, the Skeleton General was not willing to show weakness. Hissing with incomparable anger, he blatantly launched the combo attack skill. The rusty bronze lance, as fast as lightning, viciously stabbed 3 times at the void monster insect. 107. 104. 102. 3 large blood-red damage numbers jumped up continuously above the head of the void monster bug. Sure enough, the Skeleton General's whopping 115 points of attack power wasn't something to sneeze at. A single skill knocked out 300 points of air blood from the thick-skinned void monster worm. There was ultimately a difference of 2 levels between a black iron-ranked void monster bug and a silver-ranked Skeleton General. Even with the God Sentinel professions up to 50% attribute bonus, there was still a gap in strength. If you were to fight alone at the same level, you would not be a match for the Skeleton General at all. It was good that there was still Yi-Chu behind the void monster insect. As the void monster insect roared repeatedly, constantly moving its massive body, it fought fiercely with the Skeleton General. Yi-Chu stood far back and threw a divine royal pact over. The moment the skill is activated. Above the Skeleton General's brow, a bright golden light immediately shone. The golden lines spread rapidly and gradually coalesced into a complex and incomparable golden rune. However, at the very last moment when this rune was about to be completed, it finally crumbled away. Sure enough, it failed. 3% success rate is still too low. It's not that easy to get a shot in. Yi-Chu sighed helplessly and raised the goblin longbow in his hand. Drawing an arrow from the arrow pouch behind him, he drew his longbow full and shot. Although with his attack power, the arrows he shot out were almost as difficult to cause much damage as scratching an itch against the Skeleton General, who had 95 points of defense. But it does speed up the raid slightly. As soon as the 10-second cooldown time arrived, Yi Chu immediately launched the Divine Imperial contract once again. The result was unsurprisingly another failure. However, Yi Chu wasn't in a hurry and raised his hand to pour down a bottle of blue potion and put a healing light on the void monster bug to return its blood. Then proceeded to draw his bow and attack. As soon as the cooldown time of the Divine Royal Pact was up, he immediately raised his hand again to release it. So much for a few minutes. Under the continued onslaught of the void monster worms, the skeleton general's blood level finally dropped below 50%. The success rate of the contract displayed on the panel had also increased from the initial 3% to 9%. Yi Chu released the Divine Royal Pact once again, and this time, it finally did not fail. A mysterious and incomparable golden texture twisted and spread across the skeleton general's brow. It eventually coalesced into a complete golden rune. Above the skeleton general's head, the original blood red name suddenly turned a safe green color. With such a luxurious skill set, it was no better than a normal gold level boss. One could only say that Yi Chu's guess was not wrong. The only level 10 silver boss in the entire service was truly extraordinary. This is the right pet to collect. After successfully subduing the skeleton general, Yi Chu quickly found the Xian Iron treasure box, the quest item for this time, in its originally sleeping bronze ancient coffin. Looking at this metaphysical iron treasure box with exquisite workmanship and intricate patterns, in Yi Chu's eyes, a touch of undisguised excitement flowed out. The extremely valuable prop that had made countless people dream of it in the previous world would soon be their own. Chapter 15 Mythical Prop, Hong Luk Chi Tian Ring. When Yi Chu returned to the novice village, the time in the game had already reached evening. Yi Chu traveled lightly and arrived in front of Sun Widow's door, gently knocking on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, the voice of Sun Widow immediately came out. Who? It's me, may I come in? Come on in. Hearing that it was Yi Chu's voice, Widow Sun immediately opened the door to the room and pulled Yi Chu into the house. Closing the door of the room and inserting the bolt, he couldn't hide his excitement as he looked at Yi Chu. You brought back that treasure box? Sure. Yi Chu smiled faintly and directly opened the package, taking out the Xian Iron treasure box that he had found from the skeleton general's coffin. The moment Sun Widow saw the treasure box, her eyes lit up. Filled with excitement, he took the treasure box from Yi Chu's hands and looked at it seriously for half a day. After confirming that there were no problems, he raised his head and said to Yi Chu, "Come in with me." After saying that, he was the first to hold the treasure box and turn toward the inner room. Her lineage, which has been passed down in the village for 100 years, has been guarding the secret of the treasure box for generations, waiting for the arrival of the legendary Man of Destiny. Today it is finally time to finish the job and unload the burden that the family has borne for 100 years. It was also a big, meaningful event for her. Yi Chu followed Widow Sun into the inner room, only to see that at this time, the entire room had been carefully arranged. A 4-square wooden table was placed in the center of the house. The table was painted with dense, twisted and intricate illustrations, arranged as a small altar for some kind of ritual. The 4 boss heads that Yi Chu had brought earlier were placed at the 4 corners of the table, exuding a mysterious aura. Widow Sun placed the Xian Iron treasure chest that Yi Chu had brought back on top of the table. Then he slowly closed his eyes and chanted in a quick whisper. As the chanting went on, a twisted runic imprint on the tabletop gradually glowed with a faint red light. The Xian Iron treasure box that was placed in the center of the table couldn't help but tremble slightly. On the surface of the treasure box, a lifelike relief engraving, as if it had come to life, bloomed with a faint blood-colored light. A moment later, the lid of the treasure box cracked open from it, slowly towards the sides. A round ring with a glittering light flew out of the treasure box. Quietly suspended in the void, it bloomed with a bright and dazzling light. Yi Chu's gaze immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but breathe slightly sharply. Couldn't wait to walk up and grab that ring in his hand. The next moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Mysterious Treasure, and obtained the quest reward special prop, Hong Luk Chi Tian Ring. Yi Chu spread out his palm and gazed towards the ring in his palm. One could only see this ring, crafted from some unknown mysterious metal, with a 9-colored body. On the surface of the ring, 9 mysterious runes of indeterminate significance were inscribed. The incomparably gorgeous 9-colored light flickered rhythmically on the surface of the ring. It was colorful and magnificent, emitting a gust of divine aura. Hong Kong Luck Rings. Prop Grade, Mythic. Special Effect 1, provides 100,000 storage spaces, items stored in them will not fall after death. except for items that have the attribute of certain explosion upon death. Feature 2. When about to receive a fatal attack, there is a 90% chance of dodging the attack. Special Effect 3. The wearer of this ring will be loved by heaven and earth, and will be blessed with good fortune, and the probability of all kinds of lucky events will be greatly increased. Introduction. A magical ring of mysterious origin. Legend has it that it is an innate treasure born out of luck by adhering to the heavenly and earthly avenues of Qi, and the wearer of this ring will become the legendary son of Qi, and will always be accompanied by luck like the wind. Level requirement, none. Special. This equipment is a special prop, does not take up the equipment grid, and will not fall off when you die. The legendary extreme divine artifact, the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring, has finally arrived. Looking at the attribute illustration of the ring in his palm, Yi Chu was instantly in an excited mood, so excited that he couldn't help but want to laugh to the heavens. It should be known that this ring had enjoyed a high reputation in its previous life in the entire national service, and even in the world. It is regarded as one of the few most valuable mythical props. Each of the 3 equipment effects it has is very powerful. The first equipment effect provides 100,000 compartments of storage space. And the items stored in it will not be exploded even if you die and drop a level. The equivalent of an on-the-go, and perfectly safe, storehouse of supplies. The second equipment effect has a 90% chance of dodging every upcoming lethal attack. The significance and power of this one attribute needs no introduction. Will greatly improve your survivability. Of course, the most important thing about this ring was the third equipment characteristic it possessed. It can make the wearer lucky, loved by heaven and earth, and the probability of triggering all kinds of lucky events is directly full. In the game Miracles, there is a special lucky value mechanic. The probability of triggering the highest attack power in battle, the chance of dodging, the rate of killing monsters, and so on, are all closely related to the player's lucky value attribute. The higher the luck value, the higher the probability of the lucky event being triggered. And what this third equipment effect did was to pull a player's luck value right up to full. Open the box must be out of gold, kill people must explode clothes, boss must explode the best equipment. Even casually killing a small monster could burst out extremely high quality equipment. In his previous life, the player who had obtained this equipment. It is by virtue of the unparalleled attribute of good fortune that he has been able to turn bad luck into good fortune all the way to the top. Even if his gameplay is mediocre, he still squeezes his way into the global top 10. I don't know how many people are envious and drooling in secret. Yi Chu finally got what he wanted and smoothly got it into his hands. The joy in his heart could be imagined. Immediately I couldn't wait to put it on and felt refreshed. Now, Yi Chu had risen to level 10 to complete the transfer, and the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring had also gotten his hands on it. There was nothing more to stay in the novice village. It was also time to leave the novice village and teleport to the secondary main city. In the context of the Game of Miracles, the national service has a total of 2 empires and 7 kingdoms, which together form the Divine Dragon Alliance to fight against the invasion of the Heavenly Calamity Corps. After players reach level 10, they can go through the teleportation array in the novice, teleport to the royal city of any of the 7 kingdoms as a stronghold for your next development. The 7 king cities were East Sea City, Xiling City, South Vietnam City, Jinbei City, Wind and Snow City, White Emperor City, and Drunken Wind City. Each of the 7 king cities has its own characteristics, and all of them have rich game resources. But the greatest threat to humanity, the Legion of the Apocalypse, comes from the north. As such, Jinbei City, located in the northernmost part of the national map, was the front line of the Divine Dragon Alliance's fight against the Heavenly Calamity Legion, and had the most mainline quests. The secondary main city that Yi Chu had chosen in his previous life was Jinbei City, and he was also very familiar with the situation in the city. So there was no hesitation this time, and he still chose Jinbei City. With a flash of teleportation light, Yi Chu's figure disappeared into the novice village. The next second, appeared in the middle of a brand new city. Chapter 16 Bloodline Evolution, Void Giant Insect. Valiant adventurer, welcome to Jinbei City. With a crisp and pleasant system ringtone, Yi Chu's figure appeared in the East Gate Square of Jinbei City. Everything in front of me was strange and familiar. The huge plaza was paved with blocks of incredibly flat and hard lapis lazuli. In the center of the square, there towered a statue of a war general riding a steed, raising his sword and pointing to the sky. Around the square, a tall building with a rough-shaped towers, and the overall style is rigid and robust. Even the game's background sound effects have turned into a low and solemn, full of iron blood-killing meaning of the impassioned melody. This is Jinbei City. A glorious city that has endured countless bloodshed and killings over a long period of time, bearing countless heroic glories in epic legends. Yi Chu called up the attribute panel. It was found that after these few hours of constantly killing monsters, the number of evolution points on the panel had accumulated to 91 points. 9 points short of upgrading the Void Monster bloodline. So he immediately moved off, first going to the grocery store in the city to buy a few scrolls to return to the city, and then walked quickly towards the outside of the city. Immediately after walking over the drawbridge in front of the city gates, he waved his big hand and summoned both the Skeleton General and the Void Monster Worm, the two big battle pets. Let them make a path ahead of them, and head quickly towards the practicing grounds outside the city. Outside the eastern gate of Jinbei City was a vast forest called the Cold Wind Forest. Inside, there was a large and small leveling place scattered in a starry pattern, with monster levels ranging from level 10 to level 50. It is the best choice for players who have just teleported from the novice village to the secondary main city to practice. Yi Chu had just walked into the forest not long ago when a shocking whine suddenly came out from behind a clump of trees in front of him. A gigantic spotted tiger jumped out with great vigor. Level 12 Normal Monster Jungle Tiger. Level 12 monsters could be a bit tricky to encounter for other ordinary players who had just teleported to the secondary main city. However, in front of the powerful Skeleton General and Void Monster Worm, it was simply not enough. Only the Skeleton General hissed and rushed forward, violently raising the lance in his hand. Swift as wind and thunder, he fired several shots in a row, stabbing out several transparent holes in the jungle tiger. And then, the Void Monster insect stepped forward and opened its hideous and incomparable bloody mouth, biting down viciously, directly devouring it in one bite. Game note: your pet Void Monster Worm unleashed the skill, Feast, and successfully killed the level 12 normal monster jungle tiger, gaining plus 102 experience points, plus 10 max life value, and plus 1 evolution point. Out of evolution points now? Seeing the game prompt message, Yi Chu's gaze lit up. It was important to know that evolution points were an important virtue for him to upgrade his pet skills and raise the level of his bloodline. But the pop rate is pathetically low. In the past few hours since the opening of the service, he had killed thousands of monsters in the novice village, including several bosses. But only a total of just 92 evolution points popped out. On average, the probability of an ordinary monster popping out evolution points was not even 1 in 10. Unexpectedly, after coming to the sub-main city, the first monster that was killed gave an open door, bursting out 1 evolution point. Definitely a good sign. It's probably also due to the Hong Luck Chi Tian rings added chi, right? Yi Chu's heart moved slightly and glanced towards the 9-colored ring he wore on his right index finger. Immediately continued deeper into the Cold Wind Forest to find more monsters to hunt. Sure enough, almost every monster kill that followed exploded with 1 evolution point. Especially when the third monster fell. It even snapped right out and burst out a shiny blue wrist guard. Yi Chu went forward and picked it up to take a look. This wrist guard was actually a level 10 bronze equipment. You know, the probability of ordinary monsters bursting with equipment is already low. Not to mention, it's still a bronze equipment that can be considered an extreme quality at the current stage. The burst rate is probably not even 1 in a million. However, Yi Chu had only killed 3 monsters and had directly exploded 1. This luck was simply no one's. Is this the power of the Hong Luck Chi Tian ring? No wonder it comes with 100,000 parcel spaces. It's afraid I won't be able to fit my loot. Looking at the glittering bronze wrist guard in his hand, Yi Chu was so overjoyed that he couldn't help but want to laugh to the sky. Haha, what do you mean the chosen one? Unlimited evolution plus honestly unbeatable. Just ask who else. Under the super chi boost from the Hong Luck Chi Tian ring, Yi Chu's efficiency in obtaining evolution points was drastically accelerated. Soon enough, there were enough swipes for 100 evolution points. Unable to wait, he tapped on the attribute panel of the Void Monster bug and upgraded his bloodline. In the next second, the 100 evolution points on Yi Chu's panel were instantly deducted. At the same time, around the body of the Void Monster insect, a layer of dense and incomparable deep purple light suddenly enveloped it. A twisted texture emerged on the surface of the deep purple skin. The moory white bone spines, which were only partially exposed, once again grew outward by a section, becoming even more hideous and twisted. It made its already terrifying appearance even more hideous and appalling, exuding a terrifying and intimidating aura. Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 100 points of evolution value to upgrade the bloodline of the Void Monster bug, and the Black Iron grade favorite beast, Void Monster bug, has successfully evolved into the Bronze grade, Void Giant bug, awakening the D grade skill, Bone Blade Piercing. Void Worms. Bloodline level, Bronze. Physical star rating, 6. Power star rating, 6. Agility star rating, 4. Spiritual star rating, 4. Skills, Hardstone Skinny, Feast D, Bone Blade Piercing D. Description: a horrible giant worm born in the depths of the void, huge and strong, always in a state of eternal hunger, will use its hideous mouth to greedily devour all the creatures it encounters. Bone Blade Piercing, fires 10 sharp bone spikes, flying forward for a distance of 5 meters, each spine dealing 70% of attack damage to the first enemy it hits. Skill Consumption, 100 Magic Cooling Time, 40 seconds. The evolved Void Giant Worm's growth star rating was raised to 20 points from the original 15 points. This was the highest star level that a bronze-class pet beast could normally achieve, highlighting its exceptional growth potential. On top of that, a brand new D-rank skill, Bone Blade Piercing, was awakened. Being able to send out 10 bone spikes that attacked enemies within 5 meters in front of it made the output of this terrifying beast increase even further. Yichu was very satisfied with the Void Monster Insect's evolved attributes. Immediately taking the 2 pets with him, he continued his journey deeper into the forest. Eventually, according to the memories of his previous life, he came to a valley called Coyote Valley. In the valley, there lived large packs of level 15 monsters, the bladed tooth coyotes. For the current Yichu, it was a good place to brush up on monsters and practice leveling. And deep in the valley, there was also a level 16 silver level boss blade tooth wolf king. It was just the right time to take it out in the process, and take the first kill of the silver level boss as well. With Yichu's order, the 2 favored beasts, the Void Giant Insect and the Skeleton General, let out angry hisses in unison. Toward one of the wandering coyotes in the valley he charged. The Void Monster Worm rushes ahead of the others, charging close to a bladed tooth coyote. With a fierce roar, 10 hideous bone spikes shot out from inside the huge mouth. At the same time, the Skeleton General even violently raised his left hand, unleashing the Summoning of the Dead skill. In the next second, 4 bulges suddenly bulged above the ground around his body. 4 skeleton archers, covered in ragged and decayed bones, struggled and crawled out of the ground. Carrying his tattered white bone longbow, he followed behind the Skeleton General and charged towards a bladed toothed coyote in front of him. Chapter 17 Epic Props, Sacred Oath. The strength of monsters in the game has a lot to do with level. Normally, the attribute strength of level 15 monsters was too much higher than level 10 monsters. Even if both the Void Giant Worm and the Skeleton General belonged to the boss class favored beasts, it would be difficult to cross the entire 5-level gap and fight against the level 15 bladed tooth coyote, and it would be difficult to gain any advantage. However, these 2 pets, which were passively empowered by Yichu's Divine Sentinel profession, gained an attribute bonus of up to 50%. The actual battle power, far exceeding his own rank, naturally made it much easier to deal with the bladed tooth coyote. Especially Skeleton General, a handful of undead summoning skills. Directly from the ground, 4 skeleton archers were summoned. Standing in the distance, constantly shooting out dowsing arrows to aid in the output, the efficiency of killing monsters simply flew. The long spear in his hand danced like the wind, as if chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, quickly finishing off a ferocious blade tooth coyote. One step at a time, advancing slowly deeper into the valley. Yichu followed behind the 2 favored beasts, also carrying the level 8 bronze equipment goblin longbow in his hands. Keep drawing your bow and arrows to help with the output. From time to time, he raised his hand to release skills, helping the 2 pets to restore their chi and blood, and adding a bit of combat status. However, more time was spent following the 2 favored beasts and picking up the gold coins and equipment popped out by the monsters. It had to be said that the chi bonus of the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring was simply too terrifying. Normally, a level 15 normal monster that could only pop out a few dozen copper coins a pop would be considered generous. However, under the influence of the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring, the monster's hidden burst rate was greatly increased. For each monster, at least 2 silver coins to start, plus a large number of scattered copper. Every now and then, a piece of glittering high-level equipment was even popped out. It made Yichu so busy that he could barely pick up some of the pieces. For the first time, I realized that picking up gold coins and equipment was also such a tiring thing. At the same time, in Yichu's heart, there was even more gusts of anticipation. Under the blessing of Chi Tian Hon Luk, the burst rate of the small monsters alone was already so amazing. I wonder what the boss burst rate, again, will be boosted to? The first silver-ranked boss to be killed in the entire service, surely it can produce a lot of good stuff, right? In Yichu's eyes, a flash of anticipation flashed. Continuing with his 2 favored beasts, he killed his way deeper into the valley. And as one bladed tooth coyote fell to the ground, the evolution points on Yichu's panel continued to soar. Yichu began to utilize his talent skills to raise the skill levels of his two pets. You have consumed 5 evolution points, and the Void Giant Worm Z rank skill, Hard Stone Skin, has been successfully upgraded to a D rank skill, Thick Skin. Thick Skin, fixed increase of 4/6 level points, double resistance attribute. You have consumed 25 evolution points, and the Void Monster Worm's D rank skill, Feast, has been successfully upgraded to a C rank skill. Feast, tear the target with a hideous giant mouth, inflicting 150% 160% of attack power damage to the enemy and converting 40% 50% of the damage into its own chi and blood. If the skill kills the target, it permanently increases the maximum life value by 10-20 points, and increases in size. Skill consumption, non-cooling duration, 36-32 seconds. So much for brushing for over an hour. Yichu didn't know exactly how many blade-tooth wild wolves he had killed. All in all, a few skills of the two pets were upgraded, all of them to C rank, and more than 100 evolution points were saved. The levels of both pets, too, had successfully risen to level 11. Yichu finally arrived at the deepest part of the valley. At the bottom of a steep cliff, the terrifying giant wolf with a body size of more than 6 meters long, with oily fur all over its body, and 2 incomparably sharp and pointed saber teeth that grew out of its mouth, as intimidating as a blade, was seen. Level 16 Silver Boss Blade Tooth Wolf King. Yichu glanced at the Blade Tooth Wolf King's specific attributes through the game panel. In his mind, he silently compared the Wolf King's attributes with his own two pets. After a quick estimate, his expression stared down and he came to a conclusion. Even with 2 pets of their own, both of them possessed a 50% attribute bonus. However, it was still a bit too much of a stretch to try and take out this powerful silver-ranked boss across the entire 5-level gap. Fortunately, Yichu still had one more card. Looking at the bladed tooth Wolf King that had been startled and was letting out a heaven-shaking roar, killing and charging, while ordering the Void Giant Insect to come forward to meet the attack. While looking at the skeleton general, there was a flash of essence in his eyes, and he decisively unleashed the skill Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. In the next second, under the effect of the powerful skill, around the skeleton general's body, a cloud of intense and incomparable blood-colored light immediately erupted. Its majestic tall body began to rapidly twist and distort under this red light. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a white, jagged, and cold skeleton bone gun. The gun was surrounded by the color of blood, emitting an endless aura of murder. Yichu violently stretched out his right hand and clutched the gun into his hand. He immediately felt his body shaking, and an incomparably strong and rigid force quickly surged into his body from within the gun. Yichu's panel attribute value, on the spot, jumped by a cut, gaining 80% of the skeleton general's full attribute bonus, plus the attribute values that Yichu himself possessed. Even though there was still some gap compared to the level 16 silver level boss Blade Tooth Wolf King, it wasn't much worse. Feeling the powerful strength running and surging within his body, Yichu was instantly excited. In his previous life as a warrior profession, that exciting feeling of circling and fighting with the enemy in the shadow of the sword, the blade stained with blood, and the hearty feeling was back. With a flash of essence in his eyes, he violently raised the long spear in his hand. Decisively launching the combo skill, 3 consecutive shots, swift as wind and thunder, stabbed out, ruthlessly stabbing at the Wolf King's body. The Blade Tooth Wolf King was instantly furious. Abandoning the Void Giant Insect that was in the midst of a fierce battle, he roared angrily and swung his sharp claws violently. Sweeping out 3 scarlet and incomparable blood-colored claw marks, he fiercely grabbed towards Yichu. Yichu's eyes suddenly flashed as his feet heavily stomped the ground and his body violently moved out horizontally. With his sharp maneuvering, he dodged the skill attack in the nick of time. At the same time, he smoothly raised his arm and shot out his gun, stabbing another vicious shot at the Blade Tooth Wolf King's huge body. Although the most skillful weapon Yichu had used in his previous life was the sword, he had also deliberately practiced with all other melee weapons. More than 3 years of hard practice, more than 2 years of bloodshed. Making all kinds of melee operations had long since melted deeply into his bones, almost turning into physical instincts. A low-level beast-type boss like the Bladed Tooth Wolf King had a relatively single attack pattern. Back and forth is just pounce, claw, sweep, and dash so many moves, even the prelude to the release of the skill is very obvious. In a situation where the difference between each other's attributes was not too large, Yichu could completely manipulate it and take it easily. In this way, the long spear in Yichu's hand was like a raging wind and rain, ferociously and incomparably fierce under the continuous onslaught. The long blood bar on the top of the Blade Tooth Wolf King's head jutted down straight. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the blood bar was finally emptied, leaving only the last trace of air blood. The void giant insect, which was eyeing the tiger, violently unleashed its feast skill and directly took a vicious bite, swallowing it whole. There was only one shiny piece of equipment and props, as well as a large amount of gold, silver, and copper coins, clattering and crashing to the ground. At the same time, there was even a loud and clear incomparable system announcement that reverberated over the entire national service in an instant. Service-wide announcement: congratulations to player Weiwu Legacy, killing the silver-level boss Blade Tooth Wolf King, completing the first silver-level boss kill in the entire service, and obtaining the following rewards: Prestige plus 200, Gold Coins plus 100, Luck plus 3, and Sacred Oath Epic. Chapter 18: the number 1 golden weapon in the entire service, Wolf King's Sword. What? The first kill of a silver-ranked boss was also taken? It's Weiwu Legacy again. This big guy is too fierce, isn't he? This kind of outrageous raid progress is simply heartless, so far ahead that it doesn't even leave a single chance for other players. If I remember correctly, this is already the 4th time tonight that he triggered a service-wide announcement, right? Really think the game's announcement channel is his little young lady at home, wanna go on a few times, ah? As soon as the announcement that Yi Chu had successfully killed the Blade Tooth Wolf King and captured the first kill of the silver-level boss came out, the entire national service instantly boiled up again. Countless players had their hearts and minds shaken, and even felt skeptical. It was really because tonight, the shock Yi Chu had caused everyone was too great. From the first kill of the first Black Iron ranked boss, almost every hour or two, a service-wide announcement would be triggered. And the announcements are, one at a time, more amazing. Like a toy that vibrates on a timer. Every time, just when people are about to calm down, they come back with another hard hit. The players of the entire service this evening were all stimulated by Yi Chu's this and that, constantly stimulating, almost shocking people to the point of numbness. There were a lot of ups and downs, and they were all guessing, who was this player named Weiwu Legacy? What kind of heaven-defying hidden professions and professional talents have been acquired to rise so swiftly within just a few hours of the opening of the service? One person soloed the pre-game, all the most important achievement rewards. Even those famous masters who had the support of the strong resources of major game guilds and clubs were left far behind by him, and it was completely difficult to look at their backs. As for the piece of gold artifact equipment that the boss had popped out, it was a sharp sword that was flowing with color. Level 16 gold artifact, Wolf King Sword. Not only does it have a powerful attack power of up to 71 points, but it also comes with a 5% blood drawing attribute. Definitely a superb piece of equipment in its class. It immediately made Yi Chu, who was the number 1 sword-using expert in the national service, look at him with 2 eyes, somewhat in love with him. However, Yi Chu also knew very well that such a sharp and good sword, placed in the hands of an Imperial Beastmaster himself, was really a bit of a waste. And, really, if it was his turn to take the shot and fight in person. The undead bone lance that the skeleton general had transformed into had far stronger attributes. So, after some consideration, in the end, Yi Chu decided to sell it after returning to the city and exchange it for game gold before it was too late. Prepare for the extraction of game equipment and abilities when the game merges with reality a few days later. In the end, Yi Chu opened his parcel and took out that system-rewarded epic level prop, Sacred Oath. Only the shape of this prop was a glittering golden scroll, emitting a gust of divine aura. Sacred Vow. Prop level, epic. Introduction: an ancient scroll that records the sacred oath between the Imperial Beastmaster and his pet beast. After using it, it allows the Imperial Beastmaster to add an extra pet bit. It was important to realize that the most crucial factor in determining the strength of a Beastmaster was the quality and quantity of pets. Both are equally primary Imperial Beastmasters. Other people could only contract 2 favored beasts, however, after using this prop, Yi Chu was able to contract 3. The gap is self-evident. Not bad for a superb prop of epic quality. For the current Yi Chu, it had simply come at the right time. Yi Chu was in a flurry of excitement, and without hesitation, he directly used up this sacred contract. In the next second, the golden scroll in Yi Chu's hand disappeared. Turning into a ray of pure golden light, it was injected within Yi Chu's body, unlocking a brand new extra pet bit for him. But there's no rush on finding a new pet just yet. Yi Chu raised his gaze and looked at the time displayed in the upper left corner of the game interface. It's already past 8 o'clock in the morning. After a whole night of fighting, Yi Chu's stomach had long been hungry and rumbling. So it was decided to go offline for a quick breakfast and then continue the battle online. But before we go offline, there's one more thing to do. It's when you put up the equipment you just scored for sale in the auction house. Once players enter the secondary main city, they can sell the equipment, props, etc. that they have fought and hang them up for sale in the auction house in the city. All players will be able to see the relevant auction information, much more efficient than setting up your own stall in the square to sell your goods. The only downside is the high commission of 10% of the transaction amount that will be taken by the system. However, Yichu was now busy opening up the land and leveling up, and simply didn't have that much time to find a buyer for the equipment he had fought. The best option is to sell it directly to the auction house, even if the system will be a little bit of commission, I accept. Yichu pulled out the city return scroll and crushed it. After 5 seconds of guidance, the body slowly turned into white light and teleported back into Jinbei City. After returning to the city, without stopping, he directly breezed to the auction house. Rummage through all the equipment and props that you didn't use in your head. Too lazy to set the auction reserve price one by one, directly according to the suggested reserve price given by the system, all of them are selected and shelved with one click. The next second, a loud and clear incomparable system announcement, abruptly and incomparably in the national service in the sky, one after another echoed. Announcement for the whole service: all players please note that the number 1 ranked gold artifact weapon on the equipment ranking list, Wolf King Sword, has been shelved on the Jinbei City auction house, with a reserve price of 500 gold coins. All players are welcome to actively bid on it. Service-wide announcement: all players, please note that the Silverware Defense, Wolf King Shield, which is ranked number 2 on the equipment list, has been shelved on the Jinbei City auction house, with a reserve price of 100 gold coins, and all players are welcome to actively bid on it. Chapter 19, What's it to you if I cancel my contract? Service-wide announcement: all players please note that the bronze weapon, Shimmering Short Dagger, which is ranked 8th on the equipment list, has been shelved on the Jinbei City auction house, with a reserve price of 30 gold coins. All players are welcome to actively bid on it. Service-wide announcement: attention all players, the Rare Warrior Department D Grade Skill Book Flamechop has been shelved on the Jinbei City auction house, with a reserve price of 50 gold coins. All players are welcome to bid actively. The auction house of the game Miracles has a special mechanic. That is, if a player auctions an item that has been evaluated by the system and has sufficient value, it will trigger a service-wide announcement. Attract more players to bid in order to fetch a higher price. And this time, the equipment that Yichu sold, not only was the equipment level high enough, the quality of the grade was even more amazing. Pretty much rounds out the top dozen or so in the gear charts. After it hit the shelves, it immediately triggered a dozen system announcements. Like a loudspeaker that doesn't want money, it echoed and resounded throughout the skies of the national service for several minutes at a time. It instantly caused the entire national service to, instantly, boil over. Countless players were shaken to the core, stimulated beyond measure by the announcements that rang out one after another, and discussed with excitement. Is there a mistake? A dozen auction announcements in a row, is he hanging the entire equipment ranking on the auction house? No need to ask, it must be Big Brother Wei Wu Legacy again. Besides him, no one can hit so many high-level equipment. I don't have a single black iron weapon in my body right now, and people are already hitting gold? Moreover, it's still fighting a silver-level boss and popping out gold artifact equipment. This luck is too explosive. However, this was definitely a good thing for Yichu. Because the more noise you make, the more buyers you attract, and the higher the price you can ultimately sell it for. I have to say, this White John commercial just smells good. Yichu grinned, and after putting all the equipment on the shelves, he directly got offline in place in front of the auction house gates. After getting off the line, the first thing that happened was a fiery dash into the restroom to release the waste fluids that were already on the verge of alerting the pressure vessel of the body's urinary system. Then he washed his face and returned to the living room. I was researching what to eat when suddenly my cell phone rang. Picked up a look, found that it is a note named Favorite Dear Friend Sent Voice Calls. Seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar title, Yichu froze slightly for a moment before reacting. Isn't this his ex-girlfriend, Lulu Liang? Her net name is Fawn Baby, originally was only a third-line small anchor no one asked. It was only since she fell in love with Yichu that she had caught fire little by relying on Yichu's super high popularity in the gaming world, as well as Yichu's relentless help with publicity. However, ever since Yichu offended Shui Min and was sidelined into the questioning sword second team, his popularity gradually declined. This woman, then, gradually reveals her true colors. From the original Thousand Obedience and Understanding, she started to become loving and impatient with Yichu in all sorts of ways. It wasn't long before she officially proposed to break up with Yichu and found a rapper as her new boyfriend. Let Yichu deeply experience what is called human warmth and coldness, what is called a wolf's heart and lungs. After several years, I received another voice call from it. It immediately caused Yi Chu's brows to furrow and he felt a wave of nausea in his heart. But Yi Chu pondered for a moment and still chose to pick it up. As a result, the cell phone was just put to his ear before he could speak. Just then, he heard Liang Lulu's voice of rising to the occasion ring out. Yi Chu, you terminated your contract with the Questioning Sword Club? What the hell is going on here? Why didn't you even discuss something this big with me? It's all over the internet right now, all the news about you and voices claiming you. Do you have any idea how much this will affect my broadcast? Hearing Liang Lulu's questioning tone that was raising an accusation, Yi Chu immediately felt a chill and laughed coldly. As his girlfriend, after learning that he had broken off his contract and fallen out with the company, the first thing that comes to mind is not comforting herself, but running to rise to the occasion and worrying about what it might do to her. Sure enough, is always thinking of its own interests. How could I have been so blind in the first place, so deceived by her disguised appearance, not to see this disgusting face of hers? 2 years of pampering and caring, so much heartfelt dedication, might as well go feed a dog. Fortunately, after experiencing all the things in his previous life, Yi Chu had long since recognized what Liang Lulu was. A cold aura flashed in his eyes, and he directly said in a cold tone. How much it affects you live is none of my business. Is it any of your business what I do with the club? How dare you talk to me like that? Liang Lulu on the other side of the phone was astonished, her tone filled with incredulity. I'm a girl, how can you go so far? It's too much to scold you twice? Forget it, don't bother to say more. Break it up and leave me alone from now on. Yi Chu felt nauseous even if he spoke one more word with this woman. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone and simply deleted and blacked out. A set of maneuvers went through the motions and made the woman disappear into her address book. As for making her disappear from the world, that will have to wait a little longer. At the same time, in a live studio room, Liang Lulu's exasperated voice was heard. Breaking up is breaking up. A tired old lady who is out of contract with the club is not going to be served. Liang Lulu threw her cell phone onto the bed with force, her chest rising and falling violently, exasperated by Yi Chu. Her best friend, Ma Su-rui, heard the voice and turned her head with a face full of surprise and opened her mouth to ask. You really want to break up with Yi Chu? Although he is now out of contract with the Questioning Sword Club, his popularity in the national service is still high, and there is still heat that can be fired. Don't worry, I know him. This lickspittle, now that's just gaslighting in the heat of the moment. Liang Lulu lightly hummed and said proudly with a smug face. In less than 3 days, he'll be good enough to admit he's wrong and come back on his knees to me again. She had been in love with Yi Chu for more than 2 years, and naturally had quarreled in between. But every time it was Yi Chu who took the lead to bow his head, feeling that as a man, he should be more tolerant and generous and take the initiative to coax her. Over time, it allowed Liang Lulu to develop a kind of blind confidence, and increasingly not take Yi Chu seriously. But this time, even if he does get down on his knees and beg me, I won't necessarily forgive him. Liang Lulu sneered proudly and said with eyes full of yearning longing. The hottest game in the world right now is Miracles. The game just opened last night, and that big guy called Wei Wu Legacy actually won 4 achievement rewards in a row. If nothing else, there's a good chance that he'll become the next game king. When I hook up with Big Brother Wei Wu Legacy, the District Yi Chu, a waste that's already past his prime, stay wherever you want. Chapter 2100 Million Annual Salary, Heavy Recruitment of Wei Wu Legacy. What Lulu Liang didn't know was, at this moment, the Wei Wu Legacy that she aspired to and wanted to climb and befriend was actually Yi Chu. Just when Liang Lulu was wishful thinking and indulging in her fantasy moment. All the major gaming guilds and clubs in the country have been busy as well. Through various information channels, frantically probing for intelligence news about the mysterious player Wei Wu Legacy. However, after half a day of checking, nothing was found. This mysterious player who had stirred up the national service overnight was as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, without the slightest sign to be found. In the conference room of the Questioning Sword Club, a large group of club executives and high game players were gathered around the wide conference table. A video of a battle from the game was playing on the big screen. It was the PK video of Yi Chu and the Pride family in the 4399th Novice Village last night. After playing the video 3 times in a row, Suimin pressed the stop button and slowly swept her gaze across the room as she opened her mouth. Tell us all, what do you see in this video? First of all, this Wei Wu Legacy is definitely a hidden profession of the Imperial Beastmaster lineage, and the awakened profession talent is very powerful. It's most likely the legendary S-rank talent. Otherwise, by virtue of his district a casual player, upgrade speed, by no means so rapid. A melee department high roller pushed up his glasses and analyzed with a serious expression. Moreover, according to this video, although he is of the Imperial Beastmaster profession, his melee combat maneuvers are crisp and clear, he is definitely an expert without a doubt. Oh? Suemin's eyes stared, and she busily pursued, then is it possible to deduce his identity through his game operations? A player with this level of operation shouldn't be unknown. This. On that high player's face, a look of difficulty appeared and he shook his head. The level of this group of Bao's players is too rookie, they haven't pushed him out to his full strength at all. It's hard to guess exactly who it is just based on these basic maneuvers and not seeing much of a personal style. At this time, a female player next to him, looking at the figure framed on the screen, revealed a few moments of pondering and said with a somewhat hesitant tone. But, looking at this person's body type, it resembles Yi Chu. At these words, in the conference room, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the figure on the screen, and sure enough, it looked very familiar. The minds were speculating. Could this Wei Wu legacy really be Yi Chu? If that's the case, it's a lot of fun. Just yesterday, they said that people's game form had slipped badly and forced them to retire to the second team, forcing them to relent an offer to terminate their contracts. As a result, that night, people were rewarded with 4 achievements in a row in a new game that had just opened. Kill Wang Tong, who you dumped the entire club's efforts to promote, in seconds, without leaving any dregs. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? For a moment, everyone's gazes looked at Chui Min with odd expressions on their faces. Sui Min was looked at by so many meaningful gazes, and immediately felt like a thorn in her back, which was indescribably difficult to say. Right at this moment, Wang Tong, who was sitting right next to Chui Min, suddenly opened his mouth. This person can't be Yi Chu. First of all, Yi Chu has been playing the swordsman profession for more than 3 years since his debut, and would never choose the Imperial Beastmaster. Secondly, while Yi Chu's PK style is incomparably gorgeous, this person is simple, direct, and crisp, not a style at all. So there's absolutely no way they're the same person. In the conference room, many people nodded their heads, thinking that Wang Tong had a point. It was because Yi Chu's game operation was notoriously gorgeous and extremely ornamental. Because of this, it has attracted numerous fans. But what they don't know is that in the 2 years or so since the game came down, after experiencing a grueling fight, Yi Chu's operating style had long since been washed away and returned to the basics. Cut out all the components of the original flashy and showy skills, and instead pursue the ultimate burst and killing power. They naturally can't see it. After hearing Wang Tang's conclusion, Chui Min was also relieved and spoke. According to the intelligence, this Wei Wu legacy should be a casual player. Since his professional talent and gameplay are so outstanding, it means that he is a rare and available talent. I decided to poach him for the sake of the club. Xiao Yu, this matter, leave it to your PR department. Chui Min gazed at a black silk beauty in an OL uniform and spoke. As long as he's willing to come, the treatment is all good, we can offer him an annual salary of up to 100 million. As soon as these words came out, in the conference room, a sound of cold air being sucked in sounded. It is important to know that the previous highest annual salary in the club, Yi Chu, was only a mere $50 million. However, in order to recruit this Wei Wu legacy, Chui Min even directly opened a 100 million sky-high price contract. Visible determination is great. Wang Tang couldn't sit still at once. One must know that it was only after he had put his heart and soul into it that he managed to squeeze Yi Chu out and get the full training of the club. Another Wei Wu legacy would surely take away a lot of the club's resources. Then wouldn't you have squeezed Yi Chu out for nothing? His face instantly changed, and he shouted sharply, Sister Chui. Call it a job title at work. Chui Min glanced at Wang Tong with some displeasure and said, I know what you want to say, everyone else who's okay is dismissed, you come with me to the office. After saying that, he turned around first and twisted his sassy steps out of the conference room. Looking at that look that Chui Min threw at himself before he left the door, Wang Tang suddenly shuddered slightly and couldn't help but turn a few shades of white, knowing that he had to report for work again. Meanwhile, Yi Chu had already settled for breakfast at home. A handful of hanging noodles, 2 tomatoes, and 8 eggs make a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles. After eating it, I felt soothed and satisfied. Leaning back in his chair comfortably, he patted his stomach. In the later stages, whether in the game or in reality, it is a pivotal party of power. The main reason why she impressed Yi Chu was because her profession was also a warrior and her main weapon was also a sword. Late in the game, had challenged Yi Chu. The two of them played 10 consecutive PKs, and in the end, Yichu won 7 and lost 3. Established himself as the #1 swordsman in the country. I have to say, Lee Chonan, this woman does things, more than many men are thunderous in open atmosphere. In order to successfully recruit Yichu, the price offered was very high, showing the sincerity. But unfortunately, Yichu only trusted himself in this life, and there was no way he could attach himself to any force. Shaking his head directly, he flatly refused. I'm sorry, Ms. Lee, I have no intention of joining another studio for the time being. But Lee Chonan didn't give up, but continued. As far as I know, when you left the Questioning Sword Club yesterday, you didn't bring anything else with you but the game helmet for miracles. So I guess you must have gotten into the miracles game too, right? Since that's the case, then you should know that there's an extreme gold artifact sword out inside the game that's being auctioned off in the auction house. As long as you nod your head and join my workshop, I'll buy that gold weapon sword as a gift to you. Across the phone, Lee Chonan said with confidence. Being a swordsman-type profession herself, she knew very well the attraction of a good sword to an expert swordsman. Therefore, it was believed that no top swordsman lineage player would be able to refuse the temptation of the first golden artifact sword in the entire service. However, after Yichu heard the words, his was odd for. After saying that, without waiting for Lee Chonan to say anything else, he directly hung up the phone. Thousands of miles away, in front of a brightly lit floor-to-ceiling window with a distant ocean view. A tall woman with a beautiful face, listening to the beeping busy sound coming from the cell phone, face expression slightly stunned. A moment later, the corners of his mouth lifted up, revealing a look of rakish playfulness. Very good, worthy of being the current #1 ranked melee player in the world, it really. Yichu deliberately flipped through the auction records and found that the one who took the Wolf King's sword was a player named Solo Fishing Cold River. If Yichu remembered correctly, this person should be one of Lee Chonan's capable generals. It seems that this woman isn't just blowing smoke out of her ass, the sword really did let her buy it. Yichu muttered, walking towards the city's grocery store as he spoke. Prepare to replenish a wave of arrows, potions, and other consumables and head out of town to practice. However, just a few steps out, in the sky, a system ringtone that resounded throughout the entire service suddenly echoed. Player Little Rain like Chris shouts, the Questioning Sword Club invites Wei Wu Legacy Big Brother, contracted annual salary of 100 million, other treatments are negotiable, welcome Big Brother to join. This was because Yichu had turned off game functions such as ID search and private messages from unfamiliar players. So the easiest way for other players, if they wanted to contact him, would be through a service-wide shout. However, the price of a full service shout is exorbitant, costing 10 gold coins a time. That's a whole $50,000 in cash. Listening to the whole service shouts echoing in the sky, Yichu immediately laughed coldly in his heart. You just sidelined me yesterday, and today you want to spend $100 million to get me back? There is no word to describe these guys except a word. Just then, in the sky, 2 more consecutive bells echoed. Player Qingqing Zidi shouted, Xingmei Boiled Wine Guild sincerely invites Weiwu Legacy Big Brother to join us, contracted annual salary of 110 million, all other treatment is negotiable, welcome Big Brother to build a career with us, dear in the world. Player Lunyan Huahua shouts, seemingly watery year studio invites Weiwu Legacy to join them, with a contractual annual salary of $150 million, and other treatments can be negotiated face to face. Chapter 22, Can you really fulfill any condition? 3 consecutive service-wide shouts, separated by no more than 2 minutes, echoed through the sky. It instantly caused the players in the entire service to explode. I didn't hear you wrong, did I? $150 million a year, that's too much, isn't it? If I remember correctly, the previous sky-high contract between Questioning Sword Changa and Questioning Sword Club was only $50 million a year, right? That's normal, after all, the hotness of Miracles of God far exceeds any previous game, and the salaries of top players naturally follow suit. However, the Questioning Sword Club just fired the meritorious veteran who had played for 3 years yesterday, and then turned around and paid twice the price to poach a newcomer who had just made a name for himself. I have to say, this operation is really tawdry, the management's brain is filled with, right? What's the origin of this seemingly watery years studio? I've never heard of it before, and it's out to be so bold. But the game has only just started now. What if Weiwu Legacy's hidden profession is the type that is fierce in the early stages and pulls crotch in the later stages? These guilds and clubs have put down so much blood money, aren't they afraid to beat the dog with a meat bag? You know. Are the top echelons of the major guilds and clubs not as discerning as you? Since people dare to offer such high conditions, it means that they see that Weiwu Legacy is definitely worth this price. That's right, other than that, I'm afraid that just the batch of equipment that people just auctioned off at the auction house could make tens of millions of dollars. According to me, the annual salary of $150 million is still too little, and the other way big man may not be able to look at it. Countless players were shocked and speculated, in the face of the olive branches extended by the major guilds, how exactly would Yi Chu choose? Yi Chu, however, shook his head and smiled, not putting it on his mind at all. After coming to the grocery store and replenishing his consumables, he was about to head out of town to brush up on his leveling. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the roadside, stretching out its arms and blocking Yi Chu's path. Little brother, wait a minute, you're big brother Wei Wu Legacy, right? Yi Chu raised his eyebrows slightly and fixed his eyes on it. Only to see that the one who stopped him was a tall and beautiful archer. Her face was exquisite, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes carried a hint of flirtation. A set of fiery red leather armor with thrifty materials showed off her proud figure in the front and back. Her breasts were half exposed, her belly was flat, and her two snowy legs were round and slender. Under the small leather skirt that reaches only to the base of the thighs, the absolute field is hidden in a way that makes you want to be there. With a warm smile on her face, she stretched out her snow-white palm at Yi Chu. Introduce myself, I'm Gu Xiaoyu, the head of the Public Relations Department of the Questioning Sword Club, may I have a chat with you? Looking at the old acquaintance in front of him, Yi Chu's eyebrows behind his mask suddenly wrinkled slightly. Instantly, he guessed that Gu Xiaoyu most likely guessed that he would come to the grocery store to replenish his supplies before he left the city to practice. So wait for yourself in the stupid way of keeping a watchful eye. But right now, Yi Chu did not want to see the people from the Questioning Sword Club at all. Directly utilizing the voice-changing function attached to the system, he adjusted his voice timbre and said in a cold and different tone. I'm not Wei Wu Legacy, you're recognizing the wrong person. After saying that, he walked around Gu Xiaoyu towards the front. Leaving Gu Xiaoyu standing frozen in place alone, she didn't react for a moment. You should know that Gu Xiaoyu was very confident in her looks and figure. It was by virtue of her outstanding appearance that she was able to get into the position of head of the Public Relations Department. Today, in order to successfully take down Wei Wu Legacy, she had also hand-picked a leather armor outfit that would put her arsenal on full display. However, I never thought that I would only get a cold "you've got the wrong person" in return. It immediately made Gu Xiaoyu frustrated and feel a bit skeptical about life. Did she really recognize the wrong person? Of course not. Although Yi Chu had hidden his game ID. However, Gu Xiaoyu was certain in her heart that at this time of the day, a player who could appear in the secondary main city, wearing a luxurious outfit and that iconic mask. There was absolutely no second person other than Wei Wu Legacy. Gu Xiaoyu refused to die and immediately turned around to catch up with Yi Chu, smiling. Don't joke about the big guy. I've come here this time, specifically to invite Big Brother to join on behalf of the Questioning Sword Club. We're really sincere, as long as you're willing to come, Big Brother, the salary and treatment are all good, and can definitely satisfy you. As she spoke, Gu Xiaoyu even directly stretched out her arm and intimately took Yi Chu's arm. Using the two groups of proud softness, she gently rubbed on Yi Chu's arm, and said in a charming and soft delicate voice. And any other requests, too, can be met to the fullest. If it had been a fledgling boy, it might have really been taken down. But Yi Chu had stayed at the Questioning Sword Club for 3 years and knew too well what kind of goods this woman was. She was able to get to the position of head of the Public Relations Department at a young age, relying on more than just her appearance and figure. Playing around in private is more flowery than even Choimin. The spade tattoo on his ankle was never shied away from at the club. Dating several foreign boyfriends at the same time, and often called them to party together. At this moment, looking at her rubbing against his arm, Yi Chu only felt a wave of nausea. But Yi Chu also knew very well that Gu Xiaoyu was notorious for being a stalker and refusing to give up until she reached her goal. Knowing that words of mere verbal rejection wouldn't get rid of this woman. The light in his eyes flickered slightly, and he had an idea. In a playful tone, she asked Gu Xiaoyu, can you really fulfill any condition? Then go out of town and find a place to talk. Good. I believe the conditions we give will be able to satisfy you. Gu Xiaoyu was overjoyed when she heard that there was a door. Loosening the arm that was holding Yi Chu's arm, she deliberately turned around and walked in front, her willow waist swinging and swaying. The expression on his face was full of disdain, but in his heart, he secretly mocked and sneered. What kind of game master? Just a shrimp-headed guy who only thinks with his lower body. A casual and slight trick and you're confused and can't find your way out. A mere man from the Dragon Kingdom dares to be so delusional as to eat my tofu? It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. When you're good enough to take the bait and sign the contract, I won't even look at you twice. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, quickly walked out of the East City Gate. As he passed by on the drawbridge in front of the city, he saw that in front of the drawbridge, a large group of players had gathered. A clamor of voices came from within. Huang Xiao, your outfit is so awesome. It's a pity that there are several pieces in there, all of which were sold by that bastard Weiwu Legacy, earning me so many gold coins at once. It's really cheap for that brat. It's okay, let's wear the equipment he's selling and go him up and pop all the goodies he's got on him. It's called doing unto others what they do unto you. Ha 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 ha, what a way to return the favor, I love that. Yichu fixed his eyes and saw that in front of the names of the dozen or so players, they all clearly had the us prefix. The one who was clustered in the very center was none other than that idiot, Aoshur Wild Dragon. Listening to their words, they seemed to have bought a few pieces of equipment that they had auctioned off. His strength has risen greatly, his confidence has swelled, and he is ready to seek revenge on himself. You want to do the same thing to me? I think it's purely a case of forgetting the pain. Today, I will teach you what it means to strike a stone with an egg and overrate a tree. A cold aura flashed in Yichu's eyes without saying a word. With a big hand, he directly summoned the Void Giant Insect. Chapter 23 City Gate Murder, Ask the Sword Shock. Roar. After the Void Giant Insect appeared, it violently opened its hideous mouth and let out a deafeningly loud hiss. Activate the skill, Bone Blade Piercing. From inside the huge mouth, 10 incomparably sharp and pointed bone spikes shot out. Like a sharp arrow, it whistled through the air and shot toward the crowd in front. After finishing off the Blade-Tooth Wolf King, the abundant and incomparable experience rewards caused both the Skeleton General and the Void Giant Worm to rise to level 12. With the Void Giant Worms up to 20 points of growth stars, coupled with the attribute increase of the Divine Royalist passive, the skill was incredibly powerful. 10 bone spikes flew past, each one dealing a surprisingly high amount of damage. In just one round of skill attacks, it easily killed 3 cloth armor profession Pride players. A large group of people from the Pride family were caught off guard and looked back. Seeing the hideous and incomparably huge body of the Void Giant Insect that was filled with an oppressive aura, all of them suddenly changed their faces drastically. It's the Weiwu Legacy. This doesn't speak of martial virtues. How dare you sneak attack from behind? Assholes, what the hell are you waiting for? Why don't you all hurry up and get on me? A large group of people had their hands full, and under the rebuke of the Aura Berserker Dragon, they attacked the Void Monster Worm. But back then, when there were more than 20 of them, they were all far from being opponents when they surrounded the Void Monster Insect that only had a Black Iron level bloodline. What's more, there are only a dozen people now. As for the bloodline of the Void Giant Insect, it was evolved once by Yichu and raised to bronze quality. The difference in strength is even greater with this difference. With every normal attack, the Void Giant Worm was able to inflict a terrifyingly high amount of damage on the Pride players. Except for the well-equipped Aoshur Wild Dragon, all the other melee players couldn't take 3 attacks from the Void Giant Worm. Every time the cooldown time came, a bite of feast engulfed down, directly taking away one person. The ardent Wild Dragon still wanted to repeat his old trick and bring people to rush over to forcefully kill Yichu. However, Yichu was equipped with a high-level leather armor, and his agility attribute was ridiculously high. While quickly walking backwards to pull the distance, he couldn't stop shooting arrows to attack. Kite several Pride players to death. In the end, it took more than 2 minutes to easily finish off the dozen or so Pride players. Under the blessing of the Hongluk Chi Tianring's Chi, Yichu's equipment explosion rate was astonishingly high after he killed his enemies. It directly exploded into a field full of equipment. Yichu immediately smiled and picked up all the equipment on the ground. This wave of gear is recycled, restocked, and sold for a good price again. Although the number of players who had successfully teleported to the secondary main city now that they had risen to level 10 was still not high. However, Yichu and the Pride family, this great battle in front of the city gates still attracted many people to stop and watch. All of a sudden, they were in awe, marveling at how strong Yichu was. Gu Xiaoyu was even more deeply shocked by the Void Giant Insect that was more than 4 meters tall, with hideous bone spikes all over its body that looked terrifying. Standing between the legs of the Void Giant Insect, he looked up at the huge thing in front of him. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, his face slightly blanched, he delicately curried to Yichu. Brother Weiwu, this pet of yours is really powerful, so many people from the Pride family were easily annihilated in a group. Do you want to try it too? Yichu looked at Gu Xiaoyu with a smirk, his tone indifferent as he coldly said. Gu Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed. What do you mean? What do you mean? It means that I won't join the questioning sword club, and I'm not interested in any of the offers you've made. Don't ever bother me again. As the words fell, the void monster worm hissed and violently unleashed the feast, skill. In the midst of Gu Xiaoyu's terrified and incomparable gaze, she directly opened her bloody mouth and took a vicious bite, swallowing her whole. It also popped out Gu Xiaoyu's short skirt and breastplate. The crowd of onlookers from afar, seeing this situation, were suddenly surprised. Ha! How did Wei Wu Legacy suddenly order his pet to swallow that beautiful archer when he was being nice? I thought those two were companions. Bull companion, didn't you hear what Wei Wu Legacy said just now before he made his move? That archer is someone from the questioning sword club, specifically here to recruit Wei Wu Zhufeng. It's probably because Wei Wu Zhufeng was tired of being pestered, so he just went straight for a hard hit to show his attitude. Then this Wei Wu Legacy is too crazy, right? To do this in full view of the public, isn't it a public slap in the face of the questioning sword club? Yuck! Does the questioning sword club still have a face? Ask Sword Changa to play for the club for 3 years and help them win how many honors? But what was the result? They cancelled the contract when they said they would. After the termination of the contract, they also hit a rake and went around on the internet to bring rhythm to smear questioning Sword Changa. Damn, who doesn't know that questioning Sword Changa is famous in the gaming circle for having a good outlook on things and a positive character? Those exposed so-called black materials are full of holes and completely fabricated. I don't believe a word of it. That's right, the various behaviors of the questioning sword club are just too disgusting, and looking at the archer's flirtatious appearance just now, it's obvious that he's not serious about negotiating cooperation either. If I were Wei Wu Legacy, I'd her too. Aha! This you're talking about, is he decent? For the crowd behind him to talk about it, Yi Chu didn't care at all. After picking up the 2 pieces of equipment that Gu Xiaoyu had popped out, he directly took a flying leap and jumped on top of the head of the void giant worm. Then he ordered the void giant worm to take a big step and quickly go deeper towards the practicing ground. Now that the game has been open for less than 24 hours, brushing up and upgrading is up for grabs. He didn't have that much time to waste on this mess. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Jinbei City, Gu Xiaoyu's body slowly remodeled out. Wei Wu Legacy, you bastard. Will definitely die an ugly death. Gu Xiaoyu was so angry that she trembled with rage, gritting her teeth and cursing. Immediately, he opened his friends list and added to Triman's report of what had just happened. Soon after, Cui Min, who was teaming up with Wang Tang and a few others to brush the monsters, learned of this situation and his face turned ugly. Wang Tang originally didn't want to ask the sword club for another newcomer, and immediately incited an arching fire. Sister Cui, the 2 countries are still at war and don't cut off their envoys. This bastard Wei Wu Legacy wind, how dare he kill our people before the city gates, in full view of the public, clearly not putting our questioning sword club in his eyes. We can't just leave it at that. Otherwise, in the future, any cat or dog will dare to ride on our heads and on us. Cui Min's mind was already very narrow. His face was immediately unsightly as he looked at Wang Tang and asked in a deep voice. Are you sure you can beat him? Of course I'm sure. Wang Tang's chest beat the mountain, confidently and proudly said. That Wei Wu Legacy is nothing more than a waste Imperial Beastmaster. What good is a pet as powerful as long as it's close to my front? Look as he's finished. Regarding Wang Tang's strength, Cui Min still trusted it. Nodding, he opened his friends list directly and ordered one of his men. Send me someone to find the coordinates of Wei Wu's legacy. Giving face, daring to kill our questioning swordspeople. I'm going to make sure there's no for him in this game. Although it was also a silver level pet, this Ice Banshee's growth star rating was only 24 points. It's a full 3 points worse than Skeleton General, and its cultivation potential is only average. But Yi Chu hadn't planned to cultivate her in the first place. It was only a temporary capture to merge with herself and utilize her attributes and skills to increase the efficiency of brushing monsters. Just break the contract with her later when you find a suitable pet. Yi Chu unleashed the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skill, and within the ice-cold Banshee's body, a dazzling blue light immediately erupted. Eventually, it transformed into a crystal-clear, ice crystal longbow that emitted an endless cold aura. Yi Chu reached out and gripped the ice crystal longbow, and immediately felt a majestic energy that was as cold as frost surge into his body. Overall attributes are dramatically increased. With his right hand, he pulled back the longbow with force, and above the bowstring, elemental power rapidly gathered. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a crystal-clear ice crystal arrow. Whoosh, shot out. It directly shot a small tree as thick as an arm alive. Cold air surged from the break, covering it with a layer of frost. Yi Chu nodded, feeling very satisfied with both the accuracy of his archery and the power of this ice crystal longbow. Then he turned around and took the void giant worm and the skeleton general and continued deeper into the cold wind forest. After more than half an hour of rushing, he came to a leveling map called Gloomy Wind Graveyard. Looking around, in the middle of the graveyard, a piece of broken tombstone was stuck on the ground askew. A skeleton warrior with a rotting body struggled to crawl out of the grave. Dragging his rusty, mangled iron sword, he wandered aimlessly through the graveyard. Deeper in the graveyard, more often than not, some shadowy and gigantic shadows loomed up, and a few caws of crows were heard. A gust of horror movie-like eerie atmosphere came through. The reason why Yi Chu chose this graveyard as his practicing ground. Aside from the fact that the number of monsters in this map was high enough and the level was high enough, there was another important reason. It's this map that hides, deep down, a pre-game, SS-ranked main quest with the most oil and water. As long as this task chain is tightly clutched in the hand, in the future, a variety of generous rewards absolutely can get solved. Maybe even his third main pet, altogether. Thinking of this third pet, Yi Chu's heart was on fire, and a flash of undisguised anticipation flashed in his eyes. If it really works, it'll be much more useful than both the void giant worm and the skeleton general. Yi Chu's heart was filled with anticipation, and he immediately brought his two pets, striding into the depths of the graveyard, and started a painful journey of brushing monsters. Although the monsters in the Gloomy Wind Graveyard were highly ranked, even the outermost skeleton warriors started at level 17. However, before contracting the ice-cold banshee just now, Yi Chu had also brushed quite a few small monsters, and both pets' levels had risen to level 13. With the enhancement of Yi Chu's career passive, the attributes could be said to be fierce. Yi Chu held the ice longbow in his hand, and after getting an 80% attribute bonus from the ice banshee, his attributes were even more astonishingly strong. The bowstring couldn't stop clanging and quivering, shooting out a magical arrow dripping with the power of ice and snow, brushing up the monsters at a rapid speed. In this way, Yi Chu took the two pets with him. In the midst of this dim and gloomy graveyard, like the wind sweeping away the leaves, he swept away and annihilated the skeleton warriors that crawled out of the graves, bursting out copper coins, equipment and... Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 1000 evolution points to upgrade the bloodline of the Void Giant Worm, and the bronze level favored beast, Void Giant Worm, has successfully evolved into the silver level, Void Giant Worm, awakening the sea level skill, Fearful Tsunami. Void Beast. Bloodline level, silver. Physical fitness star rating, 8. Power star rating, 7. Agility star rating, 5. Spiritual star rating, 5. Skills, Iron Body C, Feast C, Bone Blade Piercing C, Fearful Tsunami C. Fear Tsunami, emit a horrifying whine, dealing 80% magic damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area in front of you. Skill consumption, 100 magic cooling time, 30 seconds. After the bloodline upgrade, the Void Beast's growth star level increased by another 5 points to 25 points. In addition to this, a brand new group attack skill has been awakened, and the output ability has been further increased. And it's gotten even bigger. Like a purple hill, it hissed and moved through the graveyard. Each step taken was incredibly heavy, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yi Chu was just about to bring his two pets to brush for a little while longer, clearing out all the skeleton warriors on the outskirts of the graveyard, and then going offline for lunch. Suddenly, with a slight expression, he twisted his head towards his back. Only a large group of well-equipped high-level players, raging, rushed into the middle of the Gloomy Wind Graveyard and surrounded towards themselves. And the faces of the people who came were all familiar. It was the group of people from the Questioning Sword Club. Chui Min walked ahead of the crowd at the very front of the crowd, looking at Yi Chu with a face full of arrogance, his tone coldly mocking. Wei Wu Legacy Wind, do you think that by running to such a remote map to practice leveling, you'll be able to escape our Questioning Sword's pursuit? Simply daydreaming. Any player that dares to go against us, Questioning Sword, will definitely not have a good ending. Chapter 25 Graveyard Battle, singling out the Questioning Sword Club. Yi Chu turned back around with his longbow in hand. His eyes swept through the crowd behind Choi Min and realized that they were all familiar faces. Several members of the first team, including Wang Tong, were all listed. On top of that, there are a dozen or so alternates that the club has been developing. Basically, all the elite forces of the entire questioning sword club had come. Seeing this situation, Yi Chu immediately sneered in his heart. In the opening phase, when the game has been open for less than 24 hours, all players are scrambling for time and are busy brushing monsters everywhere to upgrade. Surprisingly, he had sent out his entire elite and raised an army to seek revenge on his PK. This kind of thing, only Cui Min, this woman, can do it. If she goes on like this, why should the Ask the Sword Club worry about not getting cold? However, the Ask the Sword Club is one of the top gaming clubs in the country. The core members are nevertheless undoubtedly elite. The dozen or so people walking at this time were all above level 11. A high-grade equipment mixed with bronze and black iron. 5 of the first team members were even fully equipped with bronze weapons. Such a luxurious high-end lineup, in any other casual player, I'm afraid that there will only be hate. However, Yi Chu's brows furrowed slightly, feeling greatly offended. You want to kill me, and you've only brought a few of them? Looking down on who? At least come with a group of 100? Yi Chu gave a disdainful sneer and sneered with his voice after the voice change. Stop putting gold on your face, I'll go wherever I want to practice. With your group of shrimp soldiers, you're not even enough to stuff my pet's teeth. Do you need to specialize in hiding? Big talk. You've only gotten lucky and obtained an extremely rare hidden profession to be able to go with the flow and temporarily shine for a while, so who are you to dare to make a big deal out of it? Since entering the game, Yi Chu had made a name for himself by winning achievement rewards in a row. Wang Tang had long been jealous and red-eyed. At this time, he was even more eager to show his strength in front of Cui Min. He stepped forward with his sword and unsheathed it with a jangling sound. The killing chance in his eyes was bitter, and with a big step, he killed towards Yi Chu. Today, I'll let you take a good look at just how big the gap is between you and a true top expert. In the face of absolute strength and maneuvering, the professional talent you're so proud of isn't even worth mentioning. Facing the imposing, head-on Wang Tang, Yi Chu was not ambiguous. The bowstring in his hand clanked and chimed, shooting an ice arrow head-on. In Wang Tang's eyes, a flash of disdain appeared. The pace of his feet moved quickly and he dodged easily. However, Wang Tang's game operation could be said to have been coached by Yi Chu. For his various operating habits, positioning methods can be said to be well known. While Wang Tang was dodging the first arrow by walking through the position, the bowstring in his hand quivered continuously, and 2 more arrows were shot out with a whoosh. From 2 different directions, they shot towards Wang Tang, instantly sealing off all of Wang Tang's evasive space. In the crowd of the questioning sword club, several players of the archer profession had their pupils shrink in unison, revealing a color of disbelief. This guy is so predictable. This kind of awareness as well as operation is definitely at the level of a first-class archer. Wang Tang's face also changed. He did not expect that Yi Chu, a royal Beastmaster, would be so skillful in the use of bows and arrows as well. Moreover, the angle and timing of the attack were just right, as if they had predicted their maneuvers in advance. There was no choice but to snap his teeth. Swinging his blade, he deflected one of the arrows away, and was shot in the waist by the second. Above his head, a large damage number instantly jumped out. 371. One arrow had taken out nearly a quarter of his chi blood. Seeing this terrifying damage figure, the group of people from the questioning sword club stared at each other in unison, and a large number of voices sucking in cold air rang out. Hiss! How is this possible? Wang Tang is equipped with a superb bronze equipment, just 1 arrow and being shot down for more than 300 points of damage, it's too exaggerated. How can he have such a high attack power for a royal Beastmaster? How could they have known that Yi Chu had obtained 80% of the attributes of the level 16 silver level boss Ice Banshee with the help of the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skill? The panel attributes were explosive, fiercer than both silver level pets. It was not something that Wang Tang, who was only level 13 and equipped with a bronze weapon, could withstand. Wang Tang was even directly confused by the terrifying damage of Yi Chu's arrow. Looking at the blood bar on the top of his head that swished and disappeared by a quarter, his heart was immediately tightened, and his face became grave. However, what was more frightening to him than the loss of blood was, after being hit by that arrow, all over his body, a layer of blue frost effect was shrouded. Movement speed has been reduced by 10%. On the contrary, Yi Chu was relying on his super high agility attribute. While quickly flying backward and pulling away, he drew his bow and shot arrows in succession. Within a short period of a few seconds, there were several more arrows in succession that hit Wang Tang. At the same time, his mouth did not forget to taunt, "Is this the operation and strength of the so-called top experts? It turns out that the operation of the top experts is to take a dry beating and not fight back. Today is a long time to see. Hearing Yichu's mocking words, Wang Tang was instantly enraged, and his lungs were about to explode with anger. But the bias can't be refuted yet. Because he really hadn't even touched a piece of Yichu's clothes, and he was already on the verge of being shot to death. Don't come too fast with the face slapping. Several priests from the questioning sword club rushed to cast their healing skills to help Wang Tang bring his bloodline down. Shuimin shouted in annoyance, "What are you all waiting for? Attack together. Destroy him." After the crowd heard the order, they all flashed their weapons in unison and killed Yichu. Seek death. Yichu snorted coldly, and with a flash of killing opportunity in his eyes, he decisively ordered the two pets to kill the opposing party's back row players. You know, the Void Beast and the Skeleton General, both of them were now level 13. Brothers, tops. Chapter 26, If only Yichu was still around. Of all the people in the questioning sword club, the ones who posed the greatest threat to Yichu were these two assassins. Once these two get close enough to control themselves with their profession skills. With the level of operation of the Ask the Sword Club, they were sure to be able to articulate the follow. Letting out an angry hiss, he violently raised the lance in his hand, unleashing the skill, Storm Surge. The strong wind at the front of the gun blade stirred, shooting out a bitterly cold and incomparable, 10-meter-long, green-colored gun main. It ran through the bodies of both assassins at the same time. The two assassins, their bodies suddenly shook in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. The only remaining residual blood was also emptied, and in the midst of the incomparable spear, it turned into two white lights floating away. Seriously? While he was fighting us, he was also simultaneously distracted to maneuver the positioning and skill release of his two pets. What kind of demonic operation is this? Is this guy still human? Seeing Yichu utilize his skills in conjunction with his pet's skills, he resolved the two assassins so crisply. Not even a chance for the priest to add blood. The group of people from the questioning sword club were suddenly shocked in unison, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. It's hard to imagine that such an unbelievably exaggerated maneuver is humanly possible. However, Yichu's attack did not stop there. Taking advantage of the gap between the crowd being shocked by this wave of maneuvering and unable to resist frothing. Raising the longbow in his hand, he fired a flat A with an ice streak, taking a dazed, brittle priest straight away. Although he himself had taken two magic attacks, the damage was simply insignificant given the huge difference in attributes. Especially, after utilizing the life chain skill to transfer 80% of the damage to the Void Beast. The actual damage Yichu himself had taken was only a mere 20 to 30 points. For Yichu, whose actual blood quantity, at this moment, had exceeded 2,000 points, it was simply insignificant. Wang Tang and a few other melee system players gritted their teeth and charged toward Yichu with a furious roar. However, their agility attributes were too different from Yichu's. Yichu kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows while quickly walking. Utilizing the advantage in movement speed, with the deceleration effect attached to the arrows, it continuously pulled the distance between the two sides. Several people chased hard for half a day, but froze without even touching a piece of Yichu's clothes. Instead, he was stuck in the face by Yichu's arrows and shot without any semblance of temper. At the same time, the questioning sword players who were responsible for holding back the Void Beasts and Skeleton Generals at the rear finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, in front of the absolute attribute gap, any operation and skill pale in comparison. Ask the Sword Club about their original tactics. It's a matter of splitting up a few hands and briefly holding two pets. The others rushed up and took care of Yichu as fast as they could. However, it had never occurred to him that Yichu, who was an Imperial Beastmaster profession, was also so skillful in his archery operations, and his attributes were even stronger and terrifying. The delay in taking this side was so long that there was a natural problem in the rear. It was killed by the Void Beast and the Skeleton General. Yichu also saw the right time to keep drawing his bow and shooting arrows. In conjunction with the two pets, he killed a bloodied questioning sword player one by one. So on and so forth, after a few minutes. It was only after the clamor of the gloomy wind cemetery that peace was finally restored. Yichu carried the ice crystal longbow in his hand and stood in the middle of the desolate graveyard. On the decaying black land around them, pieces of glittering equipment were scattered, dozens of them. More than half of them were valuable bronze equipment. Gee, another small profit for the bunch of upwardly mobile ingrates. Yichu picked up all these equipment one by one, and his mood was bursting with joy. At the same time, a field resurrection point more than a dozen miles away was filled with the sound of wailing. Ah! My bronze sword. And my pigskin helmet, it's all gone. You only exploded 2 pieces of equipment, cry a hammer? I'm all equipped, and I'm left with just a pair of pants. Grass. Is this game's death burst rate so high? No, as far as I know, after other players die, the burst rate isn't even this high. Dropping 2 pieces of equipment is considered bad luck. It must be that bastard Weiwu Legacy, who has some unknown special props that increased our explosion rate. It's really a heavy loss this time. A large group of people talking, the body equipment burst most of the time, the expression of all the pain incomparable. Shui-min was already in a bad mood, his face suddenly became even more ugly, and he shouted with incomparable anger. Enough! So many people can't take down a single Imperial Beastmaster, and they were killed by a single person to the point of regimental annihilation, and you still have the face to talk nonsense here? The crowd's faces immediately changed, and they had the sense to shut their mouths, not daring to utter a single breath. The atmosphere of the scene, all of a sudden, became oppressive. Shui-min sank a pussy face and looked at the crowd, and asked in a sullen voice with a rising offense. Tell me, what exactly is the problem? Is the club paying so much money to keep you guys? Is it keeping a bunch of losers? What's the problem? You're the one who's got nothing better to do. Now that the game has just opened, everyone else is scrambling to brush up their monsters and upgrade. Wouldn't it be better for you to follow suit and develop in peace? If you didn't have to be a demon and sacrifice everyone as precious practicing time to humiliate yourself, where would this have happened? Many club members, in their hearts, had cursed, but on their mouths, of course, they didn't dare to say it. I don't know how much time passed under this depressing atmosphere. Among the crowd, a voice suddenly whispered. If Hichu was still around, we definitely wouldn't have been annihilated as a group. Chapter 27, Battle Results Revealed, Whole Service Shocked. If Hichu was still around, we definitely wouldn't have been annihilated as a group. The voice seemed to speak to a common sentiment shared by all. The crowd nodded their heads at once, murmuring with unmistakable approval. That's right, not only is Captain Yichu's operation extreme and flawless, he also has the most flexible brain. No matter what enemy you face, you can always be the first to, and develop the most appropriate tactics. If he's there, he can surely work miracles. Hearing the whispering of the crowd, Wang Teng could not sit still. If Hichu was there, the group wouldn't have died today. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of saying that you were inferior to Yichu in disguise? Enough! Wang Teng let out a heavy cold snort, his face ugly as he drank in a deep voice. The reason we lost to Weiwu Legacy today was not because of operational or tactical issues, it was purely because our attributes were completely crushed. In front of an absolute attribute gap, even if Yichu came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, Yichu has been expelled from the club, there will never be any Captain Yichu again. Just me, Captain Wang Teng. As soon as Wang's words came out, the crowd's murmurings came to an abrupt end, and none of them dared to mention Yi. How is it that now, once Yichu is gone, he can't even take down a single casual player in the district? Could it be that this kid Wang Teng really sucks? Is the gap between him and Yichu that big? It was important to realize that ever since Yichu had joined the Questioning Sword Club, he had always been the club's signboard in cash cow. It was for this reason that she had not dared to take the plunge for 3 whole years. It wasn't until recently that Wang Teng began to come into his own. It made Shui-min feel that there was a dog that could take Yichu's place at any time and was obedient enough. Only then did they dare to blatantly lay their hands on Yichu to fulfill their desires. But now it seemed that he had overestimated Wang Teng a little too much. The difference in strength between him and Yichu was not a little bit more than 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 a little bit. However, Yichu was after all sidelined by her single-handedly. If you backtracked now and admitted that you shouldn't have fired Yichu, wouldn't that be a slap in your own face? Therefore, even though she regretted immensely in her heart, she could only keep her mouth shut to the end and said in a somber voice. Alright, I'll cut the crap, this matter ends here. The club will allocate a sum of money to make up for the equipment you blew up as soon as possible. Everyone work a little harder in the next 2 days, grab the monsters and recover the levels you hung up. I'll send someone to secretly investigate Weiwu's legacy, and when I thoroughly find out his details, then I'll find a chance to settle the score with him. That is putting it mildly. Hanging up a level early in the game and wasting so much time practicing for nothing, how can it be so easy to recover? The crowd cursed in their hearts, but none of their mouths dared to say anything. They hastily nodded their heads in agreement and turned to leave, practicing. The other 3 members of the first team, too, were supported by Trimin and told to go offline for lunch. Soon, only Chui Min and Wang Tang were left in front of the resurrection point. Wang Tang's expression was a little nervous. Sister Chui, Well, you don't have to say much. Chui Min waved her hand to interrupt Wang Tang's words, and said without any good humor, you get offline now and come to my office. I'm on fire right now. Meanwhile, the news of the tragic regimentation of the Questioning Sword Club could not be hidden at all. Soon, it spread throughout the game, creating a furor. Initially, it was some players who were looking at the ranking heavenly list when they suddenly realized that several members of the Questioning Sword Club, who were originally ranked at the top of the heavenly list, had suddenly dropped a level in unison. They were all wide-eyed and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Everyone, look at the leveling charts, those few head players of the Questioning Sword Club have suddenly all dropped their levels en masse. It can't be, can it? Let me see, I'll go. It's still true. Could it be that they flipped out while raiding some high-level boss and were destroyed by the group? It's unlucky to encounter such a thing on the first day of service. What bad luck! Obviously, it's God's eyes opening and giving them retribution, who made them hide their birds and break their contract with questioning. Although the Ask the Sword Club does disgusting things, the strength of its members is unquestionable. After all, it's a game club ranked among the top few in the national service, a dozen professional players, besieging a casual player of the Imperial Beastmaster profession, and they were still destroyed in a group? It's too outrageous, isn't it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If this news is true, I can only say that Wei Wu legacy is just too fierce to step on. No wonder those gaming guilds, willing to offer hundreds of millions of sky-high annual salaries, are clamoring to sign with him. With this kind of heaven-defying and terrifying strength, even a higher heavenly price would not be too much to ask. Player Chanze Yuyu shouts, the 6 Harmonies and 8 Wastelands Guild invites Weiwu Legacy Big Brother to join, contracted annual salary of 200 million, all other treatment is negotiable, welcome to join the Big Brother, together to create a king's map domination. Player Lunyan Huahua shouts, seemingly watery year studio invites Weiwu Legacy to join, contracted annual salary of $250 million, other treatment can be negotiated face to face. Several consecutive service-wide shouts echoed out in the sky, and the entire national service instantly boiled over. All the major guilds have raised their prices. Looks like the news is really true. Weiwu Legacy really ate over a group of people from the Questioning Sword Club with just one person's strength. Awesome. More than awesome? This wave is like a heifer stuffing a bomb, awesome bomb. I've said it before, can the Questioning Sword be called the Questioning Sword without the questioning? Yi Chu, who was in the center of the storm of discussion and on the tip of the storm, didn't care at all. After getting off the line, a quick lunch was taken and then the battle continued online. With the Chi Luck addition from the Han Luck Chi Tian Ring, Yi Chu was able to obtain a point of evolution for every monster. The Evolve Thirsty Blood Feast skill not only dealt more damage and had a stronger recovery effect, but most importantly, it increased the maximum life value even more after each kill of the target. Also, the cooldown of the skill was shortened to 28 seconds. In other words, in a completely ideal state, the Void Behemoth would be able to unleash its skills twice in a minute, stacking 60 points of maximum blood. That's 3,600 points an hour. And as the amount of blood continued to grow, the size of the Void Beast, too, would grow larger and larger. In the end, exactly what level of growth could be achieved, Yi Chu simply could not imagine. But there was one thing that was undoubtedly true, it could definitely grow into a super meat titan with horrible blood and amazing defense, enough to make any player's eyes red with envy. So much for another 10 minutes or so. With Yi Chu and the 2 pets, killing efficiently and incomparably. The skeleton soldiers on the outskirts of the gloomy wind cemetery were finally swept away. Finally met the first boss in this map. It was a bird that had been dead for an unknown number of years, and its flesh and blood had long since decayed. All that was left was wrinkled, dried skin, like tattered yellow paper, glued to the skeleton of an undead dry corpse. Letting out a low hiss, he snapped out a bony claw, toppling the tombstone and crawling out of the decaying grave dirt. However, it had only just climbed out half of its body when suddenly an immense and incomparable purple foot descended from the sky. Stepping hard on the top of his head, he directly heaved it back inside the grave. This undead warlord was nothing more than a level 18 bronze boss. In front of the 2 silver-level pets, the Void Beast and the Skeleton General, which had risen to level 14, there was no power to fight back. It turned into a pile of broken skeletons and scattered all over the ground, while bursting out a large pile of equipment and game coins. Among them, there were as many as 2 pieces of silverware equipment alone. However, it was a pity that the equipment requirement level was too high for Yi Chu to use right now, so he could only put it in the ring and store it first. And after pushing down this boss, Yi Chu brought his two pets and continued to go deeper into the gloomy wind graveyard. Immediately encountered a new kind of monster. Level 19 Normal Monster Spiky Wandering Spirit. It was a mage-type monster with a translucent body and light green ghost fire burning in its body that floated around in the graveyard. Capable of emitting soul spikes and green ghost fire to attack enemies. The mana is high and the output is very impressive. However, for Yi Chu and the two pets, who had thick skin and strong attributes, it was worthless. Straight across and sweeping all the way through. It took a couple hours to sweep away all the spiky wandering spirits. Along with a level 19 silver boss, he also pushed it down. Under the rich experience bonus of killing monsters across levels, the levels of Yi Chu and the two pets, too, soared all the way up to level 15. The high-level equipment that popped out was too much to count. The equipment on Yi Chu's body had already been changed, and 3 pieces of silverware equipment alone had been added. After clearing all the monsters, Yi Chu wandered around in the depths of the tomb for half a day. Finally, underneath a large tree that was pitch black, with twisted branches and trunks that had long been dead for an unknown number of years, a dark and incomparably dark entrance to a tomb was discovered. It should be right here. The light in Yi Chu's eyes flickered, revealing a touch of undisguised excitement and anticipation. However, looking at the dark and deep entrance of the tomb in front of him, which emitted a burst of mysterious aura, for a while, he also had some difficulties. Because, the entrance to this tomb was just too small, only about 3 meters in diameter. And after such a long time of devouring and upgrading, the void beast's size had already swelled to 7 or 8 meters tall. There's no way to get in there. It seems that many things, and not the bigger the better, big holes cannot be drilled into the trouble. If only the hole was flexible and could stretch freely. Yi Chu sighed in his heart and had no choice but to lift the Imperial Beast's Divine Soldier skill, allowing the ice-cold Banshee to transform into her prototype. Then the skill was unleashed again. Transform the void monster into a jagged, cold, and stylized purple breastplate and wear it on your body. Another rummage from inside the package, finding a few pieces of armor equipment for the melee profession, replacing the leather armor equipment he was originally wearing, and transforming himself into a warrior. Carrying a sharp level 15 bronze artifact longsword, a cold aura surged above the blade. Taking the skeleton general and the ice-cold Banshee with him, he strides into the tomb. Follow the damp steps below the entrance to the crypt, 1 level deeper into the ground, to a long, narrow, dimly lit tomb passage. Dimly lit bronze oil lamps hung every few meters on the walls lining the tomb passage. The lamps fluttered and flickered, emitting a faint halo of vaguely greenish light that stretched all the way to the end of the tomb passage. It creates a spine-tinglingly eerie atmosphere. However, Yi Chu had experienced the baptism of doom in his previous life, and had seen scenes hundreds of times more terrifying than this, and was not affected in the slightest. Directly carrying a long sword in his hand, he strides forward. Traversing through this narrow tomb passage, which is several hundred meters long, you end up in a huge circular chamber. The inside of the chamber was dimly lit, and the floor depicted a bizarre and incredibly complex spell formation with dried blood. In the center of the spell formation, above a wooden torture rack, hung an unclothed young girl's figure. 5 mysterious figures whose bodies were shrouded in black cloaks were surrounding that torture rack. A bizarre incantation was constantly chanted aloud under his breath, and he didn't know what kind of evil ritual he was presiding over. Chapter 29, Extreme Operation, Grave Witch Demon. Noticing the moment Yi Chu stepped into the chamber, the 5 figures surrounding the torture rack stopped chanting at the same time and turned their heads to look over. There was darkness beneath the cloak, and the face was blurred and unreadable. Still, Yi Chu could tell by the top of their heads above a level 22 silver boss Grave Witch Demon. Plus 4 level 21 silver level quasi-boss Witch Apprentices. Stupid human, how dare you trespass on my territory, go to hell. The Grave Witch Demon was furious. With a furious roar, he violently raised his right hand, and magical energy surged in the center of his palm. A large instantaneous fireball was shot towards Yi Chu. The essence in Yi Chu's eyes flashed as he quickly sprinted 2 steps diagonally forward, easily dodging the fireball attack. The sword blade in his hand was swept backwards behind him, and with flying steps, he rushed towards the 5 monsters. At the same time, the skeleton general followed closely behind Yi Chu and let out an angry hiss. With the 6 skeleton soldiers summoned with their skills, they similarly charged forward. The Ice Banshee, on the other hand, stood far in the back and continuously shot out an ice crystal arrow that was draped in coldness to launch an attack. although the Ice Banshee was nothing more than a level 16 silver boss. Compared to the up to level 22 Grave Witch Demon and level 21 Witch Apprentice, there was something about the level that was too low. But the good thing was that there was a 50% attribute bonus for the Divine Royalist profession. Plus the Grave Witch Demon and Witch Apprentice were both brittle cloth armor type monsters. The damage that can be done is still quite substantial. However, the mana strength of these 5 boss level monsters was also very terrifying. A terrifying magical attack that hit his body also really hurt. The Grave Witch Demon raises the skeletal staff clutched in his hand and chants at the top of his lungs. In the void, countless Chi converged in an instant, condensing into a eerie ghostly claw. A fierce grip was made on Yichu's body. Yichu was instantly chilled and instantly dropped over 500 points of blood. However, fortunately, at this time, he was wearing the void armor that the Void Beast had transformed into, gaining 80% of the Void Beast's attribute bonus. This also includes the life steal bonus. The total number of bloodstains on his head now exceeded 20,000 points. Dropping a few hundred points of blood at random is nothing to press. Rush to the 5 monsters as fast as you can. Looking at one of the Witch Demon apprentices, he raised his blade and slashed at it. 247. Above the Witch apprentice's head, a large damage number popped up. Although the gap between the two sides of the level is vastly different, but the Witch Demon apprentice is after all a cloth armor profession, or easily and substantially broke the defense. After the sword, Yichu turned his pace under his feet and quickly moved to a position about 2 meters away from the 5 monsters. Activation skill, Fear Spike. The void armor worn on his body suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple light. In the void behind it, the hazy shadow of a void beast coalesced, opening its huge mouth and hissing angrily. A fan-shaped soundwave-like substance was launched, enveloping the area a few meters in front of them and covering all 5 monsters within the attack range. At the same time, the skeleton general rushed up. The lance in his hand was jerked up, unleashing a combo skill. As fast as lightning, he stabbed several times, poking out several bloody holes in the body of the Witch Demon apprentice that Yichu had just attacked. In fact, in terms of the absolute power contrast between the two sides, the Grave Witch Demon with 4 quasi-boss minions was stronger than Yichu, who only had 2 pets. But monsters were monsters after all, and fought all on instinct, with no tactics to speak of. The 5 monsters' hate values most of the time were firmly attracted by Yichu, who had the strongest attributes and the highest attack damage. The vast majority of the attacking skills were directed towards Yichu. However, Yichu was originally a warrior profession in his previous life. After 2.5 long years of baptism of doom, melee operation has long since reached the extreme level of out of this world. There are even more ways to deal with all the different types of game monsters. The pace of his feet changed like the wind, just like a butterfly, passing back and forth between the 5 monsters. Use their bodies as a shield to jam the view and interfere with the monster's ability to direct the casting of spells. With this maneuver alone, at least more than a third of the damage attacks were evaded. Some of the skills that really couldn't be avoided, with the powerful dual resistance attribute and exaggerated blood volume after merging with the Void Giant Worm, it was also completely able to withstand it. During this time, Yichu then ordered the Skeleton General and the distant Ice-Cold Banshee to go all out with their output and set fire on a Witch Demon apprentice. Although the attack output was very violent, one powerful magic skill after another, blasting Yichu to death. But it was good that Yichu could drink medicine to regain blood. Coupled with the Thirsty Blood Feast's recovery effect and the Skeleton General's sharing of damage, it still held up without any danger. In the end, when Yichu still had 15% of his blood remaining. Finally a move of Thirsty Blood Feast, manifesting a hideous and incomparable void maw. With unparalleled ferocity, a bite fell, instantly emptying even the last remaining sliver of blood skin of the Grave Witch Demon. Wow! The tall body under the cloak of the Grave Witch Demon fell to the ground with a loud bang, bursting out a large pile of equipment with gold, silver, and copper coins. Yichu counted the items that the Grave Witch Demon and the 4 quasi-bosses had popped out one by one. A total of 2 gold artifact equipment, 13 silver artifact equipment, and 2 mage system skill books exploded out. It can be called very rewarding. Among them, there was a gold artifact equipment that Yichu himself could use. Witch's Ring Gold. Physical Fitness, plus 25. Power, plus 22. Agility, plus 21. Spirit, plus 28. Special effect, increases the wearer's magic resistance by 10%. Equipment level, 22. Yichu directly put the ring away, waiting to use it himself in the future when his level was high enough. As for other equipment and skill books, they are directly auctioned off after returning to town and exchanged for game gold as early as possible. After counting the loot, Yi Chu walked to the torture rack of the one erected in the center of the tomb. Only to see a dark wooden torture rack with ropes tied to a wonderful young girl with long hair. The young girl was unclothed, with only a few thin ragged pieces of cloth hanging from her body, exposing a large portion of her snow-white skin and proud figure. But it was bruised all over his body, filled with a shocking blood-colored scars, which made people look at him with pity. Chapter 30 Legendary Grade Pet, Kingdom Princess Mu Bingyun. Damn, these witch demons, what animals! Looking at the front of the torture rack above, unclothed, all over the body scars, do not know what inhuman torture of the poor girl. Yi Chu was instantly sympathetic and couldn't help but break out in a curse. Just then, the young girl slowly raised her head. Revealing a white, flawless, delicate and incomparably stunningly beautiful face, it seemed to make the entire gloomy tomb bright and luminous. At the same time, this young girl's name and characterization surfaced before Yi Chu's eyes. Mu Bingyun. Rank, 32. Introduction: the noble third princess of Jinbei City, gifted in pure since childhood, is favored by the king of Jinbei. However, 3 months ago, during an outing parade, she was captured by a natural disaster army attack and imprisoned in a dark and sunless tomb, attempting to utilize evil magic to transform her, who has a pure soul, into some kind of evil creature with infinite potential. Status: capturable. Contract success rate: 10%. It really is Mu Bingyun. That queen of the north who had a superb and pivotal position in the late game, leading the armies of the Seven Kingdoms against the attack of the Heavenly Calamity Legion. The moment he saw the young girl's identity information, Yi Chu's gaze instantly lit up, revealing an undisguised aura of excitement and thrill. But for now, this future noble queen who would stand tall and make countless people admire and look up to her was just a poor, pathetic young girl who was tied up on top of the torture rack, waiting to be rescued. Especially, seeing the end of the character's information, the display of the takeable status. Yi Chu was even more excited, and even his breathing couldn't help but be slightly shortened. The noble queen who will reign over the north in the future, commanding a great army and commanding the 4 directions, if she becomes her pet. That scene, Yi Chu felt irritated just thinking about it. However, Yi Chu's 3 pet spots were now full. If you wanted to take in Mu Bingyun, you had to break the contract with a pet first. This choice was easy for Yi Chu. Without hesitation, he directly lifted the Imperial Beast contract between him and the Ice Banshee. However, after all, the ice-cold Demoness had followed Yi Chu for so long. It was also instrumental in sweeping the Gloomwind graveyard and slaying the Grave Witch demon in battle. Yi Chu still had some feelings for it. So patting the skeleton general on the shoulder, he specifically admonished. Hit her hard and don't let her suffer too much. Roar! The skeleton general hissed, not sure if he understood or not. Anyway, it was a direct and hard shot, stabbing hard into the inside of the Ice Banshee's stomach. Then the 2 silver-level bosses fought fiercely in the tomb. Mu Bingyun, who was tied to the torture rack, didn't know what kind of torture she had endured, as if even her consciousness had become very blurred. After staring at Yi Chu for half a day, it was as if he finally recognized that he was not those 5 terrifying monsters. Breathlessly and with difficulty, he spoke, "Are you here to save me?" "That's right, I'm here to save you. But before I save you, I'll give you a good thing." Yi Chu grinned and stretched out 2 fingers, pointing them above Mu Bingyun's eyebrows. Activate the Skill God's Royal Pact. As Yi Chu's skill was unleashed, a mysterious ray of golden light instantly surfaced on Mu Bingyun's brow. The golden light flowed and converged, gradually outlining a complex and incomparable mysterious rune. Mu Bingyun's white, flawless and stunningly beautiful face was slightly twisted up, revealing a few struggling colors. Yi Chu immediately drank in a deep voice. "Accept it." Mu Bingyun froze when she heard the chiding. It was not known whether it was Yi Chu's shout that had taken effect, or whether the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring was making an impact. With a 10% contract success rate, it's surprising that it's a straight shot. The next second, in Yi Chu's ears, a crisp and pleasant game ringtone sounded. Game prompt: you unleashed the Skill Divine Imperial contract on Mu Bingyun, the 3rd princess of Jinbei City. The contract was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary level pet Mu Bingyun. The deed was done. Surprisingly, it was a legendary level pet. Yi Chu was thrilled in his heart and thanked the Heavenly Tribulation Legion 10,000 times for taking Mu Bingyun captive and imprisoning her here. Let yourself pick up the slack. Otherwise, just by slowly developing on his own, I don't know how many years it would take before he could contract a legendary level pet. Yi Chu breathed in a rush and immediately couldn't wait, calling up Mu Bingyun's attribute panel. Check up on the specific attributes of this legendary NPC who will become the Queen of the North in the future. Mu Bingyun. Bloodline level, legendary. Physical star rating, 10. Power star rating, 9. Agility star rating, 10. Spiritual star rating, 15. Skills, Ice Lance C, Ice Crystal Shield B, Ice Demon Wolf B, Ice Seal B, Extreme Cold Storm A. Status, extremely weak, all attributes reduced by 95%. The growth star rating is a surprisingly high 44 points. The growth star rating of the spiritual attribute in particular was surprisingly as much as 15 points. Although the rating was legendary, Mu Bingyun's such explosive attribute growth was not at all worse than most epic level pets. Apparently, like the skeleton general, she was an exceptional supermodel presence among pets of her class. The moment the divine royal contract was made, Mu Bingyun's heart and mind immediately swirled, and in the dark, a subtle connection that was difficult to describe in words was established with Yi Chu. A deep-rooted, unshakable thought of absolutes rooted deep into her heart. It was as if the mysterious man with the bronze mask in front of him was the sky of his life, and meant far more to him than anything else. One must obey all his orders unconditionally. And with it, a feeling of closeness from the depths of the soul. It was as if Yi Chu was the closest person to him in this world, and everything he had belonged to him. Master. Master. Mu Bingyun opened her mouth with some difficulty and hoarsely shouted out her name for Yi Chu. In Yi Chu's eyes, a flash of satisfaction appeared. Hastily waving his sword to cut the rope, he released Mu Bingyun from the torture rack. After a long period of torture in the dark, Mu Bingyun's body had long since been weakened beyond measure. As soon as she landed, her two long legs instantly went soft, and she collapsed weakly into Yi Chu's arms. Damn those murderous witch demons! Yi Chu cursed as he took out a mage cloak from his package and wrapped Mu Bingyun's delicate body that was leaking spring light. Thank you, master. Mu Bingyun snuggled into Yi Chu's arms, her pretty face slightly red as she softly thanked him. Yi Chu nodded his head and smiled as he opened his mouth to ask, "Are you really the third Princess Mu Bingyun of Jinbei City?" "I'm right out of Jinbei City, why have I never heard of the princess disappearance?" "As far as I know, the third princess made a public appearance a few days ago." Of course Yi Chu knew that this Mu Bingyun who was now in his arms was the real deal. The one in Jinbei City was just a fake princess that the Natural Disaster Corps had found someone to play in order to realize their ulterior motive. The reason for asking this now was to interact with Mu Bingyun and trigger the subsequent mission events. As expected, after hearing Yi Chu's words, Mu Bingyun's delicate body immediately trembled. Unbelievably, he looked at Yi Chu and lost his voice. "Master, what you just said is true. There really is another me in Jinbei City?" Chapter 31 SS Level Main Quest, Winter is Coming. Of course it's true, would I lie to you about such a thing? After receiving Yi Chu's affirmative reply, Mu Bingyun's face instantly became anxious and she grabbed Yi Chu's arm and said in an urgent voice, "Master, that me in town is a fake. They must have some kind of plot against Jinbei City by assuming my identity. I'm going to rush back to the King's City right away and tell father about this." "I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses." Yi Chu gently patted Mu Bingyun's back to calm her down and said, "The security within the royal city is tight, how easy is it to see the king? Think hard, is there anyone in the royal city who can help us and take us to your father? People who can help." Mu Bingyun's eyes showed a contemplative look, and soon her gaze lit up as she said to Yi Chu, "My teacher, Ice Great Magical Instructor Han Shofeng. He's a court mage with free access to the palace, so if he knows the truth about what happened, he can definitely help us. However, my current identity is nothing more than an adventurer who is new to Jinbei City." Yi Chu raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured, "I'm afraid it's not that easy to meet your teacher, right?" "Don't worry about that, master." Mu Bingyun laughed. Teacher had released a long-term quest in the Adventurers Guild, offering a bounty for the elemental crystal cores within the ice-scale snow python. As long as we take on a quest to hunt down an ice-scale snow python and get its elemental crystal core, we'll be able to meet our teacher. Ding! Game prompt: you have triggered the SS level main quest, Winter is Coming. Please follow the quest prompts and head to the Adventurers Guild in Jinbei City to pick up and complete the bounty quest of hunting the ice-scale snow python, so that Mu Bingyun can meet with the palace mage Han Shofeng. After completing the mission, you will receive a generous reward. With the task in hand, Yi Chu was instantly satisfied and said to Mu Bingyun, "Okay, I know what to do. Your body is still weak now, don't say too much more. First go to my Imperial Beast space to rest for a few days and recover your vitality. After I finish hunting the ice-scale snow python, I'll summon you out and meet with your teacher. Thank you, Master. Mu Bingyun certainly did not have any objections to Yi Chu's arrangement. Respectfully and obediently, he nodded his head, and then with a flash of light, he was collected by Yi Chu into the favored beast space. That was the mysterious space that belonged solely to the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster. Pets that have made a contract with the Imperial Beastmaster can be taken into the Imperial Beast space. There is no need to eat or drink to stay alive in there. Even the physical state, as well as the injuries sustained, were able to recover well. Although Mu Bingyun was a legendary ranked pet of up to level 32. But after experiencing the Grave Witch Demon, a 3-month-long agonizing ordeal, the body had long been weakened. At least for a short period of time, it was impossible to expect her to fight, and the Imperial Beast space was the best place for her to go. At that moment, behind Yi Chu, a mournful and incomparable wail of pain came from behind him. The skeleton general finally finished off the ice banshee. Yi Chu turned around and walked up, counting the loot that the ice-cold banshee had popped out. Surprisingly, even that ice crystal longbow had exploded, and it was still an extremely high-quality gold artifact equipment. Ice longbow, gold. Attack power, 7283. Physical fitness, plus 14. Power, plus 16. Agility, plus 21. Spirit, plus 13. Special effect, each attack comes with an additional 15% ice magic damage, causing a 5% slowdown effect. Equipment level, 16. After finishing off the Grave Witch Demon, Yi Chu just happened to have leveled up to 16, so he directly replaced it. Looking at the corpse of the ice-cold banshee on the ground, he said, "One day pet, 100 days grace, I will remember your goodness." After saying that, he looked at the time display on the game interface, and it was already past 10 p.m. Miracles isn't like many novels where you can substitute game time for sleep. After gaming for a while, you must also return to reality, eat, drink, sleep and rest. However, after the game blends with reality. As the players get higher and higher in level, their life force and spirituality get stronger and stronger. It is possible to slowly do long online battles for days or even months on end without having to get offline. But those are for later, at least for now all players are still mortal. From the opening of the game until now, Yi Chu had continuously brushed monsters online at high intensity for more than 20 hours, and his spirit was already very tired. All things in the game come to an end, ready to go offline and take a nap first. But before we go offline, there's one more important thing to do. It's the trip to practice and hit the equipment on the auction house for gold coins. Yi Chu took out the city return scroll and crushed it with force. A moment later, there was a flash of light and he re-entered Jinbei City. After returning to the city, he hoofed it straight to the auction house. A few minutes later, a series of densely packed service-wide announcements echoed abruptly and incomparably throughout the national service sky. Announcement for the whole service: all players please note that the goldware equipment, Stick of Underworld Fire, which is ranked number 1 on the equipment list, has been shelved on the auction house in Jinbei City, with a reserve price of 1,000 gold coins, and all players are welcome to actively bid on it. Service-wide announcement: all players, please note that the goldware equipment, Underworld Flame Vestment Robe, which is ranked number 2 on the equipment list, has been shelved on the auction house in Jinbei City, with an auction reserve price of 800 gold coins, all players are welcome to bid actively. The loud and incomparable auction announcements, one after another, without any interval in between, echoed throughout the entire national service sky for several minutes before finally stopping. Countless players, all of them, were instantly boiling over. Is there any mistake? When did goldware equipment suck? So many pieces hanging out at once? It must be Wei Wu Legacy returning to the city again. It feels like other people play equipment like a lottery, and it takes a lot of effort to produce one piece, and 80% of it is trashy whiteboard equipment. He can be good, sisters like going into the goods, a brush is a big pile, but also are excellent. Find who to reason with? On this guy's body, there must be some unknown special props that can increase the equipment explosion rate. This ability is so buggy, it simply breaks the game balance. Damn, I'm so envious. Done. After Yi Chu put all the equipment on the shelves, he clapped his hands and was about to go offline. Suddenly a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Hello, Wei Wu Legacy, can we talk? Chapter 32, Pastor MM. Hello, Wei Wu Legacy, can we talk? Hearing this slightly familiar voice coming from behind him, Yi Chu's heart and mind immediately stirred. Turning back around, he looked behind him. Just behind him stood a beautiful warrior with a tall figure. Red hair, red pupils, and picturesque eyebrows. A crimson armor with smooth lines and delicate armor leaves outlined the curves of a nearly perfect body. In his hand, he carried a sharp longsword with light flowing through it, revealing a valiant and noble temperament. Above the top of his head, topped with a 4-character game ID, Flowing Flame. Seemingly watery studio, Lee Chonan. Seeing this woman who was second only to himself in terms of melee combat operations in the national service in his previous life, the pupils of Yi Chu's eyes suddenly shrunk slightly. But on the surface, he didn't move and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you want to find me for?" "I'd like to invite you to join my game studio." Lee Chonan didn't beat around the bush and directly opened the door to the invitation. "As far as I know, you've already tied the knot with the questioning sword club. Although your hidden profession, at this stage, is nearly invincible and fearless of the questioning sword club's retaliation, you are ultimately alone. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get rid of them when a few more days go by and the Ask the Swords people have leveled up and their skill configurations have been raised. Join my studio, and in the future, the group of people from Ask the Sword will never dare to hit you again. In terms of treatment, I am also confident that I will be able to satisfy you. And most importantly, after signing, the studio will spare no effort to train you, pushing you up to the throne of number 1 in Miracles of God, making you a gaming heavenly king just like questioning Sword Changa." After saying that, Lee Chonan then smiled faintly and looked at Yi Chu with confidence with a pair of crimson eyes as if they were carved out of rubies. It was believed that the conditions he had offered would definitely be able to impress Yi Chu. However, after hearing Lee Chonan's words, Yi Chu did not even hesitate for a second and directly shook his head categorically and refused. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any game studio." When Lee Chonan heard this, she froze, still not dying to pursue the question. "Why? Are you going to stay a casual player? Do you know that when online games are played to the end, it's not just about operation and talent, it's also about intelligence and resources? Scattered players are alone, and without enough power behind them to support them, they will be at a disadvantage later in the game. Not getting adequate resources to develop them will just be a waste of great game talent. Thanks for the reminder, but intelligence or not, resources or not, I'll get them in my own way, so I don't need you to bother." Yi Chu shook his head and smiled, still refusing to be moved. Lee Chonan's too long, heroic eyebrows couldn't help but slightly knit up at once. This was already the second time she had been rejected today. One was the morning's questioning Sword Changa, and the other was the Wei Wu legacy in front of him. Both of them were incredibly dry and refused her invitation without any hesitation at all. Damn, are all geniuses so proud? No money, no name, what do you really want? Haven't I given enough? Lee Chonan was in a depressed mood, and for the first time in his life, he felt that it was such a difficult thing to recruit talent. Looking at the depressed expression on Lee Chonan's face, Yi Chu faintly smiled and said, "Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm going to take my leave." Wait. Lee Chonan was busy calling out to Yi Chu and opened her mouth to discuss, "In the future, if you hit the equipment again, can you sell it directly to our studio? The price is absolutely fair for a long-lasting partnership, and I won't let you lose out. In this way, we can also save the 10% handling fee of the system auction, which is beneficial to both of us." In Yi Chu's previous life in the game, he had conducted many transactions with Lee Chonan and was clear about Lee Chonan's character. Knowing that she was backed by a powerful consortium behind her, she wouldn't screw people over on the price of buying and selling equipment. In the future, having a regular acquirer for the equipment you fight out will be much more convenient for you. Moreover, in doing so, he had also sold Lee Chonan a favor. It would be good to ask if you needed her in the future. So nodding briskly, he said, "No problem, as long as your price is fair, I'll prioritize keeping good equipment for you guys if there's any in the future." When Lee Chonan heard this, she immediately revealed a flash of joy and said happily, "Then add a friend." With that, he took the initiative to launch a friend request to Yi Chu. Yi Chu agreed to Lee Chonan's friend request, and after casually chatting for a few sentences, he excused himself and left. Soon, a priest girl with a game ID called Milk White Yuko, with a shudder, trotted over to Lee Runan's side. Full of curiosity, she inquired, "How is it? Sister Runan, is it done yet? Can't get it right at all." Lee Chonan shook his head with a disheveled face and sighed helplessly. "This Wei Wu legacy wind is the same as Ask Sword Changa, he doesn't negotiate with me at all, and directly refuses without saying anything. What can I do?" "Huh? Is this guy that hard to get a hold of? Doesn't even your money power work?" The milky white Yuko looked surprised, her hands clasped over her chest as she mused fervently. "In that case, we'll have to use the last killer trick, the beauty trick. Sister Chionan, for the sake of our dream, will you reluctantly make a sacrifice? Ask the sword Chang'e and Weiwu legacy, either one of the two, the great thing can be finalized. Roll on, why don't you go sacrifice? Li Chionan's pretty face reddened, and she glared at the milky Yuko without any good reason. Those men like it better when you're on this horizontal scale, don't they? I can sacrifice. Milk-white Yukiko hemmed and hawed, flirting with interest. Why don't the two of us split the work? I'll go and sacrifice questioning sword Chang'e, and you go and sacrifice Weiwu legacy wind. You girl, you finally exposed your true colors. Haven't you been salivating over questioning sword Chang'e for a long time? Nonsense. Questioning sword Chang'e is handsome, flexible, and has fast hand speed. What girl wouldn't like that? Milky Yuko crossed her arms and reasoned, don't you have his posters plastered all over your room too? Honestly, did you secretly do bad things to people's posters at night? What are you babbling about? See if I don't rip your mouth off. After Yichu got offline, he first called for a takeaway and went to bed after eating. Set a cell phone alarm for 6 o'clock sharp the next day. After going online, he went straight to the Adventurers Guild in Town North City. Soon, it was on the Adventurers Guild's quest wall that the quest posted by Han Xiufeng to hunt the ice-scaled snow python was found. After picking it up, move out of town. As Yichu passed under the city gates and walked towards the outside of the city, an assassin player hidden in the corner of the city wall immediately opened a chat window and reported to a close friend. I saw Weiwu legacy leaving the city. Good. You take a group of people to keep tracking and report his position to me at all times, don't lose him. Chapter 33 Grade A Skill, Beast Soul Shield. The ice-scale snow python was a gold-class boss whose level fluctuated around 25. Living 100 miles north of Jinbei City, on top of a mountain range called Snow Dragon Ridge. After Yichu left Jinbei City, he made his way north and quickly advanced. Yet as he walked, he sensed that something was wrong. Someone behind him was following him. And these guys are quite good at stalking. Several players of the assassin lineage, far behind themselves, took over the tracking by utilizing their stealth skills. Such a covert and professional way of tracking, if it was an ordinary player, I'm afraid it would be absolutely difficult to discover. Even Yichu, it was only after he had left Jinbei City for a long time that he was able to observe it through some subtle clues by virtue of the vigilant habits he had developed over the years. Who could it be? Yichu's brows furrowed slightly as he secretly guessed the origin of the group behind him. Since the game opened, the only people he had feuded with in the game were the Pride family and the Questioning Sword Club. However, these two forces had both suffered great losses at Yichu's hands and had learned how powerful Yichu was. In a short period of time, they should all subside a bit and not dare to come back to seek Yichu's misfortune. Perhaps, it was someone curious about my professional talents, so they were sent here to observe in secret and gather information. Yichu muttered under his breath, thinking of several possibilities in an instant. Was wondering how to take out these annoying flies behind me. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the woods ahead. It was a level 13 female mage, sweet and innocent, with a high face value. Wearing a light blue mage robe. Where the chest of the vestment was located, a teardrop-shaped hole opened up, revealing a deep snow-white gully. Carrying a blue staff with a warm smile on his face, he walked towards Yichu. How is she? Looking at the 4-character ID of Fawn Baby on the woman's head, Yichu's eyebrows under his mask suddenly tightened. Within his eyes, a touch of unconcealed disgust was revealed. But Liang Lulu didn't notice a thing. Feeling very good about herself, she trotted to Yichu with light footsteps, revealing a sweet smile that she thought was charming. Senior Weiwu, I have an A-rank skill book for the Imperial Beastmaster profession here, I wonder if you're interested? Aha! Upon hearing that there was an A-rank skill book, Yichu's heart and mind stirred. Immediately stopping the order to have the skeleton general poke 10,000 transparent holes into Liang Lulu's body. Without moving, he opened his mouth and asked, what skill book? Seeing that Yichu was really interested in this skill book, Liang Lulu was in a flurry of excitement, secretly saying that there was a chance. Immediately, a detailed illustration of a skill book was displayed in the void in front of Yichu. Beast Soul Shield. Skill level, A. Skill effect, receives the power of the beast god to bless the imperial beasts, causing one pet to gain a blood shield of 30% of its maximum life value. The shield lasts for 30 seconds. Skill consumption, 100 magic. Cooldown time, 45 seconds. A shield-like skill that increases your pet's survivability. Especially for the void beast with thick blood and high defense, it was a rare and excellent skill. It can make its already amazing frankness go even further. Yi Chu's gaze brightened slightly as he opened his mouth and asked, "How much is it?" "I'll buy this book." "Gee, people don't come to do business with you for money." Liang Lulu threw a wink at Yi Chu and said in a whiny, delicate voice, "I've taken on a difficult hard quest that requires killing a level 20 silver level boss. But a small mage just can't fight through it, so I'd like to ask the big guy to help me with this quest." Lulu Liang's routine is very obvious. First, he used the skill book to arouse Yi Chu's interest, so that he would agree to help him with the quest. There was plenty of time to spend with Yi Chu during the completion of the mission. When the time comes, deliberately talk about ambiguous topics and create some physical contact. In this way, one after another, the relationship between the two naturally watered to the canal. Liang Lulu was confident in her looks and her ability to tease men. Back then, Yi Chu was taken down by her using this routine. Moreover, this time, in order to get close to Wei Wu Legacy, a superstar who had suddenly risen to power overnight, she had gone to great lengths and put in blood. Just buying this skill book alone cost a whole $3 million. But fortunately, the money was all given to her by Yi Chu in the past. Think of it as spending that wrong seed's money on the next round of investment in your own life. When Yi Chu heard this set of familiar and incomparable sayings, and then saw Liang Lulu's scratchy T-Hor look, he immediately felt sick to his stomach. His eyes grew a few points colder, but he still didn't move and opened his mouth to ask. "As far as I know, isn't your boyfriend asking Sword Changa? Why don't you ask him for help? If he's willing to make a move, a level 20 silver boss should be easy to kill, right?" Hearing Wei Wu Legacy mentioning Yi Chu, on Liang Lulu's face, she immediately revealed an expression of aggrieved watering. "Don't mention that scumbag. That scumbag isn't even human, I broke up with him a long time ago." These two words of Lulu Liang seemed simple, but there was a great deal of heart. On the one hand, he cleared his relationship with Yi Chu and told Wei Wu Legacy that he was now single. On the other hand, it is also to arouse the curiosity of the Wei Wu Legacy. If he got really curious and pursued why he said ask Sword Changa was scum, she'll be able to make up a pathetic story about being cheated on emotionally by a scumbag who started and ended it, and act out on the spot to garner sympathy. In the end, she jumped into the arms of Wei Wu Legacy and cried a lot, which aroused men's protective desire. Maybe the purpose of the day was accomplished. But unfortunately, she didn't know that the masked Wei Wu Legacy in front of her at this moment was the scummy guy she was talking about. Looking at Liang Lulu's realistic acting as if it was the real thing, Yi Chu sneered in his heart and didn't bother to accompany her in her act anymore. Speaking directly and coldly, he said, "It's fine to help you with your quest, but you have to give me the skill book first." Liang Lulu was stunned and secretly said it was a pity. This Wei Wu Legacy is also too cold, even a little bit of gossip did not continue to follow up. Letting his long ago made up story not come in handy. But he had agreed to help himself with the mission, so at least the first step of his plan was a success. So immediately, he rejoiced and took out that skill book and handed it to Yi Chu. At the same time, it was also intentionally careless and used its fingers to gently stroke the back of Yi Chu's hand a few times. Revealing a touch of what she thought was a seductive and flirtatious smile at Yi Chu, she laughed delicately. "I'll lead the way." After saying that, she turned around and walked in front of Yi Chu, her waist and hips swaying and showing off as she walked towards the front. As Yi Chu learned the skill book, he gave the skeleton general a look. The skeleton general immediately understood and rushed forward, raising his lance. Aiming at Liang Lulu's back, he poked down with a vicious shot. Chapter 34 Level 25 Gold Class Boss, Ice-Scaled Snow Python. Put. The skeleton general's bronze spearhead was ferocious and incomparable, directly penetrating through Liang Lulu's body. With a shower of dripping blood, it penetrated out from its chest. Ah! Liang Lulu instantly let out a miserable cry, incredulously looking at the blood-stained gun head that pierced out from her chest. Wanting to turn around and question Yi Chu, what the hell was going on? But Yi Chu had long since stopped wanting to see her disgusting face. Directly ordering the skeleton general to pick up speed. In the next second, the skeleton general decisively unleashed a combo skill. Put. 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 Several times in a row, the lance pierced through the thin body of Liang Lulu, a small level 15 mage in the district. She was directly emptied of her chi and blood, turning into a soulful white light, and resurrected back at the resurrection point. Aha! Wei Wu Legacy, this asshole pisses me off. In reality, Liang Lulu was so angry that she was trembling. Straight away, he took off his gaming helmet and shouted and spilled his guts all over the room. Hearing the commotion, her best friend, Masuri, who lived with her, immediately got offline from the game. Looking at Liang Lulu with a face full of surprise, she asked curiously, "Lulu, what's wrong with you? Did that Wei Wu legacy not take the bait?" "More than not taking the bait, that bastard is so shameless, I've simply lost my fortune." Liang Lulu's lungs were about to explode with anger, her full breasts rose and fell, describing what had just happened in the game to Masurue. After hearing this, Masurui burst into a fit of gloating and secret mockery. "You green tea whore, have your day, you deserve it." However, his face showed an expression of indignation and righteous anger. This Wei Wu legacy is too much. It's simply shameless, without any boundaries, a real shrimp head. "So what are you going to do, Lulu? Did you videotape what just happened? Why don't we go to Little Sweet Potato and post a fight to expose this guy and make him lose his name in the game?" "No." After hearing her best friend's suggestion, Liang Lulu, however, immediately shook her head and negated the proposal, still refusing to die. Although opening a post for a fight would also garner a wave of traffic, it would also completely cut off all possibilities with Wei Wu legacy. Even though this guy does things excessively, his hotness within the game is even higher than the previous Yi Chu. If I can succeed in evening out, it's an inexhaustible money tree, and I'm not going to cheapen it for anyone else. Liang Lulu gritted her teeth with a serious face. "I must try a few more times. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, it's a great way to gather some more material to attract more traffic when you finally post the fight." "Bitch, you're ugly, but you think you're beautiful. Do you really think everyone is as easy to fool as that fool Yi Chu?" Masurue secretly mocked in her heart, but on the surface she complimented and laughed. "It's still you, Lulu, who's thoughtful. By the way, where's Yi Chu? Did that licking dog contact you?" "Not yet." Mentioning Yi Chu, Liang Lulu's heart was once again infuriated. The two quarreled have been a whole daytime. In the past, Yi Chu has long held flowers to take the initiative to the door, to beg for their forgiveness. This time, however, that lickspittle had delayed coming to himself to apologize. To the annoyance of Liang Lulu, she grunted and said without any goodwill, "A professional player who has long since passed through the air, it's better if he doesn't come, I'd rather stay away from him." After saying that, he negatively turned around and walked aside, sitting inside the sofa and studying the plan on how to raid Wei Wu legacy. If Yi Chu had heard the conversation between Liang Lulu and Masurue, the pair of girlfriends, he would have definitely felt sarcastic. He himself had been dating Liang Lulu for more than 2 years, during which time he had been obedient and caring to her, almost giving her everything. However, so much heartfelt devotion was all taken for granted in her eyes. Even as soon as he himself was in trouble, he immediately came to rise to the occasion and couldn't wait to clear the air with himself. On the contrary, it was Wei Wu legacy, this unfamiliar identity that had never half-crossed paths with Liang Lulu before. This is because after successfully turning 2, players will be able to consume game gold and withdraw skills and props from the game to the real world. The trigger condition is more likely to be met when there are 10 turn 2 players worldwide. The miracle of God game has begun to fully integrate with reality, affecting everyone in the real world and setting off an unprecedented wave of dramatic changes. That was why Yi Chu was trying to preempt the second turn and use the time gap in between to do something. Not long after stepping onto the Snow Dragon Ridge, a huge Snow Ridge giant bear appeared among the ice-covered mountains and forests in front of them. Yi Chu immediately rushed up with his 2 pets and started the boring journey of brushing monsters and upgrading. So on and so forth, practicing from morning until 8 o'clock in the evening. With his 2 pets, Yi Chu had almost swept through the small half of the Snow Dragon Ridge map. Both pets and his own level had finally risen to level 19. Just one last step away from breaking the level 20 mark. Right at that moment, as Yi Chu passed under a mountain cliff, a bitter cold wind mixed with wind and snow suddenly blew over in front of him. An immense and incomparable blur of shadows loomed in the cold wind. It was precisely what Yi Chu had come to the Snow Dragon Ridge to find on this trip. Level 25 Gold Class Boss Ice Scale Snow Python. Chapter 35's Grade Skill, Imperial Beast Splitting. The ice-scaled snow python that suddenly appeared in the wind and snow had a hideous and appalling appearance. The huge body was more than 10 meters long, and the snake's body was like the thickness of a bucket. Every scale on his body was the size of an adult's palm. As if carved from 10,000 years of immutable Arctic ice, it glittered with a crystal-clear cold luster. On the head of the immense snake, a hideous and incomparably sharp ice spike grew, exuding an incomparably ferocious aura. Ice Scale Snow Python, Gold Level Boss. Rank, 25. Blood, 50,000. Attack, 607 643. Strength, 551. Defense, 582. Magic resistance, 543. Skills, Giant Tail Whip, Fangs Eat, Death Entanglement, Ice Teeth, Ice Scale Armor. The moment he saw the ice-scaled snow python attribute panel, Yichu couldn't help but smile. This level 25 gold level boss, although the bloodline grade, was one level higher than both the Void Beast and the Skeleton General. But with the God Imperial Master's passive boost. These two main battle pets of his own, now picking out a random one, panel attributes, almost all of them could be on par with him, not too much difference. The battle that followed was even less suspenseful to speak of. After another day of killing and growing, using the Thirsty Blood Feast skill and devouring countless monsters, the total blood volume of the Void Beast had now surpassed 80,000 points. The body size was even bigger and bigger as the blood volume increased, swelling to a full 10 meters tall. Like a majestic and incomparable purple hill, every step carried the amazing momentum of the earth shaking. Walking forward, he fiercely kicked and stomped the ice-scaled snow python's more than 10-meter-long thick snake body under his feet. No matter how fiercely he resisted and hissed and struggled, he was unable to break free. The Skeleton General rushed forward, brandishing the bronze lance in his hand, one by one, poking it continuously. Poking the hard scale armor of the ice-scale snow python to pieces, poking out a shockingly large blood-colored hole. Yichu was even standing at a distance, drawing his bow and arrows and continuously outputting. Under the ferocious and incomparable attack of the one master and two favorites, as fierce as a raging storm. This gold-level boss, which was as high as level 25, was directly dumbfounded by the dry spell, and was completely powerless to fight back. It only lasted for a few short minutes before it let out a mournful hiss. With his scaled armor shattered and dripping with blood, he collapsed in the middle of the clean white snow, bursting out a pile of gold coins and equipment. Swish! As a golden light leaked down, the abundant experience from killing the gold-level boss caused Yichu and his two pets to upgrade at the same time. Finally came to level 20. In the next second, two consecutive long-lost system announcements echoed in the national service sky. Service-wide announcement: congratulations to player Weiwu Legacy, killing the gold-level boss Ice-Scale Snow Python, completing the first kill of a gold-level boss in the entire service, and obtaining the following rewards: Prestige plus 300, Gold plus 1000, Luck plus 3, and Ancient Secret Eggs Legendary. Announcement for the whole service: congratulations to player Weiwu Legacy for leveling up to level 20 and successfully transferring. As the first player in the whole service to make the second turn, he is awarded with the following rewards: Prestige plus 500, Luck plus 3, Gold plus 2000, and Bloodline Evolutionary Stone Legendary. Alas, what should come is still coming. I knew it, the first kill of the first gold level boss must still be Weiwu Legacy. Moreover, it's still taken together with the achievement rewards of the second turn, 2 legendary grade special props. I'm envious. I'm going. Is there any mistake? The second player on the rank list is only level 16, and he's level 20 and turning 2? Did he rocket through his upgrades? The big guy is snowballing this, using the achievement rewards earned to accelerate upgrades and then getting more rewards. It's true that all the meat is for him to eat by himself, and he doesn't even give a mouthful of soup to others. That's probably what the legend says about being way ahead of the game. Big man missing a pendant on his leg? I'm 36D, I've got great lips, and I can fly all over the country. Regarding the shocked comments of the players in the entire service, Yichu neither knew nor cared. At this moment, his entire attention was focused on the few lines of writing that surfaced on the game panel in front of him. Congratulations on reaching level 20, your career level advancement has been successful and you have been promoted to Intermediate Divine Royalist. Your attribute growth is enhanced, you can gain free attribute points per level, 2040. Number of pets that can be contracted, 3-4. Awakening profession skill, Beast Splitting. Unlocked function, Reality Extraction. Fusion of Heavenly Tao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 11%. Heavenly Tao True Blood fusion in progress, current fusion progress 20%, your Cthulhu bloodline gains advancement. Bloodline effect, all skill cooldowns reduced by 50%. As expected, after the second turn, the fusion progress of the Heaven's Path True Blood increased again. A brand new bloodline effect has been awakened. Cooldowns of all skills are reduced by 50%. The description of the effect is simple and straightforward, but the effect it represents is incredibly powerful. You know, with plenty of blue. The shorter the skill cooldown time and the more frequently the skills are released, the stronger the player's output ability will be. With this layer of bloodline effect boost, Yichu was able to release skills at a higher frequency and provide his favored beasts with various buff boosts. There is no need to say how awesome it is. On top of that, this career advancement has awakened a brand new career skill. Beast Diversion. Skill level, S. Skill effect, select a pet and use the power of the elements to coalesce a magical doppelganger. The doppelganger possesses 70% of the body's full attributes and all of its skills, duration 5 minutes. Skill consumption, 500 magic. Cooling time, 10 minutes. The skill effect of this S-rank skill was very powerful, being able to select a pet and coalesce a magical doppelganger. You can coalesce different pet doppelgangers to meet various combat needs according to different situations. Also, its original cooldown was 10 minutes. It became a 5-minute cooldown after being boosted by the Cthulhu bloodline effect and shortened by 50%. Just about the same duration as the magic split. It allowed Yichu to maintain the combat state of having a favored beast doppelganger to assist him at all times. Yichu was very satisfied with the vocational skill that he had awakened this time, revealing a happy look. Then he opened the game package and checked up on the 2 system-issued achievement rewards. First, there was that legendary quality bloodline evolution stone. The use of this prop was very simple to say, it could raise the pet's bloodline level. For example, this legendary grade bloodline evolution stone allows a pet to evolve to a legendary bloodline. At the current stage where the game has just opened and the vast majority of ordinary players have never even seen a gold level boss, it can definitely be called precious. However, other than Mu Bingyun, who was originally of the legendary bloodline, Yichu also had 2 pets. Exactly which pet to use this precious bloodline evolution stone on was a matter of consideration. In the end, after some contemplation, Yichu still chose the Skeleton General. This is because the output ability of the Skeleton General is needed more in the early game than the meat tank positioned Void Behemoth. Yichu took out the bloodline evolution stone, selected the Skeleton General, and confirmed its use. The evolution stone in his palm floated into the air, turning into a dazzling and incomparable burst of evolutionary light that enveloped the Skeleton General's entire body. Chapter 36 Bloodline Evolution, Shura War General. Swish. Under the shroud of the evolutionary light illuminated by the evolutionary stone, the Skeleton General's bones clicked and his appearance began to change rapidly. The already very tall body became even more magnificent and upright. The originally tattered and rotten battle armor on his body also quickly twisted and changed, fading away the surface patches of rust into a jagged, cold, dominating set of majestic armor. At the end of the day, the emptiness on his side was a sudden flash of light, opening a spatial channel. An undead bone horse with only a white skeleton left, but a remarkable steed. For hooves, stepping on the prancing and throbbing undead flames, rushed out of the space passage. The Skeleton General rolled onto his back, his armor jagged and cold, and the bone horse at his hip was extraordinary. In his hand, he clutched a blood-colored spear that lingered with crimson light. Like a god of war that had come to earth from the 9 hells of purgatory, all over his body, he exuded a strong aura that took in the hearts of the people. At the same time, Yichu received a corresponding game prompt. Ding! Game prompt: you used the special prop Bloodline Evolution Stone Legendary to upgrade the bloodline of the Skeleton General, and the silver level favored beast, Skeleton General, has successfully evolved into the legendary level, Shura Warrior General, awakening the skills, Phantom Impact, S, Shura Chop, A, and Treading Fire Charge, A. Shura War General. Bloodline level, Legendary. Physical Fitness Star Rating, 9. Power Star Rating, 12. Agility Star Rating, 10. Spiritual Star Rating, 11. Skills: Spectral Shock S, Shura Chop A, Fire Charge A, Dead Rise Again B, Undead Power B, White Bone Strike B, Spectral Stab B. The evolved Shura Warlord has a Growth Star rating of 42 points. Although it was 2 points less than Mu Bingyun, who was also a legendary ranked pet, it was still far more than the vast majority of legendary pets. It's even good enough to be compared to some of the less talented epic level pets. And 3 very powerful new skills were awakened. One of the skill effects of Spectral Impact is a group attack type skill that summons a team of spectral cavalry to charge in the direction of the target, inflicting high damage to enemies along the way. Shura Slash is an extremely powerful single attack skill. Treading Fire Charge, on the other hand, is a displacement plus control plus damage skill that locks onto a target unit within 50 yards, urges the bone horse at its hip to launch a charge, inflicts a high amount of damage and stun effect on the target, and leaves behind a burning track that inflicts sustained damage on the enemy. Overall, Yichu still felt very satisfied with this evolutionary effect. After retracting his gaze from the Shura war general, he once again opened the package and took out the ancient secret egg that had been rewarded by the system. Just see this mysterious giant egg. The volume is about the size of a person's head, the eggshell is crystal, white as jade. There was a naturally occurring pattern intertwined on the surface, radiating a vigorous aura of life. Ancient secret eggs. Prop level, legendary. Introduction: a mysterious egg containing ancient bloodline, which is pregnant with vigorous life energy. After the contract, it will hatch out a rare pet beast with legendary bloodline. According to Yichu's experience in his previous life, generally speaking, the quality of props rewarded by the system would not be poor. It was highly likely that the pet conceived in this mysterious eggshell was very extraordinary. However, Yichu did not immediately conclude a contract to hatch it. Because, now that he had successfully risen to level 20, he had unlocked the reality extraction function. It's possible to take skills and props from inside the game and extract them to the real world. Tonight, he's going to kill someone. Moreover, not the slightest clue can be left behind for others to investigate and suspect on their own head. Therefore, for this fourth pet, Yichu was prepared to contract an assassin lineage monster that was proficient in all kinds of assassination methods and could kill without being seen. After the kill, then break the contract with it and hatch this ancient secret egg. When the time comes, it will be completely set aside and no one will suspect it. As for the pet to be contracted, Yichu had also already thought of it a long time ago. Walking over to the corpse of the ice-scaled snow python, a quick inventory revealed another bumper crop. A total of 8 pieces of gold where equipment exploded out, plus 2 B-rank skill books. 2 of the pieces of equipment were ones that Yichu could use. Pupil of Snow Python Gold. Physical Fitness, plus 39. Strength, plus 41. Agility, plus 37. Spirit, plus 35. Special effect: the wearer gains 5% physical blood absorption. Equipment level, 25. Snow Plains Cloak, Gold. Physical Fitness, plus 38. Strength, plus 35. Agility, plus 44. Spirit, plus 37. Special effect: increases the wearer's movement speed by 7%. Equipment level, 25. Yichu changed all of the 2 pieces of equipment, and then fumbled around under the snow python's huge corpse for a while. Finally, he found the quest item he needed: the elemental crystal core of the ice-scaled snow python. After storing it in the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring, he directly crushed the city return scroll and returned to the city in place. After returning to the city, Yichu didn't rush to the Adventurers Guild to turn in his quest and meet Han Xiufeng. Instead, he opened his friends list and utilized the system tools to make a list of all the equipment, props, skill books, etc. that he had harvested from today's monsters and sent it to Li Chonan. All of this equipment is packaged for 100,000 gold coins, want it or not? When Li Chonan saw the list of equipment that Yichu had sent over, both of her eyes sparkled. It was important to know that most of this equipment that Yichu had brushed in Snow Dragon Ridge today was between level 25-30. Just the kind of high-level equipment that mainstream players need most at this stage. Among them, there were as many as a dozen pieces of extreme gold equipment alone. If they could obtain this batch of equipment, the several members of the seemingly watery studio would immediately be able to change their guns. It can even be used to recruit, arm your men, and develop your power inside the game. Li Chonan couldn't wait to reply, "I want it. I want it. Give it to me. Yichu, I want game gold for all of them, trade as soon as possible." Li Chonan, no problem, give me an hour and I'll send someone to acquire the gold coins right away. May. Yichu nodded and ended his chat with Li Chonan. During the hour that he waited for Li Chonan to raise money, Yichu didn't stay idle either, directly striding out of the city and heading all the way west. More than half an hour later, deep in a gloomy and windy valley, a radiant golden rune coalesced and took shape within a spectral assassin whose body was in a translucent form, holding the twin daggers of the grim wind with a murderous aura. The ghost assassin landed on the ground and knelt submissively to Yichu. Ding! Game tip: you unleashed the skill Divine Imperial contract on the gold level boss Spectral Assassin. The contract was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a gold level pet Spectral Assassin. Chapter 37: Reality Extraction, Assassination Operations. Ghost Assassin. Bloodline level, Gold. Physical star rating, 6. Power star rating, 8. Agility star rating, 9. Spiritual star rating, 6. Skills: Soul Body, Ghostly Sneaking, Ghostly Windstab, Ghostly Flying Dagger, Throat Sealing Strangulation. Because it was only a temporary contracted working pet like the ice-cold banshee, Ichu did not value the growth attributes of the ghost assassin. However, the few skills it possessed were very practical, making Ichu very satisfied. After subduing the phantom assassin, Ichu crushed the city return scroll and returned to Jinbei City to wait. It didn't take long for Li Chonan, who was tall and had an outstanding temperament, to walk in style from the distance. Carrying a reddish longsword with flaming light flowing in his hand, the snow-white cloak behind him fluttered, revealing a heroic beauty. The deal between the two went very well. Li Chonan got the equipment from Yichu got the gold coins he wanted, and both of them were happy. Have fun working together. Li Chonan smiled at Yichu, and after getting the equipment, she couldn't wait to say goodbye and leave. Eager to get back to distributing it to the studio members. Yichu, on the other hand, turned left and right in the town's northern part and came to a remote and uninhabited alleyway and got offline in place. After removing the gaming helmet, Yichu immediately rolled up his sleeves and looked at his left arm. Sure enough, I saw a line of fluorescent blue writing like a screen display appear above the small arm. Remaining life, 2.5 years. This line, a sign of the integration of the game and reality of miracles, represents the remaining lifespan of each player. Once the lifespan is zeroed out, the player loses their life. And the only way to increase your lifespan is to recharge with game gold. Spend 1 game gold coin to buy 1 hour of life. However, right now, Yichu still had enough lifespan and was not in a hurry to recharge right away. Immediately, he communicated through his mind and called up the game's reality extraction function. In the next second, an illusory panel emitting blue light emerged in the void in front of him. Above the panel, a line of densely packed hints emerged. Please select the game resources to be extracted to reality. Level attribute, 10 gold coins attribute point. Mu Bingyun Legendary, 320,000 gold coins. Shura War General Legendary, 300,000 gold coins. Ghost Assassin Gold, 70,000 gold coins. Void Beast Silver, 40,000 gold coins. Although players can withdraw their in-game attributes, props, etc. to the real world after level 22nd turn. But it is not unlimited and arbitrary withdrawal. Instead, you have to spend game gold to do so, and it's quite expensive. It was important to know that Yichu was blessed with the fortune of the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring, and the equipment explosion rate was hundreds of times that of an ordinary player. In the past 2 days, he had played hard to brush monsters, and had brushed out so many superb equipment, all of which had been sold out and exchanged for gold coins. The number of gold coins on the game panel at this time was just a little over 140,000 only. You can imagine just how difficult it is for the average player to hit gold in the game. Even after the game had descended into reality for a long time, not all players had the strength to take the equipment and attributes inside the game and bring them all up to reality. For example, right now, Yichu held up the sky, and at most summoned the 2 pets with lower bloodline levels, the Spectral Assassin and the Void Beast, to the real world. As for Mu Bingyun and Shura Warlord, the balance was insufficient, don't even think about it. In the end, after some contemplation, Yichu didn't mention too many things. Simply lifting your game attributes, Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skills, and Phantom Assassin into the real world. Game note, you have consumed 4,850 gold coins and successfully withdrawn 485 points of personal attribute value. Game note, you have consumed 50,000 gold coins and successfully withdrawn the SS skill Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. Game note, you have consumed 70,000 gold coins and successfully withdrawn your level 30 gold level pet, the Spectral Assassin. 3 consecutive game prompts surfaced on the game panel in front of you. Yichu immediately felt his body shaking as a majestic and incomparable mysterious power was injected inside his body. Physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. At the same time, a dark and deep, constantly rotating space vortex appeared in the void in front of him. The ghostly assassin's hazy, illusory, translucent body draped in gusts of ghastly winds and grim killing intent floated out from the vortex. Regarding what he was going to do tonight, Yichu had already made up his mind a long time ago. At this moment, without the slightest hesitation, he directly selected the Phantom Assassin and unleashed the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skill. Swish! In the next second, a hazy ghostly light emitted from within the body of the Ghost Assassin. The entire body quickly twisted and drastically deformed. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a pair of ghostly daggers with blades half a foot long, incomparably sharp, and exuding an eerie chill. Yichu gripped the spectral dual daggers into his hands, and immediately felt a mysterious energy mixed with coldness follow the daggers and quickly surged into his body. Under the transformation of this energy, Yichu's originally solid flesh and blood body quickly became illusory. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a hazy, illusory, ghost-like, translucent spirit. It was the first passive skill of the spectral assassin's soul spirit body. However, the imagined severe pain did not come. Instead, Choi Min's screams were heard. Wang Tang sensed that something was wrong and opened his eyes. At once, it was seen that blood flowed from Choi Min's chest, blooming into a bleak and incomparable bright red blood flower. It was as if he had been penetrated from behind by some invisible sharp weapon that pierced right through his chest. As blood flowed from his chest, Choi Min's life force rapidly drained away. The luster in his eyes, flying fast and incomparably dissipated away, turning into dead ashes in the twinkling of an eye. With a bang, he fell forward, lying on Wang Tang's lower body. This sudden shocking scene immediately scared Wang Tang pale. Terrified beyond belief, he looked around, yet the large room was empty, not even half a person could be seen. Could it be shenanigans? Wang Tang was scared out of his wits, not caring about his image of being tied up hand and foot on the bed at the moment, shameful and incomparable. Opening his mouth, he tried to yell for help. However, its mouth had only just opened, and the sound had not yet come out of its throat. An incomparably sharp and invisible blade was abruptly shot out from the void, whistling. With an unstoppable sharpness, it blatantly shot into Wang Tang's brow. Above Wang Tang's brow, a shocking bright red blood mark appeared without warning, and a flurry of blood shot out from the back of his head. The head was instantly penetrated, lost its life, and collapsed helplessly on top of the large bed. Generally speaking, the stealth skills of assassin line professions would break the moment they launched an attack or were touched by an enemy attack. However, the ghost assassin was originally a soul body, so his sneaking skill was somewhat special. Unless hit by an enemy attack or detected by a special detection skill. Otherwise, launching a skill attack normally would not break from stealth. Therefore, Yi Chu, for now, remained invisible. The recluse was in the void, looking at the corpses of the pair of dogs on the bed, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. The revenge of being targeted by these two in his previous life and all sorts of conspiracies has finally been avenged. Then, Yi Chu turned around and pierced through the wall, leaving the questioning sword club building. Originally, there was another name on Yi Chu's must-kill list, Liang Lulu. However, Liang Lulu was irrelevant to Wang Tang and Choi Min, and all three were related to Yi Chu at the same time. If all three were killed at the same time in one night, the investigators could easily suspect Yi Chu. If there were no surprises, by noon tomorrow, there would be 10 players around the world who had successfully turned 2. The game will then merge with reality, which will lead to a series of unpredictable changes. At this critical moment of fighting for time, Yi Chu didn't want his real identity to be exposed so early, so as not to cause some unnecessary trouble. The reason why he decided to take out Wang Tang as well as Choi Min tonight. Apart from taking revenge and relieving their hatred, there was another important reason, because they had the powerful questioning sword club behind them. Once the game is integrated with reality, it is able to grow with the fastest speed and withdraw the skills and props inside the game to the real world. If left alone and allowed to develop, they were capable of posing some threat to themselves. But that woman, Lulu Liang, has no skills other than selling waves and fever. It's perfectly fine to leave it for now and take your time to clean it up later. After Yi Chu returned home, he deactivated the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skill. Ordering the Phantom Assassin to hide and protect himself with his sneak skill, he lay down on his bed and slept with unparalleled peace of mind. The next morning, wake up early and log into the game. Swish! With a flash of light, Yi Chu's game character appeared in Jinbei City. The mysterious pet egg that had birthed the legendary grade pet beast was still sleeping quietly in the storage space of the Hongluk Chi Tian ring, waiting for Yi Chu to conclude the contract and hatch it. However, Yi Chu didn't have many gold coins left on him right now. There was no way to summon a second pet to the real world in a short period of time if the contract with the Phantom Assassin was broken. The real world instance would be in an unprotected and dangerous state. Therefore, after some deliberation, Yi Chu still decided to temporarily retain the contractual status of the Phantom Assassin for the time being. Wait for some time and have enough gold on hand before you break the contract with it and hatch that legendary grade pet egg. See what kind of contraption is that mysterious favored beast that supposedly possesses an ancient bloodline that was bred inside. As for how to get gold coins quickly, he would have to count on his third pet, Mu Bingyun, the third princess of Jinbei City. As long as she is allowed to restore her identity and return to the royal palace, are you still worried that she can't explode gold coins out of her coffers? With a thought, Yi Chu summoned Mu Bingyun out of his pet space. After such a long period of recuperation, Mu Bingyun's state had recovered a lot, and was no longer as weak as it was when Yi Chu first rescued her. After appearing and seeing Yi Chu, he immediately revealed a touch of undisguised delight. Immediately, he bent his waist slightly and saluted respectfully, "Master." Yichu nodded and took out a wide cloak, wrapping Mu Bingyun tightly. Only then did he bring Mu Bingyun to the Adventurers Guild and take out the elemental crystal core of the ice-scale snow python. And he offered to deal with Han Xiaofeng, who had issued the quest, face to face. The staff of the Adventurers Guild, after verifying that the elemental crystal cores were fine, brought Yichu to a room with soundproofing magic to wait. About 10 minutes later, the door to the room was pushed open. A middle-aged man with an elegant appearance, dressed in blue mage robes, walked in from outside the main door. Chapter 39, Going to the Palace to Prove One's Identity. Saw the man who walked in from outside. At a glance, Yichu recognized that this man was none other than Mu Bingyun's magic tutor, Jinbei City's palace archmage Han Xiaofeng. A man with many stories. After Han Xiaofeng came in, he first completed the transaction with Yichu, giving Yichu 2,000 gold coins to buy that precious elemental crystal core of the valuable ice-scale snow python. Then he looked behind Yichu, the mysterious figure whose entire body was hidden underneath the wide cloak, vaguely feeling somewhat familiar. Only in the end did he revert his gaze to Yichu, revealing a few moments of scrutiny as he opened his mouth to ask, "Tell me, why must I come in person to conduct the transaction? It shouldn't just be for the 2,000 gold coins reward, right?" Archmage Han is truly perceptive. Yichu faintly smiled and pointed towards Mu Bingyun behind him. "Better yet, please see who she is first." As Yichu's words fell, Mu Bingyun slowly walked forward and took off the hood on her head, revealing that peerless face of heavenly beauty. The moment he saw Mu Bingyun's appearance, Han Xiaofeng's originally calm face changed drastically. Revealing a color of incomparable surprise, he shouted out of breath, "Bingyun! How did you end up here? What the hell is going on here?" "Teacher, it's all a long story." After a few months, meeting her magic tutor again, Mu Bingyun was also a little excited. After calming down a bit, the story of how he was captured by the Heavenly Tribulation Legion, imprisoned in the darkness of the catacombs, and subjected to all kinds of inhuman torture. Carefully, one by one, he told Han Xiaofeng all about it. "Thanks to the Lord. This young warrior who happened to pass by and killed the Grave Witch demon, he was able to free me from the grave. But I've heard that in the months since I disappeared, someone has actually impersonated me in and out of the palace. This must be a plot by the Heavenly Tribulation Legion, hiding an unknown purpose. That's why I thought of this way to meet you first, Sensei. Please take me secretly to an audience with my father to reveal the truth and stop the disaster from coming in time." After listening to Mu Bingyun's words, Han Xiaofeng's face instantly became grave. If what Mu Bingyun had said was true, then the Jinbei city at this moment was undoubtedly shrouded under a huge cloud. At any moment, a catastrophe of unforeseen magnitude could erupt. But this Mu Bingyun in front of him, after all, appeared too suddenly. The matter was of great importance, and empty promises could not be fully believed until his identity had been thoroughly confirmed. Thus, Han Xiaofeng rubbed his chin with his fingers and slowly circled around Mu Bingyun a few times. With a gaze full of scrutiny, Mu Bingyun looked Mu Bingyun up and down, and sure enough, he didn't see the slightest crack. But still, he stared at Mu Bingyun's eyes with a skeptical gaze and asked cautiously, "Although you can't tell much from the outside, the form and appearance can be disguised with skills. What other ways do you have to be able to prove yourself?" Hearing Han Xiaofeng's question, Mu Bingyun's clear eyes instantly revealed an aura of contemplation. A moment later his eyes lit up and he said, "I know that you, teacher, have books hidden in the sleeves on both sides of your vestments. When someone's around, look inside the left sleeve for the proper grimoire. When no one is around, look at the yellow in your right sleeve. Ahem. Well. I believe you're the real Ice Cloud." Han Xiaofeng immediately coughed violently twice, interrupting Mu Bingyun's words. Knowing even such a private secret, this clear young girl in front of him must be his own personal disciple without a doubt. After confirming Mu Bingyun's identity, Han Xiaofeng's face immediately became grave. Realizing the urgency of the situation, there is no time to lose. Immediately, he brought Yichu and Mu Bingyun towards the royal palace located in the central area of Jinbei City. There are 2 major empires and 7 major kingdoms in the national service. Among them, Jinbei City was the capital of one of the 7 kingdoms, the Northern Cold Kingdom. Endless years ago it was once called North Cold City. It was not until later that the Purgatory Abyss was opened in the far north and a heavenly catastrophe descended upon the world. The North Cold Kingdom, located in the northernmost part of the country, bore the brunt of the disaster, becoming the front line of humanity's efforts to meet the catastrophe and fend off the legions of natural disasters. It was only then that Beihan City was officially renamed Jinbei City. Therefore, the official title of the king of the North Cold Kingdom was the North Cold King, and on certain occasions, he was also called the King of Jinbei. Although the royal palace was heavily guarded, with Han Xiufeng, a court mage with great prestige in the Northern Cold Kingdom, leading the way, the three of them had an unhindered journey. Eventually, the North Cold King was met within an opulent side hall. The Northern Cold King was about 50 years old, with an impressive instrument and slightly frosted white temples. His eyes were as deep as a deep pool, revealing a bit of the majesty of a king who was not angry. Upon seeing Mu Bingyun take off her hood, revealing that incomparably familiar face, this old king who had ruled over the Northern Cold Kingdom for decades was instantly surprised in his heart, showing the same identical expression as Han Xiufeng did not long ago. Listening to Mu Bingyun again after recounting the causes and consequences, hearing that his favorite third daughter had been imprisoned in the dark and cold underground catacombs for the past 3 months, suffering all kinds of cruel and inhuman tortures. It was a painful experience. However, he also shared the same concerns as Han Xiufeng and didn't dare to easily trust Mu Bingyun's words. Because over the past 3 months, he had also had several contacts with that so-called fake princess, and had not found any cracks. His brows couldn't help but tighten as he stared at Mu Bingyun with a gaze full of scrutiny and asked in a deep voice, "There is too much at stake in this matter to take your word for it entirely. What proof can you produce to convince me that you are the real Ice Cloud?" With Han Xiufeng's previous experience, on the way here, Mu Bingyun had long since thought of a way to prove his identity to the king of the Northern Cold. However, looking at the 2 guards standing beside the Beihan king, for a moment there was some desire to speak, hesitating to say, "Father, this is a matter of confidentiality, may I whisper it to you alone?" Hearing Mu Bingyun say this, in the eyes of the Beihan king, a look of skepticism immediately appeared. With a deep gaze, he said in a deep voice, "There's no harm in it, they are all my personal guards and can be trusted absolutely, there's no harm in saying whatever you have to say." "Okay." Mu Bingyun nodded her head and said aloud, word for word, "When I was 5 years old, I saw you and the Duchess behind the wigwam in the royal garden." "Ahem. My good daughter, you've really suffered these past few months." King Beihan hurriedly coughed heavily twice to interrupt Mu Bingyun's words. Running down from the throne, he grabbed Mu Bingyun's hands with a face full of pain, and shushed him with an incomparable heartache for half a day. Finally, in his eyes, he shot out a flash of a cold and bitter aura that was incomparably morose, and angrily drank. "Come on Manhwa, where is that traitor who dared to impersonate Bingyun? Send someone to bring him to me immediately." Reporting back to the king, early this morning, the third princess she led people to the Silver Moon Fortress. Chapter 40, King of the North Cold, my little cotton coat leaking? What? Upon hearing that the false princess had unexpectedly left the palace early in the morning without warning, she had rushed to an important border fortress with her people. The Beihan king's heart immediately sank, and a sense of foreboding rose. Immediately, he thundered down the order, "Hurry up and send someone to chase her back to me. Remember, make up a proper excuse and try not to spook anyone. If she dares to resist, suppress her on the spot and forcefully tie her back to me." "Yes." A guard commander answered in a deep voice and immediately turned around and walked out of the hall, going to convey the order. Then, the Beihan king turned his gaze back to Yi Chu and spoke with gratitude. "This young adventurer, this time it's all thanks to you rescuing my daughter back in time to discover the plot of the Heavenly Calamity Legion and avoid the fall of the fortress and the people's desolation. What reward do you want? Just ask." Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the intermediate mission of the SS-level main quest, Winter is Coming, helping Mu Bingyun to restore her status as the princess of the kingdom, and obtaining an opportunity to ask the king of North Cold for a reward. Please cherish the opportunity and make your request. Hearing the system ringtone ringing in his ears, Yi Chu's heart instantly stirred. It hadn't occurred to me that the rewards for this quest would allow one to casually mention it. Sure enough, the main quest was awesome. This was much better than those fixed reward quests. As for what request to make, Yi Chu's eyes revealed a deep thought. It is tempting to directly tell the king of Beihan, "The emperor takes turns to sit, this year it's my house, give up your throne for me to sit for a few days." But after thinking about it, this request might not be agreeable to King Beihan. What he lacks the most right now is game gold, it is still the most practical to ask for money. So he bowed to King Beihan and said with a smile, "Your Majesty is overstating the case, I am an ordinary adventurer with no great ambitions. Some credit, thanks to your Majesty's favor, I would be satisfied with more gold coins." "Just gold coins? That's not good enough. King Behan laughed and said boldly, "Then how about this king rewards you with 1 million gold coins?" 1 million gold coins was definitely enough to be called a huge sum of money for an ordinary player. Even if Yi Chu had the fortune boost of the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring and wasted his sleep and energy to brush monsters and fight for equipment, it would still take several days before he could save up enough. If it was any other ordinary player, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to save up enough gold coins for such a large amount in their entire life. However, it was somewhat unable to satisfy Yi Chu's appetite. Yi Chu didn't move on the surface and quietly made a look towards Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun immediately took hold of King Behan's arm and pouted in an unforgiving manner. "Father, this young warrior has saved my daughter's life. Could it be that your daughter's life is only worth a mere million gold coins in your eyes?" King Behan hesitated slightly, indeed feeling that 1 million gold coins might be a bit stingy. So tentatively, he asked Mu Bingyun, "That 2 million? Father, you don't know what kind of torture your daughter suffered in that tomb? The 3 million? In fact, my daughter's safety is a small matter, but has father ever thought about how terrible the consequences would be if he failed to discover it in time this time and the plots of the Heavenly Tribulation Legion succeeded? 5 million, can't you give him 5 million? The Behan king said with his back teeth clenched, looking at Mu Bingyun with a face full of speechlessness, depressed deep inside. "You girl, are you my daughter or his daughter? How is it that one pits your father against the other and speaks to an outsider? Where's my old warm and fuzzy little coat?" Mu Bingyun could see that King Behan was close to his limit, so he didn't continue to raise the stakes. Turning to take King Behan's arm, he spoke. "My previous personal guard captain didn't even notice that I had lost my people, he was too incompetent. I want a new guard captain. I think Wei Wu Legacy Young Warrior would be a good fit." Once King Behan heard this, he also felt that Mu Bingyun had a point. He then turned his head to look at Yi Chu and opened his mouth to ask. "You heard what the third princess said just now, I wonder what you think. Are you willing to serve as this personal guard captain?" In the game of miracles, players are also able to join different NPC camps for positions. For this position of personal guard captain, Yi Chu naturally begged for it. After all, the matter of Mu Bingyun being one's pet was definitely not something that could be made public easily. The two men had different identities, and normally, it was not easy to see each other. It was even more unlikely that Mu Bingyun would follow him around all day practicing like other pets. But with this identity, all problems are solved. Not only can you meet with Mu Bingyun at any time, she could even use her power to mobilize her personal guard to help herself. It had to be said that Mu Bingyun was really ice-cold and smart, and knew her way around. This problem, Yi Chu himself hadn't even considered it in depth yet, and she had already put the solution in front of her. It instantly satisfied Yi Chu beyond measure and gave her an appreciative look. With both fists clasped, he said aloud, "I am grateful for your majesty's and the princess's love, and in the future, I will do my best to keep the princess safe." Mu Bingyun sensed approval from within Yi Chu's gaze, and her heart and mind were slightly shaken. Like a cat that longs for its master's love, it gets his touch and rejoices with secret satisfaction. King Behan did not notice anything wrong between the two. After all, Mu Bingyun had been saved by Yi Chu this time, and it was normal for her to be grateful. So to Yi Chu, he said in a deep voice, "In that case it's a deal, from today onwards, you are the captain of the third princess personal guards." I'm afraid I knew it, it must be these two people working in tandem to sideline questioning Sword Changa. Still making a big deal of smearing questioning Sword Changa on the internet, pouring any and all dirty water on people, it's really shameless. The questioning Sword Club building, in the hidden cubicle behind Choi Min's office. A group of professional officials are busy with a lot of tension. Surround the crime scene, take photos and evidence, and look for clues. A few members of the team couldn't help but mutter and discuss in whispers as they looked at the ungainly two bodies on the bed. "You guys, what are you muttering about? Don't substitute your personal feelings into the case." A sudden stern reprimand came from behind them, and several of them rushed to attention, nodding their heads in agreement. Captain Li Mang looked at the several people without a good look and asked in a deep voice. "Well, the survey should be about done, so you all report back. What did you find?" "Report, Captain, nothing found." There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, none of the doors or windows were broken into, and no suspicious fingerprints or footprints were found. Only a few hairs were extracted, and we need to go back and identify them before we can draw any conclusions. The team member added in a whisper after his report. "I don't think the hairs, though, should have anything to do with the suspect." Captain Li Mang listened to the report of his men, and his eyebrows were suddenly tightly wrinkled, not thinking that this case would be so tricky. In all his years of practice, he had never seen such a clean crime scene, with not a single trace left behind. Is it really a ghost? Li Meng's brows were tightly furrowed and he felt fishy in his heart. Just then, suddenly a member of the team shouted. Captain, there are hidden cameras in this room, arranged in a very hidden location. That suspect should not have realized it. Most likely recorded last night's murder. When Li Meng heard this, his spirit immediately lifted, revealing a look of joy. No matter how smart you are, you'll still be invisible under the camera recordings. He was also eager to meet that mysterious suspect last night. What kind of tactics had he used to leave not even a trace at the scene? Immediately, he couldn't wait, quickly pull up the video from last night. Yes. The operator immediately rewound the video and replayed the footage from earlier. This hidden camera was originally bought by Tsuemin to specifically film these processes and save them for her own slow enjoyment later. So the pixels are very high and can be described as crisp and clear. Yet even so, all the investigators opened their eyes wide, frame by frame, and played the video footage from earlier, several times over. Still not looking for any suspicious clues, instead, chills rose in his heart and he felt a gush of horror. Originally thought that, after finding the video footage, can be last night's crime after clarification, to uncover the means of the clever behind the real culprit. However, it never occurred to me that it would be better not to look at it, but to look at it even more so. It directly adds to the confusion of a case that was already going nowhere. It's even trending towards psychic suspense. One of the team members gulped on the spot and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. This can't be the work of a ghost, right? Otherwise, how come nothing was captured in the video? Nonsense. It's a shame you're still in this business, or in this world are there any strange powers? There are just truths that haven't been revealed. Li Meng glared at the team member on the spot and said without any goodwill. However, despite saying this on his lips, he couldn't help but mutter straight in his heart. Can a normal human being really pull off such a perfect crime? At that moment, a young female team member with a ponytail, looking at the images in the video, suddenly murmured thoughtfully. The chief is right, there are no ghosts in the world. As I see it, it's more like an assassin, using stealth skills to sneak in suddenly. However, it's a bit strange that it didn't break the hidden manifestation after activating the skill. Dang. Li Meng knocked a chestnut on the head of that female team member and counted down without any good sense. Sun Xiaotong, you don't listen when I usually tell you to play fewer games, you're about to go off the deep end. That's a more outrageous statement than a ghost, okay? Okay, Captain, I'll keep that in mind. Sun Xiaotong rubbed her head with a face full of pain, and also realized that her speech just now was a bit demonic. Blame it on the fact that the Miracles games are so much fun and immersive. I've had 2 days of fun on my own vacation and I'm still not over it. How in the world could anyone have the same stealth skills of the assassin lineage profession as the players inside the game? Must be overthinking it. Captain, what do we do now? Since we can't get anything out of the site survey, let's call it a day. Li Meng rubbed his brow and ordered with a bit of a headache. Take all the members of the questioning sword club and take them back to record their statements and see if they can ask for any clues. Yes. Soon, all the members of the questioning sword club, up and down, were taken away to assist in the investigation. Meanwhile, inside the game. Suddenly a loud and clear incomparable service-wide announcement, in the sky above the entire national service, abruptly and incomparably, echoed out. Service-wide announcement, all players, please note that the plot of the Heavenly Tribulation Legion has been exposed and will open the Gate of Purgatory at 12 o'clock noon sharp, summoning an army of undead to forcefully impact the Silver Moon Fortress, and the Gate of Purgatory event is officially open. The North Cold Kingdom has issued an urgent mobilization order, enlisting adventurers with a level of 17 or higher to go and participate in the city defense battle. After the event is over, rewards will be issued based on point rankings, and all players are welcome to actively participate. Chapter 42 Legendary Favored Beast, Thunder God Eagle. The loud and unmistakable system notification echoed over the national service 3 full times before it finally stopped. And it transformed into an eye-catching and incomparable reminder message that hung high at the top of each player's game interface. At once, the entire national service instantly boiled, countless players have excitedly discussed. I'll go. The first all-service event is here already? This game is pretty fast-paced. Damn it, I was forced to pay my rations by the leaders yesterday, and now I'm just level 16, so I can't participate in this event. That 3 minutes of work delayed your upgrade? What's your excuse for practicing more? Very well, the service-wide event has come at the right time, it's the perfect time for our Flying Sky gang to rise. Brothers, charge! Silver Moon Fortress go! Yi Chu, who was leisurely sitting in the palace and casually chatting with Mu Bingyun to pass the time. Even more so, his eyes flashed, and he rose with a flourish, revealing a flash of excitement. Mu Bingyun couldn't hear the game announcement, and seeing how excited Yi Chu was all of a sudden, she asked with some puzzled curiosity. Master, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Yi Chu shook his head and said casually. Not long after the words fell, the palace doors were pushed open. A palace guard entered the hall with great strides, kneeling and bowing to Mu Bingyun as he reported respectfully. Reporting to the princess, the false princess has lost her identity in the Silver Moon Fortress and opened the summoning spell formation that has been secretly set up for months. Attempting to open the gates of purgatory, summoning an army of undead to descend and take the fortress. Good thing it was discovered in time. The king has already hastily deployed his troops to support him, and instructed the last general to escort the princess back to her chambers to recuperate. What? Hearing that the Silver Moon Fortress was about to face the onslaught of the undead army, Mu Bingyun's pair of willow brows immediately knitted up, revealing a few worried looks. At the same time, by Yi Chu's ears, a crisp system ringtone sounded. Ding! Game tip, you have triggered the middle mission, guard the fortress, of the SS level main quest. Winter is coming, please go to the Silver Moon Fortress to participate in the battle, resist the Undead Legion's attack and try to achieve a higher ranking in points. After completing the quest, you'll be rewarded handsomely. The follow-up mission is back. Seeing the hint that surfaced on the game panel, Yi Chu's eyes immediately lit up. Other players went to Silver Moon Fortress to simply participate in the event. On your own, you go to the event with a mission and enjoy a double benefit bonus. It's just not cool. After that, the palace guard casually waved his hand and called in 2. But now, with the huge sum of 5 million gold coins, there was no such concern. Yi Chu directly summoned the Phantom Assassin and broke the Divine Imperial contract with him. Have the Shura Warlord and the Void Beast take good care of it and send it decent. Then he fixed his gaze on the pet egg in his hand and confirmed the hatching. The originally calm pet egg shook violently. Inside the eggshell, a wave of violent energy fluctuations erupted and floated up from Yi Chu's palm. In the void around the eggshell, a ray of thunderlight was even flashed up. Until a few moments later, cracks spread across the top of the eggshell, finally breaking open completely. A divine eagle with a body size of over a foot long and growing blue feathers flew out of the eggshell. Between the flaps of his wings, a blue arc of electricity lingered, emitting a gust of palpitatingly destructive aura. Game prompt, congratulations, you hatched the Ancient Secret Egg, legendary and obtained the legendary pet, Thunder God Sculptor, with a rare ancient bloodline. Thunder God Eagle. Bloodline level, legendary. Physical star rating, 10. Power star rating, 10. Agility star rating, 11. Spiritual star rating, 11. Skills, Thunder Claw Strike B, Thunder Lance B, Thunder Strike A, Thunder Bloodline A, Thunder Purgatory S. Introduction, ancient descendant of the ancient Thunder Rock's rare bloodline, born with a powerful grasp of thunder power, is the overlord who rules the sky. Surprisingly, it was a flying pet that controlled the power of lightning. The moment he saw the Thunder God Sculpture's attribute panel, Yi Chu's eyes instantly lit up. Not only because of its high 42-point growth star rating, but also because of its skill set. One should know that Yi Chu's 2 main pets right now, the Void Beast and the Shura War General, both belong to the warrior-type pets. The combat is fierce, but there is some low efficiency in killing monsters. Yi Chu had long wanted to get a powerful mage-type pet to increase his output. This Thunder God Eagle, not only did it possess a series of powerful lightning-based attack skills, it also possesses a strong body and flying ability that is hard to match with ordinary mage pets. It can be said to combine both output and survivability, and it simply couldn't be better. And it came, It was only after holding the natural disaster core back from the Great Wall that there was a respite to catch their breath. Among them, the Silver Moon Fortress was the closest one to Jinbei City. As a result, the Northern Cold Kingdom attached great importance to the defense of this place. Successive kings continued to expand, making the fortress larger and larger. Like a majestic dragon with great vigor, it stretched across the boundless earth, connecting with the Silver Moon mountain range. Together, they form a solid barrier guarding the kingdom. In this event, the absolute mainstay of defense against the undead army's attack was the NPC Legion of the Northern Cold Kingdom. The player adventurers who had been called up were just responsible for the defense of a small section of one of the walls. After Yi Chu teleported over, he ascended the city wall under the guidance of the NPC. Only to see that the wide city wall had long been overcrowded. Although at the current stage, the number of players who can qualify to participate in this event is only more than 10 million out of the entire national service level 17 or above. Then remove those players who, for one reason or another, can't spare the time. The number of players who actually came to Silvermoon Fortress to participate in the event was probably only a few million. But still a very alarmingly large number. Millions of people, crowding a stretch of wall that stretched for hundreds of miles, all trying to grab a favorable output position. So that you can cut down more event points in the upcoming Monster Tide attack. The event hasn't even started yet, and there's already a lot of scrambling and even a big fight going on. The underdogs of the gaming world are brought to life. Yichu stood far back and didn't rush to grab a position, but instead opened the rankings. First place, Weiwu Legacy level, 20. Second place, Returning to the Snow with the Flowing Wind level, 19. Third place, G You're Too Beautiful level, 18. Fourth place, Executive World rank, 18. Fifth Mistress Don't Look Back level 18. Sixth place, Flowers and Fire in the Years level, 18. Seventh place, Green Dicky level, 18. Eighth place, Category 8 Gale level, 18. Ninth Folded rank 18. 10th place, Yukiko of Milk White level, 18. The second place finisher, Flowing Wind Back to Snow, had already risen to level 19, and several other Sky ranking players, too, were already at level 18. And that's just the rankings of the national players. With all the major servers in the world, the number of players who have reached this level of rank will only increase. If nothing else, during this event, there will be 10 people who have successfully turned 2, triggering the conditions for the game to fully descend into reality. Yichu muttered under his breath, feeling a hint of excitement for the upcoming storm clouds and chaos. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he strided towards the front of the city wall, ready to find a better output position, first take the MVP of this service-wide event, and get the rewards for the event. As a result, before he could get close, he was stopped in his tracks by 2 non-mainstream styled players. Go, 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 go. This part of the city wall has been chartered by our funeral love family, no one is allowed to approach. What's your look? You think you're Weiwu Legacy if you wear a mask and hide your ID? Show me what you really look like under that mask? With that, one of the players reached out towards the mask on Yichu's face. In Yichu's eyes, a ray of coldness immediately flashed. Without any nonsense, he directly summoned the Void Beast. Roar! With a deafening berserk roar, the Void Beast appeared out of nowhere. The huge body of more than 10 meters, like a heavy purple mountain, rumbled down on top of the city wall, causing half of the city wall to tremble. The huge body covered in a single hideous bone spur blocked the daylight in the sky, completely shrouding the 2 burial family players under the shadow. Opened his mouth wide and roared in anger. The air currents blown out of the hideous maw blew both of their hair wildly behind their heads. The 2 men were instantly terrified and were so frightened that they directly sat down on the ground, their 2 eyes glazed over, and they couldn't even speak properly. True. Really Weiwu Legacy? Yichu stared coldly at the 2, as well as a group of burial players who heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed over, and asked lightly in a calm tone. Can I come to this part of the wall? Can. Too able. This section of the wall was originally occupied for you by our funeral family. It's all because these 2 eyeless brats don't know how to recognize him Natai. I've offended Big Brother, you mustn't take offense with us. Among the crowd of the burial family, a few people immediately walked out, full of smiles and said good words to Yichu. The vast majority of gaming groups are like that, mainlining one that sees the wind and can bend it. Brash and overbearing to ordinary casual players, no reasoning. When you meet a being you can't afford to mess with, you immediately lower your stance and curry favor to avoid it. Although Yichu didn't have a good feeling about this kind of person, he was also too lazy to have a general understanding. Directly leading the Void Beast, he strides towards the edge of the city wall. The surrounding crowd gave way, looking at the huge body of the Void Beast that exceeded 10 meters, their expressions were moved, and their hearts turned over in a torrential wave. Weiwu Legacy is really raising this pet. The blood bar above his head is almost black, I'm afraid his blood level is already over 50,000? With such an awesome pet assisting you, no wonder the level is rising so fast like a rocket. Envious, if I could have a pet like this, even if I were to be equipped with a golden artifact and rush up the ranking Sky ranking, I'd still be willing to do it. You boys are thinking about farts to eat. Yichu didn't care about the surrounding sounds of discussion, stepped to the front of the city wall, and quietly waited for the event to begin. Yichu is not going to do this kind of thankless thing, directly and decisively returned. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to solo brushing, so I won't join you guys in the fun. Okay then. Lee Cheonan sighed regretfully, followed closely by another sentence back. Then let's see who has captured more points in this event. After Yi Chu saw the message, his expression was a bit odd. It's fine if you're a mage profession. A mere warrior, who gave you the courage to compare how many points I have? With 4 mages on your team? Yi Chu smiled playfully and typed in a reply, a match is fine, but there has to be a little bit of prize money, right? What did you say you were betting on? Let's bet on the rewards of this event. Whoever loses, the item rewards obtained will go to the other party. No problem, it's a deal. Lee Cheonan closed the chat window, and in her eyes, a look of determination that was eager to try was revealed. Milk White Yuko immediately came over and followed up with a face full of curiosity. Well, did he say yes? No. Lee Cheonan shook her head somewhat helplessly and said, however, I made a bet with him than whoever seized more points in this event. Rong, it all depends on you this time, fill up the buffs for me. Take this opportunity to show him the strength of our studio. Don't always think that with a hidden profession, you can be invincible. As long as we win this time and manage to frustrate him, we'll have a chance to grace him with our presence and recruit him to the studio. There's definitely no problem helping you, but that's Wei Wu's legacy after all. Milk White Yuko muttered, why does this bet you're making with him give me an immediate feeling of striking a stone with an egg and not being self-aware? You girl, how can you grow others' ambition and destroy your own? Lee Cheonan was speechless and glared at the milky Yuko, then confidently said. Don't worry, according to the intel, his 2 main battle pets are melee types, and they don't have an advantage in this kind of activity. Even if you contracted a 3rd pet after the 2nd turn, it would definitely be too late to practice within such a short period of time. I've grouped 4 mages to help with the output, plus the buff bonus provided by you, the number 1 nurse in the entire service, so it's not easy to win against him? Let's hope so. With the nervous anticipation of millions of players, time passes by. Soon, it came to 12 noon. The vast plains of Earth outside the Silver Moon Fortress suddenly roared and trembled violently. An incomparably dense blood-colored energy, like a waterfall flowing against the current, rushed up from the great underground. Like a blood-colored curtain wall connecting the sky and the earth, it stretched across the pale earth. Exuding a terrifying and incomparable energy fluctuation, with a gust of palpitatingly terrifying aura. A few moments later, on top of this originally calm blood-colored curtain wall, it suddenly stirred up layers of dense and incomparable blood-colored ripples like the surface of a lake with torrential rain dripping down. A hideous and incomparable undead creature that emitted an endless aura of death swarmed out from behind the blood-colored curtain. In the blink of an eye, it converged into an endless tide of raging beasts that stormed towards the Silver Moon Fortress. Meanwhile, in the sky above the fortress, a giant curtain of light that only the player could see also surfaced. High at the very top of the light screen were 2 lines of strikingly huge words. Current wave, Wave 110. Player points ranking. The ranking list hasn't been updated yet because the monster tide hasn't yet trooped in. However, as the monsters ran and hissed and pounded, the players on the walls of the fortress quickly saw exactly what the monsters of this strange wave were. It was a hideous demonic dog whose body was covered in rotting blood and flesh, exposing the white bones. Rotting eyes dangled in their sockets, fangs were hideous, and sharp claws were razor sharp. A terrifying hissing sound was emitted between the constant rushing and impact. Level 16 Normal Monster Purgatory Demon Dog. When the group of monsters impacted to a certain distance, the archer players on top of the city wall, who had the furthest attacking distance, immediately began to draw their bows and arrows. Accompanied by a fierce bowstring clanging sound, a sharp arrow dazzled with skillful light whistled out from the city wall. It was overwhelming and dense. Like a gust of wind and rain, it fell into the monsters below, splashing up a shocking number of damage. However, with just this round of damage, it was difficult to kill these ferocious monsters that were ranked as high as level 25. The endless purgatory demon dogs, against the heavy rain of arrows that kept falling like rain, kept moving forward to continue their onslaught. Soon, the front of the monster tide entered the attacking distance of the mage system players. Countless mage players on the city waved their staffs and launched their skills. At once, countless fireballs, ice arrows, rocks, and wind blades were poured into the monster group below like a raging storm. Under the double baptism of arrows and magic, many monsters finally began to be unable to withstand it, their blood bars were emptied, and they fell to the ground with a wail. However, in the eyes of more monsters, there was a bloodthirsty and ferocious light of incomparable greed, stepping on the corpses of their companions to make an impact. Brazenly pouncing on top of the walls, he pierced through the rocks with his sharp claws and climbed upwards with unparalleled swiftness. Again, sheets of wailing fell to the ground under the fierce baptism of arrows and magic. Players with long-range professions such as archers and mages had already been reaping the activity points painfully by virtue of their geographical advantage. The melee players, however, couldn't even touch a single hair of the monster, and could only watch and stare from the sidelines. Many melee players, desperate to jump off the wall and fight the monsters below, and afraid to go down, cannot carry the damage of the monster group instantly be second, can be said to be entangled to the extreme. Yi Chu, however, didn't have this concern. With a command, the void beast instantly hissed up to the sky, radiating a terrifying might that shook the heavens and moved the earth. With a long leap, he jumped off the wall. Chapter 45 Skill Evolution Immortal Summoning. I'll go. What is Wei Wu Legacy doing? He's making his pet jump? Are you kidding me? There are so many monsters down there, if you put your pet directly down, isn't it a meat bag with no return? Maybe people's pets are powerful and thick-skinned enough to resist monster attacks? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's only level 20 now, how powerful can a pet be? That's right. As the saying goes, a good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves, and the monsters down there are all level 16 monsters, each with a fierce and amazing attack. Even if this pet of his has strong attributes, caught in the midst of a monster swarm, he'll only be abused and killed. The way I see it, Wei Wu Legacy is that since the opening of the service, it's been smooth sailing all the way, and has drifted away not knowing its own last name. Putting pets down now is just trying to attract attention and act tough. Do you really think you can be invincible with a few pets? Everyone just wait and watch the show. When this pet of his gets torn apart by the monsters, let's see if he's still pretending. I bet if this pet can last 5 minutes in the monster swarm without dying, I'll jump off the city wall too. As the #1 popular player on the national service heavenly ranking, it could be said that Yi Chu's every move and action was highly scrutinized. Especially since the void beast's size was still so huge and eye-catching that it could be seen from hundreds of meters away. The moment it took a flying leap and jumped off the city wall, it attracted the attention of countless players around it, resounding with a burst of chatter. Boom! Under the attention of a single gaze, the void beast descended from the sky like a heavy meteorite falling, crashing into the group of monsters below. The heavy body superimposed on the height of the wall produced a terrifying impact that directly trampled several purgatory demon dogs to death on the spot. His own blood volume also fell off on the spot, missing about 1/3. The countless vicious purgatory demon dogs in the surroundings immediately revealed a bloodthirsty ferocious light and immediately ferociously surrounded them. If the void beast was just an ordinary level 20 silver ranked pet, it might not be able to hold back in the face of a swarm of so many monsters. The press wouldn't last long before it was drowned in the tide of monsters that came before it. However, under Yi Chu's Divine Imperial Master passive up to 50% of his full attributes, the true panel attributes of the Void Behemoth were no better than a level 25 gold class boss. All of the skills, moreover, in the course of practicing for the past 2 days, were all raised to the B level by Yi Chu, and his strength could be described as terrifying. Those vicious purgatory demon dogs couldn't even break through the Void Beast's defense. The sharp claws scratched at the hard as iron skin of the Void Beast, leaving an insignificant shallow mark. The vast majority of them are only capable of doing single-digit damage numbers. Instead, it was the void monster insect that opened its huge mouth and roared furiously, sending out a fan-shaped soundwave that caused the void to distort. At once, the purgatory demon dogs in a large area in front of them dropped half a tube of blood in unison, immediately followed by a dozen sharp and vicious bone spikes shooting out from inside his mouth. Like a sharp blade whistling through the air, shot at the group of already bloodied purgatory demon dogs, clearing the direct seconds. Then once again, he opened his huge mouth and took a vicious bite, devouring it, directly swallowing a purgatory demon dog that was leaping in mid-air and lunging towards him in one gulp. A green reply number appeared above his head. After that, he even roared furiously to the heavens, moving his heavy and incomparably huge body, charging through the group of like. Leaping out of the spatial passageway, he appeared beside Yi Chu. It immediately caused another clamor of shock among the crowd. Countless gazes looked at one another, revealing undisguised envy. However, Yi Chu did not directly allow the Shura war general to leap off the city wall and immediately join the battle, but instead opened its attribute panel. After a full day of brushing monsters yesterday, Yi Chu had saved over 2,000 evolution points. Originally, he wanted to save up enough 10,000 to raise the bloodline grade for the Void Beast. However, since you've come to participate in this kind of monster siege, you can't save up anymore. Yi Chu decided to take out some of it and strengthen a wave of output ability. Scanning his eyes from the attribute panel of the Shura Warrior General, he selected the Dead Rise Again skill and decisively chose to add points to evolve it. Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 625 points of evolution value, and the Shura War General's B rank skill, Dead Rise Again, has been successfully upgraded to an A rank skill, Immortal Summoning. Undead Summoning, summon 6-8 normal elite level undead creatures not exceeding your level to help you. Skill consumption, 800 magic cooling duration, 30 minutes. The Immortal Summoning, that evolved into an A rank skill not only increased the number of summons by 2. The grade has also advanced from the original ordinary monster to an elite monster, with a greatly enhanced skill effect. Yi Chu's gaze lit up, secretly saying that the 625 evolution points had not been spent in vain. Immediately cast the Imperial Beast Diversion skill on the Shura Warlord. Swish! In the next moment, a bright burst of magical light erupted around the Shura War General's body. A reddish transparent body, a Shura Warlord that was completely condensed from magical energy, coalesced around it. Yi Chu immediately ordered the 2 Shura Warlords to simultaneously cast the Immortal Summoning skill, summoning mage-type undead creatures. In the next second, the 2 Shura Warlords hissed with their left hands raised. The surrounding solid and flat ground of the city wall suddenly shattered apart. 16 necromancers with white bone staffs clenched in their hands, wearing tattered grey vestments and emitting an endless eerie aura, burrowed out of the ground. Chapter 46, The 3 Great Divine Favors shocked the whole scene. Is there a mistake? What did I see? That pet, Mighty Legacy, summoning 16 necromancers in one breath? And they're all level 20 elite monsters, it's outrageous. Originally, I thought that Wei Wu Legacy's first pet was already invincible, but I didn't think that this second pet was even braver than it. Who knows what breed this pet is? Mother-er. 16 elite level mage-type monsters to help with the output, who the hell can brush past him? I announced that the MVP player of this siege event has been locked in early. I want to be Wei Wu Legacy's dog. Big brother, can you team up with me? I'm in charge of quacking, you're in charge of killing, we're quacking and killing. The surrounding crowd clamored like a frying pan amidst the murmurs. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chu directly ordered the Shura War General and his doppelganger to jump off the city wall with their spears and horses. The moment they landed on the ground, the 2 Shura Warlords violently raised their lances in their hands and launched their skills in 2 different directions. Spectral Shock. Behind the 2 Shura War Generals, the power of the undead surged and converged, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into 2 jingoistic ghost cavalry. The horse galloped, killing and shocking the heavens, quickly whistling and impacting in the direction pointed out by the undead war general's gunblade. Wherever it passed, it inflicted a terrifyingly high amount of damage on a single purgatory demon dog. Clearly a straight-up spike. After seeing this situation, countless players above the city wall suddenly sucked in cold air again, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. Wei Wu Legacy's second pet is so fierce. A skill that kills a piece in seconds? It can't be the legendary Dark Gold level pet, can it? It's simply horrible as hell. Between the crowd's clamoring and exclamations of surprise, the 16 summoned necromancers all came to the edge of the city wall in droves. The white bone staff in his hand waved, pouring a powerful undead magic into the monsters below. Yi Chu himself took out his longbow and stood tall, constantly shooting arrows. At the same time, the Thunder God Eagle, which had just been contracted and was only level 1, was summoned as well. Divide 50% of the experience gained from brushing monsters to it to help it upgrade and grow quickly. Supported by the strong experience generated by the Void Beasts, the Shura War Generals and the 16 necromancers who were on fire, killing in all directions. Thunder God Eagle's upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. Having only just been summoned, the bright and incomparably upgraded golden light shone incessantly on his body. In the blink of an eye, it rose to level 10 in one breath. The body size also grew rapidly from the original length of over a foot to a wingspan of 2 meters. All over his body, he was draped in astonishing blue thunder light, soaring through the sky. Casting the skill, he poured a ray of thunder into the monsters below. Although the damage inflicted was still minimal due to the low level, it also initially showed the lofty stance of the Sky Overlord that possessed the ancient Thunder Rock bloodline. With Yi Chu in full force, he summoned several pets and fired them up with a frantic output. The purgatory demon dogs below the city wall were suddenly like a wheat field that had been frantically harvested, falling down in pieces and wailing. Yi Chu completely transformed into a ruthless points reaping machine. The activity points on the panel began to surge and soar at an exaggeratedly astonishing rate. Soon, it rushed into the top 100, and its name appeared on the huge light screen that was suspended in the void. And the rising momentum was rapid and incomparable, quickly surpassing and stepping on the feet of each player name that ranked in front. Constant, upward thrust. Meanwhile, a few thousand meters away, in front of another section of the wall. Although Li Qiunan was a melee profession, he directly flew and leaped down to the top of the city, relying on his luxurious gold-wear equipment. I don't know what skill was unleashed, like a Super Saiyan transformation. The entire body, shrouded within a layer of prancing and throbbing red light flames, gained a significant increase in attributes. The long sword in his hand was sharp, and at the front end of the blade, a crimson sword aura that was several feet long shot out. Each attack, in addition to inflicting damage on the target enemy, would splash out strands of crimson sword chi. Deals some splash damage to all nearby enemies. Although the monsters attacked sharply and incomparably, a vicious purgatory demon dog constantly scratched its sharp claws on top of Li Qiunan's armor, constantly dealing high amounts of damage. But above the walls, several priestly players, including Yukiko of Milkwhite, locked onto her for a blood boost. The amount of milk can be overwhelming. This, coupled with the blood absorption effect attached to the equipment, caused Li Qiunan's chi blood value to remain above the safe range of 70%. There were even several well-equipped senior mages, waving their staffs in their hands repeatedly. Releasing one large range group attack skill after another, he depressed the blood level of a group of purgatory demon dogs to a state of residual blood without killing them. All of them were left for Li Qiunan to harvest alone, so that she could chop up more activity points. With the joint assistance of so many high-level players, Li Qiunan's efficiency in brushing monsters could only be described with the word terrifying. Activity points are rising fast, firmly occupying a high position in the top 3 of the leaderboard. Boom! With a wave of the long sword in her hand, Li Qiunan chopped out a flame sword chi shaped like a crescent moon, covering a large area in front of her. Instantly decapitating a large group of bloodied monsters, a large white light of experience rose. The dense white light was injected into her body, immediately causing Li Qiunan's delicate body to quake as a warm current surged throughout her body. With a golden light leaking down, he successfully rose to level 19. In his heart, he was instantly delighted, and in passing, he took the time to raise his head and look into the air at the huge curtain of light that hung high in the sky. Wanted to see how far Yi Chu's activity points had been left behind by himself? However, it never occurred to him that this time he looked up, he happened to see the scene of Wei Wu Legacy's name rising up from below, surpassing his own name and squeezing it to the bottom. His face just changed and he broke defense on the spot, yelling up to his best friend in the chat channel. Hibiscus! What the hell is going on here? Did that mighty legacy guy turn it on? How can he, an Imperial Beastmaster with 2 melee-type pets, swipe points faster than me? Nan, stop, I've long said that you can't fight Wei Wu Legacy. Milky Yuko sighed with a helpless face. It's true that people have 2 melee-type pets, but one of them has a summoning skill. Summoning 16 necromancers in a single breath and standing on the city wall with crazy output, who can compare to this? What? Did you just say take less necromancers? Li Qiunan instantly rounded her eyes, even suspecting that her ears had misheard. 16. There's someone streaming his fight live right on the front page of the forums, so you can click in and see for yourself. Yes. Li Qiunan swung his sword in a continuous battle while opening the forum interface. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw that there was a live streaming entrance hanging high above the forum's homepage. The live stream was titled very vigorously. The strongest Beastmaster in national service, 3 divine favors amazing. Li Qiunan clicked inside and after seeing the live feed, her beautiful eyes widened. The small red moist mouth, involuntarily opened slightly wide, revealing a shocked expression of skepticism. Chapter 47, Game Reality Formal Interaction. Li Qiunan clicked into that live broadcast with a curious mood. It was seen in the middle of the live feed. Yi Chu stood at the edge of the city wall, holding his longbow in his hand and shooting randomly with one shot or another. 16 necromancers, clad in grey robes, stood in a line behind him. The entire field moved in unison, constantly waving their white bone staffs, pouring a magical light, bombardment-like, into the monsters below the city. Below the city wall, the purple beast roared furiously to the heavens, and the Shura war general galloped his horse. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he rampaged through the dense and incomparable monsters, setting off a gust of bloody wind and rain. In the sky, there was even a giant eagle covered in terrifying thunder light crossing the sky. From time to time, he lifted his wings and swooped down, pouring a ray of thunder into the dense group of monsters, instantly inflicting a large amount of damage. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens exclaimed in disgust. The pop-ups were like waterfalls, brushing non-stop, almost covering the entire live broadcast screen. What is the origin of these three pets of Wei Wu legacy? One is too fierce, isn't it? That big blue eagle draped in lightning light, with all sorts of lightning skills bombarding it indiscriminately, and with a level of just 10, is already able to deal a devastating blow to the level 15 purgatory demon dog. With such a high attribute growth, it couldn't be the legendary dark gold level pet, could it? What dark gold level pets? Someone has detected it with a probe type skill, and other than that purple beast which is silver ranked, the other two are both legendary ranked. Hiss, a legendary pet, terrifying as hell. What the hell? That purple beast is a fierce mess, and you're telling me that this is silver level? It's probably Wei Wu Legacy's hidden profession that provides additional attribute bonuses. It's just as well that the pet alone is powerful. This guy has a ridiculously high burst rate. Look at you guys, those monsters he killed, gold coins, equipment, clattering and exploding straight out, almost spreading a layer on the ground. Now I finally understand why the questioning sword club's dozen or so top experts went to besiege him, only to be tragically annihilated. It's not that questioning sword club is too good, it's really that Wei Wu legacy is too strong. Then again, how come we haven't seen anyone from the questioning sword club today? The first large-scale event of the whole service doesn't come to participate. Is it really autistic to be beaten by Wei Wu legacy? Don't you realize? The questioning sword club is in big trouble. This morning, everyone was taken away, so of course they couldn't play the game. Fogweed. Are you serious? What the hell is going on? I don't know, the internet says everything, but something must have happened anyway. Damn, deserved it, ha 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 ha. Looking at the battle scene in the live broadcast screen, Yichu's three favorites came out with all their firepower. Li Chionan's entire body instantly went numb and felt a pang of skepticism. Who the hell can match this outrageous output capacity? He was so confident that he took the initiative to make a bet with others to see who would swipe more points. Now that I think about it, it's just plain unselfish and self-defeating. Bad, I'm a clown. Li Chionan, who had always been proud of her heart, was immediately ashamed in her heart and felt her cheeks burning. There was a feeling of being Ed instead of pretending to be a cup, being pressed by Yichu on the city wall and rubbed madly. Meanwhile, on the walls of the fortress, a mage and archer player who was originally hesitant and ready to rely on his profession's advantage to attack the points ranking. Looking at the points leaderboard, behind Wei Wu Legacy's name, that climbed madly like a rocket. In the blink of an eye it was way ahead of the pack, leaving everyone behind in terms of activity points. They were all dumbstruck, helplessly shaking their heads and laughing bitterly, without any temper at all. Other people get activity points like harvesting crops with a scythe, this guy is driving a harvester. No comparison at all. Let's all just be realistic and fight for second place. Meanwhile, a distant practice field. Liang Lulu also saw Yichu's battle scene through the live broadcast. Breathing suddenly shortened, and in his eyes, he revealed an undisguised sense of yearning and longing. Just attending a gaming event draws tens of millions of people online. My judgment was right, Wei Wu Legacy is the traffic code for the miracles of God game. Although this fellow, unlike that little cutie Yichu, as good a liar as he is, but as long as one is a man, one must have a desire to conquer. Especially since he's also a sentinel Beastmaster by profession, he definitely has a stronger desire to control it. A beautiful pet that comes to the door of her own accord, taking what she wants. I just don't believe that there will be a man who can refuse. In Liang Lulu's eyes, a flash of determination flashed. In order to hold the Wei Wu Legacy thighs, rubbing on this wave of hot traffic, ready to go completely out of blood. As time continued to pass, waves of monsters continued to rush out of the purgatory gate like a tidal wave. Soon, it came to the fourth wave. With a burst of golden light spilling down, Li Chionan, who had been bathing in blood and killing monsters under the city, finally rose to level 20. However, there was no time to enjoy the joy of the second turn. Her gaze was then attracted by the several lines of hints that surfaced above the game panel, and her heart set off monstrous waves. Game reality extraction function, spend gold coins, can extract game props to the real world, really? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Li Chionan breathed in a rush and immediately opened the chat window and issued an order to one of his men. Immediately send people to acquire game gold coins, regardless of the price, and buy as much as you can. Remember, it has to be fast. Yes. Although that henchman didn't understand why Oniai-chan suddenly gave this order, he still carried it out immediately without hesitation. At the same time, several other large guilds, too, had taken action. Like crazy, through various channels, they went on a rampage to acquire game gold coins. Within just a few minutes, it has caused a coin shortage in the market, and the game's gold coins have dramatically appreciated in value. Many players were puzzled and wondered what the hell was going on at the time. Suddenly a loud and incomparable system ringtone echoed through the skies of the world's major servers. World announcement, attention all players, 10 players from all over the world have successfully turned 2, officially opening the game's reality interaction function. From now on, the upper limit of everyone's lifespan is set at 25 years old, and after reaching adulthood, they will be qualified to enter the Game of Miracles. Due to the initial opening of this function, those with insufficient remaining lifespan will be automatically replenished to 2.5 years. Players can spend game gold to purchase lifespans and extract game props to the real world. For details, please refer to the game description. Please all players cherish life and play seriously. Chapter 48 World Shaking. The Task Force's Conjecture. The loud and unmistakable global announcement echoed simultaneously over all the major servers around the world. Not only that, but even everyone in the real world. At this moment, whether it is moving bricks on the construction site, or work sneaking fish to read novels, or being sister-in-law don't look back. Inside their heads, all echoed this voice at the same time. Like a stone stirring up 1,000. Dreaming, I must be dreaming, when I wake up. Good Lord. I've been a bone-crushing high roller for more than 10 years, and I'm finally going to have my day in the sun. Go to work? Go to work, my ass. I don't want to go to this pussy club. For a single day, I'm going to go to the game to kill and build. Sun Xiaotong directly shook her head and said, at the time of the crime, there was only one second-turn player in the entire world. Although Wei Wu Legacy does have some beef with the questioning sword club in the game. But he is a royal Beastmaster by profession, not an assassin, how can he? Halfway through speaking, the words in Sun Xiaotong's mouth suddenly stopped. Both eyes widened slightly as he analyzed in a grave tone. Nope. If he contracted an assassin-type pet immediately after his second turn. After committing the crime, and then breaking the contract with that pet, it's entirely possible to do the case unknowingly. After listening to Sun Xiaotong's analysis, the expressions of the crowd became serious. A seasoned veteran police officer said in a deep voice. But even so, we don't have any evidence, and we still can't pinpoint him as the suspect in the crime based on speculation alone. Moreover, Wei Wu Legacy is just his name in the game, we don't know who his real identity actually is. This case is too tricky, and most likely involves the game Miracles, which is beyond our capabilities. I suggest that the information be compiled and reported upwards immediately. After some discussion, the task force decided to report the case upwards immediately. Meanwhile, inside the game. As time passed, more and more players rose to level 20 and completed the second turn. Immediately, some people can't wait to experiment with the game's reality extraction feature. As it turned out, it was quickly concluded that the contents of the announcement were all true. Attributes and props in the game can really be extracted to the real world. It just takes too many gold coins. At this stage, the vast majority of players can't afford it. After the news spread, it instantly made countless players excited and attacked the monsters even more vigorously. Soon, the fourth wave of monsters was successfully crushed as well. Looking at the bottom of the city wall, between the corpses of monsters, there was a wide array of various colors of equipment and glittering game coins. Countless players above the city walls, all of a sudden had blazing eyes and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Especially, after knowing that game currency is an important resource for purchasing lifespans and extracting game props into the real world. Countless players, even more so, had their eyes reddened. Scrambling to jump off the walls, they scrambled up the equipment and gold coins on the ground. Especially below the section of the city wall where Yichu was. Endless amounts of equipment and gold coins lay in a thick layer on the ground, which was simply dazzling. A few players had blazing eyes and couldn't wait to jump off the walls, wanting to make a killing. Yichu's gaze was instantly chilled. The void beast that stood beneath the city let out a fierce roar. From his mouth, a string of bone spikes flew out, directly shooting through the bodies of those players and nailing them on top of the city wall. The thunder god eagle in the air lifted its wings and swooped down, its huge wings flapping and sending out a burst of thunderous light that blasted at those few players. In the blink of an eye, he killed several people in seconds. Instead of raking in the gold equipment under the city, he exploded his own equipment. After killing those few players, Yichu looked around at the surrounding crowd and said coldly, I told you earlier, this area of 20 by 20 meters in front of the city wall is my territory, and no one else is allowed to get their hands on the equipment that explodes. Anyone else want to try? Anyone want to give it a try? Chapter 49 Low-Ranked Dragon Descent, Carrion Flying Lizard. Hearing Ichu's words filled with threatening implications, as well as the miserable end of those few players just now. The surrounding players, all of a sudden, had their faces change, not daring to meet his gaze. But there were many who were not convinced and hid in the crowd and shouted. There's something for everyone in the City Watch event. All monsters are brushed together by everyone. The equipment that popped out, what makes you hog it yourself and not allow others to pick it up? Ichu smiled coldly at that and said coldly. Is it enough for me alone to deal over 90% of the damage in this area? Also, outside of the area I circled, there's a lot of equipment I swiped that I didn't prohibit you from picking up. It's cheap enough for you, don't be ignorant. Many players nodded their heads because Ichu was right. Though he circled a large area of loot alone, not allowing other players to get their hands on it. But the fringe outside of that area also had a lot of equipment that Ichu had brushed out. Moreover, with the effect of the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring, Ichu's explosion rate was incredibly high. The amount of equipment alone that was scattered about that he didn't want. Just far more than what these players on the city would normally be able to swipe out. Speaking of which, these players near the city walls were still dipped in Ichu's light. After the first 3 waves of monsters were over, when the loot was cleaned up, no one objected at all. At this time, he suddenly stood out to stir up trouble, only because he knew the important role of the game gold coins, so he was extraordinarily red-eyed. Although Ichu held the reasoning, there were still many people in the crowd who were not willing to do so. Trying to incite the crowd's emotions and put pressure on Ichu, he shouted loudly in the crowd. Wei Wu Legacy Wind, even if you're number 1 on the heavenly ranking, acting so domineeringly is a bit too arrogant. That's right, so many equipment gold coins, can you fit them all by yourself? Ichu's gaze condensed and immediately locked onto the 2 players who were hiding in the crowd and talking. With a cold snort, the 16 necromancers behind him raised their bone staffs in unison, unleashing the soul shock skill. A wave of fire collection directly sent 2 people back to the city to be resurrected. His eyes coldly swept over the surroundings, and he coldly grunted at the players who were hiding in the crowd and were stupid enough to move. I can't load them, let them get flushed out of the system, I'm happy with that, what's it to you? Ichu didn't have a body as hard as that of the Void Beast or the Shura War General, and in case he was truly flooded by the monster tide, he would definitely end up with no chance of survival. Hurriedly summoning the Thunder God Eagle down, he took a flying leap and jumped onto the Thunder God Eagle's back, allowing it to transport him to the city wall. Then he continued to turn around, pulled out his longbow, and started a new round of brushing the monsters. As time continued to pass, waves of purgatory creatures continued to rush out from the purgatory gate. With each wave of monsters, they would be upgraded by 1 level from the previous wave, and there were even flying monsters that were able to launch attacks from the air. As the intensity of the monsters became higher and higher, the players on top of the city walls gradually began to be unable to withstand it, and there were a large number of casualties. Until the 10th wave of monsters at the end, it was actually a level 25 silver level quasi-boss, the corrosive flying lizard. Endless corrosive poison flying lizards flew out of the gate of purgatory with their wings, covering the sky like dark clouds. A disgusting and unbelievable green slime dripped from the rotting body. Continuously emitting sharp hisses, it swooped down from the sky, spewing out terrifyingly incomparable, highly toxic mucus. It caused the only remaining players on the city walls to be heavily killed and wounded, and in the blink of an eye, there weren't many people left. Only the top players who were as powerful as Ichu. Or like seemingly watery studios, with a variety of occupational configurations and a top-notch team of players. Only then could they continue to barely hold on, topping the city and harvesting the last of their bountiful points. As for the defense positions vacated by those dead players, they were taken over and topped by the legions of NPCs who had been guarding the rear early on. The monsters of the Purgatory Core were not allowed to take a step beyond the defense line. And in the process, with the powerful and incomparable output ability of the 3 pets, Ichu's speed of harvesting activity points could be called terrifying. Always far ahead and high on the list. The number of points captured was more than the 2nd through 10th places combined. It made the few players at the back of the line deeply realize what it meant to be desperate. Not even the slightest thought of catching up could be borne. In this way, the fierce and incomparable battle continued for another long time. Until the entire city wall defense line above the blood flowed into a river, and under the city wall, broken corpses piled up on the earth. Finally, the last wave of monsters was completely cleared as well. It also declared the successful conclusion of the first service-wide event since the opening of this game. The loud and unmistakable system bell echoed up in the sky. Service-wide announcement: with the bloodshed of all players, the Silver Moon Fortress has successfully resisted the onslaught of the Purgatory creatures, and the Gate of Purgatory event has successfully concluded. The event rewards have been issued, so please pay attention to checking for them. Announcement for the whole service: congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy, killing the enemy bravely in this event, capturing 125,743 activity points, and obtaining the title of MVP player for this event. Rewards: level +2, lucky value +3, prestige value +500, dragon scale python whip dark gold artifact. Righteous fathers, urging for more. Catch up on your reading. Call me. Chapter 50 Equipment full of warehouse, shockingly Chonan for 10,000 years. The loud and unmistakable game announcement echoed lazily over the entire national service. For Yi Chu to obtain the MVP result, the entire service players did not have any surprises and all felt that they deserved it. Conversely, if the MVP of the event is taken by another player, it's the only thing that will really make people feel like it's unbelievable. Is there a mistake somewhere? All the players who participated in the event opened their packages with joy and anticipation. Check up on the event rewards you've earned. Yi Chu similarly flickered with light in his palm and took out the piece of equipment that had been rewarded by the event. It was a long, green-colored whip that was more than 10 feet long. The end of the handle is cast in the shape of a dragon's head with scales and armor. The whip's body was patterned like dragon scales, emitting a gust of frighteningly ferocious aura. Dragon Scale Python Whip, Dark Gold Artifact. Attack Power, 161-178. Physical Fitness, +51. Strength, +58. Agility, +45. Spirit, +49. Special effect: if you strike your pet with this whip, it will increase your pet's full attributes by 7% for 60 seconds. Equip skill: Dragon Whip. Strike with the Dragon Scale Python Whip, inflicting 170% attack power damage to all enemies in a straight line in front of you. Skill consumption: 200 mana. Cooling time: 120 seconds. Equipment level: 25. Whip weapons are the specialized weapons of the Imperial Beastmaster profession, capable of gaining a 10% specialization bonus. However, the average low-ranked whip weapon doesn't have any particularly powerful special effect bonuses. To Yi Chu, it wasn't as good as a bow-type weapon with a faster attack speed and longer range, providing more output capability. However, this level 25 Dark Gold Weapon Whip had very powerful equipment attributes. Not only is the attack power as high as a staggering 178 points, but whipping your pet with this whip will boost your pet's full attributes by 7%, which is a sizable bonus. On top of that, there is a powerful group attack skill. At this stage of the game, it definitely belongs to the unrivaled artifacts. Enough to make an ordinary Beastmaster player shed his skin and gain a sudden surge in strength. Undoubtedly, dominating the top of the equipment charts. Just now, after brushing countless monsters during the event, Yi Chu's level had risen to level 24. Together with the level 2 rewarded by the event, at this point, it was already level 26, meeting the conditions for equipment use, and directly equipping the Dragon Scale Python Whip. Sweeping the parcel space in passing. This is a rich campaign to beat. Just the gold coins alone had exploded to over $200,000. On top of that, inside the package, it was filled with a wide array of various types of equipment. There were as many as 27 pieces of gold ware alone. In addition, there are 312 pieces of silver, 1,275 pieces of bronze, and 2,123 pieces of black iron. A variety of skill books for different professions had also popped out with more than 70 books. It's no exaggeration to say. At this moment, throughout the entire national service, high-level equipment above the silver level. At least more than 30% of it was contained in the storage space of Yi Chu's Hongyan Chi Tian ring. If he took a screenshot of the list of items and posted it on top of the game forum, it could definitely cause an instant uproar. It caused countless forces to become red in the eyes, kneeling down and begging Yi Chu to sell this batch of equipment to them. Looking at this full harvest, Yi Chu's heart was filled for a while. At this time, Li Chonan brought her best friend, the milky white Yuko, over from the far wall. At this moment, having just experienced a bloody battle, the armor on her body was broken in many places, revealing pieces of snow-white skin. Full peaks call out, behind the snow-white cloak stained with blood, quite a few valiant female general style. She walked to Yi Chu in large strides and looked at him with complicated eyes. Raising a long sword with flowing inscriptions in his hand, he sent it to Yi Chu and said in a fond and sly manner. Here. Willing to bet. Here's the reward I got for the event, it's yours. Yi Chu remembered that Li Chonan's final points ranking was 3rd place, just behind himself and the number 1 mage in the country, Lu Feng Huishui. The event reward she received was also very valuable, a level 25 gold weapon longsword. Yi Chu laughed, and without being polite, he grabbed the hilt of the longsword and pulled it but didn't pull it. His eyebrows were raised slightly as he looked up towards Li Chonan. Only to see it pursed a small mouth, blowing the white pretty face, full of reluctance to give up. That aggrieved little expression, looking at Yi Chu was a bit too much. So he increased the strength in his hands, one by one, breaking its fingers that clutched the hilt, and brought that sword over. Li Chonan clenched her silver teeth in immense heartache, but there was nothing she could do. One could only keep regretting in his heart why he had nothing to do in the first place and went to that bet with Yi Chu. But she didn't forget about the main event, took a deep breath, pressed that reluctance into her heart, looked at Yi Chu and said with a straight face. You're the first player in the entire service to turn 2, so you must have known about the game reality fusion for a long time. If there are no surprises, this world will soon see a great change that has not been seen in 10,000 years. What will happen in the future is anyone's guess. You're a casual player, all alone, it's hard to avoid being alone. So, once again, I invite you to join us at Seemingly Watery Studio. Together we will work together in good faith, and in the future this game world will definitely have a place for us. Seeing that as soon this woman found an opportunity, she came running to paint herself a cake again, and still hadn't given up on the idea of recruiting herself, Yi Chu was. And can you find someone stronger than me to provide me with absolute security? Li Chonan still shook her head. Yi Chu was already inside the game, the unquestionable ceiling of combat power, where to find someone stronger than him? Why should I join your studio if you can't give me anything? Yi Chu asked back with a speechless face, could it be that you want to whore me out for nothing? Who wants to whore you out for nothing? People are just making an offer to cooperate, so forget it if you don't accept it. Li Chonan's pretty face reddened, and she defended herself with some embarrassment. Yi Chu didn't argue with her and waved his hand, in short, I won't be joining any forces, so you can just die. Still, cooperation can be engaged. Inside the event just now, I've got quite a bit more equipment, do you want it? Want. I want it. Li Chonan immediately said impatiently, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yi Chu also didn't talk nonsense and directly shared his storage space with her, saying, the stuff is all in here, name your price. Li Chonan had long been psychologically prepared, however, when looking clearly at Yi Chu's storage space, that one piece of equipment that was dazzling. Still instantly mind wildly shocked, a pair of beautiful eyes violently opened wide, revealing incomparable shock color, even the rosy little mouth cannot help but open into O-type. It was a long time before he came back to his senses and gulped down a mouthful of spit. Looking at Yi Chu, his heart was beating furiously as he muttered. This amount of you is also too big for me to eat. In the sky. Chapter 51, within the bedchamber, Mu Bingyun has a great use. Nan, what are you saying about tigers and wolves? What is it about the amount being too much to eat or something like that? Why am I a little confused? Milk-white Yuko heard the words uttered by Li Chonan, and her expression suddenly became a bit odd as she stood aside and teasingly laughed. Li Chonan sniffed and also realized that her words just now seemed to be a bit ambiguous and easy to make associations. The snow-white pretty face was suddenly red, and she did not have the good sense to slap on the milky white Yuko. What are you thinking about, you damned girl? I mean, he's got too much gear for me to buy that much. After the game reality fusion, everyone knows the important role of game gold. At this time, there was almost no one selling gold coins above the market. It was no longer possible for Li Chonan to use her strong financial power in the real world to make a large purchase of game gold coins to buy equipment from Yi Chu as she had done in the past. And subsequent operations such as purchasing lifespans and extracting game attributes to the real world also require sufficient gold support. Although Li Chonan was greedy for this batch of equipment in Yi Chu's hands, he was also clear that with his current strength, it was impossible to buy all of it. Yi Chu, however, smiled indifferently and said, then just buy a part of it. You've got 5 minutes to pick and choose, and mark which ones you want to buy. In the end, Li Chonan made some selections. At a price of 500,000 gold coins, he bought all of the gold artifacts in Yi Chu's hand, 31 silver artifacts, and 26 skill books. Almost all of the batch of items with the highest value in Yi Chu's hand were bought away. The deal is done and both are happy. Yi Chu exchanged pleasantries with Li Qiunan, then crushed the city return scroll and went back to the city. After Yi Chu left, Li Qiunan's eyes suddenly flickered slightly as she looked at the place where Yi Chu had disappeared, revealing a thoughtful look. The Milky Yuko reached out and waved her hand in front of her eyes and shouted, "Hey, come back to." It just occurred to me that the first time Weiwu Legacy traded with us, they only took game gold and didn't accept real currency transactions. And always with a mask on his face, so that no one can see his real face, and there is no way to know who he is in reality. Originally, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now that I think about it, all of his behavior has been too prescient. You mean he already knew about the game that would merge with reality? Milk White Yuko sniffed and also revealed a pensive look, then suddenly her eyes lit up and she suddenly realized. I know. He must have been reborn back from the future. No wonder it's so powerful, firmly occupying the #1 throne on the heavenly ranking. Li Qiunan immediately had a twitch at the corner of her mouth, looking at her somewhat nervous best friend, speechless. Then you usually read fewer novels, you nonetheless don't listen, even something as outrageous as rebirth is pulled out. And how else to explain all this? I don't know yet. Li Qiunan shook her head, a ray of strange aura flashed in her eyes, and she murmured. But what if we could see what he really looks like behind his mask and figure out who he really is? Perhaps, then, there will be answers to all these questions. Yi Chu didn't know that his true identity had already been missed by the two women. After returning to the city, he went straight to the auction house and shelved all the remaining equipment, skill books, etc. in his parcel. However, since the most extreme batch of equipment had already been bought by Li Qiunan ahead of time, it didn't trigger a service-wide announcement this time. Yi Chu was also happy to be clean. After leaving from the auction house, Yi Chu turned around and headed straight to the royal palace. Before heading to the Silver Moon Fortress to participate in the event, Yi Chu had instructed Mu Bingyun to get a few things for himself. Should have gotten it by now. The royal palace was heavily guarded, but Yi Chu, with the identity token of Mu Bingyun's personal guard captain, had an unobstructed journey all the way to the outside of Mu Bingyun's chambers. Bowing, he cried out in a loud voice, "The last general has something important to report to the princess. Come in." Within the bedchamber, Mu Bingyun's clear and cold voice was heard. There was indifference in his tone, revealing the noble majesty that should come from being a princess of the kingdom. Yi Chu pushed the door and walked inside the room, closing the door with his hand. Then he saw Mu Bingyun, who was wearing a gorgeous dress with a noble temperament, walk out of the hall. Coming to Yi Chu, he knelt down in front of him and respectfully and incomparably paid his respects. "Slave girl Bingyun, meet master." Yi Chu's heart was slightly startled, and he subconsciously looked outside the hall. Today, games are starting to merge with reality. Although Yi Chu was the undoubted #1 expert in the game, fearlessly challenging any enemy. However, when in the game, staying in the reality of the body is a major hazard. In his previous life, there were many masters who were practicing in the game when they were stolen from their homes in reality and suddenly GA dropped. Because of this, Yi Chu had deliberately hidden his true identity since entering the game. Now, with these 3 more props, the ability to save one's life in reality will undoubtedly increase dramatically. For a short time, at least, you can be sure of nothing. There is no need to worry about a sudden sneak attack and assassination while you are inside the game. It had to be said that the pet Mu Bingyun had received was really worth it. Although, due to her identity, it was impossible for her to be like the Void Beast and the Shura Warrior General, constantly accompanying Yi Chu and accompanying him to brush monsters and practice leveling together. However, he was able to help Yi Chu get many rare props that were not easy to find by virtue of his own identity, providing all sorts of convenience and assistance. This was something that was incomparable to the purely combat-oriented pets like the Void Beast and the Shura War Admiral. On top of that, Mu Bingyun was even more understanding and considerate towards Yi Chu. When Yi Chu was checking out those 3 props, she obediently stood behind her, stretching out a pair of soft little hands to help Yi Chu tenderly press and pinch his shoulders. The voice was sweet and soft. The slave girl has already heard about the fact that the master made a great showing in the battle at the Silver Moon Fortress and took the top spot among all the adventurers. I'm sure the master is also tired from the bloody battle, so Ice Cloud helped the master to have a good relaxation. Just relax. Chapter 52, The Strongest Resident in the National Service. Not bad, use a little more force. Feeling Mu Bingyun's soft little hands selling their services on his shoulders, Yi Chu's heart was somewhat secretly pleased. This is proper princess service, imperial enjoyment. I'm afraid that old Deng, the king of Beihan, is not even blessed to enjoy it. At this moment, above the forum, almost all players were hotly discussing Yi Chu's 3 pets. One after another, they marveled at the power and envy of those 3 pets. If they knew, Yichu also had a 4th hidden pet, which was the nationally beautiful 3rd princess of Jinbei City. Not only were they powerful and honorable, but they were also able to serve attentively after a great battle and help Yichu relax his body and mind in all aspects. Absolutely all of them would be even more freaked out and envious to the point of green eyes. If the courtiers and officials of the Northern Cold Kingdom were to see it, the princess of the kingdom who was usually high and inviolable. At this moment, it was surprising that she was secretly in the middle of her own bedchamber, so doing her best and sparing no effort to serve Yichu. Definitely more likely to be trippy and even feel skeptical. Mu Bingyun's pair of snow-white small hands rubbed hard on Yichu's shoulders. While helping Yichu with his massage, he spoke in a tone of invitation. Master, Bingyun always stays in the palace and lacks experience. So I would like to ask my father for an order to serve in the army for training. I wonder what my master thinks. Hearing Mu Bingyun's words, the light in Yichu's eyes flickered slightly, and he did not feel surprised by this proposal of hers. It was because in her previous life, Mu Bingyun's temperament metamorphosed after she was rescued from the shadowy catacombs. Goes to serve in the military out of a bitter hatred for the Natural Disaster Corps. In the baptism of war, he gradually became decisive, while building up a high prestige in the army. It is only then that the subsequent participation in the struggle for kingship, step by step, to ascend to the throne of the game plot. Going to serve in the military was a necessary path for her to ascend to the throne of the queen, and it was also an important part of the SS-level main quest. Winter is coming, so of course Yichu would not refuse. Nodding, he opened his mouth to grant permission. Yes, no problem. But if you go to serve in the military, you must be careful to protect your own safety, and don't push yourself too hard when you encounter actions that are dangerous. Remember, your life, now, is not your own, but belongs to me. Thank you for your concern, Master. Icecloud will remember. Listening to Yichu's voice that was majestic and overbearing in its calmness, Mu Bingyun's heart swung slightly and she respectfully said. Because right now, the game reality had just fused, it was the opening phase of the race for time, there were too many things that Yichu needed to do. Therefore, Yichu didn't stay in Mu Bingyun's room for long before leaving the royal palace and finding a hidden corner in the city to go offline. After returning to reality, Yichu immediately called up the game reality boost panel. After spending over 100,000 gold coins, he extracted the set of equipment he had prepared in advance, as well as the 3 props he had just gotten from Mu Bingyun, into the real world. With the exception of certain special types of game props, the vast majority of equipment and props cannot exist in both the game and the real world at the same time. Once extracted to the real world, it disappears from the game. Yichu extracted his equipment this time, mainly to enhance his defense. Preventing the main body, which remained in reality while the consciousness was immersed inside the game, from being attacked by a sudden sneak attack. So what was extracted was not on himself in the game, the leather armor outfit for the main battle. Instead, it was a carefully selected armor outfit. Provides high defense and blood bonuses, as well as several shield and recovery type skills. Combined with the dark gold level prop, green light body protecting pay, that could last for 30 seconds, it could be called as steady as a mountain. Even if the 10 strongest assassin lineage players in the entire service sneaked in together, it would be enough for them to fight for half a day. Such a long period of time was enough for Yichu's consciousness to return to his body from the game and deal with any unexpected situations he faced. After putting on all of the set of armor equipment, Yichu immediately felt a surge of majestic power throughout his body. It was as if with just one fist, he could easily smash through the wall and seek out the little young woman who lived next door to talk about her life. Nodding with great satisfaction, he took out the glittering invisibility scroll and crushed it with one hand. There was a rhythm of runic light, a flash of blue light, and Yichu's figure disappeared into the air. This place where Yichu was currently living was known to many people, including the questioning sword club. Although for the time being, no one knew that he was Wei Wu Legacy. But just its identity as the #1 melee system player in the national service, at this particular point in time, it is easy to be coveted. Therefore, in order to play it safe, Yichu decided to change the place to live for a few days first. Maintaining his stealth, he pushed open the door to his room and headed out. After leaving the neighborhood where you live, you take a big step directly to the west. A quick run toward the deserted outskirts of town, a dozen miles away. At this point, several hours had passed since the game merged with reality. With the rapid spread of the internet, almost everyone already knows the truth of this matter. With the massive amount of players pouring into the game, there was hardly anything on the streets. Although in order to avoid leaving traces and being tracked, Yichu did not use any transportation. However, after extracting the character attributes from the game to the real world, his physique, which had long been far beyond normal, moved at an astonishingly fast speed. It took just over half an hour to get to the outskirts of the city between the barren mountains. In the middle of a hidden valley, a large rock was found that would block the wind. Placing the scouting token on the ground and activating it, the scouting field covered the surrounding area. Prepare to make this your temporary landing spot. It's a little tougher, but it's safer. Moreover, in the turbulent and chaotic world of his previous life, Yi Chu hadn't experienced a lot of wind and rain, and sleeping in the wind was a common occurrence. A short stay in the wilderness for a few days is nothing to press for. After finding a temporary place to land and getting everything organized, Yi Chu's body leaned against the boulder and his consciousness slowly sank into his mind, returning to the game once again. After coming online, he went to the grocery store to replenish a wave of supplies before turning around and heading straight out of town. This time on the line, his purpose was very clear. Capture the first kill reward of a dark gold level boss. Hit the third turn. Hit the first gang building token in the entire service. Although Yi Chu, in this life, wasn't prepared to join any forces, did he have any interest in forming forces of his own? He still wanted to create a. In his previous life, he was once called the strongest resident in the country. It had caused the major guilds to become red in the face, causing several bloody and fierce battles. If he could take the first step and become a master of it, there would be a great deal of benefits in the future. However, the prerequisite for all of this was to first get a gang building token. In the game Miracles of God, the gang building token, only the dark gold level or above boss will have a tiny chance to burst out. For this time, Yi Chu had long ago picked out a good place to practice. After leaving the city, he directly summoned the Thunder God Eagle. After jumping onto its broad and sturdy back, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the eagle's fur, ordering the Thunder God Eagle to charge up into the sky. After 10 minutes of flight, land down. A dark and incomparable abandoned mining cave appeared in front of Yi Chu. The inside of the cave was dark and deep, emitting an eerie and cold mysterious aura. Righteous fathers, give a little reward. I heard there's a kind of star glass. I have a friend who really wants it. Chapter 53 Real Damage, Deadly Feast. Ding. Game alert, you have entered the dangerous map Spectral Pit. The current map monster level is far beyond your level, please proceed with caution. When Yi Chu stepped into the pit, there was a ding in his ears, and the sound of a game prompt rang out. However, Yi Chu didn't take it to heart at all. This map, he didn't know how many times he had swiped in and out in his previous life. More times than even going into Lulu Liang. The various monsters and terrain features inside can be described as well known. The monsters in this map were all level 30 plus elite monsters. It might be very dangerous indeed for other level 26 regular players. Even with multiple people teaming up to paint it, it's hard to get through. However, for Yi Chu, who had 3 extreme pets, it was nothing. There was a lot of space inside the pit, and even the huge size of the void beast could all burrow in. The Thunder God Eagle even flapped a pair of thunder-lit wings, flying at the very front to open the way. Radiant thunder light flashed around his body, illuminating the damp and dark space. Without flying far, 3 huge black bats suddenly appeared above the top wall of the pit ahead. Each one was well over 2 feet long and hung upside down above the damp cave roof. Disturbed by the Thunder God Eagle, they all awoke from their slumber. Opening his blood-red eyes filled with bloodlust, he let out a burst of sharp hissing sounds and leapt towards the Thunder God Eagle. Level 32 Elite Level Monster, Bloodthirsty Bat. After eating massive amounts of experience in the Gate of Purgatory event, the Thunder God Eagle had risen to level 25. With the ultra-high growth of the legendary class bloodline, the attributes could be described as a fierce mess. Letting out a loud eagle cry, he met the 3 bloodthirsty bats and killed them. With a hissing sound, thunder light flashed and flashed, condensing into a dazzlingly radiant and brilliant thunder spear that directly pierced through the body of a bloodthirsty bat. At the same time, the Shura War General and the Void Beast charged up. The 3 great battle pets combined their attacks, and in a matter of 3 strikes, they easily disposed of those 3 bloodthirsty bats. A bright field of game coins exploded, well as 3. So he directly selected the Void Beast and confirmed to make its bloodline evolve. Pulled a skill level in a couple skills by the way. Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 10,000 points of evolution value to upgrade the bloodline of the Void Beast, and the silver level favored beast, Void Beast, has successfully evolved into the gold level, Void Dreadnought, awakening the B level skill, Void Ground Spike. Void Dinosaur. Bloodline level, gold. Physical fitness star rating, 9. Power star rating, 9. Agility star rating, 6. Spiritual star rating, 6. Skills, Iron Body C, Thirsty Blood Feast B, Bone Blade Piercing C, Fearful Tsunami C, Void Spike B. Void Ground Spike, unleash the power of the void and summon sharp bone spikes to pierce out from the ground, dealing 120% attack power damage to all enemies in the target area. Skill consumption, 200 magic cooling time, 30 seconds. Game alert, you have consumed 625 evolution points, and the Void Dreads B rank skill, Thirsty Blood Feast, has been successfully upgraded to an A rank skill, Deadly Feast. Lethal Feast, tear at the target with a hideous maw, inflicting 170% of attack power true damage to the enemy and converting 60-70% of the damage into your own chi and blood. If the skill kills the target, it permanently increases the maximum life value by 30-40 points, and the size increases with it. Sure enough, of the several skills of the Void Dreadnought, the Feast skill has the highest growth. As it continues to evolve in the future, it will surely bring more surprises. In Yichu's eyes, a flash of undisguised anticipation arose. However, more evolution points are needed to keep your pet evolving. Just now, Yichu had pulled all the skills of the 3 pets to a rank with a flurry of operations, consuming another 10,000 or so evolution points. There were still 30,000 evolution points remaining on the panel. Another 70,000 evolution points were needed to evolve to a dark gold level bloodline. As for Yichu this time, the reason why he chose this dark pit as his practicing location. One of the main reasons was because this pit was dense with monsters and was a good place to brush up on evolution points. With the 3 pets opening the way, easily disposing of the bloodthirsty bats that he encountered along the way, Yichu made his way deeper into the mine. Soon, it came to a huge underground mining cave. This mine was very huge, as big as 2 soccer fields, and the space inside was dark. With the arrival of Yichu and the 3 pets, the top of the pitch-black and incomparable cave suddenly shone with a scarlet light. It was certainly the countless bloodthirsty bats hanging upside down on the roof of the cave, awakening from their slumber and opening their bloodthirsty eyes. Densely packed, I don't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of them. There was a shrill whine, and they came off the top of the cave. In the scarlet incomparable eyes, endless bloodthirsty and ferocious intent was emitted, like a terrifying dark cloud sweeping, attacking towards Yichu. A level 32 bloodthirsty bat could be too powerful than those low-level monsters in the Gate of Purgatory event. With so many of them attacking together, even Yichu did not dare to be careless. The good thing is, there's still terrain to work with. A brilliant light flashed in Yichu's eyes, and he immediately executed the Imperial Beast Divergence skill, summoning a Void Dread Beast's doppelganger. Then, the 2 Void Dreadnoughts were ordered to go forward at the top at the same time. With their massive bodies, they blocked the exit of the pit passageway that connects to the mine. Then he ordered the Shura War General, unleashing the Undead Summoning skill, summoning 8 elite-level undead archers. Standing in the gap between the legs of the 2 Void Dreadnoughts, he raised his longbow and hurled it at the sky with multiple arrows. As the light of the skill shone, the arrows that were shot out split apart, turning into a dense rain of arrows that were shot into the bloodthirsty bat swarm. A large, dense swathe of damage numbers erupted. The 2 huge-sized void dinosaurs were even unleashing their rank skills, Fearful Roar, in unison. Opening its hideous and incomparably bloody maw, it aimed at the sky and roared angrily. "Sir, let me serve you." Chapter 54 Brush up on monsters, cool. Roar. 2 terrifying sound waves like substance spread out from the huge mouths of the 2 void dinosaurs with hideous fangs. 2 sectors of distorted emptiness were formed, enveloping the large number of bloodthirsty bats that swooped down from the sky. It instantly caused those bloodthirsty bats to scream in agony, and their blood levels dropped in unison. Yichu didn't let the Thunder God Eagle fly into the mine and endure the siege from the swarm of bloodthirsty bats. Instead, it was allowed to hide behind 2 Void Dreadnoughts and act as a mage output. Between the violent flapping of his wings, he unleashed the skill, Thunder Purgatory. A thunderous boom resounded through the mine. Endless blue thunder, chopping down vastly from the void, forming a terrifying and incomparable thunder inferno. The bloodthirsty bat that was in the thunder area shroud took damage from the constant attacks, and its blood bar brushed straight down. The Shura War General even galloped out with his horse, pointing the lance in his hand towards the sky. A blooming and incomparable blood-colored spear aura was shot out, piercing through the body of a bloodthirsty bat. With such multiple skills intertwined, it directly emptied the blood of 5 or 6 bloodthirsty bats. Bursting out a shiny silver and copper coin, it crashed to the ground with a clatter. But a large number of bloodthirsty bats also flew close. Ferocious and bloodthirsty, with sharp claws like hooks and ear-piercing whistles emanating from their mouths, they unleashed a fierce attack on the two void beasts blocking the entrance of the cave. Yichu's blood recovery and shielding skills, and all of them were released by locking the body, without giving it, causing the blood bar to burst and fall wildly. In just under 4 minutes, it was down to the last 10% and had become precarious. Yichu's gaze sank when he saw this, and he immediately ordered the Shura War General and the Thunder God Eagle to rush out. Rushing into the midst of the monsters outside, he unleashed his skills and wreaked havoc like crazy, attracting away the hate values of a large number of bloodthirsty bats and helping to take the damage of the attacks. So much for holding on through the last minute of time. The duration of the Void Dread Beast's energy doppelganger finally reached its limit, letting out a hissing roar as its body collapsed and dissipated. At the same time, the cooldown time of Yichu's Imperial Beast Divergence skill had just ended. Immediately summoning back the Thunder God Eagle and the Shura Warrior General, whose blood levels had plummeted to below half blood under the Bat Swarm's attack. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another full-blooded and full-status Void Dread Beast doppelganger to block the entrance of the cave. Letting out a domineering roar and hiss, he fought fiercely and incomparably with the bloodthirsty bats that came swooping down. In this manner, Yichu utilized several favored beasts to take turns taking damage from the bloodthirsty bat swarm's attacks. With a reasonable tactical arrangement, in the depths of this uncharted mine, the fire was turned on and the monsters were painfully brushed up. As one bloodthirsty bat was killed and fell, Yichu's experience bar and evolution points began to soar up by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, reality. The effects of the fusion of games and reality are still intensifying, sweeping across all corners of the world like an unprecedentedly violent storm. It's just that the vast majority of players are still relatively low-leveled, and the gold they fight out isn't even enough to repair equipment or buy potions. There is simply no extra gold to withdraw equipment, props, etc. inside the game. As a result, the world was generally quite calm, and the original social order was not immediately broken. Just as Yichu was obliviously brushing monsters in the dark pit, a few uninvited guests arrived outside the door of the room he originally resided in. The person at the head of the group was a middle-aged man in a suit who looked elegant. It was one of the big moneymakers behind the questioning sword club, Xin Jiankong. Originally, it was impossible for a plutocrat of his caliber to personally step in and manage the actual operation of a gaming club himself. However, today at noon, the game suddenly merged with reality, coupled with the sudden and violent deaths of both Cui Min and Wang Tang, leaving the questioning sword club leaderless. So Xin Jiankong decisively decided to personally step in and take charge of the Ask Sword Club. And the first thing he did after taking charge of the club was to recruit, deciding to recruit Yichu, who was recognized as the #1 melee player in the national service, back into the club. Therefore, he directly brought a few of the club's strongest players to Yichu's residence. However, I never expected to eat a closed door, and no one opened the door even after ringing the doorbell for half a day. Impatient Xin Jiankong directly ordered to break the door. As a result, it turned out that the house had long been empty, and there was no shadow of Yichu at all. The mood was immediately depressed and his face became a bit gloomy. At this time, someone suddenly said, "I remember, Yichu has a girlfriend, could he have gone to her? That's the anchor woman called what's her name, Fawn Baby?" That's right, as far as I know, Yichu was submissive to that girlfriend of his, simply a complete dog licker. With all that's happened today, there's a good chance it's going to go to her. Xin Jiankong nodded, his gaze looking towards the club's chief assassin, Li Jin, and ordered in a deep voice. "I'll send someone to find out where that anchor lies. Tonight you run and see if Yichu is at her place or not. It would be best if it was. If not, tie that female anchor back to me and force Yichu to show his face. All in all, within 24 hours, I must see Yichu. This world will soon see a huge change, and the future will be dominated by the major guilds inside the game. A top player of Yichu's level, if he can't be used for me, he will definitely be killed for me. He must not be allowed to become a sword in the hands of others, turned back against us." Chapter 55 Dark Gold First Kill, shocking the whole service. Hearing the icy words coming out of Xin Jiankong's mouth, the few people who had followed him here were all of a sudden in awe. Now, the game has just merged with reality, and the vast majority of ordinary players, the mindset has not yet been converted. The shock of hearing Xin Jiankong actually make such a glib remark about killing someone was imaginable. Someone frowned on the spot and said in a deep voice, "With Yichu's game strength, I'm afraid that it's not that easy to kill him." Xin Jiankong, however, did not think so, coldly hummed, and opened his mouth with confidence. Even if his gameplay is strong, without the club's support, he's just a casual player in the district. The amount of gold coins it costs to extract game equipment into the real world is not a small amount. You yourselves have a good idea of how many gold coins it costs the club to help you extract the equipment out. Think it's something a casual player can afford at this stage? Unless he's Wei Wu Legacy. Otherwise, as long as you are found by me, you will never be able to escape from me. After saying that, Xin Jianguang's gaze slowly looked around the crowd and asked with a smile. Do you guys think that it's possible for Yi Chu to be a Wei Wu Legacy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Chu is the strongest melee system player in the national service, how could he choose the Imperial Beastmaster profession? Moreover, Wei Wu Legacy's game operation is not at all the same style as Yi Chu's, it can't be the same person. Several people immediately shook their heads in unison, dismissing the possibility. So, I'm going to eat Yi Chu. If he is good and sensible and willing to come back to the club to serve, it's fine if he doesn't know how to behave, no one who comes will be able to save him. Xin Jiangong sneered, and in his eyes, he was filled with the confident feeling that everything was under control. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yi Chu didn't know what was happening in reality and was still obliviously brushing monsters in the dark pit. After a fierce battle that lasted for more than half an hour, the entire mine cave was finally swept clean of several thousand bloodthirsty bats. With the rich experience bonus from cross-level brushing, the levels of himself and his 3 pets had all risen by 1 level. On the ground in front of him, it was even covered with a thick layer of equipment and game gold coins. Yi Chu immediately bent down to pick it up, and it took several minutes before he finally collected all the equipment into the package. One word. Cool. The best feature of the map, Dark Pit, is the network of caves that are all over the place inside, connected to several similar huge caves. Inside each cave, a large number of swarming monsters like bloodthirsty bats were coiled. Like a huge treasure chest filled with experience and equipment and gold coins, it was waiting for Yi Chu to go ahead and open it. After cleaning up the loot, Yi Chu immediately made light of the situation and brought his 3 pets through the mine and drilled into another mine tunnel. After a few minutes of rushing around, it came to another, much larger mine. The monsters in this mine were the same as the bloodthirsty bat, and they were also level 32 elite monsters crypt giant ants. Although they are ants, they are the size of a small calf, with black armor and great strength. Immediately after being attracted by the hatred, it was like a tidal wave, surging over in black. Yi Chu immediately resumed his old trick and summoned a Void Dread Beast's doppelganger, allowing the 2 Void Dread Beasts to block the entrance of the cave to act as meat tanks. Then he ordered the Shura War General to summon 8 necromancers and hide in the back for full output. The 8 necromancers' bone staffs waved, releasing a sea of netherworldly fire. The ghostly green undead fire covered a large area in front of the cave entrance, forming a sea of terrifying fire. The burning horde of crypt giant ants wanted to die, and the damage numbers kept popping up as their blood bars brushed down. The thunder god eagle was even more reckless, soaring with its wings in the cave. Between the flapping of his wings, which were dazzled with the light of thunder, he poured a powerful attack skill crazily into the monsters below. The terrifyingly incomparable blue lightning light split one crypt giant ant's armor and shattered it, causing an output damage that could be described as devastating, causing a crypt giant ant to wail and fall to the ground in agonizing screams. It turned into a rich experience glow with equipment and gold coins. In this way, Yi Chu was alone. Kick off a painful brushing journey in this well-oiled map. At a time when the vast majority of players, to kill a level 25 normal monster, needed to form a group. He was already swarming level 30 plus elite monsters. If this scene were to circulate and be seen by other players, it would definitely set the game forums ablaze again in an instant. It made countless people break their defenses and lamented that they were all the same players, so why was there such a big difference? Yi Chu was like this, immersed in the thrill of frantically brushing monsters and having his experience skyrocket, completely forgetting about the passage of time. Until a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. 2 sudden service-wide announcements echoed out abruptly and incomparably over the entire national service. Service-wide announcement: congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy, killing the Dark Gold boss Evil King Spider, completing the first Dark Gold boss kill in the entire service, and obtaining the following rewards: Prestige plus 1000, Luck plus 4, Gold plus 10,000 coins, and Ancient Jade of the Beast Soul Legendary. Announcement for the whole service: congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy for leveling up to level 30 and successfully transferring, as the first player in the whole service to make 3 turns, he is awarded with the following rewards: Prestige plus 1000, Luck plus 4, Gold plus 10,000 coins, and Shifting Shapes and Changing Positions SS. The moment the 2 game announcements rang out, the entire national service instantly boiled. Although many of the old players, who had been numb to Yi Chu's exaggerated and incomparable upgrading speed, felt that they were not surprised anymore. However, many of the new players who had just entered the game not long ago were hearing the service-wide announcement of achievement rewards for the Che, in the future, game gold is the real hard currency. What's the use of having more cash? It will slowly all turn into waste paper. The ID Wei Wu legacy is very distinctive. Could it be that he has inherited the Prime Minister's will? The young woman from Kyukai requests to fight. I want to give birth to the big man. Regarding the two system announcements, the ripples of turmoil that were triggered throughout the entire service, Yi Chu did not care at all. At this moment, he was staring intently at the game panel suspended in the void in front of him, watching a line of game hints emerge on it. Congratulations on reaching level 30, your career level advancement has been successful and you have been promoted to Senior Divine Royal Master. Your attribute growth is enhanced, you can gain free attribute points per level, 40-80. Number of pets that can be contracted, 4-5. Awakening skill, Lightning Whip. Fusion of Heavenly Dao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 21%. Fusion of Heavenly Dao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 22%. Choose big or small. Chapter 56 Legendary Equipment, Beast Soul Ancient Jade. Heavenly Dao True Blood Fusion in progress, current fusion progress 30%, your Cthulhu bloodline gains advancement. Bloodline effect, all attack, shield, and buff type skill effects are increased by 100%. Double the power of all skills. Looking above the panel in front of him, the brand new ability that had been awakened after the fusion of the Heavenly Dao True Blood had deepened. Yi Chu's eyes immediately lit up, and his mood was bursting with excitement. The power of this effect needs no introduction. Although it was only limited to regular skills in the attack, shield, and buff categories, and had no effect on special effect skills such as Imperial Beast Divine Soldier and Imperial Beast Diversion, it was still sufficiently counterintuitive. One must know that the last time Yi Chu turned 2, the bloodline effect of the Heaven's Path True Blood shortened the cooldown time of all skills by 50%. This time it has increased the skill effect of all skills by 100% again. In other words, as long as Yi Chulan volume is manageable, his skill output ability would be increased by a full 4 times. This is something that other ordinary players wouldn't even dare to think about. Moreover, if this trend continued, in the future, every time Yi Chu changed jobs, he would definitely awaken a new bloodline effect. It was hard to imagine the day when Yi Chu ascended to level 100 and perfectly fused with the Heaven's Path True Blood. Just how powerful can it be? Will it turn into the legendary Super Saiyan? For a moment, Yi Chu was in a stirring mood and couldn't help but long for it. On top of that, after Yi Chu's third turn, he also obtained a brand new career skill. Lightning Whip. Skill level, S. Skill effect, launches an onslaught of attacks with the force of a swift thunderbolt, splitting 5 lightning whipcords and attacking up to 5 enemy targets, inflicting 160% of attack power damage with each strike. Skill consumption, 300 magic. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. This lightning 5 consecutive whips skill had nothing to do with favored beasts, but was a pure attack skill. Being able to enhance the Royal Beastmaster's own fighting ability was considered quite good, and Yi Chu was quite satisfied with it. Then, Yi Chu opened his parcel and examined the 2 props rewarded by the system just now. First of all, it was that SS rank skill book, Shifting Shapes. Shifting. Skill level, SS. Skill effect, utilizing the link between the Imperial Beast Pact, arbitrarily switch the positions of 2 pets or yourself and a pet. Skill consumption, 500 magic. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. This skill, although it didn't have any attack and defense bonuses, was exceptionally flexible and could be developed for a variety of uses. If properly utilized in actual combat, it can often be surprisingly effective. Yi Chu directly learned it. The entire skill book dissipated on the spot, transforming into a glowing skill icon that appeared in Yi Chu's skill bar. Then, there was the legendary quality Beast Soul Ancient Jade. Its appearance looks like a goose egg, crystal clear, warm and shiny. Threaded on a shimmering silver necklace, it exuded a magnificent blue glow. Beast Soul Ancient Jade, Legendary. Physical fitness, plus 100. Strength, plus 100. Agility, plus 100. Spirit, plus 100. Equipment skill, Soul Detention can activate the skill on the corpse of any monster below level 60, detaining its soul within the Ancient Jade and gaining 20% of its full attribute bonus. Equipment level, 30. Sure enough, when the system comes out, it's a masterpiece. After seeing the Beast Soul Ancient Jade's equipment skill, Yi Chu's gaze lit up, revealing a flash of surprise. Attribute bonuses aside, just a single, soul detention, skill was enough to prove the gold content of its legendary grade equipment. Even many epic level equipment might not have such a powerful equipment skill. It's no exaggeration to say that this Beast Soul Ancient Jade necklace can definitely be called a superb product that can't be found in the early stages of the game. It just so happened that right now, on the ground in front of Yichu, there was a boss corpse that had just died not long ago and had not yet been refreshed. So Yichu immediately equipped the Beast Soul Ancient Jade. Aiming at the corpse of the level 35 Dark Gold class boss Evil King Spider, he decisively unleashed the Soul Detention skill. At that moment, an incomparably misty blue light emanated from within the Beast Soul Ancient Jade, enveloping the Evil King Spider's corpse. The shadow of an incomparably faint soul was detained from the corpse and sealed within the Ancient Jade, causing a lifelike spider silhouette to appear within the originally crystal clear, pure and flawless Ancient Jade. At the same time, Yichu's body shook slightly, feeling an incomparably majestic and powerful force surging into his body. Various attributes, all gained a significant boost. It made Yichu's confidence burst, feeling that even if he didn't rely on his pet, when he met any player of the same level, he could easily defeat them. Unfortunately, there is no way to verify this. After all, looking around the world, where could one find a player of the same level as Yichu? Finally, Yichu bent down and groped under the heavy body of the Evil King Spider for a while, and began to scavenge for the loot. Eventually, after some counting, Yichu had touched out a total of 5 Dark Gold artifacts, 4 gold artifacts, and 2 C-rank skill books from underneath the Evil King Spider's corpse. It can be called a great harvest. If it were any other player, a single Dark Gold level boss gave so much goods. Absolutely all of them will be ecstatic and even happy. However, Yichu, who was accustomed to the super high explosive rate of the Hong Luk Chi Tian ring, had long since become numb to this. With a big wave of his hand, he collected all the equipment into his package. In the end, in his hands, there was only a palm-sized, crystalline and glittering, as mysterious token carved out of green jade. It was Yichu's important goal for this trip out of the city to practice the gang-building token. And it's the first gang-building token in the entire service. The value of this cannot be overstated. As long as you bring it back to the city and find an NPC to register it, you will be able to establish the first game guild in the entire service. Then they could start working on it, seeking that special territory that was known as the #1 guild residence in the country. Just take it over and extract it to the real world. The safety of one's own being in the real world would be initially assured. Thinking of this, a flash of undisguised anticipation flashed through Yichu's eyes. Decisively pulling out the city return scroll, he crushed it with one hand. After 5 seconds of guidance, the body turned into a burst of white light and teleported back into Jinbei City. He had just walked out from the teleportation point and was about to head to register the guild when he was suddenly stopped head-on by 2 figures. "Hello, may I ask if you are Wei Wu Legacy?" Yichu raised his eyebrows slightly and stopped his steps, sizing up the 2 people in front of him. Only these 2 people, a man and a woman, were seen. The male is a warrior with the game ID Light Cold Kyushu. The female, on the other hand, was a mage with the game ID Big Bear Gummy, and looked familiar for a few moments. Neither of them were too high-leveled, just a little over level 20. It should have been standing guard at the return point, waiting for him to come back from practicing. Yichu's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the 2 without moving and asked in a deep voice. "Looking for me for something? Introduce yourself, my name is Lin Feng, this is my but the price is to lose your freedom completely and become a weapon at the mercy of officialdom, right?" Yichu said darkly in his heart, not interested at all in the enticing conditions offered by Lin Feng, but also don't want to offend the officials. So he politely declined Lin Feng's invitation, saying, "Sorry, I have no intention of joining any forces for the time being. But cooperation is fine. In the future, the equipment you hit from practicing can be sold to the officials as a priority." "That's great." Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up with. Although it had long been anticipated that Yichu, who had practiced for a day and returned to the city, inside the package, must have quite a few good things. But also never expected to think that it would be exaggerated to such an extent. A dazzling variety of equipment and props, as many as a few thousand pieces, all of which were high-level equipment above level 30. And the grades were generally very high as well, and there were even several pieces of dark gold weapon equipment in the top 10 of the equipment list. According to the current market conditions, this level of high-end equipment, casually pick out a piece and exchange it for cash. It's all enough to buy a luxury villa in the busiest first-tier city. Such a luxurious and incomparable list of items that could be called a treasure trove instantly caused a strong shock that was hard to describe in words to the two people who only had a salary of a few $1,000s a month. Watching the two men's mouths go dry and their eyes glaze over. It wasn't until a long time had passed that he deeply sucked in a breath of cool air, coming back from his shock. Lin Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva and looked at Yi Chu, unable to hold down his excited question. Can you sell us all this equipment? Exactly. Yi Chu faintly nodded and said, all of them are packaged together for sale, you guys look at the price, I'll only accept game gold coins. That's for sure. Please wait for a while, big brother, I'll immediately get the relevant to check. When Yi Chu heard this, his heart was slightly moved, and he asked back without moving. What happened at the Ask the Sword Club last night? Last night, the executive director of the questioning sword club, Cui Min, and the forceful newcomer, Wang Tang, were both assassinated. Really? Then these two are really unlucky, I guess they have offended some enemies. Yi Chu's tone was incredibly calm, with an appearance of not being very interested. Sun Xiaotong didn't pursue the question too much, but only murmured with meaning. There's something fishy about this case, but it's been put on hold due to the sudden integration of the Miracles game into reality, and there's too many things to keep busy. It's still the stability of society and the future of more people that's more important than two people who are already dead. Although Sun Xiaotong's words did not speak through, Yi Chu still heard the extra words revealed in her words. Apparently, after the game merges with reality. Through various clues, the official has guessed that last night's incident was his own doing. But since he had concealed his appearance throughout the game, the officials were, for the time being, unable to lock down his true identity. Coupled with various other reasons, the senior management eventually weighed the matter and decided to suppress the case and not to pursue it further. At the same time, the two of them, Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong, were sent to make contact with themselves, releasing their goodwill in the hopes of recruiting them. Regarding this attitude of the official, Yi Chu had expected it in his heart and did not feel any surprise. Smiling just lightly, he didn't continue to say anything more. The two sides have already reached a tacit understanding, and everything is in the air. A few minutes later, another official player, carrying a heavy amount of money hurriedly arrived and quoted the price to Yi Chu. He was willing to pay 400,000 gold coins to purchase Yi Chu's batch of equipment. To be honest, this price was a bit higher than Yi Chu had expected. Obviously, for the cooperation with Yi Chu, the official was still very sincere. Yi Chu was very satisfied with this, and directly completed the transaction with alacrity. Accompanied by a crisp and incomparable system beep, 400,000 gold coins were credited. At this moment, looking at the entire national service, I'm afraid that there is only the official who can come up with such a huge amount of gold coins at once to acquire equipment. Even Li Chuanan, who has a consortium behind him, doesn't have the strength. Thus, establishing a stable partnership with the official was also a good thing for Yi Chu. At least you don't have to worry about selling your gear in the future. The transaction was completed, and Yi Chu added friends with Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong before directly turning around and leaving. 10 short minutes later. A loud and clear incomparable system announcement echoed out over the entire national service. Service-wide announcement: congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy, who has successfully created the first player guild in the national service, Supreme Temple, and has been rewarded with Prestige plus 2000, Luck plus 3, and the Berserk Blood Battle Flag Epic. Service-wide notice: as the first player guild to be established in the entire service, Supreme Temple has obtained the legendary grade guild talent, God's Grace. All gang members are favored by God's Grace, with a 10% increase in all attributes. Chapter 58 Epic Props, Berserk Blood War Banner. Wow! Hearing the service-wide announcement echoing in the sky, countless players clamored and raised their heads to look up at the sky. The entire national service instantly set off a furor. After the initial shock, countless players, all of a sudden, were thrilled, their eyes furiously discussing the number one guild in the entire service, Supreme Divine Hall. This name is so domineering. It's Wei Wu Legacy Big Brother again, it's simply tie with strength and spiciness. The other achievement rewards are just that. Surprisingly, even the first registered guild in the entire service was taken by Wei Wu Legacy Wind, a casual player. Where does this leave the faces of all the major guilds and game clubs in the entire service? I'm afraid their mouths are about to water with envy. Worthy of being the number one guild in the heavenly character, this guild talent is too powerful. All guild members get a 10% bonus to all attributes. It's like a god-level buff. With such an unbelievable buff addition, it can definitely attract a large number of experts to join, and in the future, it's bound to be a king guild that can walk sideways in the national service. Where is Biggie Wei Wu taking people? I'll sell Bao Xiaolangjian to be the first to sign up. Countless players' hearts and minds were stirred as they talked excitedly. In one of the wilderness practicing grounds, the helmsman of the major guilds and game clubs in the national service also looked up at the sky. In his eyes, he revealed an undisguised shock and unwillingness. One had to know that the significance of the number one guild in the country was completely incomparable to all the achievement rewards Yi Chu had obtained before. Because, even the top game teams in the country, the core players, at most, are only a few thousand people. You want to grow in the game and achieve some kingly success. One of the most important avenues is to form guilds in the game and absorb other casual players and player groups to join. And throughout the country, the number of first-class players is extremely limited. Whoever is the first to establish a guild will be able to grab a head start and attract a large number of experts to join. Recruit the most elite group of casual players at the head of the national service into the fold. Guilds formed afterward would have to take in players left over from the pick of the previous guilds. There must be a huge disparity in the quality of members eventually recruited. Especially, when it is already known that the game will merge with reality. It was only a moment later that he reacted, and his cheeks flushed scarlet. Twisting hard on the milky white Yuko, he cursed without a word. You damn girl, what are you talking nonsense about? Why don't you go him? Who made my heart belong to Ask Sword Changa already? If he's Ask Sword Changa, then I'll definitely go in him. The milky Yuko puffed out her chest, her tone very righteous. Then with another hefty smile, he joked to Li Chonan. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. Didn't you specialize in getting special props that can see through masks? Find a chance to see Wei Wu Legacy's true colors, maybe he's a super handsome guy. Even if he really is super handsome. Li Chonan crossed her arms and hummed softly in a haughty manner. Even if I, Li Chonan, were to dry yellow in the studio and jump off the cliff in front of me, there's no way I'd sacrifice my color to pull in Wei Wu's legacy. Meanwhile, in Jinbei City, Yi Chu walked out from the office of the registered guild. With a flash of light in his palm, he took out a large flag that was as red as blood and waved in the wind. It was the epic level prop that had just been rewarded by the system, the Berserker Blood War banner. Berserker's War Flag. Prop grade, epic. Effects of props: within 1,000 meters around the war flag, a field of mad blood is formed. All gang members enter the state of bloodbath madness. Attack power and mana strength are increased by 20%, attack speed is increased by 10%, skill cooldown time is shortened by 10%, and 5% omnipotent blood-sucking is gained. This Berserker Blood War banner was worthy of being an epic grade extreme props. Surprisingly, it was able to attach such a powerful group buff to all guild members within the 1,000 meter range, and it was definitely known as a group battle killing weapon. Whether you are raiding bosses or conducting guild wars, it can come in handy. Or even play an important role in turning things around. Although Yi Chu had established the guild only to obtain quarters, he did not intend to recruit other players into the guild. This Berserk Blood Battle Flag wasn't going to be of much use in his hands. But for those ambitious people who are ready to make it big in the game, it's definitely a rare and precious treasure. Even more tempting than any extreme equipment. It definitely fetches a good price. With eyes full of coquetry and a seductive expression of A to the bone, still want to be the old man's pet, with you deserve? Yi Chu was nauseated. In order to ensure that the effect of the program is sufficiently explosive, but also intentionally with the nearby crowd of onlookers, are able to clearly hear the voice of the road. Little Dear promises that from now on, she will never have any more involvement with Yi Chu, and will follow Wei Wu's legacy with all her heart, so please accept me. I didn't see it wrong, did I? The female mage kneeling on the ground is the 10 million internet celebrity Fawn Baby? Strange, isn't she the girlfriend of Ask Sword Changa? How come she's kneeling down for Wei Wu legacy? There's no need to ask? It must be because asking Sword Changa has gone out of fashion, so it's hurrying to set aside its relationship and re-embrace its new thigh. I'll go. In order to hug Wei Wu legacy's thigh, she's also putting out her blood. How dare he kneel down in the street in front of everyone, even saying such shameful words? You know. Maybe that's the tone people like? But, it should be said or not, Fawn Baby, this body, this face, really tops it all. Those legs, that waist, that big thunder, TSK, can't even imagine how good it is. I really envy Wei Wu's legacy. It's just that asking Sword Changa is a bit too pitiful. Hey, ask the Sword Changa can't afford to ride the bike, Wei Wu legacy stand up and pedal. This kneeling and shouting of Liang Lulu was instantly amongst the crowd, causing an instant uproar. Countless players had gathered around to see the fun. Some people, even, turned on the game's video recording function to record this scene. Yichu was also a bit surprised, once again being refreshed by this woman's lack of shame. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he once again coldly ordered. Now, close your eyes. Ha! When Liang Lulu heard this, her face changed slightly. Couldn't but recall the last time he tried to seduce Wei Wu Legacy. It started out fine, but ended up with some heart palpitations when he just turned around and stabbed a million clear holes in him. But this time, she had learned her earlier lesson. The meeting place was intentionally chosen to be in a safe area in the town's northern city. He can't still kill me in a safe area inside the main city, can he? Liang Lulu thought darkly in her heart. Although there was some apprehension in his mind, he dutifully and obediently closed his eyes. Without saying a word, Yichu directly waved his big hand. In front of the countless players around him, he summoned the man-sized Shura war general. With a cold expression on his face, he raised his sharp, blood-colored lance. Aiming at the kneeling Liang Lulu, he poked down with a vicious shot. The gun is like a dragon. It goes straight to the heart of the matter. Chapter 60. The game isn't about fighting and killing, it's about the human condition. Put. The Shura warrior general's incomparably sharp, blood-colored lance was thrust through Liang Lulu's chest and out her back. Instantly, it poked a transparent hole above its body. And then, without giving Liang Lulu any chance to struggle against it, raising his lance, he stabbed at her in a series of bursts, like a violent wind and rain. Within a short span of 2 seconds, the blood bar on top of Liang Lulu's head was emptied and she was directly sent to resurrection. This sudden scene immediately caused the crowd of onlookers to be in an uproar. Countless players, who had snapped their eyes wide open, murmured in astonishment. What's the situation? What is Wei Wu Legacy's madness? How did you stab Fawn Baby to death? For not looking at her. Then there's no need to strike so hard, right? How wasteful to not eat the meat delivered to the door. Che, you think everyone is a creature that thinks with their lower body like you? That's right, a big shot of Wei Wu Legacy's caliber. Do you think there will be a shortage of women? I think Fawn Baby is purely delusional and overthinking things. The reason why she became a multi-million netizen is not by her own ability, but by having questioning Sword Changa behind her to back her up. No more ask Sword Changa who she is. You really think you're so great, just showing off a little bit of flirtation, and then you can hug the big brother's thigh? Simply ridiculous. I can't imagine that Baby Fawn is this kind of person. It's fortunate that Ask Sword Changa broke up with her. However, this is a safe area within Jinbei City after all. Wei Wu Legacy dares to kill people on the street here, he will surely be hunted down by the city guards on patrol. Isn't he afraid of dying and dropping levels? According to the rules of the Game of Miracles, players PK fighting in the wild and killing each other does not increase the sin value. However, if you kill someone in a safe area of the main city, you will become red and be hunted down by the city guards on patrol. After Yichu killed Liang Lulu, above his head, the game ID that was originally hidden suddenly resurfaced. And it turned a blood-red color representing danger. Soon, at the end of the long street, there was a noisy clamor. A team of well-equipped and well-trained city guards on patrol came this way quickly, and players along the way avoided them. In the face of the murderous, rushing city guards, Yichu was not the least bit panicked. With a big red name on his head, he stood calmly in the center of the street, waiting quietly for the guards to arrive. The leader of the guards, when he saw Yichu with such an emboldened look, he suddenly burst into a rage. With a jangling sound, he unsheathed his sword and pointed at Yichu and angrily drank. Bold rebel! How dare you commit murder in the streets of Jinbei City? The crime is unforgivable, suffer death. After saying that, he violently swung his long sword and slashed towards Yichu's head. The blade broke through the air and was incomparable. However, only halfway through the cut, it was blocked by a token that Yichu pulled out of his pocket. The moment he saw that piece of token, the guard leaders, tentatively, I asked, you are the captain of the 3rd Princess's personal guards? What? Could this token of mine be a fake? Yichu raised his eyebrows and smiled as he asked rhetorically, or do you mean that I have to find the 3rd princess and prove it to you face to face? No, no. The leader of the guards was busy shaking his head repeatedly, smiling with a face of trepidation. My humble servant has eyes that don't recognize him, Natai. I don't know the identity of your excellency, please forgive me for any offense. So I just killed someone in the street, do I need to pay with my life or do I have to go back with you guys to stand trial? Where? Your excellency is joking. I'm sure that person must be a great criminal and a vicious person, and for His Excellency to personally take action to put him to death is simply to see justice done. Yichu nodded with satisfaction, seeing that this guy was still on board, so he pulled out a few gold coins and casually laughed. Brothers have worked hard on patrol, these gold coins, give them to the brothers to take and buy wine to drink. Thank you for the reward, my lord. The group of city guards on patrol were immediately overjoyed, and they were busy saluting and thanking Yichu. Yichu laughed and waved his hand indifferently. Just like this, with a big red name on his head, in a group of city guards respectfully currying favor, and countless players with dumbfounded gazes. Strutting around, heading off. Until Yichu completely walked away and disappeared from sight. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses, looking at each other in disbelief and erupting into a cacophony of chatter. I'll go. What was that just now? Wei Wu legacy is clearly red, why don't those city guards on patrol attack him and look humble and pleasing? It seems like Wei Wu legacy holds some kind of official position in the NPC camp in addition to his player status, so these ordinary guards don't dare to mess with him. That's okay? So this game isn't just about fighting, just about to unleash the power of version T0, ready to write a small essay, hard punch Wei Wu legacy. Right at this moment, behind Liang Lulu's back, there was a sudden flash of skill light. A strike of the assassin lineage profession signature, stifling stick, skill emerged from the void and ruthlessly smashed into the back of her head. Knockout end. Chapter 61 S-Class Secret Realm Map. Boo! With a muffled sound, Liang Lulu was directly smashed unconscious. The next second, an assassin-type player with a black cloth covering his face and wearing fine leather. Don't worry guys, that guy is just one of my licking dogs. If only I would take the initiative to ask him out, he'd surely be a good boy and come. As she spoke, Liang Lulu took the cell phone and the card with the name of the place from Xin Jianon. Immediately opening the chat software, he found Yichu's chat window and sent a message. Hey! It's been 2 days, why are you ignoring me? Where are you now? However, after the message was sent out, a large red exclamation mark surfaced in front of it. A line of eye-catching alert messages appeared within the chat window. The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not his/her friend yet, please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party passes the verification. Yichu blacked me out? Seeing the prompt message that appeared within the chat window, Liang Lulu froze, her eyes filled with difficulty in accepting it. Refusing to die, he immediately dialed Yichu's phone again. However, the result was the same, unavailable, and blacked out. This result instantly made Liang Lulu furious, and she couldn't help but want to break into a rage. Yichu, that bastard. District Delict Dog only, quarrel for 2 days, do not take the initiative to come to beg me to get back together even pulled me black. How dare he? In 2 days at the most, he'll come forward to contact me, and by then, I'll be sure to trick him into coming to the location you've designated. 2 days? I can't wait that long, better try my way. Xin Jianon snorted coldly and said with a face full of impatience. After saying that, he winked at his 2 minions. You two, get over here and hold her down, don't let her move. As the words fell, 2 minions immediately came forward. With one left and one right, they grabbed Liang Lulu's arms and pressed her on top of the sofa. Liang Lulu was instantly overwhelmed with fear, struggling desperately, but she couldn't break the powerful palms of those 2 youths. Pale and trembling, he asked, "What do you want?" "Don't worry, we're not going to do anything to you just yet. It's just a matter of taking a few pictures of you and sending them to Yichu, and asking him out to meet you." Xin Jianon smiled faintly and said as he gently patted Liang Lulu's face. "You'd better expect that your position in Yichu's heart is as high as you yourself say it is. Otherwise, it's not really certain what we'll do to you." After saying that, he ordered his 2 younger brothers to use rough and incomparable techniques to continuously manipulate Liang Lulu into various poses. "Take your cell phone and take a picture." In the end, after some careful selection, I was able to pick a few satisfactory ones out of it. After matching the text content, it was sent to Yichu via email and MMS. Although Yichu's cell phone had long been out of reach, emails and MMS should still be visible. This was the only way they could think of, under the current circumstances, to contact Yichu. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yichu was bringing his several pets, brushing monsters and practicing in the leveling ground, not knowing in the slightest what was happening in the real world. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound in his ear and he received a friend message. "Congratulations! Big Brother has established the #1 guild in the entire service, please take care of us in the future." Yi Chu raised his eyebrows slightly and casually replied back, "Well said, there will be opportunities for cooperation." "Quicksilver Flame, the guild has been established for so long, why haven't you started recruiting yet? The top casual players in the whole service are all looking forward to joining your supreme pantheon. Wei Wu Legacy, there are no plans to recruit for the time being." "What? Not going to recruit? Then what did you start the guild for? Is it just to get an achievement reward? The last service-wide announcement?" Li Qiunan instantly ate essence incomparably and directly made a voice call to Yi Chu. Breathing heavily, he loaned, "Biggie, make a deal. If you're too troublesome and don't want to manage the guild, why don't you transfer this guild shell to me, and you can mention whatever you want. You should know that the Supreme Divine Hall is the #1 guild in the entire service, and has the right to prioritize the selection of players in the entire service." If it was really possible to buy it from Yi Chu, then Li Qiunan's seemingly watery years studio would be able to take a direct step to the sky. Become the premier super guild in the entire service. This temptation was too great, and Li Qiunan could not calm down at once. However, Yi Chu shook his head and flatly refused without giving the slightest bit of mercy, "Not for sale." "Okay then." Li Qiunan instantly pouted silently, with a somewhat grudging expression on her face, feeling that Yi Chu was wasting his life. Obviously created the first guild in the country, but not recruiting other players. Wasting the great opportunity to rise strongly and the incomparably powerful guild talent for nothing made her heart bleed. For the first time in his life, he tasted envy and jealousy. But it was Yi Chu's choice, and she couldn't say anything more. So he could only take a deep breath, calm down, and say his true purpose for finding Yi Chu this time. "Big brother, I just completed a quest and obtained an S-rank secret map, so I can go in with a group of 5 people. Would you be interested in exploring with us? Recommended for groups of 5. Chapter 62, Liang Lulu was brutally ravaged. S-rank secret map? Yi Chu raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a few interested expressions. In the game Miracles, in addition to the vast area of public practicing area, there are many hidden secret copies. It needs to be opened with a special prop to gain access. The monsters in these secret maps were often much more powerful than those in normal maps. And of course, more oil and water. At the beginning of the game, the S-rank secret copy already belongs to the very rare top copy. Yi Chu's eyes flickered slightly, and instead of directly opening his mouth to agree, he asked, "What's the level of that secret copy?" Li Qiunan spat out her tongue and answered honestly. "The map information shows that the monster levels inside are level 32-36. Yi Chu smiled and said, "A map with such a high level, with your studio strength, you can't brush it now, can you?" "Again, I want to brush through the map early to obtain a batch of high-level equipment and improve my strength. So, I was asked to be the punching bag?" Li Qiunan didn't expect that Yi Chu's mind would be so meticulous. In 3 words, he saw all the calculations in his mind. Only to helplessly admit, "That's right, it's true that we want the big guy to take us to practice. But that map, it's really a genuine S-class secret realm, there's definitely plenty of oil and water in it. It's not impossible to get me to lead practice, but I'm very expensive." Yi Chu smiled faintly and opened his conditions. "All the equipment and props brushed out in the secret realm, let's open them 1-9. "What? You worked so hard to bring us to leveling, only to need 10% of the equipment? This isn't too good. You're a master at pretending to be confused." Yi Chu added breathlessly, 10% is yours, then 90% is mine." Li Qiunan sniffed a moment of silence and couldn't help but clench her silver teeth. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly asked for 90% of the harvest, the sold 6, his heart is really black. However, considering the super high explosive rate Yi Chu possessed if he was brought into the secret realm map, the resource output of the entire copy map may be boosted several times. That makes even 10% quite a lot. So after some deliberation, they still agreed to Yi Chu's conditions. "No problem, 10% for 10%. Today's time is a bit too late, tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll gather and open the secret realm." After saying that, he sent Yi Chu the coordinates of the location of a rendezvous point. After Yi Chu confirmed that there were no problems, he ended the voice call with Li Qiunan. Within his eyes, a flash of anticipation surfaced and he couldn't help but murmur. "An S-rank secret copy, there should be a few decent bosses in it, right? I wonder if there are any suitable ones to catch as pets." After the 3rd turn this evening, Yi Chu had a brand new pet bit. But there was no clue what boss to grab as a pet for a while. Normally, the ultimate boss of an S-rank secret map. Most likely, it was the same as the skeleton general in the hidden map of the novice village, a supermodel existence with extremely strong attributes amongst bosses of the same rank. It's possible that it's an excellent pet with good potential. This was also an important reason why Yi Chu had promised Lee Chonan to take them to brush through that hidden copy. After that, Yi Chu practiced leveling for a while longer. At 11 o'clock in the evening, it was time to get off the line and rest and recuperate. Although right now, Yi Chu was living in the middle of nowhere and there wasn't even a grocery store around. However, all the supplies needed for life can be purchased in the game and then withdrawn by spending gold coins. Before he went offline, he made a special run to the grocery store and bought items such as tents, quilts, and magic lamps. Also went to a restaurant and got a hearty 4-course meal. After getting off the line, it took more than half an hour to set up his temporary shelter. Then he took out a 4-course meal and however, after reading Yi Chu's reply, Xin Jiangon's face instantly turned gloomy. With a cold snort, she placed her cell phone in front of Liang Lulu so that she could also see the content of Yi Chu's reply. Stupid bees. Are you guys out of your minds? You're threatening me by tying up a broken shoe? If you don't play her to death, you were raised by me. Liang Lulu was like a bolt from the blue, her entire body froze in place. Pale and trembling with anger, he cried out in exasperation. Yi Chu, you bastard! How could you do this to me? You're nothing but a licking dog to me, what gives? You the right to do that? But before she could finish her sentence, she was directly grabbed by Xin Jiangon's hair. A shudder ran through his body, realizing the situation he was in. Looking at Xin Jiangon's cold and incomparably gloomy face, infinite panic surfaced in his eyes. Shivering and trembling, he asked, "What do you want?" "Don't worry, how can I say that you are also a multi-million-dollar netizen? I am not going to kill you." The corner of Xin Jianguang's mouth lifted up, revealing an evil smile that made Liang Lulu's bones creepy, and patted her face. "I'm the most frugal person, and tend to eat every grain of rice in the bowl. Guys, get out and line up." "Thanks a lot, boss." A few of the minions, all of a sudden, were overjoyed and ran to the door to get in line. This whole night, the screams inside the room didn't stop. The next morning, Yi Chu got up early, feeling relaxed and refreshed. After casually eating some breakfast, he went online and rushed to the meeting place he had agreed with Lee Chonan. Righteous fathers, reward. Then get out and get in line. Chapter 63. You don't want your secret to be known by others either, do you? Lee Chonan and Yi Chu agreed on a meeting place. In the depths of the cold wind forest, in a small map called 10 Mile Peach Forest. The forest is filled with centuries-old peach trees in full bloom. The fallen flowers are colorful and the grass is fresh. Wearing a set of curvy crimson armor, Lee Chonan stood under a peach tree. The delicate waist is not too small, the belly is flat, and the legs are long and slender. Pieces of pink peach petals fluttered down with the wind, falling between the snowy and erect peaks and gullies. Carrying a slender narrow sword, she was quite a bit of a stunning female general. After seeing Yi Chu's arrival, Lee Chonan's gaze lit up slightly. Hiding one hand behind his back, he quietly used a special prop. A flash of blinding clear light surged up into her eyes, giving her the temporary penetrating ability to see through obstacles. Then he looked towards Yi Chu's face, the bronze mask that covered his face. After the line of sight penetrated the bronze mask and saw Yi Chu's true appearance hidden behind the mask. Lee Chonan's pair of beautiful eyes instantly glared round, revealing a color of unimaginable shock, and her heart set off monstrous waves. Because this face was just too familiar to her. She had his posters plastered all over her room and saw them every day when she opened her eyes. Wei Wu Legacy is the questioning sword Chang'e? How is this possible? Lee Chonan's full bosoms rippled for a while, feeling a million times more incredible. You know, since the opening of Miracles. Wei Wu Legacy came out of nowhere, firmly occupying the number 1 throne on the heavenly ranking, attracting the attention of countless gazes. There have been people, long ago, who were wondering about his behavior of covering his face with a bronze mask and curious about his real identity in reality. Even above the forum, many players specifically opened up a discussion area to analyze and guess Yi Chu's true identity. The discussion boards are full of conflicting accounts. Many suspected that the reason Yi Chu used a mask to cover his face was most likely because he was a celebrity himself. Once you reveal your true appearance, you will immediately reveal your identity. Moreover, he was able to achieve such a high level of success inside the game. It's impossible to rely solely on special hidden professions and gameplay talent. His own gameplay is absolutely top-notch, and he's certainly not a nobody. Some people have even speculated that the Wei Wu legacy that suddenly appeared out of nowhere could be the questioning sword Chang'e who broke the contract with the questioning sword club and came out to work alone. However, after players from all sides, after analyzing from different angles, the consensus is that the likelihood of this conjecture being valid is negligible. As a big fan of Ask the Sword and Long Song, Lee Chonan was also adamant. Questioning sword Chang'e and Wei Wu legacy could definitely not be the same person. Yet what she saw with her own eyes in front of her instantly turned her perception upside down and forced her to accept reality. The strongest melee system player recognized by the National Service, the strongest swordsman who had put his own best foot forward and was determined to catch up with the footsteps. Surprisingly, he had actually changed his job to become a Beastmaster. If this news spreads out, Lee Chonan dare not imagine, will be in the entire National Service, triggering what violent waves of turbulence. Definitely enough to shock countless players. For now, at least, she was deeply shocked. The two eyes went straight for a while, staring straight at Yi Chu behind his mask, that familiar and incomparable handsome face, his heart fluttering violently. Yi Chu felt a little puzzled when he saw her like this. Reaching out and shaking her hand in front of Lee Chonan's eyes, she asked strangely, "Hey, are you okay? What are you staring at?" "No. Nothing." Lee Chonan immediately returned to her senses and hid her inner excitement. It never occurred to me that originally, just out of curiosity, I wanted to take a look at the true face of Wei Wu's legacy with the help of special props. It turned out to be such a great secret. After calming down, it immediately occurred to him that this secret might be able to be used as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Yi Chu. The beautiful eyes couldn't help but sparkle slightly as a bold idea surfaced. Yi Chu looked at Lee Chonan's, "You're the only one who knows, so that's good." When Yi Chu heard Lee Chonan's words, a smile appeared on his face as well. Slowly raising his head, he looked towards the alert message floating above Lee Chonan's head. Years of flowering. Rank, 28. Status, capturable. Contract success rate, 75%. What are you laughing at? Lee Chonan's perspective effect hadn't ended at that moment and saw the smile on Yi Chu's face. His heart jumped, and a flash of bad feeling surfaced. Yi Chu didn't say anything and directly answered Lee Chonan's question with his actions. Suddenly raising his hand, he aimed it at Lee Chonan's brow and unleashed his skill. God's Royal Pact. A strand of golden runic imprints immediately surfaced in Lee Chonan's polished brow. Originally, Yi Chu's level and attributes were much higher than Lee Chonan's, and the success rate of the contract was very high. Coupled with the Chi Luck addition of the Hong Luck Chi Tian ring, it was a direct shot in the arm. A pleasant game beep sounded in his ears. Game prompt: you unleashed the skill Divine Imperial contract on player Quicksilver Flame. The contract was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary grade pet Quicksilver Flame. Righteous Fathers, press the gift button to activate the skill for capture. Chapter 64 Prideful Lee Chonan. The moment he succeeded in taking Lee Chonan as a pet. Lee Chonan's detailed attribute illustration also appeared on the game panel in the void in front of Yi Chu's eyes. Years of flowering. Bloodline level, legendary. Talent, Red Lotus Flame. Normal attacks carry 20% fire damage, and all fire skills damage is increased by 60%. Skills, Heavy Chop D, Sweeping Chop C, Flaming Strike B, Fire Phoenix Chop A. Since Lee Chonan was a player, the growth star rating of each attribute was not displayed above the attribute panel like other pets, but demonstrated the natural skill she possessed, the A-rank talent Red Lotus Divine Flame. According to this, it seems that the growth potential of an A-ranked talented player corresponds to a legendary ranked boss or NPC. In that case, wouldn't he who possessed an SSS ranked talent be able to take on a mythic rank existence? Yi Chu's heart was bursting with surprise. At the same time, Lee Chonan similarly received a game prompt. As the runic pattern took shape above his brow, he established a contractual relationship with Yi Chu. A kind of indescribable, indefinable, difficult to describe in any language marvelous feelings, meditatively surfaced on Lee Chonan's mind. It was as if the man in front of her was her own heaven and her own earth. Is the absolute master of his own supremacy? The point for which one's own life exists is to obey and fulfill all the instructions he issues. What's the situation? I became a pet of Wei Wu legacy? This discovery immediately startled Lee Chonan. Horrified, he looked at Yi Chu and cried out in a lost voice, "What have you done to me?" "Nothing, just a little punishment for threatening me with your handle earlier." Yichu coldly hummed and said in a cloudy and faint manner. You should be glad that I don't know where you live in reality for a while, and I don't have time to go over and find you. Otherwise, the punishment won't be so simple. After saying that, Yichu looked at Li Qiunan and ordered in a deep voice. No revealing my true identity to anyone without my permission. Yes, master. Li Qiunan subconsciously opened her mouth to reply. The words came out before snapping back. Incredulously, he covered his mouth, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Geez. Li Qiunan, what did you just say? It's amazing how naturally you call out that kind of name. It's so humiliating. In an instant, Li Qiunan was so flustered in her heart. Knowing that he had just gone too far in trying to use his secret to threaten Yichu, he had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Rushing to Yichu, he begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong, please lift the contract. I promise, for sure, I won't tell anyone who you are. Other than that, I can compensate you for whatever you want. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the habit of putting my fate in the hands of others, Yichu said, in front of outsiders. Don't call me master, and keep our relationship a secret. Yes, master. Li Qiunan obediently agreed, and her cheeks burned again as soon as that shame-inducing epithet left her mouth. Hastily turning around to hide his embarrassment, he led the way for Yichu in front. Soon the two walked through the peach grove and met the other three members of the team. One of them was Yukiko, the milk-white one we saw last time, a priest by profession and Li Qiunan's best friend. The other two were two male players, with game IDs of fishing cold rivers alone and fighting leaves through forests, and professions of mage and archer respectively. All three of them were level 27, and Li Qiunan was level 28. Even if you look at the entire national service, it is enough to be called a superb top player. However, compared to Yichu, an existence that had already turned 3 last night and could be described as an external level, it was nothing worth mentioning. After a few people met, they briefly introduced each other. Both solo fishing cold river and fighting leaves through forests were seeing Yichu in the game for the first time. Being able to team up with the super fierce man who was number 1 on the heavenly ranking to practice under the book, the mood was all a bit excited, and their attitude towards Yichu was very respectful. Milk-white Yuko, on the other hand, stared at Li Qiunan with 2 thieving eyes and asked in a gossipy manner in the private messaging channel. Well, did you see Wei Wu Legacy's true colors? Is it handsome? Quite handsome. Li Qiunan's face had a slightly different expression and answered truthfully. Oh ho! Milk-white Yuko was instantly aroused, her eyes glowing as she pursued the question. How handsome is it? How does it compare to questioning Sword Changa? Li Qiunan's expression suddenly became even more odd, hesitating for half a day before replying. It's kind of equal, not equal. Then, milk-white Yukiko immediately squeezed and fluttered. You come and take down Wei Wu Legacy, I'll take down questioning Sword Changa. At that time, the entire game will not let us walk sideways? Li Qiunan fell silent when he heard this, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly for a few moments, not knowing what to say. Still trying to figure out how to take him down. You don't know that. I've been taken down. Moreover, these two are simply the same person. 2 of us, and 1 of him, wouldn't that be too cheap for him? Brainstorming the scene that the milky white Yuko had spoken of, Li Qiunan's pretty face instantly blushed, and a touch of strangeness flooded her heart. Hastily, he coughed lightly as a cover-up, and then took out the precious S-rank secret realm map. Upon activation, the map was suddenly suspended in the air. A soft blue light was emitted, enveloping the bodies of the 5. With a flash of light, it disappeared and appeared in a brand new game map. Such a good back, it's a shame not to. Chapter 65 S-Class Secret Realm, Gloomy Wind Canyon. Ding! Game tip, you have entered the S-Rank Secret Map Gloomy Wind Canyon. The current map monster level is far beyond your level, please proceed with caution. With a flash of light, Yichu's few people descended into a brand new map. What appeared before the eyes of the several people was clearly a narrow valley with a gloomy atmosphere. The entrance to the valley was narrow and incomparably narrow, and there were even gusts of cold and gloomy winds that blew out from the valley, making the atmosphere seem eerie. As the only melee profession in the team, Li Qiunan carried a sharp sword in her hand and very consciously walked in front, stepping into the canyon first. A few others followed close behind, maintaining a dense formation, shielding the milky Yuko in the center, and entering the inside of the valley in turn. The valley twists and turns, and the first section is so narrow that only 1 person can pass through. It took a few dozen steps before it opened up and suddenly became spacious. Right at this moment, above the stone wall on one side of the valley, a huge stone suddenly rolled down. After landing on the ground, it crumbled apart and transformed into a 2-meter-tall rock giant whose body was made up of black rocks. A low hiss emitted from his mouth. Wielding an incomparably heavy stone fist, he charged towards the several people blatantly. Level 32 Elite Monster, Gloomy Windstone Man. Piercing the forest and striking the leaves with a quick eye, he quickly raised the longbow in his hand, and an armor-breaking arrow was shot out. Clang! The incomparably sharp arrow was surrounded by the unique golden light of the armor-breaking arrow, and shot at the body of the Infong Stone Man, emitting a clang sound of crunching. In the next second, a damage number jumped out above the head of the gloomy Windstoner. 107. Looking at the damage figure that barely broke 100, Lee Chonan's several people, their faces suddenly changed in unison. You know, wearing forests and playing leaves in one outfit as Lee Chonan Heavy Gold, can be described as luxurious and incomparable. With his attributes, using an armor-breaking arrow that came with an armor penetration effect, he only managed to deal a mere 107 points of damage when he shot at the gloomy Windstone Man. Wouldn't that mean that you could only do double-digit damage if you switched to a normal attack? Not good. The actual attributes of this Windstone Man are at least 20% stronger than the same level elite monsters outside. Transfiguration Forest Beating Leaf's face changed as he said in a deep voice, "The challenge difficulty of this S-rank secret map is way too much greater than we imagined." Several other people also immediately realized this problem, and their hearts sank. There's no need to panic, we're in anyway, so we'll fight even if it's hard. Lee Chonan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'll be in charge of carrying the monsters for a while, Xiao Shui will lock and blood me, and you two will just output." Looking at the several people who looked as if they were on the verge of an enemy and were waiting for the enemy, Yichu's mouth suddenly twitched and he was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just a level 32 elite monster? Why be nervous like this? Shaking his head and without any nonsense, he directly summoned all three pets with a big wave of his hand. First up is the mighty Shura warrior. Riding a divine and incomparable undead bone horse with 4 hooves on fire, he darted out of the space passage. The skill-treading fire charge was activated violently. The bone horse under his crotch hissed, and like an arrow off the string, his feet stepped on the blazing fire and whistled out. It instantly traversed a distance of more than 10 meters and crashed heavily into the gloomy Windstone Man. The terrifying and incomparable impact directly caused cracks to appear on the hard rocky body of the Infong Stone Man. A large blood-red damage number even jumped out above his head. 987. Hiss. Seeing this horrifyingly incomparable damage figure, Lee Chonan's several people suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air in unison, dumbstruck, as if petrified. Piercing the forest and striking the leaves was even more shocked on the spot with his mouth wide open. It was hard to believe that his armor-breaking arrows with full force could only knock out 100 points of blood from the gloomy Windstone Man. After all, by Yichu's pet, with a random charge skill, he directly knocked off more than 900 blood. How horrible is this pet's attack? Without waiting for them to calm down, the Shura war general roared angrily and violently raised the lance in his hand, thrusting it hard towards the gloomy Windstone Man. In front of the blood-red gunblade, 3 consecutive blood-colored gun-ons that were several feet long shot out, piercing through the body of the Infong Stone Man. 1037. 1109. 1098. 3 consecutive damage numbers of more than 1,000 points jumped up one after another from above the head of the gloomy Windstoner, causing his blood bar to burst straight down, leaving only a third of it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a terrifying hiss came from the sky. The hideous and incomparably huge body of the void dreadbeast descended within the valley like an incomparably heavy purple hill. The immense and incomparable impact caused the valley floor to tremble. Snapping open his bloody mouth, he unleashed the skill deadly feast. A hard bite devoured it. 2352. Along with a shocking damage number, it jumped out in the void. Directly, he swallowed the Windstone Man inside his mouth and turned it into the nutrients for his own growth and evolution. I'll go. So fierce? A level 32 elite monster, just like that? Seeing the Windstone Man whose attributes were incomparably powerful, the armor-breaking arrows that pierced through the forest and struck the leaves were almost difficult to break through the defense. Under the attack of Yichu's 2 pets, they were actually as fragile as paper mache, and were taken out in the blink of an eye. Lee Chonan's few people, all of a sudden, their hearts were wildly shaken, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. Although they had known for a long time that several of Yichu's favorite items were of a very high rank and were incomparably powerful. However, it was never expected that it could be so powerful that it was outrageous to the point of evil. especially the Void Dreadnought's visually striking huge size and hideous appearance. Standing there was an oppressive aura like that of a mountain that came over them, causing several people to involuntarily raise their heads and look up. Just when a few people were still in shock and hadn't calmed down. In the next second, another loud and clear eagle cry suddenly resounded in the sky. The thunder god eagle, which was surrounded by thunderous light, flapped its huge feathered wings that were several meters wide, and swept over the heads of several people, flying towards the middle of the canyon in front of them. Wherever they passed by, those Infeng stone people that were hidden on top of the rock walls on both sides of the canyon and appeared to be one with the rock walls were suddenly disturbed and awakened from their slumber. Letting out a burst of angry hisses, he landed on top of the canyon floor. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 of them had gathered. Without a means of long-range attack, they couldn't do anything about the thunder god eagle flying in the sky. It could only turn its hatred towards Yi Chu and the others in the distance. For a while, the roar of the Windstone Man resounded through the heavens and earth, vast and majestic, impacting towards the several people. Anum. Whoa. Chapter 66, Base, Do Not 6. This. So many monsters? Looking ahead at the vast, charging over, the gloomy Windstone Men. Lichonan's few people, their faces suddenly turned white, sweat seeped out of their palms, and their moods were tense to the extreme. It was important to know that the gloomy Windstoner was a genuine level 32 elite monster, and its attributes could be considered a strong batch. If there was no Yi Chu, the four of them teamed up and pulled at most 3 or 4 monsters to fight at the same time, and that was pretty much the limit of what they could withstand. Once you accidentally monster too much, casualties are likely to occur. However, it was such a strong monster that Yi Chu's pet, surprisingly, had lured over 100 of them at once. Could they really block such a terrifying swarm of elite monsters? It's not like you just entered the secret realm and just flipped the car in place, right? However, the expression on Yi Chu's face was cloudy, and with a wave of his raised hand, he directly launched the skill Imperial Beast Splitting. Swish! With a flash of skill light, an energy doppelganger of the Shura warlord was summoned. Then the 2 Shura war generals, hissing at the same time, raised their right hands high. In the next second, the valley floor shattered and cracked. 16 skinny, bony necromancers in tattered cloaks burrowed out of the ground. With fire dancing in their eyes, they swung their bone staffs in unison, pouring a powerful and incomparable undead magic into the monsters in front of them. The Void Dreadnought roared and violently unleashed the skill Void Ground Spike. In the next second, a huge ring-shaped area appeared underneath the feet of the furiously roaring and impacting group of gloomy Windstone Man monsters. A hideous and incomparably sharp bone splinter pierced violently out of the ground. To the dozens of gloomy Windstoners in the area, they instantly dealt high damage while generating a knockout effect and were thrown into mid-air. Without waiting to land, the Void Dreadnought let out another angry roar. Terrifying and incomparably destructive sound waves spread out from the giant mouth. The terrifying power contained within it caused the void to distort, instantly covering a large fan-shaped area in front of it. The dozens of Infeng stoners that were enveloped by the sound waves were suddenly trembling furiously again, their blood levels dropping in unison. The 2 cultivator war generals, one on the left and one on the right, steered their bone horses and charged into the group of monsters blatantly. The long spear in his hand stabbed and swept, shooting out an array of incomparable skills. It's like being in the middle of nowhere. The Thunder God Eagle, which possessed the ancient Thunder Rock bloodline, couldn't stop circling above the group of monsters. The 2 huge wings were draped with a brilliant thunderous light, continuously pouring a terrifyingly powerful and amazingly lethal lightning skill into the monsters below. Frenzied Bombardment and Frenzied Rampage. Under the terrifying and incomparable firepower output of the 3 pets, more than 100 gloomy Windstoners, in the blink of an eye, had their bloodstains fall wildly, and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. In the end, there were only a handful of a dozen or so stone people that managed to rush to Yi Chu and the others, but they were all already left with only residual blood. The 16 necromancers summoned by the Shura War Admiral waved their staffs and fired a round of skills in unison, easily completing the final harvest. Lichionan, who was standing on the side of the several people, after seeing this situation, they were suddenly shocked, and all of them were petrified in place. Each and every one of them had their eyes glazed over, shocked to the extreme by the exaggerated and incomparable output abilities of Yi Chu's several pets. Deep inside, unprecedented monstrous waves of fury were set off. After a long time, through the forest to beat the leaves before Thud swallowed a mouthful of saliva, Unimaginable murmured. My own mother-lo, more than 100 level 32 elite monsters, less than a minute's time, brush finished? I didn't even get to make a move. Worthy of being a Weiwu Dao Lord, this output ability is simply terrifying as hell. The other few people, too, had their hearts fluttering, and the way they looked at Yichu was like looking at a monster. Although they had already known that Yichu's several pets were very powerful and that they would definitely be fierce when they brushed up the monsters. But it was never expected to be as fierce as this. It's not too much of a stretch to describe it as anticlimactic. This guy, is this how he usually brushes monsters and practices leveling? No wonder the level was like riding a rocket, rubbing upward furiously. Who can catch up with that? For a moment, several people had complicated emotions and didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, the milky white Yuko suddenly pointed at the valley floor in front of her and shouted with a face full of excitement. Wow! Look at that, you guys, so much gear. When the other three heard this, they hurriedly gazed ahead, and then they were all startled again, unable to resist widening their eyes. Only to see the broken pieces of more than 100 broken corpses of Yinfeng stoners scattered all over the valley in front of them. And between these corpses, countless silver and copper coins glittered, spreading a thick layer on the ground. In between, there was even a sparkling piece of high-level equipment interspersed, which was simply dazzling. This discovery immediately caused the several people whose mood had just calmed down to once again be unable to calm down. I'll go. Is there any mistake that 100 elite-level monsters can produce this much goods? An average of 2 normal monsters exploding one piece of equipment, is this explosion rate serious? With this explosion rate, the game is an ATM. Hiss, we're going to be rich this time. Milk White Shuezi even couldn't help but look at Yichu and asked with a face full of marvel. This pampered young lady, surprisingly, just obediently and unquestionably did as she was told. At once, the few people who were familiar with her character felt a bit incredulous. Milk White Shuezi's pair of big watery eyes swept back and forth a few times on both Yichu and Li Chonan, revealing a thoughtful look. Soon, Li Chonan finished picking up all the equipment. Yichu continued to lead a few people, heading deeper into the valley. It was still as it was just now, sending the Thunder God Eagle with the ability to fly to lead the monsters in front. Constantly luring waves of monster swarms out of the deep canyon in front of them, and gathering them together for efficient group brushing. Li Chonan's few people weren't idle either, similarly following along and attacking the monsters. However, the output ability of a few of them was dwarfed by Yichu's 3 pets, and was completely incomparable. It was no exaggeration to say that over 90% of the damage was dealt by Yichu alone. Li Chonan's several people's attacks were completely dispensable, almost completely reduced to a pendant for Yichu. All the way behind Yichu, paddling and scraping, rubbing for experience. If it were any other player, to have a big brother to lead the training and upgrade, paddling with experience to take, must be happy as hell. But Li Chonan, who has always been high-minded and strong, was a little hard to accept. Especially at this moment, she was also Yichu's pet. Subconsciously, he would compare himself with the Thunder God Eagle and the Shura War Admiraldom. However, the comparison was even more frustrating for her. Of all his pets, I'm actually the weakest one? Li Chonan unwillingly clenched her silver teeth, and in her eyes, she shot out a determined aura that refused to give in. Constantly swinging the sharp sword in his hand, he topped the front and fought fiercely with the monsters. Hopefully I can upgrade quickly and surpass those other 3 pets. In fact, in terms of absolute attributes, Li Chonan, who possessed a powerful A-rank talent, as well as a luxurious equipment addition, was not much different in actuality from Yichu's other pets. The main reason why there was a world of difference in output ability was that the skill set of several other pets were much more luxurious than hers. In addition, it was more likely to enjoy the various bonuses that Yichu provided with his skills. If he unleashed all those bonus skills on me, I wouldn't be much worse than them. Li Chonan secretly thought in her heart, and deep inside, she couldn't help but develop a few feelings of resentment. However, Milk White Snowy and Solo Fishing Cold River were all watching from the back, so it was impossible for her to take the initiative to open her mouth and ask Yichu to take those buff skills and enchant herself a few times as well. That would completely reveal the contractual relationship between the two. Li Chonan let out a dark sigh of deep helplessness, and could only shift all of his attention to the monsters in front of him, swinging his sword hard to attack. Unlike Li Chonan, who has a strong character, the other 3 paddlers paddle with peace of mind and great contentment. The corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears as he looked at the rapidly rising experience bar. Milk White's Yuko was especially well versed in the essence of being a jerk, except for throwing out a few skills from time to time to help Li Chonan get a mouthful of blood back and a buff. The rest of the time, all of them followed Yichu around, like a lively little chatterbox, looking for topics to gossip about. It adds a bit of fun to the originally boring journey of brushing monsters, and you won't feel so bored. As an S-rank secret map, the elite monsters in the gloomy Wind Canyon were not only numerous, but also incredibly powerful. Originally, with the strength of the seemingly watery studio, even if you fight for a day and a night, you may not be able to brush through in one breath. However, with Yichu, an external aid that could be called a plug-in, joining the team under the powerful and incomparable output ability of the three pets, the efficiency of brushing the monsters was fast to the sky. It can be described as destroying and leveling all the way. It only took more than 3 hours to brush through the entire map to the end of the canyon. Meet the ultimate boss of this hidden map. That was clearly a terrifying demonic beast with a hideous appearance. The lower half of the body was shaped like a giant scorpion, covered with dark shiny heavy armor. Two giant pincers were incomparably sharp, flashing gusts of cold luster. The upper half of the body was then the torso of a majestic man. His body was incredibly muscular, draped in a twisted black demonic pattern. The huge body was more than 3 meters tall. Around his body, gusts of black whirlwinds surrounded him, emitting an incomparably powerful oppressive force. Gale Evil Spirit, Dark Gold Boss. Rank, 38. Blood, 100,000. Attack, 1352. Fathom Strength, 1,415. Defense, 1382. Magic Resistance, 1326. Skills: Grim Wind Cone, Poison Tail Spike, Deadly Pincer Strike, Wind Dragon Break, Grim Wind Power, Destructive Grim Wind. Introduction: Born in the cold winds of the evil creatures, with unparalleled power, terrible pincers can tear everything, more power to harness the wind, the strength of the weak adventurers, see him when you can give up the struggle. Chapter 68 Storming Boss. I'll go. Surprisingly, it's a level 38 Dark Gold monster. For attributes, surprisingly all of them are above 1,300 points. It's too much, isn't it? It's fortunate that we came with Big Brother Weiwu this time, or else with just a few of us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to brush through even if we go up another 3 levels. Looking at the end of the gloomy Wind Canyon, that oppressive tall figure, and that explosive and incomparable exaggerated attribute. Leeching on several people, their faces suddenly changed one after another, and they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Yichu's brows, however, frowned imperceptibly, revealing a few disappointing colors. Originally, he had promised Li Qiaonan that he would come together to brush this map. A very important reason is to see what the ultimate boss of this map is. Will it be possible to take it in and make it your 5th pet? However, this gloomy wind evil spirit in front of him, although its attributes were very powerful, it also had good growth potential. But is an obvious melee type, duplicating the positioning of the Shura Warlord and the Void Dreadnought. It did not meet Yichu's requirements for a 5th pet. It seems that this 5th main pet will require another effort to find. Yichu murmured darkly in his heart. However, the Dark Gold class boss that caused Li Qiaonan several people's faces to stare as if they were on the verge of an enemy was not given any importance. With a hard whip in his hand, he directly ordered the 3 pets to swarm around him and start to surround him. It was important to know that Yichu's 3 main battle pets, except for the Void Dread Beast which currently had a lower bloodline grade and only had a gold level bloodline. The Shura Warlord and Thunder God Eagle were both genuine legendary pets. The attribute growth it possessed in itself was much stronger than this Dark Gold ranked in Wind Evil Spirit. Plus the 50% full attribute bonus of the Divine Royalist profession. Even though there was a 7-level difference in grade, the attributes were not at all different. Even the Void Dinosaur with the lowest bloodline grade had a maximum life value stacked up by utilizing the Feast skill, which was enough to make up for the disadvantage in attributes. The 3 pets swarmed up, immediately causing the evil spirit of Gloomy Wind to fall into a difficult and bitter battle. However, the strength of the Gloomy Wind evil spirit, as the final boss of this S-rank secret map, was indeed described as quite powerful. And due to the level difference, there was a hidden attribute suppression for the 3 pets such as the Shura War General. Therefore, the battle was not completely one-sided, but rather, it was a hard kill. As for the few people in the seemingly watery studio, they weren't idle though. However, under the huge level suppression, the damage caused by their attacks hitting the evil spirit of the Yin Wind was really minimal. Barely hitting double-digit damage numbers and pure scraping to add some engagement to the mix. In this way, the fierce battle lasted for about 10 minutes. Under the fierce attack of Yichu's 3 pets, the long blood bar of the Gloomy Wind evil spirit was finally down to the last 10%. Eyes are about to push it down smoothly. Even in the eyes of a few people, an undisguised aura of anticipation began to flow out. Looking forward to what kind of extreme equipment would be exploded after this S-rank secret map's ultimate boss hung up? However, just at this time, there was a sudden and steep change. The Wind evil spirit, who was bruised and battered and surrounded by 3 pets in the center of the group, suddenly roared furiously. From within its body, an incomparably violent and terrifying energy erupted. It directly lifted the Shura war general, the Void Dreadnought, and the Thunder God Eagle that was swooping down from the sky out of the air. Along with the endless gusts of wind sweeping through the air, a scarlet and incomparable blood-colored thunderbolt flashed continuously in the void around his body. Its already tall body, even in the twinkling of an eye visible expansion of a circle. It appeared even more majestic, radiating an incomparable ferocity and tyrannical aura. At the same time, the ears of Yi Chu, Li Chonan, and the others resounded with ear-piercing game prompts. Game alert! Dark Gold level boss Wind evil spirit is critically injured and on the verge of death. Its bloodline potential is fully stimulated and it enters a rampage state, with its full attributes boosted by 40%, 1% maximum life value restored every 5 seconds, and its burst rate boosted by 200%, for 180 seconds. I'm going. What the hell? Boss stormed out? 40% increase in all attributes, 1% blood return every 5 seconds, what the hell is there to play? Hearing the game prompt ringing in their ears, several people were unexpectedly overwhelmed and their faces changed greatly. Phew! In the next second, an endless gale swept vastly. A terrifyingly incomparable black wind whistled out from the void. It enveloped all 4 of them, Yi Chu, Milk-White Yuko, through the forest and through the leaves, and Solo Fishing Cold River. The gloomy wind was raging, sharp as a knife, and on several people's bodies, it cut out a shocking blood-colored wound. The amount of blood was even more brushing straight down, and in the blink of an eye, it was directly to the bottom. The Milk-White Yuko trio was caught off guard, and under the absolute attribute suppression, they did not have the slightest power to resist. Only having time to let out a miserable scream, his body was shattered into a burst of resurrected white light, and he was transported out of the secret realm map. Only Yi Chu, in time, unleashed his life chain skill, transferring a large amount of the damage taken to the Void Dread Beast. Coupled with a strong personal attribute, it was only with a surprise that he escaped from the skill area. But the amount of blood, too, fell by nearly a third under the ravages of this powerful group attack skill. However, Yi Chu was not surprised, but rather pleased. Because, since being reborn into the game, due to the awakened professions and talents being too powerful. Along the way, no matter what monsters they encountered, they were almost always easily crushed with an absolute attribute advantage. While this is really cool, it's inevitable that you'll get bored after a while. Up until this moment, this Dark Gold class boss Wind evil spirit, which had fallen into a berserk state, finally gave him some sense of challenge. The competitive heart that belonged to professional players, eager to challenge powerful bosses, was restless like never before. The blood in his body began to boil, and in his eyes, an unprecedentedly high level of battle intent burst out. With a loud shout, he wielded the dragon-scale python whip in his hand and charged directly towards the gloomy wind evil spirit. Chapter 69, The Sword Comes. Snap. In Yi Chu's hand, the dragon-scale python whip danced wildly. On top of the whip body, it was surrounded by incomparably bright thunder light, and it threw out 5 whips as fast as lightning with lightning speed. It fiercely lashed at the Wind evil spirit in its berserk state. Although the damage dealt wasn't high, it blew the horn of the attack on the evil spirits of the gale. The Shura war general roared, violently launching a fire-stomping charge, transforming into a swift residual shadow, and rushing into the Wind evil spirit with a loud bang. Normally, the treading fire charge skill has a control effect, with a powerful and incomparable impact that can cause the target to fall into a short stun state. However, a boss caught in a berserk state will have a greatly increased resistance to control effects. Coupled with the fact that the gloomy wind evil spirit was several levels higher than the Shura war admiral, the huge level suppression directly immunized it from the stun effect of treading fire charge. A furious color appeared in his eyes, and he roared furiously, a hideous and incomparably huge scorpion pincer, blatantly bombarding the Shura war general. The strong and incomparably terrifying force directly smashed the Shura war general together with the bone horse under his crotch and flew backwards 5 or 6 meters away. With just one strike, the Shura war general's blood bar dropped by nearly 1/10. The thunder god eagle vibrated its wings and swooped down from the sky, its incomparably sharp eagle claws dazzled with a brilliant thunderous light. Attempting to unleash a thunder claw strike, he fiercely grabbed at the evil spirit of the. And then a violent force flung, actually hard to pull the thunder god sculpture down from the air, ruthlessly smashed to the ground above. The void dread beast roared furiously to the heavens, and from its hideous and incomparably huge mouth, a sharp and incomparably sharp bone spur shot out. Whistling and breaking through the air, it blatantly shot towards the evil spirit of the Yin Wind. However, the evil spirit of the Yin Wind raised a hard scorpion pincer as a shield and blocked it as much as it could, causing very limited damage. And then, a flash of scarlet aura flashed through the eyes of the Yin Wind evil spirit. Raising his right hand violently, he gave a distant grip towards the massive void dreadnought. At that moment, a bitterly cold and incomparable black strong wind whistled and flew out from its palm. It transforms into a hideous and incomparable Yin Wind frenzy dragon, with a vast Yin Wind raging around it, whistling and coiling around the void dreadnought, continuously dealing high amounts of damage. It had to be said that after falling into a berserk state, the gloomy wind evil spirit, which had gained a 40% attribute bonus, was simply a fierce mess. With their powerful attributes and level advantage, they directly rubbed Yichu's 3 pets, completely on the ground. In contrast, on the contrary, Li Chonan's performance was quite bright. Because she was a melee profession, she had not stood with Yichu's few people just now and dodged the gloomy wind evil spirit's group attack skill. After that, he raised his long sword and killed the evil spirit of the Yin Wind in a fierce manner. The crimson sword blade, which was covered in flaming light, continuously slashed at the Yin Wind evil spirit. Although the damage inflicted was not high, the pace of his feet turned in step like the wind, moving in and out. Utilizing superior positioning skills, he hides himself in the blind spot of the gloomy wind evil spirit's field of vision and continuously launches attacks. And every time the Yin Wind evil spirit attacked, it would dodge out in advance. If you really can't avoid it, block your longsword in front of your body and utilize the blocking operation to reduce the damage you take. The blood level instantly dropped by a large amount, almost to less than half blood. After climbing up, he immediately took out a large blood vial from the package and poured it into his mouth. After getting a mouthful of blood back, he raised his sword again and was about to kill back towards the gloomy wind evil spirit. However, Yichu called out to her and said in a deep voice, "Don't go back on. With your current attributes and operation level, going up there is just a way to die." When Li Chonan heard Yichu evaluating that her operation level was not good, she immediately felt slighted and a sentence in A. Chapter 70 out of this world game operation. What's going on? I actually turned into a sword. Feeling the amazing changes that had occurred in her body, Li Chonan was instantly surprised. Immediately looking through the game records, he finally discovered through the battle prompts that it turned out to be Yichu who had unleashed a skill called Imperial Beast Divine Soldier, turning himself into his weapon. And the moment she was held in Yichu's palm, Li Chonan clearly and incomparably felt that Yichu's large, rough hands clutched her body with force. It immediately caused Li Chonan's heart and mind to tremble, and a touch of unprecedented strangeness rose. Without waiting for his mood to calm down, he suddenly felt a surge of rigid and uncast energy. Like a river rushing, from within Yichu's palm, it madly poured into his body. It instantly caused her delicate body to tremble, and she couldn't suppress a soft chant. At the same time, the moment he gripped the longsword that Li Chonan had transformed into, Yichu also felt an incomparably scorching and majestic energy, from within the sword, surging into his body. His body was slightly shaken, and his personal attributes were greatly increased. In fact, purely from the perspective of attribute enhancement. Whether you choose the Thunder God Eagle or the Shura Warlord, activate the Imperial Beast Soldier skill. The attribute bonuses that could be provided to Yichu were all much more powerful than choosing Li Chonan. But Li Chonan's corresponding weapon was a sword. And the most skillful main battle weapon that Yichu used happened to be the sword. It is by virtue of a hand of outstanding sword operation, won the title of the strongest melee system players in the national service. Therefore, Yichu chose Li Chonan. At this moment, holding this flaming crimson longsword, a long-lost feeling surged to his heart. The mood was instantly agitated, quite like a sword in hand, the world I have a 10,000 feet of grandeur. Injecting a surge of energy into the sword, it instantly caused the blade to clang and thrum. Li Chonan, who was transformed into a sword, her delicate body trembled with it, and she clenched her silver teeth with great force. Yichu first raised his left hand and activated the life chain skill, connecting himself to the void dreadnought. And then, with a sharp sword in his hand, he sashayed out, darting to the side of the body of the evil spirit of the Yin Wind in the twinkling of an eye. Activate the skill Fiery Strike. Fiery flames lingered above the blade of the sword, slicing through the void in an instant, slashing out 3 consecutive chopping strikes that landed on the Yin Wind evil spirit. Instantly, 3 shockingly deep sword marks were hacked out on the lower half of its body, the hard body that was covered in black armor. Above the head of the Gale evil spirit, 3 blood-red damage numbers jumped out. 327. 359. 342. With a single skill, it knocked out the gloomy wind evil spirit, a whole 1000 plus points of blood. It could be seen that after merging with Lee Chonan, Yi Chu, who had acquired 80% of her attributes, how sharp his attack power was at that moment. However, this powerful attack also instantly angered the Yin wind evil spirit. A scorpion pincer whistled and broke through the air, and it clamped viciously towards Yi Chu. However, Yi Chu's footsteps turned and pedaled like the wind, and his figure fluttered like a ghost. With a sway of his figure, he easily dodged the attack. In a smooth manner, he circled around behind the evil spirit of Yin Foam, and with another sword, slashed down heavily towards its back. When the Yin wind evil spirit was furious, it turned back and attempted to look for Yi Chu and launch an attack. Yi Chu, however, acted as if he had already predicted its reaction. Again, his body shifted and flew incomparably to take several steps, once again dodging behind it and launching an attack. This is shadow shading steps? Although Lee Chonan had turned into a weapon, her consciousness was still there and she could see Yi Chu's gameplay operations. Instantly, he recognized what the name of the game operation that Yi Chu was using at that moment was. Simply put, the so-called shadow step is to quickly move one's position by anticipating enemy maneuvers. Keep yourself in the enemy's blind spot to launch an attack, avoiding the enemy's lock on attack. In fact, just now in the battle, Lee Chonan used this same kind of footwork. There were just flaws in her footwork maneuvering. If Lee Chonan's shadow shading steps were to be said to have reached the point of ascending to the top and being able to be formally used in actual combat, then Yi Chu's shadow shading steps operation was already at its peak and out of this world. Every step was confident, dry and decisive, without the slightest bit of procrastination. Moreover, the stride and speed were just right, making itself always stuck in the blind spot of the gloomy wind evil spirit's vision. Sword after sword kept attacking, causing the Yin wind evil spirit to storm and roar, but it was unable to find Yi Chu's shadow. Seeing Yi Chu's godly game operation, which had almost exceeded human limits, Lee Chonan, who was within the body of the sword, was shaken to the core and felt a wave of unimaginable thoughts. One must know that she was originally a loyal fan of Yi Chu, and she had seen almost every one of Yi Chu's matches. However, even on the field of the World Championship, Yi Chu's game operation was far from being as sharp as it was at this moment. Could it be that even in the World Series, he didn't use his full strength? This fellow, what kind of demon is he? Lee Chonan's heart was rising and falling violently. This thought had just risen when another scorching, rolling, surging, incomparable surge of energy was injected into her body. Yi Chu used her to launch her skills again. Under the surging and incomparable energy infusion, Lee Chonan's petite body trembled violently, and a blazing flame suddenly rose above the crimson sword. And then a sword swept out horizontally, sweeping out a reddish sword chi with flames rising. The blazing flames around the sword chi spread out, vaguely condensing into a lifelike image of a phoenix, instantly engulfing the body of the evil spirit of the Yin wind. Fire Phoenix Chop. Yi Chu's attribute growth, with the effect of the Heaven's Path True Blood adding to it, was originally twice that of an ordinary player. An outfit that was also described as luxurious. At this moment, obtain another 80% of Lee Chonan's attribute bonus. In terms of actual attributes, it wasn't much worse than the gloomy wind evil spirit in its berserk state already. In order to be able to have a painful battle, he simply had the Shura War General, Thunder God Eagle, and Void Dreadbeast all back off. Single-handedly fight the evil spirit of the Gale by himself. Lamentably, this gloomy wind evil spirit had managed to enter the berserk state, and its attributes had skyrocketed by a large margin. It was on the contrary that he had met Yi Chu, an existence that could be described as being at the level of a hangman. Not only is the attribute equally powerful, the game operation, but also has already reached the peak of excellence, out of the gods. First, he used the shadowing steps to tease the gloomy wind evil spirit for a while, then he executed the swimming dragon steps. The pace turned and stepped, swift as a swimming dragon, circling around the Yin Feng evil spirit continuously. Make the perfect blend of footwork and sword-swinging movements to maximize output efficiency. And then, many kinds of exquisite and practical melee combat maneuvers were continuously performed. The sword blade in his hand whistled and broke the wind, every attack was incomparably powerful, and every block was just right. Although his attributes were at a disadvantage, he pressed the gloomy wind evil spirit throughout the fight, leaving it without the slightest bit of strength to fight. If the video of this battle was recorded and posted on the forums, it would definitely be called a perfect tutorial on the game operation of the swordsman profession. As an expert with a sword, Lee Chonan was instantly captivated as she watched Yichu's time and time again wonderfully executed game maneuvers that almost surpassed human limits. At first it felt very shocking, and the tide of my heart rose and fell violently. Later on, without realizing it, he was completely immersed in it, greedily absorbing Yichu's essence. Until I don't know how much time had passed, the crimson longsword that Lee Chonan had transformed into had a blazing flame above its blade. As Yichu let out a roar, he ruthlessly plunged into the chest of the gloomy wind evil spirit. Chapter 71 Brand New Skill, Death Draws Blood. Roar! With a hysterical berserk roar. The Yin Wind Evil Spirit's last ounce of chi blood was also finally completely emptied under Yichu's fierce attack that was as fierce as a raging wind and rain. Up and down his body, the lingering ghastly wind dispersed, and hot blood spurted out of his chest. The incomparably tall and magnificent body fell to the ground with a bang, just like pushing a gold mountain and collapsing a jade pillar. An incomparably dense experience glow spread out from its body, injecting itself into Yichu and the several pets. On the spot, a dazzling ray of upgraded golden light was showered from the air. It caused Yichu and several of his pets to level up. Immediately afterward, there was a crunching sound. A huge swath of glittering gold coins and equipment exploded out. It was piled up into a small mountain on the ground, almost burying half of the massive corpse of the evil spirit of the underworld. Stormed the boss up to 200% explosive rate bonus, stacked with the monstrous fortune of Honlut Chi Tian Ring. This shipment is definitely sufficient and large enough to fill. Looking at the equipment and gold coins piled up like a small mountain next to the corpse of the gloomy wind evil spirit, even Yichu couldn't help but light up before his eyes, revealing a few unconcealed colors of anticipation. With his hand, he threw the crimson long sword in his hand into the air, disarming the Imperial Beast Divine. Clang! A crimson light flashed, and Lee Chonan lifted her transformation status. From the magnificent longsword with red flames and streams of light, he regained his human body. It was only in the great battle just now that she was completely controlled by Yichu, unleashing all sorts of moves and frantically pounding away, and her physical strength was very greatly depleted. There was nothing in the transformed state, but at that moment, when he regained his person, he immediately felt a bit deflated. The moment she landed on the ground, she couldn't help but call out. Her body was dripping with fragrant sweat, panting, and her full bosoms were undulating. The two white and flawless slender snowy legs were tightly pressed together, unable to stop the slight trembling. It was as if he had just gone through a great battle and could barely stand. When Yichu saw her look, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong with you? Is everything okay? Nonsense, who else could have withstood such a fierce and brutal fighting style as yours just now? Lee Chonan secretly spat in his heart. But with her lofty and stubborn character, of course it was impossible for her to complain to Yichu. Instead, he shook his head, stood up straight, and did his best to hide his weakness, stating in a haughty manner. No. It's fine, the intensity of that battle just now is nothing to me at all. What a tough-talking woman. Yichu looked at Lee Chonan's legs that were obviously doing their best to try to control, but still couldn't help but tremble slightly, and muttered in his heart. Nor did he bother to break down her lies. Turning to the other side, he bent down and began to inspect the items that the gloomy wind evil spirit had popped out. In the end, after some counting, not counting the large amount of gold coins, there were as many as 18 pieces of equipment that exploded out alone. Clearly high-grade dark gold weapon equipment. It was a pity that there was no legendary level equipment out, but Yichu had expected this result. Because, there is an important rule in the game of miracles. The level of equipment popped out by various monsters will not exceed the level of the monster itself by more than 3 levels at most. The gloomy wind evil spirit was a level 38 dark gold boss, and theoretically, it could explode up to level 41 equipment. And there's a huge watershed between dark golden weapon gear and legendary gear. The vast majority of legendary level equipment is level 50 or higher. As for the kind of legendary equipment that could be equipped at level 30 like Yichu's Beast Soul Ancient Jade, it belonged to the rare and incomparable super extreme goods. It's basically impossible to pop them by brushing monsters and killing bosses. They can only be obtained through systematic rewards in certain special events, or when special achievements are reached. But even so, the entire 18 pieces of dark gold weapon equipment that were graded at level 38 and above. The value of this is also described as amazingly high. As soon as it exploded, it directly refreshed the equipment ranking of the national service. It's enough to make countless top players go red-eyed and crazy about it. On top of that, the gloomy wind evil spirit also burst out 3 skill books. They were Wind Dragon Break, Gloomy Wind Cone and Destructive Gloomy Wind. Among them, Wind Dragon Break and Gloomy Wind Cone were both B rank skills, while Destructive Gloomy Wind was an A rank skill. At this stage, when the game has just been opened and skill books of various professions are extremely scarce, it can be said to be of immense value. Enough to mold an immensely powerful top mage. In addition to the regular equipment and skill books, from underneath the boss's corpse, Yichu also touched out several special props. The most striking of them were 2 shining metal tokens. It was precisely the gang building token. You know, things like gang building tokens are almost rotten by the late game. A token that couldn't be sold for a few dollars. However, at this stage of the game, which has just opened not more than a few days ago, whoever gets the token earlier will be able to establish a guild first and net the most elite top players of the national service. Establish a huge first mover advantage. The high value and significance of this is completely incomparable to ordinary equipment, props, skill books, and so on. This prop was of some use to Yichu. Nowadays, Yichu's most dominant battle pet was the Shura warrior general with strong attributes, so he directly gave this precious awakening jewel to it to use. The crystal clear awakening gemstone instantly transformed into a stream of rich red light as red as blood, injecting into the body of the Shura war general. In the next second, by Yichu's ears, a crisp game tone rang out. Ding! Game alert, congratulations, the awakening gem, dark gold has been used successfully, and your pet, Shura warrior, legendary has awakened the A rank skill Death Drawing Blood. Chapter 72 Dark Gold Bloodline, Void Fear. Death Drawing Blood passive. When an attack deals damage to the target, it automatically triggers the power of drawing blood, converting 10% of the damage value into your own chi and blood. The moment he saw the introduction of the Death Drawing Blood skill, Yichu's gaze lit up, revealing a few moments of unexpected surprise. It hadn't occurred to me that the skill that the Shura war general had awakened this time around was a rare and incomparable blood-sucking type skill. It was important to know that the blood absorption attribute was an extreme attribute that countless melee lineage players could only dream of. It can greatly enhance the player's survivability and combat endurance. Although the recovery effect of the Death Drawing Blood skill didn't seem much stronger, just 10%. However, it wins because it is a passive skill, and the recovery effect is very stable. Each attack that deals damage draws back some of your chakra. It was important to know that as an undead monster, the greatest characteristic of the Shura war general was high offense and low defense. Although the attack is very sharp and the output ability is powerful, the defense and blood quantity is a short board. When brushing the monsters, it often required Yichu to use his skills to shield and blood it in order to stand inside the monsters. However, with this skill, it can then continue to draw blood in the middle of a battle with its immense output. To a certain extent, it can make up for the shortcomings of low blood and defense, and greatly increase the combat endurance. It's no exaggeration to say. The appearance of this skill directly caused the Shura warlord's comprehensive strength to go up a step in place. The boost for it was so great that it was more than a pure S-ranked attack type skill. For this skill that it had awakened, Yichu felt very satisfied. On top of that, when he finished off the Yin Wind Evil Spirit just now, Yichu gained a dozen or so evolution points. The number of evolution points on the panel finally broke through the 100,000 point mark, satisfying the conditions for the Void Dreadnought's evolution. So without saying anything, he directly opened the game panel, selected the Void Dreadnought, and upgraded its bloodline. In the next second, 100,000 evolution points were instantly deducted from Yichu's game panel. Inside the body of the Void Dread Beast, a raging and incomparable energy fluctuation erupted. Under the transformation of this mysterious energy, the bloodline power of the Void Dreadnought rapidly sublimated, and its overall appearance, too, changed drastically. The dark purple, hard skin, completely morphed into a hard armor that covered the entire body. On the surface of the armor, a twisted and incomparably hideous bone spur grew all over. The sharp teeth in the giant mouth were so thick that it became even more hideous and vicious, filled with an unrivaled oppressive aura. Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 100,000 evolution points to upgrade the bloodline of the Void Dread Beast, and the gold grade favored beast, Void Dread Beast, has successfully evolved into the dark gold grade, Void Dread, awakening the A-grade skill, Multiplication. Void Fear. Bloodline level, Dark Gold. Physical Fitness Star Rating, 11. Power Star Rating, 10. Agility Star Rating, 7. Spiritual Star Rating, 7. Skills, Vajra Body A, Deadly Feast A, Rift Bone Blade A, Fearful Roar A, Earth Piercing A, Multiplication A. Multiplication, you can change your body size arbitrarily within a certain range. Shrinking your body size can increase your defense and agility attributes, and making your body size bigger can increase your strength attributes and skill range. The pet, Void Fear, was the initial pet that Yi Chu obtained after entering the game. It was also something that Yi Chu had truly cultivated single-handedly. From an insignificant black iron grade small beast at the beginning, it had evolved step by step into a huge beast with a dark gold grade bloodline today. The core skill it possesses is the feast skill that infinitely stacks its maximum life value by devouring its prey. The power of this skill goes without saying, but there is a huge problem. It's the fact that as the maximum life value increases, its size, in turn, grows larger and larger. At this very moment, it had grown to over 10 meters tall. Like an incredibly heavy purple mountain, it was unwieldy to move. Many caves, palaces, and other narrow terrain are no longer drillable. Yi Chu had long felt that its huge size would be very much in the way many times. The multiplication skill that had been awakened this time was the perfect solution to this problem. Able to change body size at will, within a certain range, according to the needs of battle. Getting bigger increases the power attribute and skill range, which can enhance the output ability. Getting smaller boosts agility and double resistance, which allows you to adapt to more terrain and enhances battlefield survivability, causing the overall strength of Void Fear to gain a further boost. Li Chuanan stood on the side and witnessed the entire process of Void Fear's evolution. Looking at the terrifying beast in front of him, after evolving, its body armor was jagged and looming, and its appearance was even more hideous and vicious, exuding a terrifying aura. The heart and soul immediately rippled and violently undulated, incredulously looking at Yi Chu, eating essence incomparably exclaimed. You can raise your pet's bloodline level? Is this your natural skill, or an occupational trait of a hidden profession? Yi Chu's eyes instantly turned slightly cold, and his gaze faintly glanced at Li Chuanan. You've got a bit of a problem. When Li Chuanan heard this, Li Chuanan didn't know why, but seeing the milky white shoe as he's so close to Yi Chu, there were a few moments of discomfort in her heart. Immediately, Shoyue raised her eyebrows and squeezed between the two, addressing the milky Yuko. Why are you just worshipping him? It's not like he's the only one who killed the boss, there's me in it too. Chapter 73 Official Requests. To your credit? Milk White Yuko blinked in confusion, looking at Li Chuanan with some puzzlement and asking curiously. Your attributes aren't weak, but compared to a boss in a rampaging state, you can barely break defense at best, so how can you help? Li Chuanan was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer. I can't just say truthfully that I'm actually a pet of Wei Wu's legacy. He turned me into a sword, the same boss that took me and hacked me to death with a sword, right? While looking at Li Chuanan's complicated expression of wanting to speak and having difficulty in speaking, the solo fishing cold river on the side seemed to understand what was going on. The tone of voice elongated a sound, smiled playfully, looked at Li Chuanan, laughed. Boss, I got it. When we were painting the boss just now, you were in charge of quacking at the back, and Wei Wu Daji was in charge of messy kills, which together means quacking and messy kills, right? Ha 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 ha. Milky Yuko and Through the Woods Beat Leaves burst out laughing at that. Li Chuanan, however, blushed darkly, a few black lines hanging down from her bare forehead. Without good humor, he glared at Solo Fishing Cold River. You think you're funny? You must practice until level 31 today, or you're not allowed to go offline and sleep. Ha! Solo Fishing Cold River was immediately dumbfounded. Keep in mind that the further back you go in this game, the harder it is to level up. Yi Chu had already risen to level 30 in 3 turns last night. Just now, in the gloomy Wind Canyon map, he had brushed so many high-level elite monsters and ate the vast majority of his experience. In the end, it was only after taking out a level 38 Dark Gold boss that he finally managed to level up to 32. He had previously been inside the copy, and although he had relied on hugging Yi Chu's thigh, he had also managed to rise to level 30. But in the end, he was killed by the gloomy Wind Evil Spirit skill and fell back to level 29. Trying to level up to level 31 in one day was almost impossible. Isn't this a clear case of personal vendetta and shooing? Solo Fishing Cold River immediately had a bitter smile on his face, worse than crying, and looked at Li Chuanan with a pleading face. Boss, just give me a break. Leveling up to 31 in a day, even if it kills me, I can't do it. Li Chuanan hummed softly, and light flashed in her palm. Taking the 3 skill books popped out by the evil spirit of the gale and putting them into the hands of Solo Fishing Cold River, he faintly asked. Can you do it with these 3 skill books given to you? Looking at the 3 incredibly powerful skill books in his hands, Solo Fishing Cold River's eyes immediately went straight. 2 B rank skills and 1 A rank skill. Once learned, one's output ability was bound to go to another level. Breathing rapidly, he was excited and assured. Promise to finish the job. If I can't level up to 31 by 12 p.m., let wearing the forest and beating the leaves be single for 10 years. Through the woods to beat the leaves? What the hell does it have to do with me? Milk-white Yuko was also surprised beyond belief and asked with a face full of curiosity. These 3 skill books were all popped out by the boss? Other than that, what else did the boss explode? It must have produced a lot of good stuff, right? When he learned from Yichu and Lichonan that a single boss, the gloomy wind evil spirit, had actually produced a full 18 dark gold weapons. The 3 of them, Yukiko of Milk-white, immediately sucked in a breath of cool air in unison, marveling at the generosity of the evil spirit of the gloaming wind. Good lord, this boss is a sow, right? It's simply too prolific. And then when they learned that, in addition to equipment and skill books, there were even 2 precious and incomparable gang building orders, the 3 of them were even more ecstatic. Both know exactly what that means. Great! We've hit the gang building order. We can form our own guild. And it's also the second guild to be established in the entire service. Milk-white Yuko was so excited that she excitedly hugged Lichonan. The 2 great beauties of the country, each other tightly. For a while, the peaks were like a gathering, the waves were like a fury, and the scene could be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Ka-ching! Yichu did not look askance, and skillfully and incomparably opened the game's screenshot function to record this beautiful moment. After the several people from the seemingly watery year's studio calmed down from their agitated state, Yichu began to divide the spoils with them. According to the prior agreement, 90% of the loot from this trip to the secret realm replica belonged to Yichu. In fact, when you break it down, the high value of just that one gang building token is already far more than 10%. Lichonan didn't dare to play mind games with Yichu and insatiably demanded more, directly giving all the other loot to Yichu. Then spend game gold coin. The remaining equipment props, Yichu also had to get out as soon. The price is then given after evaluation by a professional official. Yichu confirmed that there was no problem with the price, and the 2 sides formally completed the transaction. However, the list Yichu had made did not include that gang building token. Because this prop, at this stage, was of special significance, Yichu was prepared to take it out and bargain for it separately. However, before he could speak, Lin Feng spoke up first and said to Yichu. By the way, big brother, besides purchasing equipment this time, we actually have another matter that we wish to discuss with you, on behalf of the officials. Chapter 74, Are you threatening me? Oh? Yichu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards Lin Feng, not moving as he opened his mouth to ask. What is it? It's like this, you set up the first game guild in the entire service last night, yet you never recruited any members. So we wanted to ask, what exactly are your plans? Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush, directly gazing straight at Yichu and said frankly. If you don't intend to run this guild, can you transfer it to an official? Feel free to mention the price, we'll try to fulfill your request. Sure enough, just like Lichonan before him, he was looking at the shell of the Supreme Divine Hall, the #1 guild in the entire service. Yichu said in his heart that it was true, and directly shook his head, rejecting Lin Feng's proposal. I'm sorry, I have my own arrangements for the operation of the Supreme Divine Hall and have no intention of transferring it to someone else. After saying that, Yichu smiled faintly and was about to tell Lin Feng. Although the Supreme Divine Hall could not be transferred to the officials, but at this moment, in his own hands, he had a brand new gang building token, so he could sell it to them. However, Yichu's words had not yet been spoken. The one who had followed Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong over, the fellow called the Heaven's Chosen Dharma God, however, suddenly let out a cold snort. With a superior expression and tone, he commandingly said to Yichu. Now that the game is fused with reality, the world will see a huge change, and officials are organizing all their forces to actively respond. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you are obligated to obey the official orders and follow the official commands at this critical moment of great changes in heaven and earth. It's an honor for the officials to look at your guild. If you donate it free of charge, the officials will naturally recognize your merit and reward you with a commendation. But if you are pretentious and think that you are the #1 person on the heavenly ranking, you have the capital to be able to bargain with the officials. Ask the officials for a lion's share of the money and make some excessive demands, and in the end, you will only harm yourself. When Yichu heard that, his brows furrowed, feeling that this stupid beep's brain wasn't working a bit too well. With a cold gaze, he looked at Lin Feng and asked in a deep voice. Is this official? I can understand that you are threatening me? No. Big brother mustn't listen to his nonsense. Lin Feng immediately changed his face and hurriedly explained to Yi Chu. This time, he's just accompanying us and talking nonsense on his own. There is absolutely no official intention to do so, and the leaders are very much interested in working with you. Sun Xiaodong even directly raised her willow eyebrows, glaring at the heaven's chosen Dharma god without any good reason and scolding in a deep voice. Shut up! Li Dong! Didn't I tell you to shut up and not talk when I came here? You promised. Well then, what are you babbling about now? Yi Chu's eyes were calm and his gaze was faint as he looked at the three. For a while it was also difficult to distinguish whether the words said by the guy called Li Dong just now were his own thoughts or whether someone behind him had authorized him to say so. But these words, in any case, are capable of embodying many problems. Any power, as well as an organization, when its size reaches a certain level, factions are sure to form within it, and many kinds of different voices will appear. Yi Chu didn't doubt that the vast majority of the official hierarchy were still friendly towards themselves. Willingness to work with yourself with an attitude of equality and respect. However, it cannot be ruled out that there will be a very small number of recalcitrant people who have not yet switched from their original mode of thinking. Thinking that in this brand new era, it is still possible to stand tall and be in control. All players should be obediently bowed down and at their disposal, at their mercy. Obviously, the Li Dong in front of him was a typical representative of those people. Or rather, it was a pawn sent by those people to pressure Yi Chu and convey certain signals. Yi Chu inwardly laughed coldly, and the gang-building token that he originally intended to trade with the officials was not going to be taken out. Nodding to Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong, he directly said in a light tone, "Since the deal is done, I'll leave first." After saying that, without looking back, he turned around and left. Che is just a player who suddenly rose to prominence by relying on luck and awakening a special hidden profession. What's the point of dragging? Looking at Yi Chu's distant back, in Li Dong's eyes, a flash of disdain immediately flowed, and he coldly snorted with contempt. Hearing Li Dong's words, Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong both looked very ugly. Sun Xiaotong even directly raised her willow eyebrows and rebuked in anger. Li Dong! You shut up! Do you realize how much the top values the partnership with Wei Wu Legacy? If it's because of you that our relationship with Wei Wu Legacy breaks down, can you afford the responsibility? A rupture is a rupture. Do we, the hallowed officials, have to rely on the power of a single player in the district? Li Dong was not the least bit impressed as he said, "We are representing the official to contact him, and we absolutely cannot lower our stance. Otherwise, where is the decency and majesty of the hall's officialdom?" His words had just fallen, when suddenly a loud and clear system ringtone echoed through the sky. Service-wide announcement: congratulations to player Flowering Flame of the Flowing Years, who has successfully created the second player guild in the national service, seemingly Watery Years, and has been awarded with the following rewards: Prestige plus 1005, Luck plus 2, and the Amazing Dragon Battle. It said that this morning, someone saw Wei Wu Legacy and a few of the main players from seemingly Watery Years studio appearing together, so they should have been teaming up to practice leveling together. Maybe these two gang building orders were both popped out of a single map. No wonder I said that a new studio in seemingly Watery Years. How could it be possible to jump ahead of so many strong and established guilds and create a guild first? So it's no surprise that he's hugged Wei Wu Legacy's thigh. Listening to the service-wide announcement echoing in the sky, as well as the voices of the people coming and going around them, Lin Feng, the three of them, had a sudden change of expression. Sun Xiaotong glared at Li Dong without any good humor and gritted her teeth and drank. Hear me. Originally, this gang-building token, maybe Wei Wu Legacy could have just sold it to us. Just because you're blabbering, you pissed people off and gave it to be hung up in the auction house. Auction. Chapter 75: The number 1 residence in the National Service Sky City. When Li Dong heard Sun Xiaotong's chiding, his face suddenly sank slightly, revealing a few unsightly colors. However, he remained unconcerned and didn't think he was at fault, and coldly grunted without any care in the world. Even if he puts up the gang-building order on the auction house, so what? In terms of financial power in the game, is there any other power that can be compared to our official? In the end, this token will still fall into our hands all the same? Is there any difference in the outcome? The end result is that there is no difference, but in this case, I don't know how many more gold coins will be spent. Lin Feng also stared at Li Dong with a sullen face and said in a deep voice, "You have to know that although the crown is a big family, every gold coin, too, doesn't come from the wind. Rather, it is what officers and soldiers of all ranks, countless colleagues, have fought so hard for, and cannot afford to be squandered in this way." Moreover, the most important thing is that, at the current stage of the entire national service, more than 80% of the extremely high-quality equipment is fought by Wei Wu Legacy Wind alone. If relationship with him deteriorates and cooperation breaks down, we will lose an important source of high. Yi Chu, who had personally experienced the turmoil of his previous life, knew very well that in the initial stages of the game's integration with reality, underneath the seemingly calm waters, there was exactly what kind of undercurrents were hidden. It's not too much of a stretch to call it a killing machine. Even if he was in the game and had already secured the throne as the #1 person in the country, he could not take it lightly. Once reality goes awry, all will be for naught. In order to ensure their own safety, the matter of the guild's quarters had to be taken care of as soon as possible. The exact location of that compound, Yi Chu knew exactly where it was, but there was one big problem that. It was that the level of the monsters there was too high, and with Yi Chu's current strength, he couldn't brush them in a short period of time. In my previous life, it was also a full month after the game opened. At that time, the strongest guild in the national service poured out thousands of people before finally capturing that compound. Originally, Yi Chu had planned to wait for a few days after Mu Bingyun officially left for her position in the military and had an army under her command. Then go to her and transfer some soldiers and horses to help yourself to swat away the monsters in that map and take the quarters in your pockets. Now, however, that plan had to be brought forward. After Yi Chu entered the royal palace and explained the situation to Mu Bingyun fully supported him without reservation. Immediately, he ordered his own personal guards to gather up and hand them over to Yi Chu for unified command. They were required to act strictly on Yi Chu's orders. Although in terms of position, Yi Chu, as the captain of Mu Bingyun's personal guard, had the right to command this guard. But he had only met with members of the guard since taking office, and had little prestige to speak of among the pro-guards. Moreover, the entire guards were to be transferred out of the royal palace, away from the side of Mu Bingyun, who was to be protected, and out on other missions. One must also have the permission of Mu Bingyun, the princess of the kingdom, to do so. In the end, with Mu Bingyun's help, Yi Chu managed to transfer the entire guard from the royal palace. The entire guard, including him, totaled 102 members. All of them rode on divine and incomparable white steeds, warrior professions clad in silver armor and mage professions clad in silver robes, and galloped out of the royal palace. The sound of horses' hooves resounded as they galloped along the wide and incomparable King City Avenue, heading out of the city. Along the way, many players saw the team. Hastily, they all dodged aside and stood by the side of the road, looking sideways with a look of amazement in their eyes. "I'll go. What's the name of that NPC regiment that just passed by? All silver armor and white horses, so handsome. Judging from the flag, it seems like it's the kingdom princess's personal guards. No wonder it looks so grand, it's not even comparable to a normal NPC corps. I'm not blinking, am I? The player on horseback at the front of the group is Wei Wu Legacy? How did he get mixed up in the NPC army? Where is this going to lead this NPC army? Who knows? Probably on some kind of mission. Holy, awesome. Since the vast majority of the proctors do not have the ability to fly. Therefore, Yi Chu could only abandon the faster Thunder God Eagle and chose to ride a horse, taking them along with him. The journey was non-stop, over hills and mountains, and after a long rush of up to 2 hours, we finally reached our destination. In a deep forest of ancient trees and wolves, where people were rare, a city suddenly and incomparably appeared. The city was not very large, and the whole thing was cast in hard black rock. And the most surprising thing was that the entire city, surprisingly, was floating in midair a few feet off the ground. The weather was extraordinary, emitting a gust of majestic aura. How could a castle suddenly appear in this barren land? Seeing the city floating in the sky in front of them, the members of the Pro Guard who had followed Yi Chu along with them suddenly had their hearts shaken, revealing unconcealed surprise. Yi Chu, on the other hand, was energized, and within his eyes, a blazing aura shot out. This city in front of me was the very one that came with so much potential. Even in the near future, there will be a top-level residency that will be known as the #1 guild residency in the country. Sky City. Chapter 76, Destroying the Holy Spirit Race. Oh. Along with Yi Chu and his party, they came to the city's vicinity on horseback. In that mysterious city floating in the air, the sound of a pale horn suddenly rang out. Soon, an armored and well-equipped soldier defending the city appeared on top of the city wall. Their size and appearance were no different from humans, but their pupils and hair were a brilliant silver color like stars. Moreover, each of them had a mysterious rune of different shapes born in the center of their eyebrows. Glittering, divine and incomparable, emitting a gust of extraordinary aura. Looking at the personal guards that were approaching the city, everyone had a serious expression, as if they were facing the enemy, and clenched the weapons in their hands. One of the silver-haired youths, who seemed to be the leader of the crowd, had grave eyes and a deep voice. "Who are you people? What is the purpose of coming to our sky city? We are under the command of the third princess of the Northern Cold Kingdom, and have come to take over the city by order of the third princess." Yichu steered his horse out and looked at those foreign warriors on the city. His voice was loud and clear as he shouted. "You have only two choices: submit or destruction." "What third princess of the Northern Cold Kingdom? Never heard of it." The silver-haired youth coldly snorted, his eyes determined as he bellowed. "The Sky City is the territory of our Holy Spirit clan. No one should ever try to get their hands on it." Joke. Under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land. There is no one who is not the king's subject. This place is the territory of the Northern Cold Kingdom. What is this talk of your territory? Yichu snorted coldly and ordered the crowd behind him, "Kill for me, kill until they surrender." Yes. More than 100 pro-guard members, after receiving Yichu's order, were unambiguous and immediately began to launch an attack. Some of the members of the team took off their longbows from beside their horses and drew their bows and arrows. Accompanied by the sound of bowstring clanging, an incomparably sharp silver arrow cracked the air and whistled, shooting towards those warriors at the top of the city who claimed to be of the Holy Spirit race. There were even mages waving their staffs and chanting magic incantations, and a magic energy with terrifying power swept towards the city's head. The Holy Spirit race warriors on the city wall were not willing to show weakness, and immediately roared back, arrows raining down. For a while, both sides fought fiercely. In the game of miracles, guild residences are generally categorized in two ways. One is that the guild chooses a location and then sends the artisan department P. layers to build it themselves. When the size of the garrison reaches a certain level, it is possible to recruit human soldiers to become the garrison's defense corps. As for the second scenario, it is to forcefully capture those ready-made field stations. In addition to saving you the trouble of building your own quarters, there is another huge benefit. It is these wilderness quarters that are often inhabited by different special races. While capturing a garrison, they can be taken in at the same time and become a featured soldier in the defense of the garrison. Examples include the bugs, orcs, giants, immortals, etc. These are races that are blessed with racial characteristics. Trained resident soldiers are often much more powerful than normal human soldiers. And this Sky City, the reason why it was called the strongest compound in the country in the previous life. In addition to its special properties of hanging high in the sky, never falling and being indestructible, there is another important reason. It is the Holy Ghost people who live in the city. The origin of this race is mysterious, and it is rumored that it was given life by a magical heavenly stone and derived from it. The strength could be described as incomparably powerful, and even the most ordinary Holy Spirit warriors were all leveled above 40. Enough to kill the vast majority of ordinary players at this stage. Fortunately, Mu Bingyun's personal guards were elite enough, and although there were only 100 of them, their levels were all above level 50. Especially Vice Captain Li Qing, who was as high as level 70, a legendary powerhouse with one foot in the holy domain. With a cold snort, he flew up from his horse, his feet stepping into the air, and took a step into mid-air. Suddenly, he drew the sword at his waist and swung it with force. Sweeping out a blooming and incomparable arc of sword chi, it fell into the crowd on the city wall, instantly killing a dozen or so Holy Spirit race warriors in seconds. Yichu also did not idly watch the fun. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his 3 pets to help in the battle. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shaking hissing roar, the hideous and incomparably huge body of the Void Fear instantly landed on top of the city. Snapping open his hideous mouth, the fearful roar transformed into a sound wave that instantly swept across a large area, enveloping a group of Holy Spirit race warriors. The Shura warrior general followed close behind, galloping out of the summoning channel. With a violent revitalization of the lance in his hand, he unleashed the skill Spectral Shock. In the next second, in the void behind him, the power of the undead converged in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a squad of murderous spectral cavalry. The horse galloped and roared to the sky, pounding toward the front. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable, instantly inflicting high damage on the Holy Spirit warriors it encountered along the way. Fresh! A loud eagle cry resounded through the sky. The thunder god eagle swooped down from the sky, its huge wings draped in thunderous light flapping violently. There was an endless amount of thunderous rays, splitting down from the sky in a vast manner. Forming a terrifying and incomparable thunder inferno, it raged madly on the city walls, causing countless Holy Spirit race warriors to scream. Yichu's 3 pets, although their levels were still relatively low right now, their bloodline levels were strong enough, and their skill configurations were luxurious. Coupled with the passive bonus of the divine royalist profession, it could be described as strong and unusual. Even against Holy Spirit warriors with an average level of 40 or higher, it could inflict a huge kill. Is that the legendary Thunder God Eagle with a legendary bloodline? That undead warlord has such a strong aura. It's by no means an ordinary undead knight. And that purple beast, what exactly is its origin? It can actually make me feel a trace of fear. These 3 pets of Lord Captain are extraordinary, and in time, they will certainly not be the stuff of pools. The moment he saw Yichu's 3 battle pets debut into battle, many of the members of the Pro Guard, at once, had their hearts and minds shaken, their eyes wide open, and a gasp of astonishment rang out. It is important to realize that all of the members of this guard are among the best of the best in the military by thousands of miles. Not only was their own strength not bad, but their personalities were also all incredibly arrogant. Although it didn't show on the surface, in reality, for Yichu, whose level was only a mere 30 or so, his strength was low. The captain of the personal guards, who had been suddenly parachuted in entirely because he had gotten lucky and saved the princess's life by fluke, was rather unimpressed. Pressure simply did not place Yichu in his heart. Even this time, if it wasn't for the princess's personal order, Yichu alone wouldn't have been able to transfer them at all. However, at this moment, after seeing the strength of Yichu's 3 pets, their hearts and minds immediately shook, and they put away their contempt. All of them soberly realized that although Yichu's current level was very low and his strength was limited, but in time, as long as these 3 pets were cultivated, they would inevitably become a party strong enough to make them look up to them. Even Vice Captain Li Qing, who was ranked as high as level 70, had a slight flicker in his eyes, revealing a few shades of gravity. With regards to Yichu, he didn't dare to treat him with the slightest bit of contempt anymore. With a cold aura in his eyes, he looked at the area on the city wall where the Holy Spirit race warriors were the densest, and with a flash of killing opportunity, he ruthlessly chopped down with his sword. Chapter 77, Successfully Binding the Guild Residents. Boom! The terrifyingly incomparable brilliant sword chi tore through the sky and descended from the heavens, brazenly chopping atop the walls of Sky City. However, any Holy Spirit race warrior who was within the sword chi's shroud and was swept by the sword chi's rays was directly killed in seconds. Li Qing, whose level was as high as 70, was like a god descending from the heavens to these Holy Spirit clan warriors whose average level was only at the beginning of 40. A random ordinary attack was a terrifying injury that they could hardly bear. If you're next to it, you die. If you touch it, you die. On top of that, the other guard soldiers were attacking just as hard. Mages, archers, and other long-range professions continue to output. Melee professions, on the other hand, were as light as swallows with their mage teammates' wind spirit techniques, levitation techniques, and other magical skills. With a furious roar, he flew up and rushed brazenly to the top of the city wall. With the advantage of attributes brought about by the level difference, it is a great way to kill in all directions. Within just a few moments, blood flowed from the city walls, and one Holy Spirit warrior fell to the ground bleeding in misery. In the middle of the city, an archery tower towered high and stood up like a forest. However, before they could exert their power, they were all swept out by Li Qing's hand and sword, sweeping out a brilliant sword chi with blazing sharpness. Easily, cleave and destroy. In the face of absolute strength, any resistance pales in comparison and is merely futile. Facing the royal guards that were like wolves and tigers, with their rank and strength comprehensively crushed, the Holy Spirit race's city guard warriors were simply powerless to resist. After just 10 minutes of fierce fighting, thousands of corpses were left behind and hastily routed into the city. Yichu led more than 100 soldiers of the guards and followed closely behind, killing their way into the city. Killing and slashing his way forward, it was as if he was chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, hacking and killing several hundred Holy Spirit race warriors. Finally, we came to the center of the city, an open square in size. The floor of the plaza was incredibly flat and engraved with a complex and incomparable curve of inscription marks and grooves. In the void at the center of the square, there was a 7-colored heavenly stone with a diameter of several zhang, presenting a diamond shape, and its surface seemed to have been cut out of countless prismatic surfaces. Around the heavenly stone, bursts of magnificent and incomparable 7-colored light were continuously emitted. There was even an incomparably dense stream of 7-colored energy that flowed out of the heavenly stone like a waterfall. It flowed along the runes and grooves etched into the ground, as if energizing the functioning of the entire city. Yi Chu instantly recognized that this mysterious and incomparable seven-colored heavenly stone was the very core of this city and the origin of the entire Holy Spirit race. According to the game's backstory, this celestial stone has a mysterious origin, having descended from beyond the heavens. After descending, they absorbed the essence of the sun and moon from heaven and earth, and fused the mysterious energy they contained to give birth to the original Holy Spirit people. And then, the Holy Spirit people, driven by their bloodline instincts, built cities around it. As the city grew in size, the potential of the heavenly stone was gradually unleashed, giving birth to stronger Holy Spirit clansmen. This is the unique and survival mode of the Holy Spirit clan. It was no exaggeration to say that this heavenly stone was not only their origin, but also the entire meaning of their existence. It is a fundamental treasure that is essential for the survival and development of this race. At this moment, at the time of life and death, all the Holy Spirit clansmen in the city, all gathered in the square. Blocking in front of the heavenly stone, they looked at Yi Chu and the others who were approaching step by step. Their faces had expressions of grave gravity, all of them tense to the extreme. At this moment, as long as Yi Chu gave the order, the crowd of guards following behind him could have easily bloodied the entire Sky City and wiped out all the Holy Spirit races. But what Yi Chu wanted wasn't an empty city. These Holy Spirit clansmen in front of him were also a valuable asset in his eyes. If you kill them all, you will have to spend resources on recruiting later, which is not worth the effort. So straight away he rode out of the crowd and stepped forward. Looking at the several thousand Holy Spirit clansmen in the square, his eyes were cold as he drank in a deep voice. Listen up, all of you, now for another chance. Bow down and obey me, recognize me as your lord from now on, follow my orders, and I will keep you safe and sound. Otherwise, I will order my men to kill all of you. Then borrow the power of this heavenly stone to recreate a Holy Spirit race. Submission or destruction, your choice. Yi Chu's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, instantly setting off an uproar among the Holy Spirit race crowd. No one doubted Yi Chu's words and abilities. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Qing alone, who possessed level 70 strength, was enough to sweep away the entire Holy Spirit clan. Under the shadow of the tragedy of the extermination of the clan, countless Holy Spirit clansmen were terrified and murmuring. In the end, in front of the choice between dignity and survival, or from the heart of the choice of survival. More than 3,000 Holy Spirit clansmen, led by a few leaders with prestige, put down their weapons in their hands and knelt and bowed their heads toward Yi Chu to show their submission. Looking at the Holy Spirit clansmen who had fallen to their knees in front of him, Yi Chu nodded in satisfaction. Rushing to open the game panel, he brought up the guild management interface. Bind this city in the sky under your feet and make it a guild residence. According to the game rules of miracles, there are two conditions that need to be met in order to bind a ready-made wilderness territory as a guild site. The first is that all monsters in the territory area have been purged and there is no longer any resistance. The second is that you have to be firmly in the core of the territory for more than an hour before the binding is officially successful. Although Yi Chu hadn't killed all the Holy Spirit clansmen, they had all submitted, and the first condition had been met. As for the second condition, the core of the Sky City's territory was the celestial stone suspended in the center of the square. Yi Chu stood below the heavenly stone and waited patiently for an hour before the system readout finally ended. An unmistakable game tone rang in his ears. Ding! Game tip, congratulations, you have successfully occupied the 4th level territory, City in the Sky, and become the guild residents of the Supreme God's Temple. It's done! The moment the system bell rang, Yi Chu's gaze lit up, revealing a touch of joy that he couldn't hide. This former life of great fame, unlimited potential, had caused all forces to fight in blood, setting off a bloody storm of the first National Service resident. I finally got it myself without any problems. And it's a straight-up level 4 compound, which saves a lot of time and effort invested in building, so it's just not too good. Yi Chu was in a flurry of excitement and couldn't wait, tapping on the guild residence management interface. The detailed information of the entire territory immediately surfaced on the panel in a clear and incomparable manner. Sky City. Rank, 4. Buildings, Center Square, City Walls, Forge of Soldiers, Pool of the Holy Spirit, Arrow Tower. Resources, Timber 131-6439, Stone 546413, Iron and Steel 315297, Food 264,353. Population, 3,471. Chapter 78 Target, Level 5 Territory. Above the resident management panel, a line of data was densely packed, exhaustively listing the specifics of this guild resident. Includes what buildings are in the compound and a detailed description of each building's function. how many resources are in the premises, and how many people, etc. Yi Chu went line by line, carefully checking and familiarizing himself with the detailed condition of this guild residence. Eventually, after reading them all once, Yi Chu refocused his gaze at the very top of the management interface, in the column of territory levels. According to the introductory information, the 4th level territory, Sky City, could use the power of the Sky Stone to make the entire city hover in midair. If the size of the city was further increased to become a 5th level territory, not only can you unlock more advanced territorial buildings, but you can also further stimulate the power of the Heavenly Stone to form a canopy that covers the city. While defending against attacks from the outside, it is also able to conceal its shape and hide the entire city from sight. This feature is definitely useful. It was important to know that the reason why Yi Chu had taken such pains to rush to get this guild residence. The most important purpose is to ensure that the safety of the reality of the body can be guaranteed without any accidents while playing the game. With the amount of gold coins he possessed in his hands nowadays, it was not enough to withdraw the entire territory, for the time being, to the real world. At best, some of the buildings were extracted, as well as some of the Holy Ghost resident soldiers. It's more than enough to deal with some player sneak attacks, or even a strong attack on the scale of 1,000. But if some enemy with an official background strikes and launches a long-range missile strike after locking onto their position, let alone the fact that this Sky City was only a district level 4 territory, even if it was upgraded to a level 6 territory or a level 7 territory, one is hardly immune to surviving the horrific and unparalleled bombardment of missiles in the midst of it all. Although the probability of such a thing happening was minuscule, as long as there was a 1 in a million chance, Yi Chu didn't want to take any chances. Therefore, the best thing to do was to upgrade the Sky City to level 5 as soon as possible, so that it would have the stealth function. At that time, the city would be completely high and dry when it was hidden in the void, so that not even the satellite's eye in the sky could capture it. However, there was a huge gap between level 4 territories and level 5 territories. In order to upgrade, a large amount of resources are needed, and the various resources currently available in the territory are simply not enough. Normally, these resources can only be slowly mined and collected and accumulated by occupying wild resource points. However, with such a conventional method, the resource growth rate was too slow, and without 10 days and half a month's time, there was no way to successfully upgrade the territory. Yi Chu couldn't wait that long, he had to find a way to get enough territorial resources in a short period of time. At this time, Yi Chu's advantage of being a reborn person fully manifested. He who possessed the memories of his previous life not only knew the locations of all the important high-level resource points within the entire region of the northern cold country. It is also clear that there are other wild territories like the Sky City, established by different races and waiting to be occupied. Although those territories had far less development potential than Sky City, they all, without exception, possessed abundant territorial resources. Like a treasure chest of supplies filled with resources, waiting for one to go forward and open it. Moreover, after conquering those territories, some of the troops can be detached and garrisoned. Waiting for a few days and selling it backwards to other guilds would be another great income. Definitely a solid deal. However, the strength of those territories was completely incomparable to the level 4 territory, Sky City. Now that Yi Chu had a few thousand Holy Spirit race warriors under his command, bringing them to attack those territories could be considered more than enough. There was no need to enlist the help of Mu Bingyun's personal guards. So he took out a few thousand gold coins and put them in a storage bag, handing it over to the vice-captain, Li Qing, and smilingly said, "Everyone has worked hard this time, these thousands of gold coins, go back and buy wine for your brothers." Li Qing received the gold coins from Yi Chu, and a smile appeared on his face immediately. One must know that although a few thousand gold coins were nothing to Yi Chu, it was actually quite a lot. Divided equally among everyone, there were dozens of pieces. It's almost as much as an ordinary Pro Guard member's salary for half a month. No one dislikes a leader who goes out on a limb. Li Qing took the heavy bag of money and instantly smiled with his eyebrows and laughed, "Captain, you are too polite, we are all brothers. In the future, if you need to use the brothers again, just ask, the brothers will definitely go through fire and water." "Ha, just have you say that." Yi Chu laughed and exchanged a few pleasantries to send off the crowd. Then re-entering the city, he looked at the several thousand Holy Spirit clansmen gathered in the square, waiting for orders, and ordered in a deep voice. "In 10 minutes, you will pick out 2,000 men to come out with me on the campaign. The rest of you stay in the city, repair the walls, and keep doing what you're doing." After saying that, Yi Chu walked to the city lord's hall built next to the plaza, got offline in place, and returned to reality. After his consciousness returned to reality, Yichu immediately called up the game props cash-out panel to check out the cash-out costs of the various props. It turned out that trying to extract the 4th level territory Sky City, in its entirety, to the real world would require a full 30 million gold coins. This is still only the building part, not including the thousands of Holy Spirit warriors in the city, so it can be seen how harsh the conditions for withdrawing game props are. Even in the later stages of the game, there were only a very few top guilds with a strong foundation. Only then would there be enough strength to extract the guild quarters inside the game, intact, to the real world. The vast majority of small guilds and ordinary players could only struggle to survive at the most basic level even if they tried their best. Playing out the game's gold, repairing equipment, and buying lifespans consumes pretty much all of it. There simply isn't enough financial resources to extract too much into the real world. Yichu now, although he could be called rich, the number of gold coins on his account was only 6 million or so. It's impossible to bring the entire Sky City to life. Moreover, right now, the Sky City didn't have an invisibility function, and such a large city appeared suddenly in reality. It's too noticeable. It's easy for satellites to lock on. Earlier, that Li Dong's words had also caused Yichu to raise his guard. Although he hadn't heard of the official hand that wiped out experts in his previous life, it didn't mean that they didn't do it. It just might have kept the news pretty well under wraps. It's a matter of life and death, so you have to be on your guard. Looking at the cell phone that was not far from his hand, the light in Yichu's eyes flickered and a plan quickly emerged. With a flash of essence in his eyes, he immediately summoned 10 level 40 Holy Spirit races to the real world at a price of 200,000 gold coins a person. Order 3 of the Holy Spirit warriors to hunker down quietly in the tent. The other 2 Holy Spirit archers, as well as the 5 Holy Spirit assassins scattered and hid inside the nearby woods. Yichu himself, on the other hand, quietly left the tent and ran to another mountain a few hundred meters away. Hide through the dense forest cover. Looking at the trap that had been set up in his original hiding place, the light in his eyes flickered slightly as he muttered. I wonder if this trap will catch fish. I hope I'm overthinking it. After saying that, Yichu extracted some more food from the game and simply ate a few bites to fill up his stomach before going back online. Chapter 79 S-Rank Skill, Summon 1,000 Armies. Swish! With a flash of light, Yichu's figure appeared in the Sky City's City Lord Hall. After walking out from the hall, he instantly saw that above the square, it was already neatly filled with 2,000 Holy Spirit race soldiers. Warriors, archers, mages, assassins, all kinds of professions are fully configured and available, and their levels are all above level 40. Moreover, due to the Holy Spirit race's unique bloodline talent, their average attributes and skill configurations were also a great deal higher than the elite monsters of the same level. At this stage, when the game has just been opened for no more than a few days, it is definitely a powerful force that should not be underestimated. If it wasn't for the fact that Yichu had Mu Bingyun as a relationship and had transferred Mu Bingyun's personal guards over to act as fighters completely on his own, I'm afraid that, at least, another 3 to 5 days will pass. It would only be possible, after successfully turning 4, to take this territorial city. Looking at the 2,000 well-equipped and fully loaded Holy Spirit race warriors in front of him, Yichu nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he directly ordered the army to depart. Vastly driving out of the city gates, following behind Yichu, they quickly marched to the southeast. Yichu's first target was hundreds of miles away, a wild territory called the Lava Crypt. It was inhabited by a group of dwarves skilled in the craft of equipment forging, building a very hidden underground fortress. Over the long years, they had collected a great deal of rare metal materials in the fortress. As long as this nest was hollowed out, then at least a small half of the metal materials needed for the Sky City's upgrade could be solved. However, although the Holy Spirit clan's army had a high rank and was very strong in combat, its marching speed was too slow. After leading them for a while, Yichu became a little impatient. Anyway, the average level of the dwarves in the lava caverns wasn't that high, only 30 or so levels. With Yichu's strength nowadays, he was completely capable of soloing alone, and it happened to be a good map for leveling. Thus, Yichu called out to a few leaders of the Holy Spirit race. The exact location of the lava crypts, and how they should march, were described clearly to them in detail. They were ordered to lead their armies and arrive as fast as possible. Then he summoned the Thunder God Eagle, and after mounting it, he charged up into the sky, going ahead by himself. While on the way, there was a sudden ding-dong sound in his ear, and a system prompt rang out. Game notification: the lot you commissioned at the auction house, the G Gang building order, has been sold, with a final price of 1.2 million gold coins, and after deducting 10% of the handling fee, 1.08 million gold coins have been released to your account. Wipe: it once deducted my 120,000 handling fee. Dog system, really ing black op. Yi Chu cursed in his heart and opened the auction details interface. It was discovered that the one who bought the order was a player with the game ID Wealthy. I hadn't heard of this character in my previous life, so if nothing else it should be an official person who auctioned off this gang building order with a high price. Yi Chu was not at all surprised by this result. Because, at this stage of the game, whether it's more than the number of personnel or the financial resources, there is no power that can arm wrestle with the officials. As long as they had the intention to buy it, from the moment this token was listed in the auction house, it was already in their possession. Yi Chu merely wanted to use this method to give the official a wake-up call. It's best to be careful about what you do and not talk to yourself in that condescending manner. And don't have any unrealistic ideas. With a long whine, he rolled over from the Thunder God Eagle's back and landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned both the Void Fear and the Shura Warlord, and skillfully and incomparably executed the Imperial Beast splitting skill to coalesce a split body for Shura. Then the two Shura war generals sat on their horses and raised their hands at the same time, summoning 16 necromancer minions. The fire was turned up, and a painful and unbelievable brushing mode was initiated. Along the way, by virtue of the three pets, with their strong and incomparable combat attributes, they decimated countless dwarf soldiers. Toward the deepest part of this underground fortress, he kept pushing forward. As the level of the monsters increased, the number of evolution points that could be popped out after the death of each monster increased. Yi Chu had once done statistics that elite monsters above level 30, on average, could burst out 3 evolution points after each death. Only, Yi Chu's efficiency in harvesting evolution points was increased. However, the number of evolution points required for pet evolution was becoming more and more. Originally, for pet skill upgrades, the number of evolution points required for each level would only be raised 5 times from the previous level. Evolving from a B rank skill to an A rank skill only requires 625 evolution points. However, upgrading from an A rank skill to an S rank skill required a full 10,000 evolution points. It seems that there is a huge watershed between A rank skills and S rank skills. It's easy to pull all of your pet's skills up to a rank, it's not so simple to move on to the next level. There has to be some focus, pick 1 or 2 core skills per pet and focus on boosting them up. Yi Chu murmured darkly in his heart, bringing the 3 pets with him, destroying them along the way. It was also unknown how many dwarf warriors had been decimated. After more than an hour of fierce battle, he finally gathered enough 10,000 evolution points. Yi Chu immediately opened the attribute panel of the Shura Warrior General, selected the skill, and confirmed the evolution. In the next second, a pleasant game tone rang in his ears. Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 10,000 evolution points, and the Shura War Admiral's A rank skill, Immortal Summoning, has been successfully upgraded to an S rank skill, Summoning 1,000 armies. Summon 1,000 armies, summon 816 elite level undead creatures not exceeding your level to help you. Skill consumption, 2,000 magic cooling duration, 30 minutes. Chapter 80 Exclusive Reveal, Wei Wu Legacy's True Appearance. Looking at the powerful and incomparable skill effect of the summon 1,000 armies that had evolved into an S rank skill, Yi Chu's gaze immediately lit up, revealing a flash of surprise. Unexpectedly, after the upgrade, the number of undead creatures it could summon had exactly doubled. It seemed that there really was a huge watershed between S-rank skills and A-rank skills, and they were completely incomparable. The 10,000 evolution points hadn't been spent in vain. After the skills were upgraded, the cooldowns were refreshed at the same time. Yi Chu immediately ordered the 2 Shura warlords to re-release Summon 1,000 armies. With a flash of skill light, the 16 necromancers that originally followed Yi Chu had suddenly turned into 32. The output ability is directly doubled, and the efficiency of brushing monsters is much more violent. And it was also at this time that the 2,000 Holy Spirit race soldiers had finally arrived at the lava crypt. After having them join him, Yi Chu was even more like a tiger. Like destroying everything, it only took a short 10 minutes to completely crush the entire resistance of the dwarves. All the way to the deepest part of the lava crypt. The few thousand remaining dwarves were jammed into an incredibly spacious underground hall. However, Yi Chu did not ruthlessly kill all the dwarves. Because for player guilds, the most valuable part of a wilderness territory often lies in the special races present in the territory. As long as you bind the territory as a guildhouse, you can simultaneously take in special races that exist in the territory and train special territorial soldiers. The dwarf race's attribute growth, although far less powerful than the Holy Spirit race, was proficient in the forging process, and was a natural master smith. Among the special races that can be tamed by the player's guild, it's one of the rarer high-level troop types. Yichu was still counting on reselling this lava crypt along with these dwarf warriors at a high price to other guilds a few days later. Of course, it is impossible to kill them all. It is only by absolute force of deterrence that they are forced to bow down and submit. 400 elite Holy Ghost warriors were then sent to stay in the lava crypts and guard the remaining dwarves. 100 Holy Ghost warriors acted as overseers and drove 1,000 dwarves. The territorial resources accumulated over the years in the lava crypts were all transported to the Sky City. Yichu himself was leading the remaining 1,500 Holy Spirit race warriors. Continuing without stopping, he rushed to the next wild territory that contained abundant resources. So much for the next 2 days. Yichu had almost run through most of the map within the thousands of miles around Jinbei City. The vast majority of the time, they were either fighting territories, getting resources, or on their way to the next territory. After pulling out 7 or 8 sizable wild territories in a row, he finally got the resources together to upgrade Sky City to a level 5 territory. Immediately, he ordered the Holy Ghost clan artisans in the city to start full-scale work on upgrading the city. Only, territory upgrades also take time and can't be accomplished in an instant. Although Yichu was anxious in his heart, there was nothing he could do but patiently wait for the upgrade to complete. And after a few consecutive days of intense monster brushing, Yichu and a few pets levels had also skyrocketed, and they had all arrived at level 38. It's not far from breaking the level 40 mark. Thus, Yichu took advantage of the time he was waiting for his territory to upgrade, and found a leveling ground that was densely populated with monsters and began to practice. In addition, during these 2 days, Yichu had brushed countless monsters and gained over 100,000 evolution points. In the skill columns of Void Fear and Thunder God Sculpture, 1 or 2 skills with high growth potential were also picked out respectively and given to evolve to S rank. It gives a huge boost to the effectiveness of the skill. 2 of the Void Fear skills that evolved into S rank were the A rank skills, Fearful Roar, and Deadly Feast. Evolved into the S ranked, Void Roar, and Greedy Feast. Among them, the Void Roar skill, in addition to the skill damage being greatly increased, had a silencing effect attached to it. Able to make the enemies within the sound wave's coverage area unable to release any skills for the next 2 seconds. The practical role is greatly enhanced. As for the Greedy Feast skill, after upgrading it, even the computerized system for calculating skill damage was completely changed. From originally dealing 170% true damage to attack power, it becomes 2% true damage to max life. While the value of 2% may seem small and even somewhat insignificant. But know that the Void Fear is the most powerful thing about this pet. It lies in the ability to constantly devour enemy units and stack your own maximum life value through the Feast skill. To this day, it had stacked up to an exaggerated 360,000 blood. In other words, 1 Greedy Feast skill goes down. Can instantly chew up any target with upwards of 7,000 points of blood. Moreover, as its blood becomes thicker and thicker later on, the damage effect of this skill will become stronger and stronger. The growth potential is limitless. As for the skill that upgraded the Thunder God Eagle, it was its natural skill, Thunder Bloodline. The original effect of this skill was to passively increase the skill power of any Thunder skill by 20%. When activated, it was able to awaken the power of the Bloodline and infuse the entire body with the power of Thunder. Causes the Thunder God Eagle's full attributes to increase by 30% for a duration of 120 seconds time. After evolving, it became an S-rank skill, Punishing Divine Thunder. Passive effect boosted to increase the skill power of all Thunder skills by 30%. The active effect became a 50% increase in all attributes for 180 seconds. And as this skill evolved and upgraded, even the original Thunder God Sculpture's body was surrounded by the blue thunder light. All of them transformed into golden evil punishing divine thunder. It was extremely masculine and violent, making the Thunder God Eagle look even more imposing. The output ability, moreover, has been greatly strengthened. Hovering in the sky with his wings, he continuously poured a raging ray of thunder into the group of monsters below. And just as Yichu was fully engaged in brushing monsters and practicing leveling, without noticing in the slightest, a stealthy assassin-type player was soundlessly approaching. The assassin player's game ID was Battlefield Scout, and he was a professional anchor. At this time, it was opening a live game, and the live room was quite popular, with more than 100,000 people watching online. Because at this moment, he was already very close to Yi Chu, less than 10 meters away. He didn't dare to speak and make noise for fear that he would be detected by Yi Chu. Therefore, it is only possible to post captioning sermons on the air. Brothers, see, in front of you is the #1 player on the National Service Heavenly ranking, Wei Wu Legacy. Ever since the opening of the game, the face of this legendary master has, at all times, worn a mask. To this day, no one has ever seen his real face. Today, the scouts will take you all on a journey to see the true face of the strongest player in the National Service. Brothers, the gifts go in waves, and the scouts will soon share their view and reveal the answer. After the Battlefield Scout caption was posted, the live feed, for a moment, was a blur. Many viewers have rewarded him, all urging him not to ink and quickly show everyone the appearance of Wei Wu Legacy. Looking at the live broadcast screen, brushing non-stop, dazzling gift rewards, even the pricey rockets came in several waves. The Battlefield Scout burst into a frown, his heart about to burst with joy. Rushing to operate the game panel, the live broadcast screen, switching to his own game perspective. Then he raised his head and looked at Yi Chu, who was a few meters away, and unleashed a certain probing type skill. As the skill was unleashed, a faint blood-colored glow immediately rose from the Battlefield Scout's eyes. He directly saw through the bronze mask Yi Chu was wearing on his face. Yi Chu's true appearance, which was hidden under the mask, was then in this particular way. It was presented to the live broadcast, in front of more than 100,000 viewers, through the perspective sharing of the Field Scouts. Chapter 81, Identity Exposed, the whole internet boils. I shouldn't be blinking, right? Why does this Wei Wu Legacy look so familiar? This thick-browed handsome look, if it's not Ask Sword Chang'e or who else? I'll go. Wei Wu Legacy is actually Ask Sword Chang'e? What kind of international joke is this? I said that among the top-ranked swordsman lineage players in the National Service, how come I can't find the shadow of questioning Sword Chang'e? Logically speaking, with his out-of-this-world gameplay, even if he awakened the lowest level of garbage talent, he would definitely be able to stand out. So it's because he voluntarily gave up his melee profession and switched to become a Beastmaster. But then, won't his out-of-this-world, world-unrivaled melee combat maneuvers go to waste? What a pity! Although it's indeed a bit of a pity, it can't be denied that after switching to become a Beastmaster, Ask Sword Chang'e's gaming talent, instead of being buried, has become even stronger. No wonder this guy wore a bronze mask as soon as he entered the game, so he was afraid of being recognized. With the help of the game viewpoint shared by the Battlefield Scout, the moment he saw Yi Chu's true face on Mount Lushan, the live broadcast room, which was watched by more than 100,000 people online at the same time, instantly exploded. You know, in recent times, Yi Chu's performance inside game could be described as radiant. List a series of differences between the two in terms of their gameplay and acting styles. He even made a fuss to analyze if the two of them fought in the game after asking Sword Chang'e's level caught up. Just who can skillfully take the crown of the strongest man in the country? At this moment, however, the mystery is revealed. These two game characters that had been encrusted with thousands of halos and stood at the top of the National Service were surprisingly the same person at all. At once, many players, their hearts set off huge waves of horror, feeling incredible. However, the ironclad facts were right in front of us, and there was no room for disbelief. And, by combining these two identities, many things will be able to be explained logically. For example, a top-notch expert with outstanding talent and top-notch operations like Wei Wu Legacy. Why was it previously in the National Service but unknown, not heard of this character, as if out of nowhere? For example, why did the questioning Sword Chang'e, who was unique in melee operation and destined to shine brightly, disappear from the game of Miracles of God, with no news at all? Because the long song of the questioning sword is the Wei Wu Legacy, and the Wei Wu Legacy is the long song of the questioning sword. The moment this incomparably explosive news came out, it immediately spread like a storm at an astonishingly incomparable speed. Within a short period of 10 minutes, it had spread throughout the entire National Service. The top headlines of major gaming forums and short video sites across the web are all related reports. Like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, it set off a furor in the entire National Service. And in the entire National Service, of all people. It was most deeply shocking, if not overwhelming, to learn of this news. Naturally, it's not someone from the Ask the Sword Club. When they learned of this news, a dozen or so core players of the Questioning Sword Club were in the process of raiding a level 36 Dark Gold boss. All of a sudden, their hearts and minds were wildly shaken, feeling 1,000,000 times more incredible. The Wei Wu Legacy is actually Yi Chu. How is this? Possible? He actually gave up his most skillful melee profession and switched to become an Imperial Beastmaster. Xan Jianong, who was standing far behind the crowd and directing the crowd to raid the boss. His face was even instantly as black as the bottom of a pot, and his heart was so remorseful that he couldn't help but break out in curses. Chui Min, that woman who can't make things happen, can't make things happen. Why did you force Yi Chu away? Otherwise, the strongest player in the national costume would have been our club's gold medalist. I ##%. At the same time as he was cursing, Xian Jiangwan was secretly glad in his heart and pinched a cold sweat fiercely. Fortunately, a few days ago, when he took the initiative to visit the door to look for Yi Chu, he pounced and didn't find anyone. Otherwise, in case there is a real disagreement, there will be a conflict. It may not come back straight away. And beside Xian Jiangwan, there stood a beautiful mage with a demonic figure, none other than Liang Lulu. A few days ago, Xian Jiangong had secretly kidnapped Yi Chu to a secret base in order to force her to show her face. Though ultimately unsuccessful, Sin doesn't let her off the hook. Rather, in the spirit of conservation, where not a single grain of food is wasted, she is to be squeezed to the last drop of her residual value. Thus, after a few days of conditioning, Liang Lulu completely became a plaything in Xian Jiangwan's hands. For his pleasure in the real world. In the game, it was to use her appearance as well as her popularity to help the questioning sword club attract experts. Fishing for kaiju and popping gold coins. At this moment, after hearing the news that Yi Chu was actually Wei Wu legacy, Liang Lulu was even more instantly stagnant, her intestines about to turn green with remorse. No matter what, that one suddenly came out of nowhere and was mysterious. The #1 powerhouse in the heavenly ranking that he himself had taken great pains to get close to and hold on to his thighs. Surprisingly, it was the dog-licking boyfriend who had once been so obedient and caring. No wonder that when he took the initiative to send himself to the door twice, that Wei Wu legacy was unmoved, and he even killed himself twice. It turned out that guy was Yi Chu. As soon as she thought of this, Liang Lulu regretted it and felt that she was a pure big. If I had known, why the hell would I have gone in such a big circle? It was impossible to break up with Yi Chu to death. In the end, stealing a chicken does not make it worse. Wei Wu legacy's thigh did not embrace, but also ended up in such a miserable end. Liang Lulu's intestines were green with remorse, and she couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap herself a few times. However, just at this time, he was suddenly grabbed by Xian Jiangguang's hair and forcefully yanked to his body, gritting his teeth and coldly saying, "Get off the line. Come to my room, I'm on fire." Liang Lulu immediately trembled, as if she had thought of something terrible. But she was now, even her little life was pinched in Xian Jiangguang's hands, not daring to resist in the slightest. He could only nod obediently and came offline to Xian Jiangkong's room to help him put down the fire. And it was at this time that Xian Jiangguang suddenly received a mysterious phone call with no caller ID. His eyebrows were raised slightly, revealing a few puzzled looks. After picking up, on the other side of the phone, a voice came out at once. "Hello, Mr. Xian, I'm sure you know the news that Yi Chu is the Wei Wu legacy, right? I know where he is right now. Any interest in working together? Catch this big fish together?" Chapter 82 Xian Jiangong's ambition, rounding up the strongest player in the national service. "Hello, Mr. Xian, I'm sure you know the news that Yi Chu is the Wei Wu legacy, right? I know where he is right now. Any interest in working together? Catch this big fish together?" Listening to the voice coming out from the opposite side of the phone, Xian Jiangguang's mind was suddenly shaken and his face became serious. Sitting up straight in the couch, he asked in a deep voice with a grave expression. "Who are you? Why should I take your word for it? You don't need to know who I am, and you can disbelieve my words." The voice on the other side of the phone was very calm, confident and leisurely. "But there's only one chance, and if you don't want to do it, I can pick someone else to work with." Xian Jiangguang's face changed for a while, and finally made up his mind, revealing a touch of determination in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. "How do you want to cooperate?" "Very simple. You now send someone to the first floor and bring up the package inside the living room, which contains information about Yi Chu's location. Then send a couple of competent men to take him alive. From now on, this #1 player in the country is a tool in our hands." Hearing the voice coming out of the microphone, Xian Jiangguang's pupils instantly shrunk and his expression became grave. It was important to know that since the game had merged with reality, Xian Jiangguang was deeply aware of the importance of protecting his own safety. In order to avoid revealing his whereabouts and being targeted by his enemies inside the game. purposely hid in an unseen villa to serve as a temporary secret base. The location of this secret base should not be known to any outsiders except for the few Minders who were always by his side. However, this mysterious person who called was able to put a package, unknowingly, in the living room of the villa. It could be seen that the other party had great powers and was definitely not small in origin. For a moment, Xin Jianguang's mood couldn't help but tense up, and even things went soft. Immediately gave Liang Lulu a slap on the face and told her to go to the living room on the first floor to bring up the stuff. After unwrapping the package, Xin Jianguang realized that the item inside was clearly a tablet computer. On the tablet interface, a map was being displayed. An unmistakable red dot was blinking and letting off a red light in the corner of the map. "You're official?" The moment he saw the red dot on the map, Xin Jianguang's pupils instantly shrunk as he asked in a deep voice. Within the Dragon Kingdom, only the officials had this strength. The ability to use satellite positioning to lock onto cell phone signals and find out the exact location of any target now. Hearing Xin Jianguang's words, the voice on the other side of the phone fell silent. It was only after a long time that he spoke. "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is our cooperation. As long as we capture Wei Wu's legacy alive and succeed in pinching him in our hands. Together with your Ask the Sword Club's base, you can easily become the strongest guild in the national service. When the time comes, I just need you guys to do something for me at a critical moment." Hearing the voice on the phone, Xin Jianguang's heart was suddenly moved. It was a keen and unmistakable realization that this person on the other side of the phone was mostly official, though. But it certainly wasn't official for him to seek his cooperation. There was a high probability that it was certain people who, out of selfishness, were trying to use their power for personal gain and control Yi Chu by their own hands. And thus achieve certain special ulterior purposes. So everything could only be done secretly, not even daring to expose their true identity. Xin Jianguang knows very well that cooperating with this kind of person is like seeking skin with a tiger, and the risk is extremely high. If you're not careful, it's all doom and gloom. Then the future is bound to have its own place inside the game. Even more, as the game merges further with reality. It is highly probable that one will, in the future, become the most powerful group of people in the world. Standing above the masses, turning the clouds and controlling everything. Damn, rich and famous, fight. In the face of this unparalleled temptation, Xin Jianguang did not hesitate for long and made up his mind decisively. With a glint in his eyes, he said to the mysterious man on the other end of the phone. "I can work with you. But Yi Chu is, after all, the #1 super expert in the heavenly ranking, and his 3 battle pets are incredibly powerful. I'm afraid it's as hard as heaven to capture him alive with just these few men in my hands. Can you send some of your experts to help?" However, the mysterious person on the other side of the phone sniffed and directly coldly grunted. "I'm only responsible for providing the location. As for how you want to capture him alive, that's your business. If you can't even do this little thing right, you don't deserve to work with me. I'll call you again tomorrow and hope to hear your good news." After saying that, that mysterious person directly hung up the phone. Xin Jianong put down the phone, pondered for a moment, and immediately picked up the phone again. "Start mobilizing and arranging your staff." It was busy for more than half an hour before everything was finally in order. 7 of his heart experts were sent out to take advantage of the night to launch an operation to round up Yi Chu. Watching the 7 henchmen's agile form disappear into the Tonight, the 7 men Xin Jiankong sent out to act were his most trusted and beloved men. There were core players from the Ask the Sword Club and Game Masters who had been poached from elsewhere at great expense. In the past few days, all of them have made their submission to Xin Jianguang through various ways. There are handles clutched in the hands of Xin Jianguang to ensure their absolute loyalty. A few people followed the guidance marked by the red dots on the map and quickly arrived in the barren mountains on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. In order to avoid alerting the snakes, they all held their breath and walked forward, using the cover of the night in the woods to carefully hide their figures. When it was only the last 100 meters from the red dot marking the location, the archers inside the group, with their keen insight, discovered Yi Chuan's tent that Yi Chuan had set up behind the boulder. Several people were instantly energized, secretly saying that the intelligence was indeed correct. The few of them knew very well that with the strength of the few of them, trying to defeat Yi Chu from the front was tantamount to a pie in the sky. There is no possibility of pressurization. However, when players are practicing in the game, their perception of the real world can be very blurry. It's when every player is most vulnerable. Taking advantage of this opportunity to surprise them with a sudden sneak attack was their only chance of success. As such, there were 3 assassins alone in this squad of 7 sent to round up Yi Chu. They met each other's eyes and went into a stalking position. The figure disappeared completely into the air, silently, slowly approaching the tent. The other 4, too, followed closely behind, trying their best to avoid making any noise, and gathered around them step by step. After the 7 players, all of them, reached their battle positions. The temporary captain in charge of commanding this operation gave orders in the group channel. Legion, after entering the tent in a while, you activate that special prop at the first opportunity. As long as we succeed in controlling him, he won't be able to exert his skills even if he has the greatest skill. No problem. There was a fierce roar, and a dazzling skill light surged from the incomparably sharp blades of the swords. Sweeping out a triple radiant arc of sword chi, it chopped towards Li Jun. As the chief assassin of the questioning sword club, Li Jun's level of operation was, in fact, quite high. If you are in the open field, you can dodge in the face of this kind of attack with complete maneuvering. But at the moment, inside the tent, in such a small space, there was no room for any flickering, greatly limiting the room for maneuvering away from Gotham. One could only take these 3 powerful skill attacks solidly. One should know that these 3 Holy Spirit warriors were level 42 elite soldiers. As for Li Jun's level at this time, it was only level 35. The assassin profession was inherently brittle, coupled with the huge level suppression. Even though Li Jun was equipped with quite luxurious equipment and had opened his defense skills in time, he was nearly taken away directly. After a round of attacks, his body was suddenly drenched in blood. Dragging less than a third of his remaining blood, he escaped from the tent that had been twisted into pieces by the glow of the skill. 3 Holy Spirit warriors followed close behind. Handheld sharp blades, like wolves and tigers, they chased after him in a murderous manner. After escaping from the tent, Legend quickly calmed down from his initial panic. Though the blood was already precarious, it was clinical. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand and scattered a handful of fluorescent powder, unleashing the signature strong stealth skill of the assassin lineage profession. The figure suddenly flashed with light and disappeared into the night. However, just at this time, a sharp sound resounded through the sky. A bright arrow emitting white holy light flew out from the dense forest not far away. Illuminated arrows. One of the signature skills of the archer profession. Although it has no offensive effect, it emits a dazzling light that briefly illuminates an area. There are even special effects for detecting invisibility type skills. Under the light of the illuminating arrow, most stealth type skills had nothing to hide, and were the natural nemesis of assassin professions. As this illuminated arrow rose into the air, it shed a strong light. The departed Gothic, which had just been strongly hidden a second before, was instantly illuminated again. His face was instantly unsightly, even oozing with fear. And all of this was slow to say the least, but really only happened in a few electrifying breaths. It wasn't until this time that several other people finally reacted from the sudden change of events. All of them changed their faces and exclaimed in horror, "It's bad. We've been ambushed. That bastard Yi Chu, he had guessed that we would come, this is a trap that he specifically set up. What to do now? Crap. What else can we do? We'll scatter and break out, and if we can get away, we'll get away." A few people were overwhelmed with fear in their hearts, and they didn't have half a fighting spirit at all. Each chose a direction and, without hesitation, fled in haste. However, since they had already stepped inside the trap that Yi Chu had set up, how could it be so easy to escape? A few people had just turned around and ran out a few steps when an incomparably sharp, blood-colored light suddenly lit up from. For a moment, the originally secluded and quiet wilderness mountain forest suddenly became noisy, with roars and screams of fury. But the clamor did not last long, and calm was restored. After a short but intense battle, none of the 7 people that Xin Zhangong had sent to sneak attack Yi Chu had managed to escape. All of them fell under the fierce attack of the 10 Holy Spirit race soldiers, which was like a raging wind and rain. At that moment, Yi Chu, who was hundreds of meters away and hiding on another mountain, was completely unaware of anything. Still in the game, brushing up on monsters and practicing. Until a Holy Spirit assassin stealthily sneaked up to where his true body was hiding, after being sensed by the scouting token. It was only then that Yi Chu was finally startled and hurriedly went offline, his consciousness returning to reality. After listening to that Holy Spirit assassin's report, Yi Chu's face instantly sank, revealing a cold and chilling aura. I've only just revealed my identity and this is happening. It seems like the tree is really big, and there are a lot of people that see me as fat meat. Only I'm afraid, you don't have such good teeth. A cold aura flashed in Yichu's eyes, and he took advantage of the cover of the night to come to the several slain corpses to inspect them. Quickly recognizing the identity of the few people in Lijun. The questioning sword club, it's really shady. In that case, let's take you guys. Killing chances surged in Yichu's eyes, and a plan slowly took shape in his mind. However, the prerequisite for implementing this plan was to first raise the Sky City's territory level to level 5. Get yourself in the real world and have an absolutely safe place to land before you do. After confirming the identity of the attacker, Yichu did not stop for a moment. Turned straight around, striding away. Under the cover of night, there was a dash through the dense forest. In one breath, he ran out for several miles before finding a sheltered, windy spot to stop. After planting the scouting token on the ground and activating it, he continued to go online to brush the monsters and practice. It wasn't until close to midnight that I finally received the long-awaited game alert. Ding! Game tip, congratulations, Sky City has successfully upgraded to a level 5 territory, unlocking brand new territory buildings, the Holy Spirit Altar and Holy Spirit Totem. Chapter 84 Brand New Building, Holy Spirit Altar. Game tip, congratulations, Sky City has successfully upgraded to a level 5 territory, unlocking brand new territory buildings, Holy Spirit Altar, Holy Spirit Totem, and Teleportation Array. Hearing the game beeps echoing in his ears, Yichu's eyes instantly lit up, and his mood was bursting with excitement. He also didn't have the heart to practice anymore, and immediately mounted the Thunder God Eagle and rushed back. This leveling ground that Yichu had chosen today was originally not too far from Sky City. So after just a few minutes, it flew back to Sky City. Since this time, Yichu had only focused his resources and prioritized raising the city's level. There has not been time to expand the walls and other city defense buildings. As a result, the overall size of the Sky City had not expanded, and it didn't look much different from before. However, the center square where the heavenly stone was enshrined was completely renewed and changed completely. In the center of the originally wide and flat square, a towering and incomparably tall building shaped like a pyramid was built. The whole of this pyramid is made of hard, white stone. Grooves were chiseled into the surface of the rock and metal was poured in, outlining countless intricately shaped runes and grooves. It was even embellished with a flowing magical gemstone. The glowing 7-colored heavenly stone, suspended high at the top of the pyramid, slowly rotated. Endless majestic energy flowed out of the heavenly stone like a flying waterfall. It flows along a sinuous and twisted groove in the surface of the pyramid. An unending stream of majestic power for the proper functioning of the entire city. After Yichu returned to the city, he immediately opened the territory management panel. As expected, it was discovered that an option called Void Illusion Formation had appeared in the middle of the territory management interface. As long as you activate this option, you will be able to open the Void Illusion Formation and hide the entire city. Only the normal functioning of the entire Sky City and even the breeding and recruitment of Holy Spirit race warriors. All energy originates from the source energy released from the Celestial Stone. After being promoted to a 5th level territory, the amount of source energy that Tianshi could produce every day was only 10,000 points. And a day of opening the Void Illusion Formation would require the consumption of a whole 2,000 points, which could be described as a huge consumption. On top of that, all the other territorial buildings require source energy to function. If the illusion formation was continuously activated to keep the Void City in a state of invisibility, then very little source energy would eventually be left over for recruiting Holy Spirit race soldiers. The expansion of territorial forces will be very slow. However, one of the most important purposes why Yichu wanted to take down the territory of Sky City. It's about finding yourself a perfectly safe place to hide in reality. As long as one's safety is guaranteed and one lets loose in the game, one's strength is bound to sky. On top of that, with this upgrade, 3 brand new territory buildings have been unlocked. One of the teleportation arrays is needless to say. Once constructed, it allows for teleportation, making it easy to catch up. As for the Holy Spirit Totem, it was a game-class totem building. After construction, it can provide considerable buff bonuses to all Holy Spirit soldiers within 100 miles of the territory. And among the 3 buildings, the one that Yichu valued the most was the last one, the Holy Spirit Altar. This building, once constructed, will be able to summon the heroes of the Holy Ghost clan by consuming source energy. The summoned Holy Spirit heroes were all incredibly powerful in battle, far more powerful than the ordinary Holy Spirit warriors. Equivalent to the Holy Spirit race's boss, it possesses very impressive growth potential. Since at this moment, Sky City had just been upgraded, the amount of resources remaining in the territory was very limited. only enough to build one of the 3 unlocked new buildings. After some consideration, Yi Chu chose to prioritize the construction of the Holy Spirit altar. Watching a group of Holy Spirit racecraftsmen moving a large amount of wood and stones, knocking and beating on an open space, they busied themselves, building the Holy Spirit altar all night long. In Yi Chu's eyes, a flash of satisfaction appeared. Nodded and got off the line in place. After his consciousness returned to reality, he immediately opened the game item withdrawal interface. It doesn't matter if you don't look, you'll be surprised. After ascending to a level 5 territory, Sky City's withdrawal fee, surprisingly, directly doubled several times. From the original 30 million gold coins, it had turned into a whole 100 million. The good thing was that Yi Chu didn't need to move the entire Sky City, all of it, to the real world. Just need to move out a building and get yourself a place to stay. In the end, Yi Chu was ruthless and clenched his teeth. Spending a whole 5 million gold coins to lift the Sky City's City Lord Hall into the real world. In this way, he was equivalent to having a mobile fortress that was able to levitate in the sky and possessed the function of stealth. As long as one throws away all electronic items and hides inside this fortress. Even the godly officials, launching satellites in space, search with all their might. It's also impossible to pinpoint your exact location. One could finally rest easy and not have to worry about the safety of one's own body in reality. You can put all your energy into the game and use every means to improve your strength. Yi Chu walked into the Lord's Hall, logged into the game once more, and went to Jinbei City to buy a queen-sized bed. Then lifted it out and laid it on. For the first time since I was reborn, I slept comfortably. It wasn't until the next morning, at sunrise, that he stretched comfortably and got out of bed. Brush your teeth and wash your face, eat breakfast, and log into the game. With a flash of light before his eyes, Yi Chu's figure reappeared inside the game. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw the originally empty clearing in front of him. A circular altar made of green-colored rocks piled up, its surface engraved with countless inscription marks, emitting an endless mysterious aura appeared. It's none other than the altar of the Holy Spirit, a brand new building in the city in the sky. After dozens of Holy Ghost artisans, who worked hard all night. This altar, which has been successfully constructed. Yi Chu's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't wait to open the panel and check out the details of this brand new building. Altar of the Holy Spirit. Building level 5. Building description: by consuming source energy and activating the altar, you can summon the heroes of the Holy Spirit clan to descend and become the guardians of the Sky City. Hero level fluctuates randomly within the silver legendary range. Summoning consumption: 100,000 source energy. Available source energy: 127,124. Number of territorial heroes: 02. Chapter 85 Legendary Hero Star Bao. After reading the details of the Holy Spirit altar, Yi Chu raised his eyebrows slightly. It was unthinkable that activating the altar and summoning a hero would consume so much. A whole 100,000 points of heavenly stone source energy would need to be consumed at one time. One had to know that the Sky City of a level 5 territory could only generate just 10,000 points of Sky Stone source energy per day. Even if you don't use it at all elsewhere, save up all your source energy. It also takes a full 10 days of accumulation to make a summoning. Also, it seems that with a level 5 territory, you can only have a maximum of 2 heroes. The light in Yi Chu's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at the management panel. It was discovered that inside the territory nowadays, there were more than 120,000 heavenly stone source energies accumulated, just enough to satisfy one summoning demand. So without the slightest hesitation, he decisively chose to activate the altar and summon the hero. Buzz. As Yi Chu activated the altar, the originally silent circular altar in front of him suddenly buzzed violently and trembled. On the surface of the altar, a runic seal with a twisted pattern and a meaning that was hard to understand flashed up one after another. The radiant and dazzling heavenly stone source energy gurgled between the lines, erupting into a bright and incomparable 7-colored light. It coalesced into a brilliant and dazzling 7-colored rainbow that rose up into the sky, emitting an endless mysterious aura. The Holy Spirit race in various parts of the city saw this long, 7-colored rainbow that rose up into the sky. All of a sudden, their hearts and minds were stirred and shaken, revealing incomparable excitement and anticipation. And with all eyes watching in anticipation, a hazy, blurry figure slowly took shape on the altar along with endless energy rushes. A moment later, as the sky-charging divine light gradually converged, it slowly dissipated. The figure that coalesced on the altar also gradually revealed its true appearance. It was a Holy Spirit archer with a delicate, tall, and slender figure. Its skin was fair as if it was congealed fat, jade bones and icy muscles, delicate and undulating, and its posture was slender and delicate. Wearing a set of silver leather armor that seemed to intercept the starlight of the sky and coalesce. The leather armor was exquisitely shaped, protecting the vital parts of the body and revealing a flat, bare belly without a trace of fat. Under the small leather skirt that wrapped tightly around her buttocks, her white legs were snowy and slender. The features are even more exquisite: agar nose, cherry mouth, willow eyebrows, slender. A pair of starry eyes were bright and soulful, as if they contained thousands of stars. At the center of his brow, a starlight totem shone brightly. Carrying a long silver bow with smooth curves, her long silver hair fell over her shoulders. It was as if it was the most perfect masterpiece from heaven, and not a single flaw or defect could be picked out. Leaping down from the altar, he came in front of Yi Chu, kneeling on one knee and respectfully kneeling. Subordinate Xingyao, greetings to Lord. At the same time, in Yi Chu's ears, a crisp game prompt sounded. Ding! Game prompt: congratulations, activate the Holy Spirit altar and successfully summon the Holy Spirit race hero, Star Bao Star Yao, legendary. It really is a legendary class hero. Yi Chu's gaze lit up, revealing a few moments of satisfaction. It was important to realize that the rank of the heroes summoned by the altar of the Holy Spirit fluctuated randomly within the silver and legendary zones. The higher the grade, the lower the probability. The probability of summoning a legendary class hero might not even be 1 in 10,000. However, Yi Chu, was a direct shot into the soul, and managed to summon the legendary hero of the highest product rank in one go. Let's just say that Honky Tonk Rings YYDS. The chi bonus it provides is simply a godly buff that can't be beat in all probability-related game mechanics. Then, with a movement in his heart, Yi Chu checked Xingyao's attribute growth panel. Star Bao Star Yao. Race, Holy Spirit. Bloodline level, legendary. Level, 50. Physical fitness star rating, 9. Power star rating, 12. Agility star rating, 12. Spirit star rating, 9. Skills: Starlight Arrow B, Starshot B, Meteor Arrow Rain A, Diamond Star Arrow A, Star Shattering Arrow S, Star Power S. Introduction: the hero of the Holy Spirit tribe, born from the fusion of the heavenly stone origin and the power of the stars in the 9 heavens, is a born divine archer, who can draw the power of the stars in the 9 heavens into his arrows, and after his cultivation has been elevated to the limit, he can even shoot the stars in the sky to pieces. After looking at Xingyao's attribute panel, Yi Chu's gaze immediately lit up, revealing a touch of surprise that he could not hide. Being a legendary class hero with 42 growth stars, you could call it pretty good. And most importantly, she actually possessed 2S rank skills. One must know that even Yi Chu's Thunder God Eagle and Shura Warrior, before being strengthened by Yi Chu, each of them only possessed a mere 1S rank skill. Star Yao, who possessed 2S rank skills, could definitely be called the best of the legendary class heroes. In the past 2 days, he himself was worried about finding a suitable pet. Doesn't this heroic archer of the Holy Spirit clan happen to be the perfect person to send to the door? Moreover, Xingyao's level was 50. It was a full 11 levels higher than the current Yi Chu, and the strength of his attributes was explosive. As long as the contract with it was successful, almost any high-level map below level 55 could be easily swept away. Yi Chu's upgrading speed would be dramatically increased. However, Yi Chu's pet bar was now full. In order to make a contract with it, you must first uncontract a pet before you can do so. Thinking of this, Yi Chu immediately opened the chat window and sent a message to Li Qiunan. Come to this coordinate in 20 minutes. Li Qiunan, who was practicing with a few of his men, received Yi Chu's message. Vaguely, he guessed that what Yi Chu was trying to do by suddenly looking for himself. Truth be told, in the few days of becoming Yi Chu's pet, she was subjected to the passive bonuses of Yi Chu's profession. All attributes are increased by 50% and upgrade experience is reduced by 50%. The speed of brushing monsters was so fast that it flew, and the level skyrocketed all the way to the 2nd position on the heavenly ranking. It can be described as a total sweetener. At this moment, when she suddenly received Yi Chu's message, her heart thumped, and she was quite attached to it. However, they still made up an excuse and separated from Yuko of Milk White and the others to come to the location of the coordinates that Yi Chu had sent. After waiting for a few minutes, a sound of breaking wind and whistling wings could be heard from above his head. It was the Thunder God Eagle, which was covered in golden thunderlight, swooping down from the sky with its wings and landing in front of Li Qiunan. Yi Chu leaped and landed on the ground. The corners of Li Qiunan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile, and she just wanted to greet Yi Chu. Suddenly, he noticed a beautiful archer with silver hair and silver pupils and a tall figure. Similarly, he jumped down from the thunder god eagle's back, carrying a starlight longbow in his hand, and followed closely behind Yi Chu. Her eyes suddenly froze slightly, and out of a woman's instinct, she subconsciously compared herself to Xingyao. It turned out that this beautiful archer who appeared out of nowhere was surprisingly near perfect in appearance, a few points prettier than himself. The figure was even taller and slender, impeccable, and it had been following closely behind Yi Chu. His heart sank slightly, inexplicably, and a few uncomfortable feelings rose. Yi Chu didn't notice Li Chionan's abnormality. After greeting her, he directly raised his hand and waved it, dissolving the contractual relationship with Li Chionan. Turning to Xingyao, who had followed him, he launched the Divine Royal Pact. Chapter 86, Selling the Territory, with a reserve price of $1 million. Ding! Game note, you have broken the Divine Royalty contract with Flowing Flame. Game prompt, you unleashed the Skill God's Royal Pact on the Holy Spirit Clan's legendary grade hero Xingyao. The pact was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary grade pet, Starbao Xingyao. With the two game prompts, they echoed crisply in Yi Chu's ears. At the location of Li Chionan's brow, the golden seal formed by the Divine Royal Contract dissipated into wisps of golden light. Feeling that with the lifting of the contract, the strand of connection that existed in the underworld between himself and Yi Chu was severed. Inside Li Chionan's heart, there was a sudden burst of emptiness. Originally, having successfully lifted the contract and detached herself from Yi Chu's absolute control, she should have felt happy. Yet somehow, at this moment, deep down, she didn't have any happy feelings. Instead, she felt a bit low. In particular, seeing that golden seal that represented the contractual relationship slowly coalesced and took shape on Xingyao's brow. This inexplicable feeling of loss climbed even higher. It was as if something that should have belonged to them had been snatched away by this too pretty to be true NPC archer. It made her very unhappy, and her mind was inexplicably irritated. Yi Chu saw her with a dark face and a sultry expression like who owed her $8 million. His eyebrows shot up slightly and he asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Why do you seem to be upset that I released you from your contract?" Who is unhappy? I'm downright happy. Li Chionan immediately said with a stiff upper lip. After saying that, he glanced at Xingyao behind Yi Chu and said in a somewhat sour tone, "Congratulations, you've received another powerful high-level pet. Not only does it have a high grade and strong attributes, it's also a great beauty of national color. How pleasing to the eye to bring along every day to practice." "It's okay." Yi Chu laughed and said, "Xingyao's attributes are indeed very strong and will be of great use to me." Seeing Yi Chu with a smile on his face, he looked very satisfied with Xingyao. Inside Li Chionan's heart, again inexplicably, a nameless fire rose. Humming softly, he said in a nonchalant manner, "If there's nothing else, I'm going to go back to practicing." After saying that, he was going to turn around and leave. But Yi Chu called out to her, "Wait. I really do have something to find you." "What is it?" Li Chionan turned back to Yi Chu. "It's not really a big deal, it's just that I found a couple of wilderness territories in the past few days. There should be a lot of guilds that are interested in these territories." Yi Chu looked at Li Chionan with a calm gaze and opened his mouth. "But I don't have that much time to bull and cut prices with them, so I want to entrust you and help me sell these territories. When it's done, you can share 10% of the proceeds, or you can pick a territory from it as a reward." "Wild territory?" After hearing Yi Chu's words, Li Chionan's eyes immediately lit up, revealing an interested expression. It was important to know that her seemingly watery years guild was the second player guild to be established in the entire service. It's been a few days of recruiting and it's taken hold. The next issue that needs to be addressed is the guild house. It is not only time-consuming and laborious if you build your own quarters. And a constructed garrison can only recruit and train the most common types of human soldiers. Therefore, the best option for most player guilds was to directly occupy a wild territory. However, the number of wilderness territories is limited. And they tend to exist in the depths of off-the-beaten-path high-level maps and are not easy to find. During these 2 days, Li Chionan also spent money to buy the coordinates of several wild territories from some intelligence merchants. But those wilderness territories are too low-level and broken. The communities that survived inside were not high-level races, and their growth potential was very limited, so they could not even enter Li Chionan's eyes. One can only continue to send out prying eyes to find more advanced wilderness territories. At this moment, when he heard Yi Chu mention that he had a few territories in his hands, he immediately became interested. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "What are the levels of those territories of yours? Are there special races in them?" Yi Chu didn't really talk nonsense, and directly shared the territory information illustration that he had made in advance to Li Chionan through the chat interface. Oh my god! These territories are surprisingly all third-level territories, and there are even fourth-level territories. This giant valley territory is actually home to the legendary giant race. Seeing the several illustrations that Yi Chu sent over, Li Chionan's eyes immediately went straight. Excited breaths were shortened, full bosoms undulating, even a little incoherent. One had to know that Yi Chu's main purpose for finding these territories was to obtain the abundant resources that had accumulated in the territories. Ship it back to Sky City and raise Sky City's territory level. As a result, the ones that are hollowed out are all high-level territories of level 3 and above. Regardless of the scale of the territory or the special races that survived inside, it was not comparable to the several low-level territories that Li Chionan had searched for in the past 2 days. And with such an incredibly valuable high-level territory, Yi Chu had several of them in one shot, so it was no wonder she was so shocked. It was only after a long time that the excitement finally calmed down, and raising his head, he looked at Yi Chu incredulously and couldn't help but ask, "How in the world did you find so many high-level territories?" "I naturally have my ways, and that's something you don't need to know." Yi Chu smiled faintly. Of course it was impossible to tell Li Chionan. In fact, I'm a reborn person, and the coordinates of the locations of these territories were dug out from memory. These territories, you go and find buyers for me, and the price for each territory, at least 1 million gold coins to start. What? 1 million gold coins? Hearing the price Yi Chu quoted, Li Chionan was startled and said, "These few territories of yours, although all of them are of high rank, and the special races within them are also very outstanding. But I'm afraid it won't fetch such a high price if it's just the location of the coordinates that are for sale. I think you may not have gotten my point." Yi Chu smiled faintly and explained to Li Chionan. "These territories, not only do I know exactly where their coordinates are located, but I've already fought them. They are, now, owned by me. Other guilds, if they want these territories, they can either grab them from me. Either that, or you'll have to pay to buy it from me. You are monopolizing resources." Li Chionan finally understood Yi Chu's meaning and was shocked, saying out of breath, "What if the other guilds don't buy it? As long as they put in more effort, sooner or later they can get the exact coordinates of these territories and send troops to attack. Can you, alone, block the attacks of so many guilds? Oh, if they don't want to spend the money, of course they can send troops to force the attack." Yi Chu laughed and said leisurely in a cloudy manner, "As long as they're mentally prepared ahead of time and can afford to pay the price." Chapter 87 SS Great Skill, Divine Royalty Dharma Seal. These few words of Yi Chu's were spoken in a cloudy manner though. However, Li Chionan felt an unparalleled sense of confidence and dominance from it. This move of his was tantamount to knocking all the large guilds that were developing in Jinbei City with his own strength. "If you want to get a high-level residence, come and grab it from my hands on the basis of your strength. If you don't have that strength, sorry, then you'll just have to bow down and pay a lot of money to buy from me." To monopolize all level 3 or higher field territories in Jinbei City with one's own strength, it could be said to be strong and overbearing to the extreme. Looking at Yi Chu, who was so confident in flying, Li Chionan's beautiful eyes were filled with a touch of imperceptible and strange glimmer. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "Okay, I promise to help you find a buyer. However, at the moment, the number of guilds in Jinbei City is still relatively small, so it may take a few days." "No problem, there's no need to rush the timing, but make sure you don't sell too low." Yi Chu nodded cheerfully and laughed. He knew very well the value of these territories. Within the entire region of the North Cold Kingdom, there were only so many high-level territories above the third level, which belonged to non-renewable resources, and there was no worry about selling them. In fact, for this matter, he could have sought official cooperation. But last night, when the questioning sword club sneaked up on him, there was definitely no official shadow behind it. The water of this organization was too deep. Yi Chu only wanted to stay away from it for the time being. This time, the oil and water of such a good deal, pressure does not want to piggyback on them. So after some consideration, it was decided to work with Li Chionan. If this is something that she does beautifully enough, then consider, later on, a deeper partnership. Train her to be an agent who helps you with the nitty-gritty of purchasing and shipping. Just give her a little taste of sweetness with each transaction, and I'm sure she'll be happy to help herself. Compared to the officials whose internal forces are disjointed, deep and unfathomable, Li Qiaonan, who had been forcibly contracted by Yi Chu and deeply knew Yi Chu's power, was undoubtedly a much easier partner to control. After that, Yi Chu talked with Li Qiaonan for a few more moments and agreed on the bottom line price for each territory. Then he bid farewell to Li Qiaonan, mounted the Thunder God Eagle and rushed up to the sky, finding a piece of high-level practicing ground to start practicing. As a level 50 legendary hero, Star Yao originally had very high attributes. After becoming Yi Chu's pet, he gained another 50% bonus to his full attributes, and his strength was explosive. One person's output ability was stronger than Shura Warlord, Thunder God Sculptor and Void Fear combined. Often, if 3 or 2 arrows went down, they could easily shoot a level 50 high-level monster, and the speed of brushing monsters was so fast that it flew. The experience bar on Yi Chu's panel followed suit and soared upwards. It wasn't until a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, with a burst of dazzling golden light, it rose from Yi Chu's body. Yi Chu finally managed to rise to level 40. Announcement for the whole service: congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy for leveling up to level 40 and successfully transferring. As the first player in the whole service with 4 turns, he is awarded with the following rewards: Prestige plus 10,000, Luck plus 5, Gold plus 50,000, and the Undying Dragon Ring Legendary. The moment Yi Chu upgraded, the loud and clear incomparable service-wide announcement echoed through the national service sky. At that moment, countless players, their hearts and minds were violently shaken. Deeply feeling the huge gap between himself and Yi Chu, which was like a chasm that was hard to overcome, set off a fervor of discussion. At the same time, on the game panel in front of Yi Chu's eyes, a line of familiar and incomparable hints once again appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 40, your career level advancement has been successful, and you have been promoted to Master Divine Royal Master. Your attribute growth is enhanced, you can gain free attribute points per level, 8160. Number of pets that can be contracted, 5-6. Awakening Profession Skill, God's Royal Seal. Unlocked Map, Tower of Heaven. Fusion of Heavenly Dao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 31%. Fusion of Heavenly Dao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 32%. Heavenly Dao True Blood fusion in progress, current fusion progress 40%, your Cthulhu bloodline gains advancement. Bloodline effect, immunity to the control effects of any skill below SS rank, and greatly increased resistance to the control effects of skills above SS rank. Unsurprisingly, with this transfer, the bloodline effect of the Cthulhu bloodline had been enhanced again, significantly increasing Yi Chu's resistance to control type skills. Although it did not have any boosting effect on Yi Chu's panel values. Compared to the previous bloodline effects that could be considered explosive, it seemed a bit tame. But in fact, this effect is the true anticlimactic divine skill. It is important to know that for many masters, they are not afraid of strong enemy attributes or high enemy damage, but they are most afraid of being controlled by the enemy. Especially in large-scale group battles, once the enemy use skill articulation, continuous control, even if there is a strong means cannot be exerted. In his previous life, there were many game masters with notable strength who were hard punished to death by their enemies using this tactic. Therefore, the no-control attribute is extremely important for any player. Many masters who are in a position to do so will collect some special effect equipment with uncontrollable skills, just in case. Now, Yi Chu had this bloodline effect to add to it. Control skills below SS rank, control effects are directly immune. As for SS rank or higher control class skills, the number of them was already very scarce. I'm afraid there aren't even a few books inside the entire game at the moment. Even if you do let yourself be touched, there is a high probability that you will be able to circumvent the control effects or shorten the time you are controlled. It's impossible to be articulated and controlled and penalized continuously, so there's absolutely no need to worry about that. On top of that, this transfer awakened a brand new career skill Divine Imperial Seal of Law. Yi Chu tapped on the skill panel, and the detailed information of this skill instantly surfaced clearly before his eyes. Shingo Seal. Skill level, SS. Skill effect, congeal a divine royalty Dharma seal in the body of the pet beast, and every time the pet kills an enemy, it can draw power from it, increasing the value of its fixed attributes by 0.01 points. Note, each pet can only condense one divine royalty seal in its body, which will increase one attribute in a fixed manner. Skill consumption, 2000 magic. Cooldown time, none. Chapter 88 Challenge Map, Tower of Heaven. Increase fixed attribute value by 0.01 points for each monster killed? The moment he saw the effect of this divine royalty Dharma seal skill, Yi Chu was dumbstruck and stunned on the spot. Although the attribute bonus provided per kill was minuscule, a mere 0.01. But the most unorthodox thing about this skill was that there was no cap on its boosting effect. It adds up over time. One day, the resulting attribute boost will reach a point that can be considered terrifying. It's simply an indispensable and godly way to raise a child. Yi Chu was in a flurry of excitement, and immediately couldn't wait. He was about to condense Dharma seals for his 4 pets. First, there's the Star Yo-Yo. As Yi Chu selected Xingyao and unleashed the Divine Imperial Dharma Seal skill, prompts immediately appeared before his eyes. Yi Chu was requested to choose any one of the 4 basic attributes, namely physique, strength, agility, and spirit, to condense a FA seal for Xingyao. For Star Yao of the archer profession, the most important attribute was undoubtedly the agility attribute. Therefore, Yi Chu decisively chose agility. In the next second, Yi Chu's fingers made a stroke in the void. Wisps of pure energy flowed out from its fingertips. It coalesced into a glittering green-colored Dharma seal that emitted endless lightness and slowly sank into Xingyao's body. Then, Yi Chu did as he had done. Within the bodies of the other 3 pets, all of them had each condensed a divine royalty Dharma seal. Among them, the Shura warrior general seal of law added the strength attribute. The void fear body seal added to the physique attribute. What was added by the FA seal within the Thunder God sculpture was the spiritual attribute that enhanced the power of the skill. After the body's legal seal was formed, the 4 pets, once again, swept up the high-level monsters around the map. As a monster was killed and fell to the ground, the panel attributes of several pets began to slowly grow. Seeing this, Yi Chu nodded with immense satisfaction. Retracting his mind, the light in his palm flashed, and he took out the piece of equipment that was rewarded by the system just now. It was a glittering golden ring, and on the surface of the ring, a lifelike golden divine dragon was carved in relief. The invisible dragon might spread out, exuding an endless sense of majesty. Indestructible Dragon Ring, Legendary. Physical fitness, plus 150. Strength, plus 120. Agility, plus 120. Spirit, plus 130. Equipment effect, Dragon's Breath. Normal attacks have a 5% chance to emit a stream of searing dragon's breath, burning enemies in a straight line in front of you. Equip skill, Indestructible Guardian. Activate the soul of the sleeping golden dragon in the ring to form a guardian, immune to all control effects and attack damage below level 70 for the next 5 seconds. Equipment level, 40. What an indestructible dragon ring, it even comes with an invincible shield. Looking at the Undying Guardian skill effect, Yi Chu's gaze lit up. In the game of miracles, there are no absolutely invincible skills. Any shield, in the face of absolute power, could be forcibly destroyed. However, there are some stage invincibility skill effects. For example, the active skill of this indestructible dragon ring was able to form a shield that was immune to damage from any attack below level 70. It can also be called an invincibility skill. This type of skill is the rarest and most extreme type of all equipment skills. Yi Chu had opened the service for so many days, and under the Qiluk edition of the Hongluk Chi Tian ring, he had punched out so many extremely high-quality equipment. None of them, either, had similar invincibility skills. It shows how scarce it really is. It is an excellent attribute that can save your life at critical moments and even turn the tide. Based on this one skill alone, the value of this dragon ring was immeasurable and could easily be sold at a sky. So, what exactly you get after successfully clearing the full tower is still a mystery. Exists in people's speculation and imagination. But Yi Chu could be sure that it was definitely a copy that was enough to turn decay into magic. Super rewards that can make ordinary players turn around and grow into a giant of the party. In his previous life, Yi Chu's awakened game talent was too crotch-pulling, and his early development wasn't good, so he only broke through to the 91st floor. But in this life, Yi Chu made a comeback. Whether it's gameplay talent, hidden professions, skill sets, etc., it's pretty much maxed out. For that ultimate reward above the 108th floor, it could be called imperative. However, the Tower of Heaven was erected there and could be entered at any time, and there was no rush to challenge it right away. Yi Chu now, there was another even more urgent thing to do. Questioning Sword Club, it's time to settle our score. A killing chance flashed in Yi Chu's eyes, and he immediately sent a message to contact Li Chonan. Ask her to check the location of the main team of the Ask the Sword. Then with a big wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Thunder God Eagle in the East Gate Square. Under the astonished and incomparable gazes of the countless players around him, he leapt onto the back of the Thunder God Eagle. The giant wings crossed the sky and rushed up, heading straight for the wild wasteland. It wasn't until after Yi Chu left that the players around the square reacted. There was a flurry of excitement and a clamor of discussion erupted. I'll go. Who was that big guy just now? That flying mount is too cool. It seems to be the thunder god sculpture of Wei Wu's legacy, except that the lightning outside its body has changed from its original blue color to gold. What? Heavenly ranking Big Brother Wei Wu legacy? Isn't he mixed with Jinbei City? Why did he suddenly come to Shilin City? And with a windy, murderous look. Who knows? I guess the visitors are not good, maybe something big is about to happen. Follow it up and see what's going on. Chapter 89 Single-handedly, stiffening the questioning sword. The wild wilderness was located dozens of miles due east of Shilin City. Above the wasteland, several types of level 40 elite monsters such as the wasteland rhinoceros and the wasteland giant wolf were active. At this moment, the 2,000-member of the Questioning Sword Guild were dispersing into small teams of 5, hunting and brushing monsters in the wilderness. Guild members can grow their guild experience by practicing on the same map by brushing monsters, which is an important way for guilds to level up in the early stages. Originally, the sub-major city that the Questioning Sword Club chose to develop was also Jinbei City. However, the two major guilds, Supreme Divine Hall and Flowing Flower and Fire, were established one after another, making them feel the pressure of great competition. That's why he chose to turn to Shilin City, where he set up a guild and recruited troops. This leveling activity today was the first collective leveling organized after the establishment of the Questioning Sword Guild. As the guild president, Xin Jiangmon was naturally there in person. Only when he was brushing the monsters, he was a bit distracted. The expression on his face was cloudy, and his eyes fluttered and flickered. Last night, he listened to that mysterious person's encouragement and sent his men to sneak attack Yi Chu. As a result, I waited for half a day and didn't receive any reply. I knew then that those 7 were definitely cool. It was a moment of pain and regret. On the one hand, the heart aches with regret for the loss of 7 of his best men. On the other hand, it was even more worried that Yi Chu would retaliate against him. The good thing was, he had guarded against this outcome ahead of time. Immediately after dispatching those 7, another temporary transfer of residence was made. It was impossible for Yi Chu to find out where he lived in the real world. The only possible means of retaliation was to trouble-ask the sword in the game. However, looking at the surrounding mountains and hills, more than 2,000 elite players of the Questioning Sword Guild, Xin Jiangguang's nervousness eased quite a bit. Questioning Sword Guild, the first player guild to be established in Shilin City. Absorbing the top group of casual players within this sub-major city. The average level of guild members is above 36, which can be described as strong and elite. Even if Yi Chu was as strong as he was, being the strongest player at the top of the National Service Heavenly ranking, there was only one person after all. It's impossible to single-handedly come up against such an elite 1,000-man regiment of mine, isn't it? If you really have the guts to come looking for death, I'll let you have no return. Xin Jiangguang snorted coldly, a flash of coldness in his eyes. However, just at this time, a miserable scream suddenly came from the crowd practicing in the distance. What's going on? What happened? Hearing the sounds of screams and commotion coming from the distance, Xin Jiangguang's face suddenly changed slightly. Rushing to turn his head towards that side, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. Only to see a divine giant eagle covered in golden lightning circling in the sky in the distance, lifting its wings and circling in the sky. Between the violent swings of his wings, 10,000 rays of lightning instantly descended, annihilating a 5-member squad that was brushing monsters on the spot. On the back of the giant eagle stood a handsome man wearing high-grade leather armor equipment and holding a long whip. With an upright posture and eyes like electricity, it was none other than Yi Chu. Yi Chu stood on the back of the thunder god eagle, his gaze looking down at the wasteland below. Killing intent shouted out, his voice resounding like angry thunder, echoing out in the sky. Where's Xin Jiangguang? Get your ass out here and die. The members of the Questioning Sword Guild who were practicing on the wasteland suddenly had their faces changed drastically. Even many of the senior and core members of the Questioning Sword had their hearts and minds shaken, revealing a look of astonishment and uncertainty. It was unknown why Yi Chu had suddenly run from Jinbei City to Shilin City, so murderously looking for trouble from them. Xin Jiangguang was the only one who knew in his heart why Yi Chu had come. His face was suddenly gloomy, gritting his teeth and drinking in a deep voice. Order everyone to assemble as fast as possible. Yi Chu, this bastard, how dare he take the initiative to come to the door to provoke, not putting our questioning sword in our eyes, simply looking for death. Today, he will be given a taste of his own medicine. With Xin Jinguang's order, the 2,000 members of the questioning sword who were scattered across the wasteland practicing. All of a sudden, they acted and gathered towards the location of the coordinates where Xin Jinguang was. At this time, several players who owned flying mounts and had trailed Yichu all the way from Xiling City out of curiosity had also arrived at the wild wilderness. Upon seeing this scenario, they were all wide-eyed and excited. So that's how it is, Wei Wu Legacy came to Xiling City to find trouble with the sword-asking guild. I guess it's still because of the previous contract termination fiasco. The grudge entanglements that came up are going to come to an end today. Hiss, does it mean that Wei Wu Legacy Wind even wants to rely on his own strength to harden the 2,000 member groups of the questioning sword guild? Even if he's the number one on the heavenly ranking and the recognized strongest player in the country, he's still too arrogant, isn't he? Isn't this coming to seek death? Hard to say. Hey, what the hell, let's just watch the fun and be done with it anyway. These players watched to see what was going on, and there were even a few who directly opened the game live. You can question the game level of the national players, but you can't question their spirit of eating. Several live streams opened up as word spread. In less than a minute, millions of people flooded in, all rushing to see what was going on. Seriously? Wei Wu Legacy is going to the questioning sword guild? Awesome! Worthy of being the number one expert on the heavenly ranking, only playing high-end games in his life, and when he strikes, it's big news. But I think, isn't Wei Wu Legacy a bit too floaty? One person, trying to single-handedly take on 2,000-man regiments of others? It's too presumptuous. Even if he's the only turn 4 player in the entire service, so what? The players of the others questioning Sword Guild are no soft targets, with an average level of 36 or more. A mouthful of spit from one person could drown him. I see that in the end result, Wei Wu Legacy will most likely humiliate itself. You know. What's the use of having a lot of people? If you can think of something, would Wei Wu Legacy not think of it? Since people dare to come, they must have confidence. I bet a pack of chili fries that Wei Wu Legacy will definitely win. Open up and fight. The live broadcast room was filled with people, and the pop-ups were like waterfalls, frantically swiping the screen. Countless players were talking, all voicing their opinions. And above the wild plains, watching 2,000 of his men quickly gather around him. Xin Jinguang immediately had a bottom and felt a full sense of security. Raising his head, he looked at Yichu in the sky and shouted arrogantly and incomparably. Yichu, don't think that just because you're number one on the heavenly ranking, you can be wild beyond bounds. In my eyes, you're not even. I'm standing here today, let's see how you can kill me. Let loose your arrows on me and shoot him out of the sky. With Xin Jinguang's command. The archers of the questioning sword guild immediately raised their longbows and aimed their attacks at the thunder god eagle. A moment of chaotic arrows rained down, countless arrows tore through the long wind, dazzled with dazzling skill light, shooting toward the thunder god eagle. Chapter 90 Battle favors showing their power, killing in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows whistled and broke through the air, dazzled with brilliant skill light, shooting toward the thunder god eagle. Although with the strength of the thunder god eagle's attributes, these arrows wouldn't be able to cause much damage even if they hit. But there can't be enough of them. Even if each arrow only dealt single-digit damage, it added up to a very painful situation. Yichu coldly snorted and directly waved his hand, summoning the void fear. In the next second, with a roar resounding through the air, the immense, mountain-like purple body of the void fear appeared in midair, blocking the thunder god eagle behind it. Countless arrows, one after another, shot down on its body. However, Void Fear's physique growth was already extremely high, and it also had the double resistance attribute added by the passive skill, Body of Vajra. Coupled with the 50% attribute added passively by the Divine Imperial Master, the high defense could only be described as terrifying. Countless arrows shot on the body, immediately issued a ding-ding-dang-dang sound of metal collision, pressure root completely unable to break the defense. The vast majority of arrows only hit with a mandatory 1 point of blood deduction. Even the most powerful few attack skills, the damage figures, did not reach triple digits. In the final round of Flurry, Void Fear dropped just over 1,000 blood. Compared to its total blood volume of close to 400,000 points, it was simply insignificant. Not even the blood bar above his head moved a bit. Instead, his massive body landed in the middle of the crowd and violently opened his hideous mouth, unleashing the skill, Void Roar. Terrifyingly incomparable waves of distorted sound swept vastly through the crowd. At once, the players within the range of the skill, the head of the blood strip, brush violently dropped a cut. And then with a heavy stomp on the ground, countless incomparably sharp and hideous bone spikes violently pierced out from underneath the ground, throwing countless players into mid-air. The two skills were released one after another, instantly killing dozens of players. Many players hadn't even hit the ground yet, and while they were in mid-air, they directly turned into a wisp of white light and went back to the city to resurrect. When the other players saw this, they were immediately horrified and showed an uncontrollable look of fear. I'll go. What kind of monster is this Tama? The attributes are too unbelievable, right? It can't break the defense at all. Damn, a bunch of losers. What are you afraid of? Go to the top. Priests use curse-type skills to lower its double resistance, and archers use armor-breaking arrows. Come a few thick-blooded warriors on top, all priests locked to add blood, I don't believe it, still can't clean it up. It had to be said that Ask the Sword Club, as a first-class domestic gaming club, the core player's gaming quality was still quite powerful. Immediately, someone stepped forward and directed the crowd to organize a counterattack. If there was only one Void Fear, it might really be used by them to grind them to death with a sea of men. But unfortunately, Yi Chu had 3 other pets. And each one is stronger than Void Fear. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chu summoned Xingyao and the Shura warrior general as well. The Shura war admiral roared to the heavens, riding an undead bone horse with 4 hooves stepping on fire as he galloped out of the spatial passage. The lance in his hand was as crimson as blood, and he performed the Summon 1,000 Armies skill, summoning 16 undead knights in armor. Following closely behind him, like a well-equipped iron cavalry, he rushed into the crowd of the questioning sword guild. Rushing left and right, spreading out like no one's business, setting off a storm of bloodshed. At the same time, the stars flashed in the void. The incomparably bright silver starlight hovered and converged in the void, condensing Xingyao's figure. The short silver skirt flew in the wind and landed on top of Void Fear's head. Raising the longbow in his hand violently, he shot an arrow into the sky. After the arrow shot high into the sky, it suddenly split from it and transformed into a dozen or so starlight arrows with bright silver light. Like an incomparably bright silver meteor, it whistled down from the sky and fell into the crowd of the questioning sword guild, instantly splashing up a huge swath of terrifyingly incomparable damage numbers. All those who were hit by that arrow were killed directly in seconds, without any negotiation to speak of. The Thunder God Eagle even flapped its wings and carried Yi Chu, swooping down from the sky. Thunder Inferno, skill, thrown into the... In just a few moments of fighting, the 2,000-man regiments of the questioning sword guild were heavily killed and injured. Killing them, they cried and cried, almost powerless to fight back. Countless players in the live broadcast room, through the live broadcast screen, after seeing this scene situation, were immediately shocked. In the live broadcast room, it instantly just exploded, with countless pop-ups frantically brushing the screen, almost covering the entire screen. Ah! Really single-handedly, hard against 2,000-man regiments. Ah, is this Wei Wu legacy still human? These 4 pets of his are too terrifying, their attributes are simply ridiculously strong, they're simply 4 invincible superbosses. I'll go, that beautiful archer is so valiant. Those big long legs are white and shaky, are they also Wei Wu legacy's pets? May I ask where this humanoid pet can be captured? I have a bold idea. Damn, Wei Wu legacy must have been turned on, right? It's simply a fierce mess. Not to mention a mere 2,000-man regiments, even if 10,000 men came, they would only be slaughtered. I couldn't read it, but was greatly impressed. In the live broadcast room, countless players were discussing the occasion. Above the wild wasteland, the battle was still going on with incomparable intensity. A large group of questioning sword executives had gathered around Xin Jianguang. As they watched Yi Chu's 4 pets slaying the crowd, their own side suffered heavy losses, and they were all anxious. No, going on like this is not a solution, we must think of a way to finish off Yi Chu. As long as he, the Imperial Beastmaster, is dead, his pets, naturally, will not be enough to fear. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then immediately began to put it into action. When the Thunder God Eagle swung its wings once again and swooped down from the sky to attack, several core members of the questioning sword club immediately saw the opportunity to launch an attack. The 2 mages waved their staffs and launched spell attacks with control effects. The 3 archers pulled the bowstring taut and fired shock arrows in unison. The 5 skills hit successively, and finally the Thunder God Eagle was successfully stunned. Both wings stopped flapping and turned sharply from mid-air, crashing down into the crowd with a loud bang. Xin Jianguang was overjoyed at the sight and immediately stood at the back of the crowd, shouting loudly in excitement. Give it to me. Everyone gather fire together and take him down in seconds. Whoever can up Wei Wu legacy will be rewarded $100,000. Chapter 91, Is this Tama's Imperial Beastmaster? As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. The words of Xin Jianguang taking out $100,000 and offering a bounty for Yi Chu's head immediately inspired the wariness of the questioning sword players. Countless melee players, their gazes were blazing. Looking at Yi Chu was like looking at a walking $100,000. They all waved their weapons in their hands, and from all directions, they rushed up towards Yi Chu. The archers, mages, and other long-range system players were even standing in the distance, locking onto Yi Chu's location. A skill attack was launched from afar. For a moment, countless radiantly agitated magic and arrows rained down like a violent wind. From all directions, they shot toward Yi Chu. Countless players in the live broadcast room, after seeing this scene, suddenly held their breath. A heart could not help but lift up. Not good. Wei Wu legacy has been set on fire. I knew it, he won't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. What's the point of having a few pets with strong attributes? As long as the Beastmaster dies, it's all for nothing. That's right, being weak on one's own is the biggest shortcoming of the Imperial Beastmaster profession, and it's hard to avoid it even if Wei Wu legacy is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. With so many people gathering fire together, even the strongest Blood Bowl warrior in the national service wouldn't be able to carry it, not to mention him being a tiny Imperial Beastmaster. I'm afraid that if this round of fire set goes down, Wei Wu legacy is going to be directly eliminated in seconds. Let him pretend, he deserves it. In the live broadcast room, countless players were talking, all nervously holding their breaths, ready to witness the final result of this round of fire gathering. However, in the face of the countless attacks that swept in from all directions, like a raging wind and rain, Yi Chu's expression was not the least bit panicked. With a calm look in his eyes, he raised his left hand without panic and unleashed the skill, Life Chain. Connect your own blood to the skinny void dread. Then the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, and with his keen insight, he flew and incomparably judged that the trajectory of the attack that shot from the sky. His figure was as fast as lightning, moving to the side to dodge. Yi Chu was equipped with a leather armor, which added an extremely high agility attribute, and his feet turned in step like the wind, moving at a fast speed. It immediately caused many long-range attacks to fall short. An arrow whistled and shot down, sticking on top of the ground he had just stood on, its shaft clanking and quivering. However, there were still many attacks that were shot at Yi Chu. If it were any other player, even a heavily armored warrior with full body armor equipment, being hit by so many attacks, one would have to lose half of his life without dying, leaving him with only residual blood. However, Yi Chu's attribute growth was a full 2 times that of an ordinary player under the Tsung Tian bloodlines enhancement. The attributes themselves were much higher than other players, plus a superb dark gold weapon equipment, as well as the ancient jade of Beast Soul hanging around his neck, which provided a 20% full attribute bonus from a dark gold ranked boss. The double resistance value on the panel was no better than the strongest Blood Bowl warrior in the national service. Therefore however, to everyone's shock, when those skills, after landing on Yi Chu's body, although the damage was dealt, the control effects attached to the skills were invariably immunized. It was difficult to control Yi Chu for even a second. The expression on Yi Chu's face was cold and incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With his superior positioning skills and game operation, he quickly weaves in and out of the crowd, and his body shape is as flickering as a ghost, easily circumventing most long-range attacks. The long whip in his hand swung like the wind, viciously smacking the melee system enemies around him. While constantly dealing high amounts of damage, it continues to draw back a large amount of chi and blood to make up for the blood it has lost. For a moment, he was killing the crowd of the questioning sword guild like nobody's business. Frozen killed more than 1,000 people from the questioning sword guild without even a hint of temper. After seeing this exaggerated scene, countless players in the live broadcast room, instantly as a pot of explosions, the comments section directly boiled. Is there any mistake? Is Wei Wu legacy so fierce? He's a beast royalist, not a warrior. Where did he get such strong attributes? Single-handedly, he is killing his way through the enemy lines like nobody's business. Is this Tama's Imperial Beastmaster? It's outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous to the core. He must have some kind of prop on him that is immune to control effects, otherwise even if his attributes were stronger, he would have been killed by the fire set long ago. This time the questioning sword guild is considered completely finished. If the pet can't beat it, and even the Imperial Beastmaster can't do it, isn't it just a matter of being slaughtered? The truth is just what the internet says it is. The questioning sword guild concentrated their firepower and rushed Yichu several times in a row, pressing no use at all. With their output ability, they simply couldn't kill Yichu in seconds. Instead, under the frantic output of Yichu's several pets, they lost a lot of money in the blink of an eye. 2 whole regiments of 1,000 men had suffered more than half the casualties. The few hundred people still remaining were also killed with their hearts and guts, completely losing the courage to fight, and started to turn around and flee. Grass. I'll keep this account today. Looking at Yichu, who was wielding a long whip in the distance, with a murderous aura, bathing in blood and killing in the crowd, killing towards himself step by step. Xin Jianguan's heart immediately chilled and his face turned pale. Cursing under his breath, he said to the few people around him, "There's no fear of being burned if you stay in the Green Hills, you guys go stop him and protect me back in the city first." After saying that, he decisively pulled out the city return scroll and crushed it with one hand. Around his body, a white glow that guided him back to the city began to emerge. Yichu's most important target today was Xin Jianong, so of course it was impossible to let him escape so easily. With a cold grunt, he gave an order through his mind. The thunder god eagle in the sky suddenly hissed violently and swooped down from high in the sky. Stretching out a sharp eagle's claw, he grabbed fiercely towards Xin Jianguan. Chapter 92, a battle that shocked the whole internet. Stop it, don't let it attack me. Seeing the thunder god eagle that swooped down from the sky, heading straight for him, Xin Jianguan's face immediately changed drastically. Rushing to the crowd around him, he ordered. This is because there is a 5-second lead time after the return scroll is used. The channeled state is interrupted in the event of any attack during this 5-second period. Makes the return scroll useless and fails to return to the city. The few people around Xin Jianguan were the most elite core members of the Questioning Sword Club, and they were very strong. Immediately, they all launched their skills to block the Thunder God Eagle. Although the Thunder God Eagle's attributes were strong, it did not have Yichu's passive ability of being immune to control effects. Soon, he was controlled by several people with their skills and fell into a stunned state. However, there was no waiting for Xin to breathe a sigh of relief. The Void Fear, a dozen meters away, suddenly roared fiercely and unleashed the skill, Split Ground Piercing. In the next second, countless incomparably sharp and hideous spikes pierced out from the great underground. Throwing a large group of questioning sword players, all of them flew into mid-air, and also interrupted Xin Jianguang's city return guidance. It instantly made Xin Jianguang furious and angry. After that, Sin made a couple more attempts to get back to the city. However, every time, when they were halfway through the guidance, they were forcefully interrupted by Yichu. With that being the case, Yichu was in no hurry to kill him, nor did he allow him to return to the city smoothly. Until a few minutes later, the 2,000-man groups of the Questioning Sword Guild died and fled under the frantic slaughter of Yichu and a few pets. Only Xin Jianguang was left as a bare-bones commander, standing alone in the wilderness. Looking at Yichu, whose eyes were incomparably cold, step by step, slowly walking towards himself, his face was ironclad. The battle was inside the game, and even if he was killed, at most he would only lose one level, no big deal. So, he wasn't much afraid. Viciously glaring at Yichu, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Yichu! You have the guts, count yourself out today. Even if you're good in the game, what can you do? At most, you'll let me hang one level. But I have a lot of money, this loss is nothing, I can get you killed one day. Fighting with me, you're still far from qualified. Nigga, talk to whoever. Yichu is not at all accustomed to the problem, directly raised his hand snap sound. A slap was viciously slapped on Xin Jianguang's face, directly jerking him around in place. Then he kicked him down, crushed his head with his foot, and said coldly. You think I can't find where you are in reality and can't do anything about you, so you feel emboldened? Not afraid of me? It's a real no-brainer. Yichu snorted coldly and didn't talk nonsense. Raising his right hand directly, he pointed it remotely at Xin Jianguang's brow, unleashing the skill Divine Royal Contract. Xin Jianguang's level was several levels lower than Yichu's, and he was only left with a little bit of residual blood after being kicked by Yichu a few more times. There was no way to resist the contractual effects of the Divine Royalty Contract. In the next second, a glittering golden rune pattern coalesced and took shape at Xin Jianguang's brow. In Yichu's ears, a crisp game tone sounded along with it. Game prompt, you unleashed the skill Divine Imperial Contract on player Jiangongshi. The contract was successful, congratulations, you have obtained a gold level pet Jiangongshi. What have you done to me? The moment he received the game's prompt, Xin Jianguang instantly trembled, his face turned pale, and he felt boundless fear. Yi Chu, however, laughed coldly, looked up and glanced at the players in all directions, who were watching from afar, and ordered Xin Jianguang in a deep voice. Go back to the city and wait for me in the tavern next to the East Gate Plaza, and don't contact anyone. Although Xin Jianguang resisted incomparably deep down, under the influence of the divine royal contract, he did not have any resistance to any orders issued by Yi Chu, and all of them could only obediently do as they were told. Immediately pulling out the city return scroll, his face turned pale and his palm trembled as he crushed it. After 5 seconds of guidance, it returned first to the city of Xiling. Yi Chu then quickly turned around and cleaned up the battlefield behind him. In the battle just now, he had taken out nearly 2,000 people from the questioning sword guild in one breath. With the super high, all of a sudden, their eyes were wide open, and the entire national service, countless corners, resounded with a burst of voices sucking in cold air. Are these videos serious? But with the special hidden profession of Divine Imperial Master, everything became very simple. Just go straight. After explaining everything clearly, the City Lord's Hall also flew into the depths of River City, hovering above a villa area. At Yi Chu's command, the 10 Holy Spirit assassins in front of him immediately bowed their heads in unison to receive orders. Casting the stealth skill, his figure quickly disappeared into thin air, and he flew down from the Lord's Hall that was suspended in mid-air. Like arrows off the string, they were divided into 5 groups and dispersed in all directions, heading to hunt their respective targets. These 10 Holy Spirit assassins were all level 40, and at this stage, their attributes could definitely be called powerful. In particular, just now, before Yi Chu went offline, he had Xin Jianguang issue an order. Ordering all questioning sword members to practice leveling online, they used their fastest speed to practice back the levels they had just lost from Yi Chu's group destruction. Now, all of them are in the game. The Holy Spirit assassin sneaks around quietly and sneaks in suddenly, almost infallibly. And after sending the Holy Spirit assassins away, Yi Chu himself also leapt down from the City Lord's Hall. Taking 3 Holy Spirit warriors and 2 Holy Spirit archers with him, he flew to the ground and landed below, in the courtyard of the villa where Xin Jianguang was hiding. Pushing open the door and walking faithfully into the villa's hall, with a sweep of his eyes, he saw a figure huddled in the corner of the living room. It was a petite woman, dressed in an elaborate and sexy outfit, but bruised and battered. A red collar was tied around his neck, and he was tethered to the corner of the living room by a glowing silver chain. It was precisely Liang Lulu who was imprisoned by Xin Jianguang and prepared to be slowly tempered. The moment she saw Yi Chu, Liang Lulu's 2 eyes immediately widened, revealing an unbelievable expression. I didn't expect to see Yi Chu here. Immediately, he was excited, and as if he saw a life-saving straw, he quickly crawled to Yi Chu's feet. Hugging Yi Chu's thighs, she bitterly begged, Yi Chu, are you here to save me? I know I'm wrong, please help me get away. I promise, I'll do everything you want from now on, and we'll go back to the way things were, okay? Yi Chu lowered his head and looked at Liang Lulu who was lying at his feet like it, begging bitterly, his eyes filled with disgust. Not even bothering to say more than a single word, he directly kicked Liang Lulu to the side, ripped off the chain that bound her, clutched it in his hand, and dragged her towards the upper floor. Inside this villa, besides Xin Jianguang and Liang Lulu, there were 2 other Xin Jianguang's beloved henchmen. One of them heard the commotion and came out to check the situation, and Yi Chu directly ordered the Holy Spirit warriors and archers following behind him to finish him off. He himself was holding Liang Lulu's chain and tugging her all the way into Xin Jianguang's room. At this moment, Xin Jianguang had already followed Yi Chu's orders and was waiting on his knees in the room with a face full of fear. The moment she saw Yi Chu push open the door and walk into the room, the fear in her heart reached its peak. However, he still forced himself to put on a calm appearance, looked at Yi Chu, and said in a deep voice, Yi Chu, don't mess around. I have a lot of assets, as long as you let me go, I can give you $5 billion, how about that? Pop. What responded to Xin Jianguang was a resounding slap from Yi Chu. The tremendous force directly jerked him around a few times in mid-air, and half of his face swelled up high like a pig's head. Don't be afraid, I'm here today, just to play a game with you. Yi Chu smiled faintly, pulled out a sharp dagger, and threw it onto the ground between Xin Jianguang and Liang Lulu. Looking at the two, he smiled slightly and said, the rules of the game are also simple. You two spar against each other, and whoever wins cuts a piece of flesh off the other, but no harm is allowed. If someone dies within 1,000 innings, then the other one dies too. The one who survives after 1,000 innings, I may not kill him. After hearing Yi Chu's words, the two of them, Xin Jianguang and Liang Lulu, immediately trembled in unison. What kind of game is this? It's clearly an attempt to kill them both by 1,000 cuts and lynch them. For a moment, the two men looked at Yi Chu as if they were looking at a living king of hell, with gusts of cold air rising from the bottom of their hearts. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, at that moment, those 5 Holy Spirit race soldiers, who had already resolved 2 of Xin Jianguang's beloved ones, walked into the room with blood-stained blades. Yi Chu directly handed Xin Jiankong and Liang Lulu to the 5 of them and asked them to supervise the 2 to complete the game. Then he stepped out of the villa himself and re-entered the mid-air invisible hall of the city's main hall. Sitting inside the city lord's throne, he closed his eyes and went online again. However, in order to avoid any mistakes and be able to pass through the Tower of Heaven, Yi Chu decided that it was better to open the challenge in his full state. Summoning Mu Bingyun, who normally didn't follow him in leveling, over as well, they entered the Tower of Heaven together. Just now, before Yi Chu went offline to kill Xin Jianguang, he had given Mu Bingyun the order to come and meet him outside of Jinbei City. After going online and arriving at the pre-agreed meeting place, it wasn't long before a rush of hoofbeats could be heard coming from the distance. Mu Bingyun led a group of his personal soldiers on steeds and galloped in. In the last few days, Mu Bingyun had entered the Northern Cold Kingdom's army to serve in the army for training. Although the time is still very short, but just a few days, but the overall temperament, there has been a certain change. Wearing a set of ice blue vestments tattooed with golden patterns, the chest, elbows, and other key areas are covered by lightweight light armor. Waist and back straight, sitting on the horse, fading away the original delicate and weak, out of a few more points of the special temperament of the heroic and capable. Like a world-renowned and noble iceberg snow lotus. Only from a distance. My subordinates pay their respects to the princess. Yi Chu immediately greeted him and bowed to Mu Bingyun, pointing to a cave not far away and respectfully said, "After many days of exploration by my subordinates, I finally found the secret place that the princess ordered me to look for, in a cave not far ahead." "Very good." Mu Bingyun nodded in satisfaction and instructed the few men who had arrived with her. "You guys stand guard here, and don't let anyone into the cave without my order." After saying that, he skillfully rolled over and dismounted from his horse, following Yi Chu, and walked into the cave together. After walking deeper into the cave, Yi Chu pulled up the game panel and did some maneuvering. A dazzling blue light immediately flashed around the two of them, him and Mu Bingyun. The figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a brand. "Thank you, master." "You're welcome." Yi Chu patted Mu Bingyun's shoulder and comforted her with a smile, "Although due to your status, you can't follow me at all times like them. But what you've done for me, no less than a bit of them, is forever irreplaceable. I will never favor one over the other, and whatever benefits they can get, they will surely give to you as well." "Aha!" Mu Bingyun hurriedly nodded her head vigorously. Yi Chu's words made her feel warm in her heart. The few moments of resentment and uneasiness that had originally arisen from not being able to accompany Yi Chu also dissipated. Yi Chu brought a few pets with him and walked into the tower hall together. The interior of the tower hall was spacious and bright, with a diameter of about 100 feet or so, and in the center of the hall, a complex summoning formation was engraved. As the light of the formation flashed by, a huge spider with an eerie green body and hard armor coalesced in the heart of the temple. Level 40 Normal Monster Jasper Spider. The difficulty of the trials in the Tower of Heaven increased step by step, and the first few levels were very simple. Any random combat-oriented player could easily pass the trial, not to mention Yi Chu, the #1 person on the heavenly ranking. Staryao raised the longbow in her hand, and several arrows shot out, easily, directly seconding the Jasper Spider. The monsters inside the Tower of Heaven don't burst out equipment as well as experience after they die. All rewards, which are accumulated in a treasure chest, are handed out to players when they leave the Tower of Heaven. The higher the number of floors a player eventually passes, the shorter the time taken, and the higher the grade of the treasure chest obtained. After the Jasper Spider died, there was a flash of light, and Yi Chu, as well as a few of his pets, were teleported into the second level of the tower hall. Two ghostly fire skeletons with ghostly green flames burning all over their bodies rushed up with open teeth and claws. Mu Bingyun raised her staff in her hand, and a cold wind mixed with ice and snow blew through, directly freezing both ghost fire skeletons in them, and then shattering them apart with a bang, easily clearing the second level. In this way, Yi Chu relied on the strong strength of his several pets, layer by layer, and flew upwards to impact. In the blink of an eye, he rushed up to more than 30 floors, and his speed didn't slow down at all, still soaring upwards. It wasn't until more than 2 hours later that a loud and clear incomparable service-wide announcement, over the national service, suddenly echoed out. Service-wide announcement, congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy, killing the legendary boss Tyrant Mantis, completing the first legendary boss kill in the entire service, and obtaining the following rewards: Prestige plus 5,000, Gold plus 500,000, Luck plus 5, and the Seal of Life and Death SS. Chapter 95 Legendary Boss, Dragon Blood Sword Demon. Service-wide announcement, congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy, killing the legendary boss Tyrant Mantis, completing the first legendary boss kill in the entire service, and obtaining the following rewards: Prestige plus 5,000, Gold plus 500,000, Luck plus 5, and the Seal of Life and Death SS. The loud and unmistakable service-wide announcement echoed over the entire national service for 3 whole times before finally stopping. It immediately caused the national service to boil, and countless players were shocked, raising their heads to look at the sky, revealing a look of disbelief. Then, as if it had exploded, it began to boil over with enthusiasm. I'll go. Did I hear right? Wei Wu Legacy took the first kill of the legendary class boss? Isn't it said that there exists a huge watershed between Dark Gold and legendary bosses, and that legendary bosses, at the lowest level, are level 50? Wei Wu Legacy is only at level 40 now, and can challenge a boss across 10 levels. That's outrageous. It's important to realize that the level suppression that comes with a 10-level difference is no joke. However, Wei Wu Legacy's profession is that of an Imperial Beastmaster, and he himself is level 40, so perhaps a few of the pets will be of a higher level. Moreover, his several pets are all incredibly strong and extraordinary, comparable to boss-level existences. A few pets besieging a legendary ranked boss is still likely to succeed. Is this the gold content of the strongest player in the country? I'm afraid that if we look at the entire world, all the servers, we won't be able to find a second person who is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wei Wu Legacy. Countless national players were shaken and shocked. Originally, many people thought that Yi Chu's hidden occupation might be a special type that was strong in the early stages. Over time, when the strong period passes, it will gradually show weakness and be slowly caught up by the other top players. However, the result was unexpected by all. Yi Chu's hidden occupation was far stronger than anyone could have imagined. There's no weak period that way at all, you could even say it's a raw mess. While everyone else, who was still struggling to barf, was tussling with level 40 monsters. People can already easily push down a level 50 legendary boss. It had already been singing all the way to the top, far ahead, leaving all the other players far behind. An impassable chasm has opened up in the middle. Meanwhile, the 101st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Yi Chu first aimed at the boss corpse on the ground and unleashed the legendary equipment, Beast Soul Ancient Jade, Soul Detention Skill. Detained the soul of this level 50 legendary boss Tyrant Mantis and gained a 20% bonus to its full attributes. With a satisfied smile on his face, he took out the skill book that had just been rewarded by the system from his package and checked the detailed skill effects. Seal of Life and Death. Skill level, SS. Skill effect, coalesce a seal of life and death inside the pet's body. Once the pet dies, it will be resurrected in place with 50% of its blood level after a delay of 2 seconds. Skill consumption, 1000 magic. Cooling time, 1 hour. Note, after each pet is resurrected utilizing the seal of life and death, it will take 72 hours before the seal of life and death can be recondensed in the body. In his previous life, the strongest player of Blue Star was the one who faltered at this level and didn't manage to break through. Even as strong as Yi Chu, when he had just cleared the 101st floor, he had felt a distinct pressure. Knowing that these last few layers would never be so easy to easily break through. However, at the sight of the sword behind the Dragon Blood Sword Demon, which was slung across his back, Yi Chu's gaze instantly lit up. This was because, after finding Xin Jiankong in reality, he had lifted the divine royalty contract between him and Xin Jiankong. In other words, at this time, Yi Chu still had a spare pet spot to contract a new pet. The most desirable goal for Yi Chu was to be able to turn into a high-level boss with a sword-type weapon through the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier skill. This Dragon Blood Sword Demon in front of him couldn't be more appropriate. So without saying a word, Yi Chu directly raised his right hand and unleashed the Divine Royal Pact on it. Unfortunately, the level difference between the two sides was too great, and the success rate of the contract was extremely low. Even with the bonus of Qi from the Hong Luk Qi Tian Ring, it didn't work the first time. Instead, it enraged the Dragon Blood Sword Demon, and wielding its heavy, blood-colored giant sword, it charged up towards Yi Chu. Yi Chu immediately ordered a few pets to surround the Dragon Blood Sword Demon together. He himself was standing at the back, constantly activating the Divine Royal Pact and attempting to subdue the Dragon Blood Sword Demon. Until the 5th attempt, in Yi Chu's ears, there finally came a crisp game tone. Game tip: You unleashed the skill Imperial contract on the legendary boss Dragon Blood Sword Demon. The contract was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary pet Dragon Blood. A dense and incomparable blood-colored light immediately erupted up and down the Dragon Blood Sword Demon's circumference. The body twisted and morphed at extreme speed, coalescing into a domineering longsword with blood and light. Floating and sinking in the void, the blood-colored cyclone around him stirred, exuding a terrifying might that took the hearts of the people. Yi Chu raised his right hand and grabbed it into his hand. He immediately felt a surge of incomparably majestic energy pouring into his body. The panel attributes instantly skyrocketed several times, and even more so, he gained all the skills of the Dragon Blood Sword Demon. A moment of confidence soared, quite a bit of a sword in hand, the world I have a 10,000 lofty feelings. And with the Dragon Blood Sword Demon being subdued by Yi Chu, the 102nd floor challenge was declared passed. With a flash of light before his eyes, Yi Chu appeared in the 103rd floor. Without waiting to stand still, suddenly a flash of bloodlight in front of his eyes, 3 incomparably sharp blood-colored claw marks tore through the air, breaking the wind and attacking. Chapter 96 Ultimate Boss Spectral God Envoy. Brush. 3 incomparably sharp, blood-colored claw marks exuded a bitterly cold killing machine. The moment it tore through the long wind and grabbed fiercely towards Yi Chu. Yi Chu was instantly flabbergasted, and without hesitation, he blocked the long sword in his hand in front of his body. Clang! The 3 claw marks ruthlessly landed on the Dragon Blood Demon sword in Yi Chu's hand, emitting a resounding iron sound. Yi Chu stifled a grunt and withdrew 2 smooth steps backward to remove the force. At the same time, a quick sweep of his gaze took in the view of the 103rd floor. Only to see that the one who had just sneaked up on him was clearly ahead with a body size of more than 2 feet long. A 2-headed giant wolf with green and red fur intertwined all over its body, growing 1 green and 1 red hideous head. Only, this 2-headed giant wolf, however, wasn't the guarding boss of the 103rd floor. The true guarding boss was a mysterious figure whose body was shrouded under a wide purple magic cloak and whose body was like a ghost, suspended in midair. Level 52 Legendary Boss Demon Spirit Summoner. This was the first time Yi Chu had encountered a summoner-type high-level boss in the Tower of Heaven. The moment Yi Chu saw its panel attributes clearly, this powerful summoner once again chanted an obscure summoning incantation and raised the magnificent staff in his hand, which was inlaid with various colors of psychic gems, high into the air. In the next second, a purple summoning formation with a diameter of several feet emerged on the ground. Roar! It was accompanied by a furious and incomparably shocking roar. A stout python with a deep purple color and 4 hideous heads growing across its body rushed out horizontally from the summoning formation. The 4 snake heads snake letters gulped, and in their icy cold and incomparable eyes, they emitted an endless bloodthirsty ferocious light, devouring towards Yi Chu. Yi Chu knew the terrifying nature of this kind of summoning stream boss, and he absolutely could not let it rest too much. Otherwise, it comfortably hid in the back, constantly summoning all sorts of powerful high-level monsters. Once the number of summons, after reaching a certain scale, no one who came could carry it. Immediately, he ordered a few pets to block the 2-headed giant wolf as well as the 4-headed purple python he had just summoned. He himself was carrying a huge sword, soughing and stepping like the wind, heading straight for the Demon Spirit Summoner. When the Demon Spirit Summoner saw Yi Chu killing towards him, he immediately swung his staff in his hand. Instantly summoning 2 dark yellow-colored earth elemental giants, like 2 giant towers towering over Yi Chu, they blocked in front of him, attempting to block Yi Chu's footsteps. However, it had underestimated Yi Chu's strength too much. It was important to know that the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier's skill allowed Yi Chu to gain 80% of a pet's full attributes. And the passive effect of the Divine Royalist profession increases the pet's full attributes by 50%. In other words, the attribute bonus that Yi Chu received was actually 120% of that pet's original attributes. Although, restricted by the rules within the Tower of Heaven, after Yi Chu contracted the Dragonblood Sword Demon, its attributes were forcibly suppressed to level 40. But a 120% full attribute bonus for a level 40 legendary pet is quite impressive. Furthermore, after clearing the 101st floor, Yi Chu had also used the Beast Soul Ancient Jade to detain the soul of that level 50 legendary boss Tyrant Mantis, obtaining a 20% bonus to its full attributes. Together with the attribute bonus provided by Yi Chu's high-level dark gold weapon equipment. At this moment, his panel attributes could only be described as explosive. It was not at all inferior to any level 50 legendary boss. Facing the 2 earth elemental giants that stopped in front of him, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand swung out violently, accompanied by a terrifying sound of a dragon roar, spewing out a dazzling blood-colored light. It converged into an overbearing and incomparable blood-colored swordlight and chopped down heavily towards the two earth elemental giants. Dragon Yuan Chop. Boom! As soon as the blood-colored swordlight chopped through, the blood bars above the heads of the two earth elemental giants instantly dropped by a large portion, leaving just a trace of residual blood. Yi Chu followed up with two swish 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 ordinary attacks. With ease, it emptied the entire blood bars of the two elemental giants. The body fell apart on the spot, turning into a ball of elemental light that collapsed. Without the slightest delay, Yi Chu's figure dashed through the collapsing elemental light and headed straight for the demon spirit summoner. The demon spirit summoner was shocked by the situation and hurriedly retreated, trying to dodge. However, the next second, an extremely cold storm mixed with countless frosty flying snow suddenly descended and raged around it. Although the damage inflicted on it was not high, it caused its body, all over, to be covered by a thin layer of frost. Into a frozen retardation state, movement is slowed. It was a mysterious ghost whose body was covered in a gray cloak. Around his neck hangs a skull pendant of pitch black color, and he wields a dark red death scythe. The scythe, as if it had once harvested countless shadowy souls, had a surface that was draped in wisps of chilly black air. Between the black gas lining and tossing, a twisted human face with incomparable pain appeared, emitting bursts of sharp wails. Like a cold god of death walking between the underworld and death, mercilessly harvesting the souls of living beings, he was suspended in the void of the tower hall. From the shadows under the cloak, two cold and incomparable blood-colored gazes shot out, firmly locking onto Yi Chu. Exuding an incomparably cold aura, with a chilling killing intent that was like substance. Level 55 Epic Boss Spectral God Envoy. Chapter 97 Battle, Epic Boss. Spectre of the Underworld. As for epic bosses, the level was at least 65 or higher. However, the spectral god envoy in front of him, with a level of only 55, had reached an astonishing epic level. Apparently it was the same as the level 10 silver level boss skeleton general in the novice village back then. It belongs to a special existence that only exists in certain maps and is supreme and incomparable among bosses of the same level. Though its level, it hadn't been elevated from the 107th level guardian boss. But by one rank, the strength gap was like a chasm, completely incomparable. The difficulty of passing the level was instantly increased by more than several times. Even Yi Chu, looking at the darkly converging sharpness and ghostly entangled death scythe in the hands of the underworld god envoy, felt a heavy pressure coming from his face. Unable to help himself, he muttered darkly, "Sure enough, this last level of the Tower of Heaven is not that easy to pass. If you want to pass, you'll have to show some real skill." However, in addition to being grave, there was even more surprise in Yi Chu's heart. Looking at the incomparably powerful panel attributes and skill configurations of the spectral god envoy, he revealed a flash of incandescence that he couldn't hide. Until now, Yi Chu had contracted a total of 5 main pets of different types from each other. Meat tank, warrior, mage, archer, and flying pets are all available. Contract new pets later, preferably of types that don't repeat. In this way, they can complement each other's gains and maximize their power. And in Yi Chu's planning, there were still 3 types of pets missing from his pet core today. One is an assassin pet that can stealthily sneak around, kill with explosive power, kill in the red dust, and get out of the white blade. One is a control type pet with multiple control skills that can steadily control the enemy in the middle of a battle. There is also a support pet that can provide various gain effects to other pets, like the priest profession. The spectral god envoy in front of him, in Yi Chu's eyes, happened to be the best choice for an assassin lineage pet. If the contract could be successfully contracted, it would also become the first epic level pet that Yi Chu had taken in. However, the level of the underworld god's envoy was level 55, which was a full 15 levels higher than Yi Chu at this time. The success rate of the contract, moreover, was only a minuscule 1 in 1,000. Trying to contract it successfully is obviously not that easy. Just as Yi Chu's mind was turning and flashing through these many thoughts, the underworld god envoy had already launched his attack. The icy gaze revealed under its cloak flashed with a cold killing intent. The figure took a step forward and instantly transformed into a wisp of gloomy wind, directly disappearing from the spot. In the next second, the Een wind stirred and appeared in midair above Yi Chu's head. Displacement skill spectral jump. The underworld god envoy, who had manifested himself, had a murderous flash in his eyes and raised the death scythe in his hand high. Above the dark red blade, a bleak and incomparable skillful light flashed up. Accompanied by the shrill whistles of countless Een souls, they chopped down heavily towards Yi Chu. Attack skill spectral slash. Yi Chu's heart and mind were suddenly flabbergasted, and he could clearly and incomparably feel the sensational coldness that surged from the blade of the scythe. However, the difference in attributes between the two sides was too great. In the face of absolute attribute suppression, the room for maneuver is very limited. Even if he saw the trajectory of the direction of the spectral chop, in his haste, he simply couldn't position himself to dodge. Only had time to activate the lifelink skill, connecting himself to void fear in time. In the next second, the incomparably sharp death scythe was heavily chopping down. The death scythe was cold and incomparably cold, as if it had no substance, as it chopped through Yichu's body. Yichu only felt a chill penetrate his body. In the next second, above the head, a large damage number popped up. 1672. One had to know that Yichu was at this moment under the support of the Beast Soul Ancient Jade and the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. The panel attributes were incredibly strong, no better than a level 50 legendary boss. After using the lifelink skill and deflecting 80% of the damage, he still lost so much chi. That is, if no damage is transferred. Then this scythe came down and could directly cut down more than 8,000 of his own blood. Epic boss, it really was as terrifying as it was. The damage blew up to the max. Yichu immediately felt a heavy pressure in his heart. But the pressure also fueled his fighting spirit at the same time. Within his eyes, a bright and incomparably exorbitant battle intent burst out, violently raising the long sword in his hand. With a dragon yuan slash, he swept out a piece of blood-colored swordlight and swept towards the underworld god envoy. However, just then, around the body of the pixie spirit god envoy, there was a sudden flurry of yin chi. The entire body quickly faded and disappeared into the void, causing Yichu's attack to fall in the air as well. Stealth skill spectral stalking. However, Yichu acted as if he had anticipated this. The moment the pixie spirit god's envoy stealthily dived, he immediately let out a low cry. Xingyao. Xingyao and Yichu shared a common mind, and did not need Yichu to issue specific commands to know what he meant. Immediately raising the longbow in his hand, he aimed it at the sky and shot a starlight arrow. The arrows flew into midair, spilling down a soft, watery silver starburst that illuminated the entire tower hall to the finest detail. The hidden and sneaking spectral god envoy was also illuminated from the void. Mu Bingyun immediately waved her staff in her hand and cast the skill. Summoning an extremely cold storm mixed with wind and snow, it enveloped a few feet of land around the spectral god envoy. Though with the huge attribute gap, the damage that could be inflicted was very limited. However, it managed to cover the surface of the spectral god envoy's body with a thin layer of frost, causing his movement speed to slow down drastically. The war general seized the moment, his eyes locking onto the spectral god envoy, and decisively launched a fire. Like divine punishment from the 9 heavens, it descended from the heavens and ruthlessly split on the spectral god envoy. It instantly caused the spectral god envoy's body to shake violently and let out a miserable scream of pain. Above his head, a large damage number jumped out. 351. Though compared to the total blood value of the spectral god envoy of more than 500,000, this amount of damage was insignificant. But it's also already a lot more damage than a few other pets can do. With a flash of essence in his eyes, Yichu decisively activated the royal beast splitting skill and summoned a split body for the thunder god eagle. The two of them will be the absolute main output in this battle. And the spectral god envoy was not one to take a beating and not fight back. After being struck by the evil punishing divine thunder, bloodthirsty and ferocious light immediately shot out from his eyes, locking onto the thunder god sculpture to death. With a furious roar, he flung out his big sleeve and swept out a chilly and extremely cold soul-eroding in wind, sweeping towards the thunder god eagle. Although the thunder god eagle's bloodline was strong, and around his body, there was the most masculine and rigid evil punishing divine thunder surrounding him. Possesses extremely high resistance to skills like soul-eroding in wind. However, there was no way that between them and the spectral god envoy, the difference in level and attributes was too great. With just one skill attack, the shadowy wind rolled through and directly blew off more than 30,000 chi blood from the thunder god eagle. One had to know that the thunder god eagle's total amount of chi blood was only 200,000 in total. It was the equivalent of blowing off a seventh instantly with that one skill. It was evident how terrifying the damage of the spectral god's envoy's skills really were. Luckily, Yichu didn't just have one pet, the thunder god eagle, but all the other pets could share the damage as well. As long as they cooperated with each other properly, they still had a fighting chance. Yichu raised his left hand and activated the Healing Light skill, giving the thunder god eagle a mouthful of blood back. Then again, it struck out without stopping, putting a series of buff skills on it, all in one fell swoop. At the same time, several other pets, under Yi Chu's orders, also launched their attacks in unison. Void Fear roared wildly. From the hideous and incomparably huge mouth, a tidal wave of twisted and incomparable sound waves spread out, covering the underworld god envoy. This void roar against divine souls can also be used against Dean's soul-type skills, dealing some additional damage. The star longbow in Xing Yao's hand shone brightly, and the sound of the bowstring clanging was unceasing. Constantly shooting out a sharp arrow dazzled with the light of a star. Like a blizzard, it shot toward the underworld god envoy. Mu Bingyun wore a gorgeous ice blue law dress and waved her staff in her hand without stopping. A burst of melodious magical incantations continued to emanate from its mouth. A single powerful ice magic was declared madly towards the underworld god envoy. Yi Chu even carried a huge sword and sped up, slashing and hacking at the underworld god's envoy with reckless abandon. Although the spectral body of the spectral divine messenger could drastically cut down on the physical damage it took, it was not completely immune to it. With Yi Chu's powerful attributes, he could still more or less deal some damage. In this way, the two sides began to battle fiercely at the top of this heavily tower, the highest floor of the tower hall. The spectral god envoy wins because of its high level and strong attributes. The body is like a ghost, drifting. A random normal attack could cause high amounts of damage to Yi Chu and his pet. Yi Chu, on the other hand, was superior in that he had many pets and a variety of skill configurations. With several pets alternating forward, sharing the damage, and aided by control skills, they could also barely maneuver with the underworld god envoy. In this way, the fierce battle lasted for 10 minutes. The spectral god envoy's blood level was finally worn down by a third. On the contrary, on Yi Chu's side, the situation was even more dismal. Almost all of the pets' blood levels had dropped to less than half blood. Among them, the Thunder God Eagle's attacks on the spectral god envoy hurt the most, so it absorbed the most hatred and suffered the most attacks. At this moment, only the last trace of blood remained. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, the spectral god envoy performed a spectral jump skill, instantly arriving above the Thunder God Eagle's head. The death side was raised high, its blade as cold as frost, cutting through the void and chopping heavily towards the Thunder God Eagle. Yi Chu was quick on his feet and decisively launched the shift shape and change position, instantly reversing the positions of himself and the Thunder God Eagle. The Thunder God Eagle escaped as a result. Yi Chu, on the other hand, crossed his sword in front of his body and took the spectral divine envoy's momentum-strengthening strike head-on, and his blood bar once again slammed down by a fraction. The dragon blood demon sword, which was held tightly in his hand, was even knocked out of all toughness and lifted from its transformed state. The dragon blood sword demon, who had rechanged into a lanky figure, landed on the ground with a trace of residual blood on his head. Yi Chu had lost the attribute bonus of the Imperial Beast Divine Soldier, and at that moment, in front of the spectral god envoy, he was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Without hesitation, he drew back sharply and at the same time lifted the divine Imperial contract with the dragon blood sword demon. The moment the contract was lifted, the dragon blood sword demon regained its freedom. It was no longer under Yi Chu's control, and was no longer suppressed by the rules of the Tong Tian Tower. Regained the powerful attributes of a level 51 legendary boss. The spectral god envoy didn't care if the dragon blood sword demon was Yi Chu's pet or not. In its determination mechanism as a guardian boss, any other being that appeared in this level of the tower hall was an enemy. Therefore, with a direct roar of rage, he raised his death god scythe high and slashed towards the dragon blood sword demon. The two bosses, at once, fiercely fought together. After Yi Chu retreated to a safe distance, he gazed at the spectral god envoy. It was found that after the blood level was lowered, its contract success rate had increased from the initial 0.1% to 1.2%. The actual probability, with the augmentation of the Hong Luk Chi Tianring's Chi, would definitely be even higher. Then with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he decisively locked onto the spectral god envoy and unleashed the skill divine royal contract. Chapter 99 Mythical Props Ancient Order of Tong Tian. Game alert, you unleashed the skill divine imperial pact on the epic boss spectral god envoy. The progress of the pact is 1%, the pact failed. The progress bar representing the completion of the divine royal contract was suddenly interrupted when it traveled to 20%. Yi Chu's first contract attempt against the underworld god envoy ended in failure. But Yi Chu was not discouraged. The cooldown of the divine royal pact was originally 10 seconds. However, by the bonus effect of the Cthulhu bloodline, the cooldown time was reduced by 50%, and it could be activated once in 5 seconds. As long as you don't get killed yourself, there's plenty of opportunity to keep trying. The light in Yichu's eyes flashed as he pulled out a red and blue potion and poured it into his mouth to restore his chi and blood as well as his blue amount. While raising his hand to activate his skills, he added Buffsto the Thunder God Eagle and replied to his blood. At the same time, several pets were ordered to wait for the right moment. When the Dragonblood Sword Demon was dried out by the Spectral Divine Messenger to just a sliver of blood left, they rallied together and grabbed the head. Although, killing a boss in the Tower of Heaven does not result in any experience and equipment rewards. But each kill makes the rewards accumulate, making the final treasure chest reward more and more generous. The kill reward of a legendary class boss could never be wasted. Although after restoring all of his attributes, the Dragonblood Sword Demon was exceptionally powerful. However, there was still a huge gap between it and the level 55 epic boss Spectral God Envoy. After fighting for just over a minute, he was left with only the last trace of blood remaining under the slash of the death scythe. The Spectral God Envoy hissed and was about to unleash the skill, Soul Reaping, to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a sharp sound resounded in the void. A brilliant arrow that was draped in endless starlight was as fast as lightning, cracking through the air. In an instant, it pierced through the void and shot into the chest of the Dragonblood Sword Demon. Starlight exploded above the arrow, blowing out a large hole in the Dragonblood Sword Demon's chest. It was Xingyao's Diamond Star Arrow that grabbed the head of the Dragonblood Sword Demon ahead of the Phantom God Envoy. The Spectral Divine Envoy was enraged as his blow fell short. With a flash, he instantly arrived at Xingyao's side and slashed down with a heavy slash of his scythe. The incomparably sharp dark red blade chopped through Xingyao's delicate body, instantly causing Xingyao to grunt miserably. What was only half of her blood quantity left, instantly slammed down once again, leaving just a trace of residual blood. However, although Xingyao was shocked and did not make a mess, at the moment of life and death, she violently raised the longbow in her hand and pulled the bowstring backward with force. Bright and dazzling star power flowed and converged between the drawn bowstring and the bow tire. It coalesced into a sharp arrow made entirely of pure starlight. The sharpness was brilliant and dazzling. Against the Spectre's chest, it was fired directly at close range. The Spectral God Envoy was unable to avoid it, and was shot into his chest by the star-shattering arrow that Xingyao shot with all her might. Mighty and incomparable star power erupted like a storm, instantly sweeping through the entire body of the Underworld God Envoy. The knockout effect attached to this S-rank skill caused the Spectral Divine Envoy to fall into a short stun state. Xingyao hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity, curling up her two slender snowy legs, and consecutively made several folding leaps backward. Dragging the precarious sliver of remaining blood, he quickly moved away from the Spectral God Envoy. By the time the Spectral God Envoy recovered from his stun state, the first thing he saw when he met his face was the Void Fear's hideous mouth full of sharp teeth. A roar came out, a tidal wave of sound that rolled in. The gray cloak on the Spectral God Envoy's body was made to hunt and shake in the wind. The Spectral God Envoy roared in anger and violently raised his death scythe, slashing fiercely at the hideous beast in front of him. In this way, both sides were once again fiercely battling in this tower hall. Yichu ordered a few pets to utilize various skills in conjunction with each other, and continuously circled around with the Underworld God Envoy. He himself was hiding in the distance, constantly activating the Divine Royal Pact and attempting to subdue the Underworld God Envoy. So on and so forth for a few more minutes. The blood level of the Spectral Divine Messenger had been successfully worn down to less than half blood. However, the losses on Yichu's side were just as heavy. Mu Bingyun, who had the most brittle body plate, had already been killed and returned to Yichu's Imperial Beast space, making it difficult to fight again in a short period of time. The blood levels of several other pets, too, were already in jeopardy. Even the Thunder God Eagle had died once. It was being revived by Yichu using the Seal of Life and Death skill in order to continue participating in the battle. Unfortunately, Yichu's time to learn this skill was too short, and the skill's cooldown time was too long. Until this moment, Yichu had only managed to condense the Seal of Life and Death within the bodies of the three pets, the Thunder God Eagle, the Void Fear, and the Star Yao. The Thunder God Eagle has been resurrected once. If Void Fear and Star Yao's resurrection chances were also used up, then in his hands, he would truly have no other cards left. Damn it, a level 40 challenge map, put a level 55 epic boss to guard the gate, who the hell came up with this? Who the hell can stand such an outrageous leveling difficulty? All of a sudden, it was inside the game, creating a furor. Players from various countries instantly boiled over, resounding with a burst of excited and incomparable murmurs. This time it's not a service-wide announcement, but the legendary world announcement. If I remember correctly, this would be the first time since the game started, right? What kind of map is that Tower of Heaven? After clearing it, it was able to trigger a world announcement. It's too awesome. Not only that, but it even rewarded Wei Wu Legacy with a mythic grade token. That's a legendary mythic grade prop. I wonder what it's good for. I'm afraid that this wave, Wei Wu Legacy, will take off again. Bagger, what kind of map is this Tower of Heaven? It's intolerable that the Dragon Nation has gotten through it first. Wei Wu Legacy. I've memorized this name, I'll have to learn it when I have the chance. I hope I won't be disappointed. For all of the talk and clamor in the outside world, Yi Chu was completely unaware of it. At this moment, all his eyes and attention, all of them landed on the mysterious token that was glittering with luster and floating down slowly from mid-air. Chapter 100 SS Grade Skill, Soul Reaping. With the grand and solemn world announcement, it echoed and resounded in mid-air. A mysterious ancient order that shone with divine light drifted down slowly from mid-air and descended in front of Yi Chu. The ancient order was about the size of a palm, carved from a complete piece of green-colored ancient jade. On the back of the token, a grand scene of an immortal lifting the haze and ascending is carved. On the front side of the token, between the layers of floral patterns and brocade, two ancient characters in majestic seal script were carved with the strokes of a dragon and snake. Through the sky, floating in the void before Yi Chu's eyes, it emitted a burst of brilliant divine aura. Ancient Order of the Tong Tian. Prop grade, mythic. Props description, a mysterious ancient order that has been passed down since ancient times. When you are at level 50, you can use this order to open a space channel to the legendary mythological map Bailu Heaven. The Ancient Order of Tong Tian, Bailu Tian. The light in Yi Chu's eyes flickered as he reached out his hand and held the Ancient Order of Heavenly Passage into his palm. Looking at the item description of this mysterious token, he revealed a few moments of contemplation. These were two names that he had never heard of in his previous life. However, he was well aware of the gold content of mythic grade props and mythic maps. In that case, this heavenly tower is just a trial test. Only after clearing it can you get the Ancient Order of Tong Tian and gain entry to the true mythic level map. Yi Chu muttered under his breath, his mind's thoughts gradually becoming CL. Error. He couldn't help but be curious about the map called Bailu Heaven. One must know that the difficulty of clearing the Tower of Heaven was not too much to call it a hellish level. In a previous life, the whole blue planet, billions of players. After 2.5 years of the game merging with reality, there has never been a single person who has been able to successfully pass it. Even as strong as the Yi Chu of this life, who possess near-open strength, they all nearly flipped over at the last hurdle. You can imagine how challenging this map really is. Just what kind of a map is it that requires such a great deal of effort and passing such a difficult test to qualify for one of its admission tickets? For a moment, Yi Chu's heart was agitated. The mysterious map called Bailu Heaven was filled with endless speculation and longing. But regardless, only one thing is certain. It was that map. Since it could be called a mythical grade map, it must contain endless opportunities for creation, waiting for one to go and discover. It's just a pity that this map, you need to be level 50 before you can go in. Looks like we'll have to work twice as hard on upgrading in the next few days. Yi Chu rubbed his fingers over the lines on the Ancient Order of Tong Tian, his eyes flickering as he murmured. Right at this moment, by Yi Chu's ears, there was another burst of crisp and pleasant game prompts ringing out. Game tip, congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 108th floor of the Tower of Heaven in 3 hours and 51 minutes, and have obtained the mythic grade treasure chest 1. Accompanied by the ringing of the game bell, a crystalline treasure chest that was like a jade sculpted and glittering with 7-colored divine light descended from. I can't believe it's really a mythic level treasure chest. Yi Chu's heart and mind were stirred, and in his eyes, an undisguised sense of eagerness and anticipation flowed out. I wonder, what treasures can be opened from inside this mythic level treasure chest? And as the pass rewards were handed out, this map, too, came to a close. A hazy teleportation glow flashed around Yi Chu as well as several pets. With a swish, there was a flash of light, and he was teleported out of the Tower of Heaven, back inside the dimly lit cave. However, after coming back, Yi Chu didn't rush to open the treasure chest to see what treasures were inside. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a good meal. According to Yi Chu's long-standing habit, the more important and advanced the loot, the more it should be saved for the final reveal. Yi Chu, first of all, turned his gaze to the new pet that he had just taken in, the spectral god envoy. The line of sight locked onto its body and brought up its attribute panel, checking up on the detailed attributes. The Undertaker. Bloodline level, epic. Rank, 55. Physical star rating, 10. Power star rating, 12. Agility star rating, 12. Spirit star rating, 14. Skills, Spectral Sneak B, Spectral Jump B, Spectral Body A, Spectral Chop A, Spectral Chain A, Soul Eroding Gale A, 100 Ghosts Night Walking S, Soul Reaping SS. Introduction. Born in the realm of the underworld, the powerful god Envoy can travel between the two worlds, wielding a sharp death scythe, harvesting all the living souls in the world. There is a line of possibilities, evolving into the legendary god of death, who is in charge of the cycle of life and death. An epic pet with a surprisingly high growth star rating of 48 points. Other than that, just based on this incomparable attribute growth, it was enough to make countless Imperial Beastmasters' eyes red with envy and drool. Not to mention, the skill set of the Spectral Divine Messenger is also very luxurious. Stealth, Displacement, Control, Group Attack. All types of skills are available. All of these skills come together, and together they create a terrifying and incomparable. Chapter 101 Immortal Dharma Disc, Origin Ancient Jade. With Yichu holding his breath, he slowly opened the mythical treasure chest. A burst of rich and incomparable seven-colored divine light erupted from the cracked slit in the treasure chest. As the opening slit became larger and larger, this precious light became more and more dense, almost illuminating Yichu's eyes. Until finally, the lid of the treasure chest is fully open. In Yichu's ears, a series of crisp and incomparable game beeps rang out. Ding! Congratulations, open the mythic treasure chest and receive the reward, the Immortal Disc Mythic. Congratulations, you have opened the mythic grade treasure chest and received a reward, the Ancient Jade of Origins Mythic. Congratulations, you have opened the mythic level treasure chest and received the reward, the 10,000 Devil Jar Legendary. Congratulations, you have opened the mythic level treasure chest and received the reward, the Eye of Truth Legendary. Congratulations, open the mythic grade treasure chest and receive the reward, SS Grade Secret Map 3. Congratulations, open the mythic grade treasure chest and receive the reward, S Grade Secret Map 12. A treasure chest that opens out 2 mythical grade props. Looking above the game panel in front of him, a refreshed game prompt. Yichu was suddenly breathing heavily, and in his eyes, an uncontrollable ecstasy flowed out. You should know that the richness of the final treasure chest reward of the Tower of Heaven is based on the length of the passage and the number of bosses killed. As for the most important ultimate boss in the entire Tower of Heaven, Yichu did not kill it. Instead, he used the Divine Royal Contract to take it in and make it his pet. In a way, there is some suspicion of trickery. Originally, Yichu was still worried that not killing the final boss would affect his rewards. But now it seems that this worry was completely redundant. In the aspect of opening treasure chests and popping rewards, you can always trust Hong Luk Chi Tian Ring. The probability of something like a treasure chest that opened 2 mythic grade props was almost minuscule. Yichu had never heard of it in his previous life. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a stroke of luck. For a moment, Yichu was in a good mood. Can't wait to open the package and check up on a few of the bonus items that were just opened. First, there was the first mythic grade prop, the Immortal Law Disc. It was a palm-sized bronze roulette wheel with an ancient style. In the center of the roulette wheel, there was a pattern of a figure sitting cross-legged. Around the pattern of the silhouette, there were layers and layers of complicated and incomparable mysterious runic patterns engraved. Circle after circle spread out to the outermost edge of the wheel. It emitted a gust of ancient vicissitudes and a mysterious aura that was difficult to describe in words. Immortality Disc. Prop Grade, Mythic. Description of props: a mysterious disc containing the power of the cycle of life and death, which is embedded within the body and can increase extra life by pouring experience value, with the effect of substitution of death, and resurrected in the same place with full blood in full state after death, without any loss. Note, the experience value required for each extra life is the current level upgrade experience, up to a maximum of 10 extra lives. Current life, 0-10. Surprisingly, it's a rare and incomparable scapegoat type prop, and, at most, it can be scapegoated 10 times. Having it is the equivalent of 10 extra lives. After seeing the specific introduction of the Immortal Dharma Disc, Yichu was immediately short of breath and his mood was bursting with excitement. You know, after the game fused with reality, this world is full of too many variables. One of the most important things for any player is to stay alive. However, the real world is full of crises. Inside the game, there are even a variety of strange special props, which can be said to be defensible. Even the strongest players, if they were not careful, they could be sneak attacked and assassinated. As a result, the props of the scapegoat category became the ultimate props that everyone could only dream of. In the previous life, special props that could take the place of the dead ones could easily fetch a sky-high price, causing countless strong people to rush after them and clamor for them. Yet this immortal Dharma disc can substitute for death a full 10 times. Having it is the equivalent of having 11 lives. One can only say that it is worthy of being a mythical prop, and the effect is really explosive and incomparable. The only beautiful thing was that for each life, you needed to consume an experience value equal to the upgrade experience in order to coalesce it. It will greatly slow down the player's upgrade speed. However, this small drawback was not a problem at all for Yi Chu. Of the several pets he had now, Xingyao's level was 50, and the Spectral God Envoy's level was 55. It far exceeded the rank of Yi Chu, a royal Beastmaster. The equivalent of 2 powerful upgrade gas pedals. He could easily take Yi Chu and go to brush the maps above level 50, and the upgrade speed was absolutely nothing to speak of. Even if a large amount of experience was divided and used to water the undying Dharma discs, other players could easily be left far behind. For Yi Chu, the real biggest problem with this prop was that it was too expensive. Surprisingly, it requires a whole 100 million gold coins to be able to withdraw to the real world. Until then, it's all in-game only. Looks like there's still a need to find a way to vigorously get money. The only way to withdraw all the good stuff into the real world is to have gold in place. Yi Chu murmured in his heart and activated the immortal Dharma disc on the spot. Originally, the Dharma plate that was lying quietly in Yi Chu's palm suddenly slowly floated up in the air. It emitted a soft greenish glow that seeped into Yi Chu's chest. As long as Yi Chu divided some of his experience when he practiced in the future, he would water and nourish it. It'll be one more extra life to use for scapegoating and circumventing the risk of dying in dropping a level. The second mythic grade prop, the Origin Ancient Jade, was a crystal clear blood-colored ancient jade. Its overall shape is like a water drop, as if the blood dripping from some ancient god had condensed and was worn on top of a necklace. The light in the blood jade was dense, as if it was the deepest abyss in the world, and it was as if people were going to sink into it when they looked at it. The effect of the equipment can be better described by the word powerful. Origins of Ancient Jade. Prop Grade, Mythic. Special Effect 1, Maximum life value of the wearer and all pets is increased by 50%. Special Effect 2, the wearer and all pets will have 5% of their lost life value restored every second. Special Effect 3, each time a pet is upgraded, there is a certain chance that it will awaken a natural skill. Introduction. At the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the essence blood of a certain supreme being coalesced into a mysterious ancient jade, which contains the power of origin and is capable of stimulating the potential of the bloodline of living beings, returning to the source of the ancestors, and evolving step by step to the ultimate form. Occupation requirement, Beastmaster. Level requirement, none. Chapter 102 10,000 Devil Jar, Eye of Truth. After reading the Origin Ancient Jade's equipment introduction, Yi Chu's gaze slightly condensed, revealing a few moments of contemplation. This equipment, in total, has 3 equipment effects. However, as a mythic level equipment, the first 2 equipment effects were a bit too crotch-pulling. However, it is a bonus to your own and all of your pets' maximum life and recovery. Though, the 50% max life bonus and the 5% per second blood regeneration effect already qualify as very powerful. Enough to make countless players at this stage dream and go crazy for it. After all, as long as Yi Chu's pets were strong enough to sweep away all enemies, the special props of the scapegoat category would be completely useless. After thinking this point through, Yi Chu was in a great mood. Directly equipping the Origin Ancient Jade, he replaced the legendary equipment Beast Soul Ancient Jade that he originally wore around his neck. Although this piece of equipment was something that Yi Chu had replaced and not used. But legendary level equipment, in the current stage of the game, is also absolutely the extreme equipment that countless people can only dream of. It was entirely possible to take it to auction, easily fetching a sky-high price, adding to Yi Chu's big plan to get money. After the mythic equipment was looked at, next, were the 2 legendary rewards. Although they were a level below the mythic props in terms of grade, they were still rare and superb. Especially, now that the game has only just opened a few days ago and the vast majority of mainstream players have never even seen legend. Cooling time, 3 days. Special, killing a target by utilizing the All Devil's Jar does not count as the player completing the kill, and no experience as well as rewards can be gained. This 10,000 Devil Jar prop presentation is simple and brutal, with no frills to speak of. Simply put, it's a superb weapon that can unleash a powerful attack and attack the enemy. Though monsters killed by utilizing it do not earn any rewards and cannot be used for leveling. But it can come in handy tremendously in certain special situations. It can be used as an important base card, pressed in the hand and taken out in emergency at critical moments. Yichu nodded and flipped his hand to put it away, taking out the last legendary grade prop. This prop looks like a round eyeball made of gold. The surface was engraved with intricate and incomparable inscription marks. It was heavy and golden in his hand, and quite mysterious. Real eye. Prop level, legend. Special effect 1, able to detect any invisible unit. Special effect 2, ability to perceive the target's weaknesses. Feature 3, in some maps or special scenarios, it is possible to get some important gameplay hints by using arachnid clues. Introduction of props. Endless years ago, a legendary emperor poured out his entire empire and spent thousands of years to create 7 heirloom treasures, and the Eye of Truth is one of them, which can be refined to unlock the true vision, with the power of meticulous observation. Through the introduction information, this prop to the player's combat power, there is no substantial increase. However, the concealment breaking and insight into enemy weaknesses are very useful in combat. With it, you no longer have to worry about being sneak attacked by assassin-type players. However, if these two effects were the only ones, it was far from enough to make it a legendary prop. The greatest value of this prop should be reflected in its last special effect. It is possible to get some important gameplay hints on certain maps or scenarios. Just how strong this effect is, however, cannot be seen through textual descriptions alone. Need to use it to know. With a thought, Yichu placed the Eye of Truth in front of his eyes and chose to use it. The Eye of Truth, which was as if it was made of pure gold, suddenly transformed into wisps of golden light that merged into his own eyeballs. When it was all over, Yichu suddenly felt his eyes clear. The whole world, it was as if it had become clearer. Even in the dimly lit depths of the cave, the subtle textures of each rock are clearly visible. As Yichu's line of sight moved, when it landed on Xingyao. Above Star Yao's head, below her name, a message alert box popped up. A powerful hero of the Holy Spirit clan, though she doesn't seem to be feeling well in the last few days, discounting her combat power. Chapter 103, a full meal or a full meal? Aha! Looking at the top of Xingyao's head, a text prompt emerged. Yichu was slightly stunned, his face slightly odd. Good guy, even NPC physiological period can be observed, this observation ability is really meticulous enough. When Xingyao saw Yichu's gaze suddenly staring at her, doubt surfaced on her delicate pretty face. Cocking her head in confusion, she asked, "Master, what are you suddenly looking at me like that for?" "Nope. Didn't see anything." Yichu coughed to hide his embarrassment and patted Xingyao's shoulder in concern. "Rest and drink plenty of hot water for a few days." Xingyao was slightly stunned at his words, and quickly reacted. The snow-white pretty face flushed red, the two long legs were slightly together, looking at Yichu with some shyness, and said quietly, "Thank you for your concern, Master." In addition to the above 4 mythical and legendary level extreme props. From that mythic treasure chest, 15 more rare and incomparable secret realm maps were opened. 3 of them were maps of SS rank secret realms, and 12 of them were maps of S rank secret realms. Each map opens up a greasy secret copy, which is worth its weight in gold. Any one of them circulating out would be enough to make countless first-class players rush in and thirst for it. But alas, the Tower of Heaven is a level 40 challenge map. As a result, these secret maps opened from the treasure chests were all between level 40 and 45. However, with Yichu's strength nowadays, even advanced maps above level 50 could all be easily swept away. There's no longer any cost-effective way to paint copies in this level range. Therefore, these 15 secret realm maps, he wasn't going to brush them himself. The best option is still to sell for money. At this point, the loot from this Tong Tian Tower challenge had all been counted. With a wave of his hand, Yichu retrieved several pets into his pet space, then summoned Mu Bingyun. At this moment, it had been less than half an hour since Mu Bingyun had been killed by the spectral god envoy in the Tower of Heaven. Although, due to the divine royal contract that existed between him and Yichu, he was successfully resurrected in the Imperial Beast space. However, it is still in the half-hour weakness period and is not capable of fighting. His face was white, his feet were weak, and he looked like a very weak man. Yichu assisted her out of the cave. The few personal guards who stood guard outside the entrance to the cave had been waiting a little impatiently for hours. From time to time, he probed his head and looked into the cave, all very curious in his heart. What exactly were Yichu and Mu Bingyun, the two of them, doing in this narrow cave, staying for hours at a time? At that moment, seeing Yichu assisting Mu Bingyun walked out from the cave. Mu Bingyun still had an exhausted and weak, sheepish and delicate appearance, and all of a sudden, their hearts and minds were shaken. He couldn't help but look back and forth between the two a few more times, his eyes odd and buoyant. Yichu sent Mu Bingyun onto the back of his horse and watched her leave before he himself crushed the return scroll and teleported back into Jinbei City. After returning to the city, Yichu opened his friends list and found Li Chionan's chat window. Sending her the legendary equipment Beast Soul Ancient Jade that he had just replaced, and those secret realm maps made into illustrations. Wei Wu Legacy, these things, do you want them? I want it. Originally, things didn't go too well, and once they heard how expensive our prices were set, many guilds simply refused. It should be thinking that after getting the coordinates of the territory, they'll just make a move to loot it and save the money. However, today at noon, after you single-handedly destroyed 2,000-man regiments of the Questioning Sword, you have made these people recognize reality. Knowing that it's simply unrealistic to grab the territory from you, instead it's easy to draw fire and end up in the same situation as Ask the Sword. Now, one after another, people have already contacted me to discuss the purchase of territories. Li Chionan laughed. In 2 days at most, these territories should all be available, and they can be sold at a very good price. Yichu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Alright, just watch over this matter and give me the money in the end." You're that comfortable leaving it all to me? Li Chionan looked at Yichu with some curiosity and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll secretly collude with those buyers and eat your kickbacks?" Of course you can do that, but the next time something good like that comes along, I can get someone else to do it too. Yichu looked at Li Chionan with a faint gaze and said, a full meal, I think you should still be able to tell the difference. Of course I want to be full all the time. Li Chionan smiled cheekily. Now that she had tasted the benefits of hugging Yichu's thigh, of course she refused to offend Yichu for a little bit of petty gain. Then, the two of them began to talk about business, discussing the prices of the Beast Soul Ancient Jade and those secret realm maps. In the end, it was agreed that Li Chionan would spend 1.5 million gold coins to take all of the Ancient Jade of Beast Souls and the 15 secret realm maps. However, Li Chionan couldn't take so many gold coins in one breath right now, and agreed to pay up within 3 days. The deal is done, everyone is happy, and both are in a very good mood. Li Chionan directly equipped the Beast Soul Ancient Jade in front of Yichu. The crystal clear Ancient Jade pendant, hanging on Li Chionan's neck, plunged into the snow-white peaks between the grooves. Ice muscles and snowy jade reflect each other. Li Chionan winked playfully at Yichu and asked with a smile, "Is it good?" Chapter 104, the officials come to the door and ask for punishment. Good looking. Yichu stared at the Beast Soul Ancient Jade trapped between Li Chionan's peaks without slanting his eyes, and nodded with a serious expression. Thanks for the compliment. Li Chionan smiled sweetly and said, "In the future, if you have this kind of extreme equipment you want to offer again, you must also remember me first." No problem. Yichu nodded and said, "As long as I entrust you with something, you will help me handle it properly." Then you drop, favorably, greatly. The two smiled at each other, both quite pleased with this unspoken partnership. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Li Chionan excused herself and left to go practice. Yichu swept a glance at the parcel space and realized that the batch of equipment that he had picked up after exterminating the 2,000-man groups of Questioning Sword at noon had not yet been dealt with. Such a huge amount of high-level equipment, looking at the entire national service. Apart from the officials, there is absolutely no second power that can eat it in one bite. But Yichu, right now, had a rather delicate relationship with the officials, and didn't want to sell his equipment to them. So he came to the auction house in Jinbei City and put up all the equipment for sale in the auction house. After finishing, Yichu glanced at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. So he went offline for dinner, then came back online and found a random map to practice for a while. Until 10 p.m., right on the dot. Rarely today, I finally ended all the grudges with the Questioning Sword Club, and by the way, Liang Lulu that also solved it. And he successfully cleared the Tower of Heaven and received a generous reward for clearing it. Yichu felt soothed and rewarded himself by going offline earlier and sleeping comfortably. Although he went offline to rest, the countless players inside the game did not. The gaming forums are especially lively. Many players were inside, feverishly discussing the various things happening in the game. And on the forum today, the two topics with the highest heat were all related to Yichu. One was a map of the Tower of Heaven that he had just cleared. Everyone was very curious as to what kind of map it was. After clearing the level, it was surprisingly capable of triggering world announcements and even obtaining mythic level rewards. There was a feverish discussion of the various aspects of this map. Another hot topic was Yichu's feat of single-handedly destroying 2 of Questioning Sword's 1,000-man regiments at noon. Until this moment, the battle video of that battle was still hanging high on the front page of the forum, attracting the attention of countless players. known as the first tragic case since the opening of Miracles. Countless players, all of them marveled at Yichu's overwhelming power and discussed it passionately in the comments section. And over time, some players gradually realized. Since the battle at noon, many of the senior players of the Questioning Sword Guild were as good as vaporized. Suddenly went offline and then never came back online. It wasn't until the evening that a message began to circulate online, claiming that all those Ask the Sword executives were killed in reality. At first, people didn't believe the news, thinking it was just made-up speculation. It wasn't until several insiders of the Questioning Sword Club, probed by forces from all sides, gave a positive answer. When the news broke, the whole internet was abuzz. It was instantly inside the forums, instantly creating a furor. I'll go. What kind of joke is this? So many core players of the Questioning Sword Club were killed in one day? This news must be false, right? The Questioning Sword Club is one of the top gaming clubs in the country, and the club is filled with experts. Who's that capable of breaking into a club and killing people? Bull. You don't use your brain to think. At noon, Weiwu Legacy had just destroyed 2,000-member regiments of Questioning Sword in the game, and in the afternoon, a large number of Questioning Sword's top brass were killed. Who did it need to be asked? Hiss, could it be that it's really Weiwu Legacy who did this? Looking at the national service, he is the only one who can have this strength and motivation. It's too scary, I knew it. The world will definitely be in chaos after the game fuses with reality, triggering all kinds of turmoil and confusion. He dares to commit murder and kill in broad daylight. What else does he not dare to do? Officials must severely punish Yichu, or else in the future, similar things will happen more and more, and what will guarantee the safety of the people? Che, you think that by severely punishing Yichu, you'll be able to change the turbulent situation in the real world? I advise you to save your heart, right now. Although the real world is still calm on the surface, secretly, it has long been in a mess. I've heard that there are already some forces that have started to secretly create parks and control many people to play gold for them. Compared to Yichu, those people should be dealt with severely. Taking a step back, even if the officials really wanted to sanction Yichu, do they have that strength? For a moment, the top of the forum was abuzz with countless people in heated discussions. The pressure is invariably on the crown. And in fact, officials got the news before players did. It had long been secretly investigating in secret, looking for Yichu's location. However, through a bit of investigation, they merely learned that the ones who launched the attack were a group of assassin-type NPCs. Suddenly sneak up on your target while they are practicing in the game. After killing someone, he stealthily disappeared, and the whole process was so smooth and flowing that there was no trace at all. Even after pulling all the security footage in the neighborhood, they couldn't find where these assassins, in fact, ended up. As for Yichu, he had long ago discarded all the electronic equipment that could be used for remote sensing and localization on his body. Floating in mid-air, the Hall of Lords was again in a state of invisibility, so that not even the satellites could lock onto it. As a result, the officials had used all the means they could muster, and could not find Yichu's shadow at all. There is no choice but to hope to deal with him in the game. The next morning, Yichu woke up and had breakfast. He had just logged into the game and immediately received a message from Lin Feng. Is it convenient to meet now? Yichu raised his eyebrows slightly, naturally knowing exactly what Lin Feng had come for. Nodded and sent him the meeting place. A few minutes later, Lin Feng, Sun Xiaotong and Li Dong came walking quickly. All three of them had very grave expressions. After greeting him, Lin Feng gazed deeply at Yichu and asked in a deep voice. You did that thing at the Ask the Sword Club yesterday, didn't you? Exactly. Yichu nodded openly and calmly, his gaze swept the three of them and faintly asked. You are here, today, on behalf of the crown, to raise hell with me? You can't say that either. Sun Xiaotong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, but the impact caused by this matter is too great. Even if there is an unresolvable hatred between you and the Questioning Sword Club, before you strike, at least say hello to our officials. You're making it very difficult for us. Hard to do? Yichu smiled coldly when he heard this. All you guys know is that I killed a few of them yesterday. But do you know that the night before last, I was almost surrounded by people they sent to kill me? Yichu gazed deeply at the several people and said in a deep voice. They're using satellite positioning to lock onto my location. Chapter 105, Let Me Be Your Pet, Li Chonan's Request. What? After hearing Yichu's words, Lin Feng's three people, their faces suddenly changed slightly. Because in the Dragon Kingdom, using satellite positioning to lock the location of a person is the exclusive authority of the official. if what Yi Chu said was all true. Then it meant that there must have been official personnel involved in the Ask the Sword Club's roundup of him the night before. Originally, they had come to find Yi Chu today to raise an accusation and question Yi Chu as to why he had gone on a killing spree for no reason. But in doing so, it backfired on them. If within the officialdom, there really was someone secretly plotting against Yi Chu. Yi Chu naturally didn't have the need to be concerned about officialdom in everything. For a moment, Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong looked at each other in disbelief, both a little unsure of what to say. Li Dong, however, snorted coldly and pressed the question in an overbearing manner. That's just your side of the story. How do we know if it's true? You can't say such things, you'd better be able to produce evidence, otherwise, beware of me suing you for defamation of the crown. Looking for evidence, that's your business. Whether you believe it or not, it's none of my business. After successfully withdrawing the City Lord's Hall to the real world, Yi Chu was now full of energy and naturally would not spoil Li Dong's problems. He had taken a great dislike to the man since their last meeting. This time, he still dared to use such an overbearing tone to speak to himself. Yi Chu directly coldly snorted. A slap went up. Slap sound, loud and clear, directly smote Li Dong in place in 2 circles, half of the face hole high swelling. Unbelievably glaring at Yi Chu, he shouted shrilly in incomparable anger. Yi Chu! You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'm an official messenger, if you hit me, you're disrespecting the officials. Who are you to represent the crown? My lord, times have changed. You, within the crown, are in a mess yourselves and have no business telling me what to do. Instead of raising hell at me, why don't you put a little more effort into minding your own people? Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong naturally heard Yi Chu's words, and for a moment, they were both a little confused. Originally, today, they had come to Yi Chu to ask for punishment, how now, it seemed to become reprimanded by Yi Chu. But in this case, it was the crown that was in the wrong in the first place. If there hadn't been an official person who had provided Xin Jianguang with Yi Chu's satellite positioning, there wouldn't have been any of these later events. They were unable to refute Yi Chu, and in the end, they could only let out a bitter smile and gave Yi Chu a solemn assurance. When we go back, we'll report the situation to the higher-ups and try to give you an explanation as soon as possible. After saying that, the two of them turned around and took their leave. Although the two of them said that, Yi Chu knew that the two of them were merely representing the officials to deliver a message to himself. Ultimately, the official attitude towards himself, what will be the attitude, depends on the decision of the top. But Yi Chu didn't care about that. If through this incident, the officials can set the right attitude. From now on, work with yourself in an equal and respectful manner, that way the results are naturally the best. If they are stubborn and refuse to give a satisfactory answer, it leads to the breakup of the partnership. In the end, it will only be them who will lose out, not themselves. After sending Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong away, Yi Chu went to the grocery store to replenish a wave of supplies. Then he went straight out of the city and found a level 50 plus leveling area to start practicing. With the output of the two main forces, the level 50 Star Yao and the level 55 Spectral God Envoy, the speed of brushing the monsters was as fast as it could be. The experience bars on the panels of Yi Chu and a few other pets also began to rise rapidly. While Yi Chu was immersed in leveling, the other players weren't idle either. As time continued to pass, one after another, people had risen to level 40 and had started to challenge the Tower of Heaven. Originally, they had learned from the system announcement that Yi Chu had cleared the Tower of Heaven copy in only a few hours and had also obtained the legendary mythological props, and all of them were very expectant in their hearts. Consider the Tower of Heaven to be a map that's full of oil and water and gives players perks. As a result, a group of the top high-end players in the entire service were excited to kill in the tower. As a result of some challenges, there was not even a single person who had broken through the 90th floor, and the rewards received were also very limited. Above the forums, there was a bleak wind and wailing. Countless players who had folded and failed miserably from the tower had broken their defenses and ran to the forums to whine. Damn, who actually designed this Ton Tian Tower map? The monsters on the 90th floor are actually 2 level 50 Dark Gold quasi-bosses, one skill knocked out half of my blood, who the hell is going to break through? The monsters on the 90th floor are this fierce, how terrifying must the guarding bosses on the final 108th floor be? The challenge difficulty of this map can only be described as hell. That pervert Wei Wu legacy, how on earth did he pass the level? Simply outrageous. The cruel and incomparable reality further allowed many of the top players to recognize the gap in strength between themselves and Yi Chu. Far more enormous than previously thought. Like the white moon hanging high in the sky in the light of a fluorescent insect, there is no comparison at all. In the evening of the second day, Li Qiunan finally sold all those territories. A total of 13 million gold coins were sold, which was a huge income. Li Qiunan personally found Yi Chu and traded him the gold coins. After finishing, the beautiful eyes looked at Yi Chu with a sly look, a look of wanting to speak, difficult to speak. When Yi Chu saw her look, he raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. "What's the matter with you? Just say what's wrong. It's not really a big deal." Li Qiunan's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, her eyes lowered, looking at her feet, her pretty face somewhat reddened. "I want you, once again, to sign a contract with me and make me your pet." Chapter 106 Game Event, Battle of the Giant Stream River. What? Hearing the words that Li Qiunan uttered, Yi Chu immediately had an odd expression, almost suspecting that he had misheard. "Couldn't help but confirm again, can you say that again? I didn't hear you clearly just now. I said, let's have you indenture me again." This time, Li Qiunan gathered enough courage. Raising his head to look at Yi Chu, he blurted out in a single word. "I want to be your pet." Yi Chu could finally confirm that he hadn't heard wrong just now. Couldn't help but reach out and probe Li Qiunan's forehead with a quirky foxed expression. "There's no fever either, why are you suddenly talking such nonsense? You couldn't have been taken over, could you? You're the one who's been taken." Li Qiunan didn't have the good sense to slap off Yi Chu's arm and said, "I did hear that the monsters inside the Tower of Heaven are very strong. How much reward you end up with is again related to the number of layers you break through. So, trying to rub off on your additions to be able to break more levels in the tower." Ever since the last time he made a mistake and became Yi Chu's pet, Li Qiunan deeply experienced just how refreshing it was to be Yi Chu's pet. All attributes are increased by 50% and the experience required for upgrading is halved. Brushing monsters is so efficient that it's just plain awesome. Unfortunately, after only a few days of experience, the contract was lifted by Yi Chu. After not having the high bonus, it immediately felt empty and uncomfortable. It's like going back to pedaling your own broken bike after experiencing the joy of a supercar. Even the milky white Yuko Fu said she wasn't as powerful as she used to be. It so happened that this time, using the reason of challenging the Tower of Heaven, he summoned up the courage and brazenly came to beg Yi Chu. "Indenture me again." Yi Chu rubbed his chin with his fingers and thoughtfully looked at Li Qiunan with a somewhat odd expression. "It wouldn't be impossible to just temporarily buff you up and let you challenge the Tower of Heaven. But is that really what you're after? It's not like you have some special fetish that you're addicted to after last time and really want to be my pet, is it?" "Who? Nonsense." Li Qiunan immediately blushed, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Clasping her hands to her chest, she proudly raised her chin and righteously sneered. "I, Li Qiunan, would just starve to death and find a cliff to jump off of, but there's no way I'd have that kind of strange thoughts. Don't try to figure me out with your dirty mind. Not the best." Yi Chu nodded, secretly relieved in his heart. But immediately, he saw that above Li Qiunan's head, underneath the game ID, an eye-catching game tip popped up. "Woman with a bad mouth." Aha! The real eye is at it again? I guessed it. The corners of Yi Chu's mouth suddenly twitched, and the expression in his eyes was somewhat odd. For a moment, it was unclear whether to say yes or no. However, after glancing at Li Qiunan's delicate and pretty face that was proud and strong, and her proud figure outlined by a fiery red armor, suddenly it seemed that one could not go against the wishes of women. So I had to reluctantly agree. Temporarily breaking the contract with Xingyao, he stretched out his finger in Li Qiunan's expectant gaze. On her bare forehead, a golden brand representing a contractual relationship was drawn. Feeling the special connection that had been established with Yi Chu, Li Qiunan's heart and mind swam slightly at once, and she felt a surge of fulfilling satisfaction. "I will come back to you tomorrow to break the contract." After Li Qiunan made an agreement with Yi Chu, a light smile hung at the corner of her mouth as she turned around and left in a good mood. Her strength itself is very strong, a luxurious equipment is incomparable, is the strongest one of the top players in the national service. Coupled with the 50% full attribute boost from the Divine Royal Contract, and the legendary equipment, the Beast Soul Ancient Jade, the attribute bonuses provided. The attributes almost doubled and skyrocketed to an astonishing point. In the end, a total of 103 floors were broken through in the Tower of Heaven. Although it still didn't pass the level, it created the best score for players around the world so far, except for Yi Chu. At once, on top of the forum, a frenzy of hot discussion was set off, and countless players were talking about it. There were speculations as to what special means Li Qiunan had used to break through to such a high level. Many guild executives, even, had privately messaged Li Qiunan, asking her about the secret to impacting the Tower of Heaven. But what is the real secret? How can Li Qiunan tell them? She could only deal with it vaguely. Late at night, Li Qiunan was lying on her bed, looking at a poster of Yichu on the wall. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall everything that happened in the gloomy Wind Canyon that day again. Especially when one thought of the scene where one was transformed into a sharp sword and was firmly clutched in Yichu's palm. The Yin Wind evil spirit. Within Yichu's body, the surging and incomparable energy fluctuations, with each swing of his sword, poured into the longsword of his avatar. Within the sword's body, it stirred recklessly, rushing and flowing. Each injection was so powerful, each swing of the sword so decisive. Li Qiunan's eyes couldn't help but be flooded with a mesmerizing color, and her two long legs were slightly clenched. The next day, Yichu lifted the contractual relationship between him and Li Qiunan as agreed. Li Qiunan didn't show anything different. In the following few days, Yichu lived a relatively peaceful life. Every day was about brushing monsters and practicing leveling. Normally, as the level gets higher, the player's upgrade speed becomes slower and slower. Many players after the fourth turn, upgrade efficiency plummeted. 2 days cannot rise one level. However, Yichu, with the strong output ability of several pets, was still able to maintain a strong momentum of upgrading. Within just a few days, it had risen to level 48. This was still because he had divided a large amount of experience to warm up the immortal Dharma disc. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have already risen to level 50. In the past few days, the official so-called reply has been slow in coming. There was no uncovering of the person behind that knight, who had secretly contacted Xian Jianguang to assassinate Yichu, to give Yichu an explanation. Nor did they pursue Yichu's killing spree against the questioning sword club, causing a bad impact. The attitude is somewhat ambiguous and difficult to understand. Until the afternoon of that day, Yichu was brushing monsters in a leveling field. Suddenly a loud and clear notification of the game was heard echoing in the middle of the sky overhead. Citywide announcement: all players of Jinbei City, please note that war has broken out between the Northern Cold Kingdom and the Shilin Kingdom for the control of the Giant Stream River, and the game event, Battle of the Giant Stream River, has officially opened. Now that the war ahead is urgent, the King of Beihan has issued an urgent mobilization order, enlisting all adventurers with a level of 40 or higher to go to war. All eligible adventurers can head to the front lines to receive camp quests. Completion of the mission will be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 107 Camp Mission, Spying on the Military. There's another game event, the Battle of the Giant Stream. Hearing the game announcement echoing in the sky, the players of the two sub-main cities, Jinbei City and Shilin City, suddenly had their spirits lifted. Raising his head to look at the sky, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. Great, I didn't make it to the last Gate of Purgatory event because I missed it by one level, but I'm finally qualified to participate this time. This time, it's a battle between two sub-master cities. Are we going to fight against Shilin City's players? Who knows, won't we know when we go? Anyway, as long as there's a reward to take, go, don't wait to go late and not be able to pick up the quest. Countless players were so enthusiastic that they swarmed out of Jinbei City and headed towards the Giant Stream Plain, the location of the event hundreds of miles away. Yichu also raised an eyebrow and muttered, these past few days, I was so focused on practicing that I didn't pay any attention to the development of the game plot's movement. Has the plot advanced to the Battle of the Giant Stream? Yichu, who was a reborn person, could be said to have vivid memories of this game event. In fact, based on the size of the event alone, the event was not that big. It was nothing more than an ordinary localized war between two kingdoms. The battle, however, was the beginning of a series of subsequent game events and activities. Based on Yichu's experience in his previous life, the overall landscape of the game world has been relatively stable since the game's inception, with few major ups and downs. Gave all the players a valuable period of peaceful development. However, from the Battle of Jiru River, this peaceful development would be completely broken. Throughout the game, one will be swept up in a rippling drama. War and killing will be the main theme of the game. The conflicts and competition between different NPC kingdoms and between different player guilds will become more intense. The Battle of the Guru River, which started it all, is naturally of particular importance. Yichu had also participated in this event in his previous life. At that time, however, he was fighting as a regular player. You can only pick up ordinary missions such as spying on intelligence, gathering supplies, ambushing enemy scouts, and so on. And in this life, with the Mu Bingyun relationship, Yi Chu naturally had to make good use of it. Won't settle for those easy low-level quests anymore. Directly summoning the Thunder God Eagle, he carried himself up into the sky and headed straight for the giant stream plains. After flying for 10 minutes or so, a vast and incomparable plain area appeared before Yi Chu's eyes. In the middle of the plains, a huge river with an open channel and a gentle flow meandered. Across the giant river is a rolling, hilly terrain. Immediately adjacent to the riverbank loomed a small city made of green-colored rocks. It was the center of contention for this outbreak of war between the two kingdoms' giant stream city. Yi Chu condescended and swept his gaze. Then he saw a continuous camp of military tents on the northern plains immediately adjacent to the riverbank. The white wolf flag, symbolizing the power of the northern Cold King, fluttered high between the military tents. A small troop of cavalry came and went between the tents, in and out. A solemn scene of a mountain rain. On his way here, Yi Chu had already informed Mu Bingyun of his coming through the spiritual connection with his pet. As soon as he maneuvered the Thunder God Eagle to land outside the barracks, a personal soldier arranged by Mu Bingyun came forward to greet him. He led the way in front of him and brought him to the barracks tent. Yi Chu walked inside the tent and swept his gaze. Only to see a dozen people standing in the middle of the tent at this moment. All of them were clad in military attire and gathered around a huge sand table, discussing the battle plan with grave expressions. The man at the head of the group was a middle-aged general with a stocky build. His face was dark and his eyes were like torches, carrying a sense of majesty without anger. It was none other than Feng Yuqing, the main general in command of the Northern Cold Kingdom's side in this battle. Seeing Yi Chu walk into the tent, his brows immediately furrowed and he asked in a deep voice. "Who are you? What is the offense for trespassing into the middle army tent? General, rest your case." Mu Bingyun hurriedly stood in front of Yi Chu and introduced the crowd. "This is the captain of my guards, who has been out on business before, and whom I purposely transferred to serve before the army today." Although Mu Bingyun was honored as a princess, the time she had come to practice in the army was still relatively short after all, and there was no prestige to speak of, and her rank in the army was not very high. The generals of the army, though they usually respected her. But when it really came time to fight, she had to listen to the orders of her superior generals as well. At this time, the people in the tent all had very high positions in the army, and the lowest level was above level 60. Looking at Yi Chu, who was only a mere 40 levels or so, contempt was revealed in their eyes. Even, on the spot, someone laughed conspiratorially. "I've long heard that the third princess' new personal guard captain is handsome and extraordinary. Once I saw it today, it really lives up to its name, no wonder it can be favored by the third princess." As soon as these words came out, Mu Bingyun's face changed slightly, and frost covered her pretty face. Many of the generals in the tent, on the other hand, were revealing ambiguous smiles as their gazes flicked back and forth between Mu Bingyun and Yi Chu. In recent times, they had indeed heard quite a lot of gossip about the third princess. Yi Chu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at that person who had just spoken, a cold aura shooting out from his eyes. This guy, if nothing else, should be the second prince's man. Because according to the inheritance law of the Northern Cold Kingdom, princes and princesses, likewise, enjoy the right to inherit the kingdom. Ever since Mu Bingyun was rescued by Yi Chu from the shadowy tomb and took the initiative to go into the army to train, she gradually rose to prominence. Mu Tianhan, the second prince of the Northern Cold Kingdom, then gradually felt the threat from his sister. Started to use all sorts of means to trip up Mu Bingyun in the open and in the dark. Obviously, on weekdays, Mu Bingyun hadn't been deliberately targeted by these Mu Tianhan direct line generals in the army. It was just that these, she had never told Yi Chu. Seeing the atmosphere in the tent is not right, as the main general Feng Yuqing immediately coughed heavily and opened his mouth. Since they are the third princess's people and want to come to serve in the army, this general will naturally welcome them. "Come on man nah, let's see if there are any suitable tasks that we can assign him. How can a royal beastmaster who isn't even level 50 be able to take on any heavy responsibility?" The military order officer in charge of assigning tasks muttered in a conspiratorial manner and casually said to Yi Chu. "Just go to the other side of the river and find out when and exactly where the enemy is escorting the grain." Hearing that the military order officer was so contemptuous of Yi Chu, casually arranging such a perfunctory mission for him, Mu Bingyun instantly became disenchanted. How these full-fledged generals of Mu Tianhan treated themselves disrespectfully in their day-to-day lives, she could just ignore them. However, for them to dare to scorn Yi Chu so much, she could not endure it. On the spot is the pink-faced chills, two willow eyebrows up, to attack, scold that do not know the high ground of the military order officer. However, Yichu stopped her and stared coldly at the military order officer, saying, "Pry for information if you want to, and I'll bring it back before sundown." Chapter 108 The fastest way to get information, a ride to rob the camp. You say you'll have the intel back by sundown? Once the military commander heard that Yichu had dared to make a big, boastful statement, his gaze was immediately condensed. You should know that the time and route of escorting grain and grass is a secret among secrets for the army. How can it be so easy to spy on it? Even if we do get the relevant information, it may be false information deliberately released by the enemy. That was why he had intentionally given Yichu this chicken-ribbed mission that was very difficult and had very little merit. He wanted to use this mission to make a fool out of Yichu and smear Mu Bingyun's face. However, it didn't occur to him that Yichu, this rash young man, not only took on the mission, but also dared to boast about it, threatening to get the information back before sundown. The military commander was instantly delighted, realizing that this was a perfect opportunity to dig a hole for Yichu. Immediately, he put on a straight face and said, "There's no drama in the army. If you don't bring back information about the enemy's provisions before sundown, what shall it be? There are rules in the army, so naturally what should be done, should be done." Yichu snorted coldly, his gaze coldly looked at the military order officer and asked in a deep voice, "But if I succeed in bringing back information, what shall you do?" The military commander frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want from me?" "It's very simple. All you need to do is walk out of the military tent and in front of the many generals and soldiers outside, smack yourself 3 times and shout 3 times dog-eyed." "Good. It's a deal, I promise." The military commander didn't think that Yichu could complete his mission before sunset. Besides, take a step back. Even if Yichu really brought back information, he could still say that it was fake and deny it to death. It was impossible to lose no matter how they thought about it, so they simply agreed to Yichu's conditions. Ding! Game tip: you have taken up the mission, Spying Intelligence. Please bring back accurate information on the enemy's grain and grass escort routes to the army tent before sunset today. You will be rewarded handsomely for completing the mission, and if the mission fails, you will be severely punished. After receiving the official mission, Yichu directly turned around with large strides and walked out of the military tent. Mu Bingyun followed him to the outside of the tent, her snow-white shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip as she whispered in an apologetic manner, "I'm sorry, Master, it's all because of me that those assholes are deliberately targeting you. Is there any need to talk about this between the two of us?" Yichu smiled faintly, and seeing that no one was around, he reached out and rubbed Mu Bingyun's hair, saying softly, "Those dog-eyed guys are only belittling us today because we're not strong enough. And the only way we can respond to them is to get stronger. And then with absolute strength, go and hit them hard in the face. One day, we will stand at the top of this world as King's Landing. Are you confident that you will accompany me to that day?" Feeling Yichu's big warm hand caressing his head, as well as the powerful confidence that came through in his words, Mu Bingyun's heart suddenly trembled slightly, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes as she said seriously, "I have faith. No matter when or where, Ice Cloud will definitely do his best to always support Master." "Good girl." Yichu nodded with satisfaction and gently stroked between Mu Bingyun's soft and smooth hair a few times. Mu Bingyun instantly felt a huge burst of satisfaction. For her as a pet, affirmation and caresses from her owner bring the most fulfilling satisfaction. But soon after, Mu Bingyun's slender brows knitted slightly again, and she couldn't help but say with some worry, "But are you really sure, Master, that you will be able to spy out information about the enemy's rations before sunset? What's so hard about it?" Yichu asked with a smile on his face as he looked like he had it all figured out. "I ask you, who knows best how the enemy's grain escort routes are organized?" "Their quartermaster, of course." Without thinking, Mu Bingyun blurted out the words, and then her eyes snapped open, looking at Yichu in disbelief. "Does it mean, Master, that you—" "Ha, just wait for my good news." Yichu laughed and patted Mu Bingyun on the shoulder before turning around and walking out of the barracks. Raising his hand, he summoned the Thunder God Eagle and shot up into the sky, flying towards the opposite bank of the giant stream river. Regarding how to get information on the enemy's route for transporting grain and grass before sunset, the method Yichu thought of was very simple. Just arrest the quartermaster, who is responsible for arranging the transportation of food and provisions, and ask him about it. However, there are 2 huge difficulties. One is that the enemy barracks are so big, how do you find where the quartermaster is? The second dilemma was how to rob it out of the enemy's camp and bring it back alive to the military tent of the Northern Cold Kingdom. Of these, the challenge of finding the location of the quartermaster was the most difficult. If someone else had come along, they would have felt clueless and would not have known how to proceed. But for Yi Chu, it was nothing difficult. First of all, it was the legendary props realized that he had acquired a few days ago, which provided him with incomparably sharp insights. Even when he was riding the Thunder God Eagle and hovering with his wings in the air at a height of 1,000 meters, he could still clearly see everything on the ground. Even, it is possible to get relevant tips for the game. As if opening a god's perspective, through various clues, analyzing the specific distribution of the enemy's military strength. Where are the heavily guarded military strongholds? Where are the warehouses for hoarding grain, ordnance, etc.? On top of that, among Yi Chu's several pets, Xingyao was the hero of the Holy Spirit race. In itself, it was subordinate to the territory of Sky City, and even if the contract was temporarily dissolved, it would not affect its loyalty to Yi Chu. After grasping the enemy's basic information through remote observation, Yi Chu also saw the opportunity to secretly sneak attack a few low-ranking officers that the enemy had sent out to carry out missions outside of the city. Utilizing the Divine Royal Pact, a series of reliable information was extracted from their mouths. Eventually, it took nearly 2 hours to pinpoint the location of this quartermaster. He wasn't in Giant Stream City at the moment, but was dealing with military affairs in a military camp dozens of miles away, one that was at an angle to Giant Stream City. But even in this barracks, there were tens of thousands of troops stationed, and there were even several level 70 or higher NPC generals sitting around. If Yi Chu made a move rashly, it would be tantamount to asking for death. It was good that Yi Chu still had a way. Directly intercepting a Shilling army messenger halfway, he used the Divine Royal Contract to control him. He was ordered to send a false order to the Quartermaster General that the Lord Commander had important military business and was urgently summoned back to Juru Castle to discuss the matter face to face. Then he rode the Thunder God Eagle, circling uncontrollably in the air at a height of 1,000 meters, closely observing the movements in the barracks. After waiting for a while, I really saw that the quartermaster led a group of men and horses, hurriedly leaving from the barracks and heading straight to Juru City. Yi Chu's gaze immediately lit up, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. After waiting for them to leave the barracks for some distance, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, directly ordering the Thunder God Eagle to swoop down from high in the sky. With lightning speed, it flew above their heads. A Thunder Purgatory skill instantly summoned 10,000 heavenly thunderbolts and blasted down towards them. Chapter 109, I asked you to spy on intelligence, and you kidnapped the chief officer? After these days of relentless practicing. Although Yi Chu leveled up slowly, only reaching level 48, several pets had already reached level 50. As an S-rank group attack skill, the power of Thunder Purgatory was already enormous. Before launching the skill, Yi Chu used the Berserker's Power skill again to put a buff on the Thunder God Eagle. Doubling the damage dealt by the Thunder God Eagle's next 3 attacks, the output ability was terrifying. One could only see endless golden thunder, like countless dragons and pythons roaring, slashing down from the sky. Instantly shrouded below, the quartermaster who was galloping his horse, as well as the dozen or so guards behind him. After a burst of thunder wreaked havoc, the blood bars on top of their heads, in unison, fell violently by a cut. Enemy attack. The quartermaster instantly blanched, and ordered decisively and unmistakably. All dismount and prepare for battle. As the quartermaster gave an order, the dozen or so escorts behind him rolled off their horses and flashed their weapons in preparation for a counterattack. Even the quartermaster himself, with a jangling sound, drew his longsword and assumed a fighting stance. Although he belonged to the civilian establishment of the army and wasn't a general leading troops into battle, he was after all a level 62 high-level NPC. Together with the dozen or so level 50 plus accompanying guards, they still possessed a certain amount of combat power. However, this bit of combat power was not worth mentioning in front of today's Yi Chu. Yi Chu waved his big hand in the air and summoned several pets. The Void Fear, whose size had swelled to more than 20 meters tall, descended from the sky like a lofty purple hill. The moment it landed, it caused the earth to roar and tremble. The giant mouth opened violently and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Distorted waves of sound containing terrifying energy spread out from his mouth, instantly enveloping all his enemies. Deals group damage while producing a silencing effect. The guards who had just rolled down from their horses and were preparing to counterattack, the skillful light that shone on their weapons suddenly went out. Right at this moment, the Shura War General's crotch bone horse stepped on fire and violently unleashed a radiant starlight arrow descended from the sky like a meteor. Instantly, it splashed through the crowd, splattering damage numbers. It caused the quartermaster and a dozen or so guards to lose a small amount of their blood bars in unison. It was all slow to say the least, but it all happened in a matter of seconds. Quartermaster sighed, before he could launch a counterattack. It had already been directly crippled by Yi Chu's several pets, which came one after the other with fierce attacks like a raging storm. The next battle was even less suspenseful. Several pets combined their efforts to strangle and kill, and it only took less than a minute to kill all of the dozen or so guards around the quartermaster. The quartermaster, who was the only one left, was alone. It also didn't last for a few minutes before it was maimed by Yi Chu. Use the Divine Royalty Pact to take control of him, tie him up, and end the fight. Then, once again, he mounted the Thunder God Eagle and flew towards the military tent of the Northern Cold Kingdom on the opposite bank of the giant stream river. When Yi Chu escorted the quartermaster, who was tied up in 5 different ways, into the Beihan Kingdom's central army tent, the many generals who were busy deliberating in the tent suddenly cast strange gazes. This is the quartermaster general of the Shilling army. Any information about the enemy's grain routes and rations, you can just ask him directly, Yi Chu said casually in a cloudy manner. What? As soon as Yi Chu's words came out, the group of generals in the military tent revealed a look of movement. The first reaction was that Yi Chu was definitely lying. You know, the quartermaster general belongs to the key position of the enemy army, is it not so easy to catch? However, they looked closely at the uniforms and rank markings on the quartermaster and realized that they were definitely not fake. All of them were shocked and looked at Yi Chu incredulously, revealing a look of incredulity. Good man, letting you mess with the enemy's food intel. You're so good, you just captured the enemy's quartermaster general? It feels like sending your men ahead to scout the enemy and catch a tongue. It ended up tying back the enemy's main general pretty much straight away. All of a sudden, all of them would not be able to do the whole thing, staring at Yi Chu with dumbfounded eyes, feeling 10,000% unbelievable. Well, do I count this as accomplished? Yi Chu looked his gaze towards Feng Yuqing and asked in a deep voice. Count. Of course it counts. It's like an overshoot. Feng Yuqing immediately nodded his head and replied with an unmistakable certainty. At the same time, the gaze that looked at Yi Chu changed. There was no longer any previous contempt, instead, there was a deep sense of regard. One had to know that from the time Yi Chu had taken the mission and left the military tent until now, a total of just over 3 hours had passed. Within such a short period of time, not only do you have to probe for information and figure out the location of the enemy quartermaster, then there was the difficulty of finding a way to hijack it from the enemy's camp. Thinking about it in terms of normal thinking, this is an absolutely impossible task to accomplish, no matter what. Yi Chu, however, had actually done it. Apparently, this third princess's new personal guard captain was by no means as unpleasant as the rumors had it. It's a gigolo who got to the top by luck and looks. Although the level is still relatively low today, it possesses an unrecognized superior strength, and he will never be a pool animal in the future. No wonder it was favored by the princess. And Yi Chu, who had received Feng Yuqing's affirmative reply, slowly turned his head and looked at the military order officer on the side. The corners of his mouth lifted up as he leisurely asked, Lord Military Commander, my mission is also complete. Now, isn't it your turn to make good on your promise? You. The military commander suddenly blushed and felt sweat pouring down his face. At first, he had made a bet with Yi Chu that if Yi Chu could really complete the mission before sunset. He then walked out of the tent, in front of the countless soldiers and generals outside, slapped himself 3 times, while shouting 3 times, Dog's eyes look down on people. However, he never expected that Yi Chu would actually be able to complete the mission. If you really did what you agreed to do, then what face would you have? How can he still hang around in the army in the future? The military commander's face shifted for a moment, and he instantly tried to backtrack and renege. The colorful man glared at Yi Chu and drank in a deep voice. How can a joke be taken seriously? This is the center tent, an important place, not a place for you to mess around. I knew you'd renege. Yi Chu sneered, and without any nonsense, he directly walked to the military order officer in large strides. Throwing up his right hand, he was slapping fiercely towards his face, while cursing fiercely under his breath. Dog-eyed thing. Chapter 110, Dog's Eyes, Smoking You. Pop. A resounding slap in the face of the military order officer. A reddish and incomparable slap mark was left on top of his face, and half of his face swelled up high. You dare to hit me? The military commander's entire body froze at once. With reddened eyes, he covered half of his highly swollen face hole and stared at Yi Chu in disbelief. No matter what, he did not expect that Yi Chu would be so bold as to dare to be wild in public, slapping him in front of so many generals in the army tent. It's just a strange shame. Smoke you dog-eyed. Yi Chu snorted coldly and unambiguously. 2 more slaps, front and back, were slapped hard across the face of the military orderlies. The loud and unmistakable sound of the slap clearly spread throughout the entire military tent, as if it had landed on everyone's heart. At once, all the generals in the military tent changed their faces. "I'll kill you." The military commander's face was burning with pain, and he felt that he had been subjected to an unprecedented and strange humiliation. With reddened eyes, he roared in anger and was about to draw his sword to fight with Yi Chu. But in the next second, an angry cry suddenly rang out. Unbridled. A majestic and incomparable terrifying pressure instantly enveloped down. At once, the officer's body trembled, like falling into an ice cellar, and instantly came to his senses. Frozen in place, silenced, not daring to move even a single muscle. Feng Yuqing's gaze coldly glared at him, his majesty deep, and he droned in a deep voice. A willingness to gamble is a natural right. If you can't afford to lose, don't promise people in the first place. Disgraceful bastard, still dare to move the sword in the army tent, is it that you don't even have this general in your eyes? The last general does not dare, please punish the general. The military order officer was instantly scared and panicked, falling to his knees and kowtowing. Feng Yuqing snorted coldly and ignored him, instead turning his gaze towards Yi Chu. Normally, Yi Chu would have dared to openly act wildly in the military tent, slapping another senior general in front of him. This behavior was also over the top and did not put him in his place. But as the saying goes, if you don't look at a monk's face, you look at the Buddha's face. Yi Chu is after all the third princess's person. Coupled with the fact that there was a reason for what happened, Feng Yuqing did not pursue the matter and just looked at Yi Chu and said, "This matter, is it not possible to stop here and leave it at that? Since the general has given the word, of course I wouldn't dare to make a mistake." Yi Chu smiled slightly and nodded. Feng Yuqing's face could not be ignored. But as the words fell, Yi Chu's eyes blazed again, slowly sweeping over the eyes of every general in the tent. Especially those few generals who were close to the second prince. After thinking clearly about this layer, Mu Bingyun's heart palpitated uncontrollably. Understanding that Yi Chu didn't just treat himself as a tool to be utilized to help him fight and seek all sorts of benefits, but cared for himself from the bottom of his heart. In the eyes that looked at Yi Chu, in addition to the pet's loyalty to its owner, there were a few more points of strange feelings. Well, that's the end of this matter. You've done an excellent job on this mission, here's your reward. In the end, Feng Yuqing opened his mouth and formally declared that Yi Chu had completed the mission, and then handed out the mission rewards. Ding! Game tip, you have completed the quest, Spying on Intelligence, and received the quest reward, Experience plus 5 million, Gold plus 100,000. The experience rewards were quite generous and didn't make Yi Chu work for nothing. Feng Yuqing then ordered his men to take the quartermaster down to interrogate him for information. Although Yi Chu had completed his mission, he still stayed in the military tent and did not leave. Wanted to see if I could salvage any other tasks that were more well-oiled. It was not long before the general, who had just left with the quartermaster to cross-examine the intelligence, suddenly hurried back. With an incredibly grave expression on his face, he uttered an important piece of information. In order to successfully win this battle, Shilin City had actually entered into a partnership with Baidi City. White Emperor City sent out an elite regiment to help. In 3 days at most, reinforcements will arrive at the battlefield. After learning this news, the crowd was shaken. The atmosphere in the army tent was instantly condensed to the extreme. Until a long time later, Feng Yuqing's eyes flashed a flash of determination, decisively and incomparably ordered. Things have come to this, the only thing we can do is to fight a quick battle and seize Giant Stream City before the reinforcements from White Emperor City arrive. Pass the order down, all troops assemble at once, and at 8 o'clock sharp tonight, forcibly cross the Juru River. Yes. The generals immediately responded solemnly, and on the spot, several people walked out of the military tent and went outside to issue orders. Then, Feng Yuqing gazed around the tent at all the generals and opened his mouth again, saying in a deep voice, "When we cross the river tonight, the enemy will surely send a heavy force and come to stop us. Therefore, we have to send an army to cross the river in advance to block the enemy and cover the safe crossing of the large army. Which one of you would like to travel?" There was a silence in the tent as soon as the question was thrown out. You know, crossing the river early to block the enemy. Meaning that, most likely, it will be subjected to the fierce attack of several times the enemy, and the casualties are bound to be unbearable. No one was willing to take the initiative to undertake this kind of thankless errand, and the generals were silent. Just as Feng Yuqing's eyes showed disappointment, he was ready to personally order the generals. Mu Bingyun suddenly took a deep breath and stepped forward, his expression solemn as he said in a deep voice, "My lord is willing to go." Chapter 111 Battle of the River Ferry, Iron Horseman Chiseling Formations. Oh. Hearing that at this critical moment, Mu Bingyun was actually willing to step forward and take on this incredibly dangerous and arduous task. Feng Yuqing's gaze suddenly froze slightly, and he could not help but be somewhat impressed with her. Before the Battle of Juru River was fought, Mu Bingyun was not serving under Feng Yuqing. As such, he didn't know much about this princess of the kingdom who had come to the army to train. Originally, I thought I was just coming to go through the motions, to gild my resume and add some political leverage. It was not until this moment that this iron-faced general with great prestige in the North Cold Kingdom's army realized. Mu Bingyun didn't seem to be as originally imagined by himself. In her body, she possessed the responsibility that a princess of the kingdom should have, and a rare and incomparable boldness and courage. Gazing deeply at Mu Bingyun, he said in a deep voice, "Good, since that's the case, then this task will be given to the princess's Running Cloud army. Your mission is to take the lead in crossing the river and to construct a defense line on the opposite bank to hold off the enemy attack for 1 hour and cover the crossing of subsequent units. When the second group of troops crosses the river in an hour, you can stand down." "My lord," Mu Bingyun said loudly and solemnly. At the same time, in Yichu's ears, the game prompts rang out. Ding! Game tip, you have triggered the game mission, Battle of River Crossing. Please assist Mu Bingyun, the third princess of the North Cold Kingdom, to cross the giant stream river to construct a defense line, hold your position for 1 hour, and protect Mu Bingyun's safety during the battle, and after the mission is completed, you will be awarded with a generous reward. After receiving the mission, Mu Bingyun and Yi Chu, both of them, immediately turned around and walked out of the tent. The official crossing time for the army of the Northern Cold Kingdom was 8 o'clock in the evening. They will be the first to cross the river as the advance guard covering the crossing, and will form a line of defense on the opposite bank at 7:30. This battle, for Mu Bingyun. It was a great opportunity to become famous in one battle and build up his prestige in the army. But the risks are also very high. The slightest carelessness, the 30,000 Pingyun army in his hands, could be severely broken and his vitality greatly injured. Of course Yi Chu couldn't allow that to happen. Immediately open the territory management panel, remotely control the Sky City, and move at full speed in the direction of the giant stream river. And he used up all of the heavenly stone source energy that had been accumulated in the city for so many days to recruit Holy Spirit warriors. Prepare to use the Sky City to rush to the battlefield and help the Northern Cold Kingdom win the war. After so many days of operation and construction, Sky City was still far from a strong army though. But there has been some fighting. It is also time to show in front of the world, so that all players have seen the style of the first territory of the national service. By the time Yi Chu had finished operating, the time was already more than 6 o'clock. Time was running out. Mu Bingyun had to mobilize his troops and many things to deal with in a hurry, so he left first. Yi Chu casually went offline in the barracks, found a hidden corner, ate a dinner, and went to the restroom in the meantime. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when I came back online after solving my personal problems. As far as the eye could see, the entire army stationed in the barracks had been completely mobilized. People shouting and horses neighing, mobilizing frequently, a busy scene of a great war to come. Yi Chu summoned the Thunder God Eagle and rode it to fly into mid-air. Standing tall and looking down, one could only see an incomparably tough NPC legion, neatly arrayed on the vast plains outside the barracks. The spears and halberds were like forests, pointing diagonally at the sky, reflecting a cold and chilling aura like the color of blood under the fiery sunset. Mu Bingyun's 30,000 Pengyun army, which had even been assembled, was the first to depart. The silver armor the soldiers wore glowed coldly in the setting sun. Like an imposing silver dragon, it snaked across the land, traveling quickly toward the river crossing dozens of miles away. And above the river in the distance, a pontoon bridge, which was being built at a rapid and incomparable speed, was being rapidly laid towards the other side of the long river. There were even millions of gamers who had just learned that this evening, the army of the Northern Cold Kingdom was going to forcibly cross the river. Were gathering from all directions, ready to follow along across the river and participate in the great battle. Meanwhile, across the long river, the Shilin Kingdom's army in Giant Stream City had also discovered the movements of the Beihan Kingdom's army. Immediately, they acted quickly, mobilized their troops, gathered a large number of elite troops, and rushed towards the river crossing location of the Northern Cold Kingdom at a rapid pace. prepare to hit it halfway across. Taking advantage of the fact that the army of the Northern Cold Kingdom had grabbed the Long River and had not yet gained a firm foothold, they launched an onslaught of attacks. If it could succeed, it would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the North Cold Kingdom's army. Maybe, it wouldn't even be necessary to wait for the reinforcements from White Emperor City to arrive to end this war. However, they had only started to make emergency responses and gather their troops after discovering the Northern Cold Kingdom's movements, so their speed was ultimately. Further behind the archer camp were priests and wizards in cloth armor gear. Mu Bingyun was dressed in military attire and held her staff tightly. Under the protection of a group of elite personal guards, he stood behind a heavy shield formation, his gaze looking far into the distance, his face expression grave. The air was filled with a mountain of tension. Suddenly, a low sound came from behind several mounds in the distance. The sound was small at first, but in the blink of an eye it was dramatically enlarged, like the beating of a dull heavy drum, and like the roaring of muffled thunder. Even the earth trembled with it, a small stone jumping as it shook. With the distant sky, the last rays of the setting sun's afterglow, too, sank beneath the earth. An incredibly tough and heavily armored cavalry rushed out from behind a mound. Everyone was clad in heavy, unbelievable black armor, and even the horses were covered in heavy armor. Running with great vigor, the roar of the horses' hooves shook the earth. Like an unstoppable torrent of steel, the roar resounded through heaven and earth. Towards the defensive line formed by the 30,000 Pingyun army, it impacted. Chapter 112 Blood Battle on the Riverbank, Killing Feast. All hands on deck, prepare to fight. Archers, prepare to fire arrows. Mu Bingyun's clear and cold drinking voice echoed out under the night sky. The 30,000 Pingyun army, who were waiting in strict formation, were suddenly solemn, and their eyes showed a high level of wariness. At the back of the battle formation, rows of archers pulled their bowstrings to full strength, pointing towards the middle of the sky, and the incomparably sharp steel arrow clusters reflected an eerie cold light under the moonlight. Mu Bingyun, dressed in military attire and valiant, stood behind a heavy shield formation defense line, looking at the incomparably tough, heavily armored cavalry, killing and storming, her expression grave to the extreme. When the enemy cavalry front was only 100 paces away from the defense line, Mu Bingyun's gaze sank and he decisively ordered. Release the arrows, release the arrows. In the next second, the archers, who had already drawn their bowstrings and were ready to fire, shot arrows from their hands. For a while, the sound of bowstring chants went on, resounding through the night sky. A sharp arrow dazzled with the glow of skill, cracking the wind and slicing through the. Soon, it reached the distance where it was about to be able to activate the charge skill. However, just at this time, a sudden berserk roar came down from the sky. The void fear that was as large as a small mountain descended from the sky. It straddled the defensive line of the Penumbra army, between it and the heavy cavalry rushing in. At this point, the normal size of the void fear would have been 20 meters tall. After landing, he even unleashed his doubling skill, causing his body size to expand dramatically, reaching a staggering 30 meters tall in the blink of an eye. And as its size grew larger, its attack power and skill coverage would increase accordingly. Surging up to the sky and roaring, he unleashed the skill, cracking ground piercing. The next second, above the ground in front of them, a huge circle with a diameter of nearly 30 meters appeared. Countless hideous and incomparably sharp bone spikes jutted out from under the ground, directly throwing a charging cavalryman within the skill range into midair in unison. Without waiting for them to land on the ground, accompanied by an angry roar, another raging and incomparable wave of distorted sound instantly engulfed their bodies. Normally, the main NPC core of the Seven Kingdoms had an average level between level 40 and 50. For example, the 30,000 Pingyun army under Mu Bingyun's command was an elite regiment with an average level of 50. And this heavy cavalry that was sent by the enemy to storm the defense line of the Pingyun army, although their numbers were not large, only a mere 3,000 or so. However, the average level was very high, reaching a staggering 53. Coupled with an unbelievably fine and heavy armor, the attributes can be described as strong. However, even so, the heavily armored cavalrymen who had hardened themselves against the sky full of locust arrows and magic attacks and stormed to the front of the formation had also long been scarred, with less than half of their blood remaining. Being hit by 2 consecutive skills from Void Fear, the blood bar suddenly plummeted by 2. A large half of them, directly on the spot blood bar 0, turned into corpses fell to the ground. However, even if the Void Fear was strong, it could only stop the enemies in front of it. Heavier cavalry, in greater numbers, circled by its side. After approaching a sufficient distance, decisively launched the charge skill. The steeds on their hips neighing to the heavens, like arrows off the string, they blatantly impacted on the defense line of the Pangyun army. The powerful and incomparable impact immediately shook the entire defense line. Many of the heavily armored warriors who were on top of the front row could not withstand such an impact, and even the heavy shields that were smashed on the ground were sent flying away from them. However, from behind those shields that were knocked over, a lance immediately stabbed out. The snowy spearhead was incomparably sharp, ruthlessly poking through the heavy armor on the heavily armored cavalrymen, dealing high damage to them. But after the first onslaught, the cavalry behind followed, roaring and charging. In this manner, going forward and backward, frantically impacting the defensive line formed by the Pangyun army. In the blink of an eye, it caused the defensive line of the Pangyun army to endure a violent impact. It hadn't been torn open yet, but it was already in a loose formation and there was confusion. Just then, more enemy troops emerged from behind two mounds in the distance. This time it was a light cavalry of about 5,000 in size that charged right behind the heavy cavalry. On the way to the onslaught, they all took off their longbows from their saddles and shot arrows while charging, returning the long-range attacks of the Pangyun army. It was not until they had approached a certain distance that they put away their longbows, drew their longswords, and launched a final charge. Immediately after this cavalry, there were even more densely packed armies of infantry, spreading out from behind the hills like a raging tide. The sound of shouting and killing was shocking, and they launched themselves at the defense line of the Pangyun army. For a moment, both sides of the crowd, fiercely and incomparably strangled together. Countless skillful rays illuminated the night sky, and the sounds of roaring and shouting resounded throughout the entire south bank of the giant stream river. Such a jingoistic, sword-fighting war scene is most capable of stimulating a man's warlike nature. Yi Chu felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. Summon all your pets straight away and throw yourself into the fray to your heart's content. With a big wave of his hand, the Shura war general summoned a dozen or so necromancers and stood at the back waving their staffs and outputting as much as they could. He himself wielded his lance and violently charged into the dense enemy formation with a stampede of fire. Rushing left and right, spreading out like no one's business. The thunder god eagle swooped down from the sky time and time again, pouring a mass of golden lightning containing the power of destruction into the crowd with impunity. Xingyao stood at the back of the army, raising the star longbow in her hand, the sound of the bowstring clanging endlessly. Shooting a starry, sharp arrow into the middle of the enemy formation continuously, maximizing the efficiency of the output. The divine messenger of the underworld was like a ghost, utilizing stealth and displacement skills to weave in and out of the enemy formation. Specializing in enemies that are bloodied. Each swing of the sharp death scythe could take away the life of an enemy soldier. The viciousness of the assassin type bosses is played to the fullest, turning this cruel and unbelievably bloody battlefield into an ecstatic feast of harvesting souls. Chapter 113 Bloodline Evolution Void Calamity. Kill. On the south bank of the giant stream river, the sound of shouting and killing shook the sky and the earth. Tens of thousands of men and horses, fiercely and incomparably mingled together. Looking down from high in the sky, a steady stream of Shilin Kingdom's army was storming out of the southern hilly terrain with the momentum of a rainbow toward the army of the northern Cold Kingdom that was crossing the river, killing and storming. 30,000 well-equipped Pingyun troops lined up on the south bank of the Juru River. Forming a solid line of defense, they tenaciously resisted the frantic onslaught of the Shilin country's army and covered the army behind them to cross the river. In terms of absolute army numbers, the Shilin army was even a bit more numerous than the Pangyun army. It was only that, in their pursuit of speed, they had rushed in time to intercept the Beihan Kingdom's river-crossing army, and their front and rear troops were somewhat disconnected. The first troops to arrive were mostly cavalry, as well as some lightly armored infantry, and there were no mages, priests, or other cloth and armor professions. There is little coordination to speak of between the various troop types to maximize their power. On the contrary, Mu Bingyun's Pangyun army, although it only numbered 30,000, it was fully configured in all professions. Crossing the river early to form up for the battle. With a reasonable defense formation and close coordination between the various types of soldiers, they instead gained the upper hand in the battle. The heavy shield warriors topped the front row, fighting to the death and not retreating, resisting the enemy cavalry's frantic onslaught with their flesh and blood. Back row priests, locking down front row warriors and constantly bleeding them with various buffs. The archers and back row mages, on the other hand, were under the protection of the front row warriors, recklessly and frantically outputting. A bright magical light illuminated the night sky, and sharp arrows cut through the sky, falling from the sky like rain, turning the chaotic battlefield into a bloody hell, madly harvesting enemy lives. A great battle was in full swing. On the north bank of the giant stream river, hundreds of thousands of Beihan Kingdom's troops were neatly lined up, crossing the pontoon bridge at full speed and running to the south bank. There were more armies of players, all of whom had also picked up the coordinated camp quests. Densely gathered on the bank, waiting to cross the river. Many players picked up the relevant camp quests. Driftwood was cut from distant forests, as well as various other supplies, to assist the army in building pontoon bridges. There were even some players with flying mounts whose mounts were temporarily requisitioned by the Northern Cold Army. A trip was made to and from both sides of the long river to help transfer the army across the river. Every soldier he brought over earned a certain number of camp points and was busy. More players, not having received the relevant quests, could only gather on the north bank of the Yangtze River and watch the fierce battle on the south bank with bated breath. I can't wait to cross the river and get in on the fight too. And in the skies of the south coast, many well-known game anchors. Riding an assortment of flying mounts, circling the sky. They have turned on the game's live stream and live streamed the war scene below. When the war scene of iron horses and swords in the lower part of the country was presented in front of countless players through the live broadcast screen, it immediately caused many people's blood to boil, revealing endless colors of longing. Leaping horses and raising swords, conquering the sands, that's the game a man should play. My greatsword is hungry and thirsty, let me cross the river. This is just the appetizer. When the North Cold Kingdom's army crosses the giant stream river in a little while, and the main force of the Shilin Kingdom's army arrives, that's the real big scene. I'll go, after not seeing you for a few days, how come it feels like a few of Weiwu Legacy's pets have gotten even fiercer? A legion of NPCs with an average level of 50 can be killed at the size of that purple beast. Is it possible to grow indefinitely? Attributes aside, this size alone is bluff enough, bigger than the biggest boss I've ever seen. It's as scary as a purple mountain. Is that mysterious ghostly figure in a cloak the new pet Weiwu Legacy contracted after level 40? A level 50 elite NPC, it harvests one with a single scythe. It's too scary, it's simply terrifying as hell. Several of Yichu's pets were strong and powerful, and with their absolute attribute advantage, they wreaked havoc in the battlefield, killing in all directions. Almost became the prettiest boy in the fight. Soon, it attracted the attention of countless netizens in the major live broadcasting rooms, triggering a burst of exclamations of fervor. However, Yichu didn't care about that. At this moment, his entire mind was completely immersed in this intense battle. Although there was no experience to be gained from killing NPC soldiers, and no equipment would be blown out, evolution points were given as usual. As an enemy soldier was mercilessly killed, the number of evolution points on Yichu's panel was rising rapidly. It wasn't until half an hour later that it finally managed to break through the 1,000,000 mark. Yichu had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Decisively open the game panel and select Void Dread in the pet list to upgrade its bloodline. In the next second, the 1,000,000 evolution points on the panel instantly cleared to 0. And the Void Fear that was roaring and roaring in the battlefield, trampling on the enemy recklessly with its huge size. A dazzling and incomparable purple light violently erupted within his body. Under the shroud of that purple light, its size shrunk by a circle visible to the naked eye. However, as it shrunk in size, the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. In the middle of the head, a hideous and incomparable purple sharp horn grew, piercing the sky like a sharp sword. It exuded an unrivaled aura of ferocity and tyranny. Ding! Game alert, you have consumed 1,000,000 evolution points to perform a bloodline upgrade on Void Fear, and the Dark Gold level pet beast, Void Fear, has successfully evolved into the legendary level, Void Calamity, awakening the S-rank skill, War Trample. Void Scourge. Bloodline level, legendary. Physical fitness star rating, 12. Power star rating, 12. Agility star rating, 8. Spiritual star rating, 8. Skills, Vajrabody A, Greedy Feast S, Rift Bone Blade A, Void Roar S, Rift Piercing A, Doubling A, War Trample S. War Trample, trample the ground heavily, releasing a horrific shockwave that deals 200% of attack power damage to all enemies in a surrounding area. Skill consumption, 1000 magic cooling time, 60 seconds. At this moment, the Void Greatworm that Yichu had been cultivating from the opening of the service until now had also finally evolved into a legendary level pet. And, this pet has one great feature. It was that the skill range of all its group attack skills increased with its size. That means the more monsters you kill, the thicker the blood, the bigger the body size, the bigger the body size, the higher the output. With the completion of the bloodline evolution, the Void Calamity, which had been promoted to a legendary pet, roared furiously and stomped the ground with a heavy footstep. It made the earth roar. A violent and incomparable shockwave spread out in an instant, covering a large area of 50 meters in diameter around them. All the enemies in the area, their blood bars dropped in unison. What's more, many of the enemy troops who were already bloodied were directly shocked to death, resulting in heavy casualties for a while. Chapter 114 Official Downfall, Yichu's Undercard. I'll go. What the hell? Wei Wu Legacy Wine. This pet is the ultimate evolution? Sure enough. The rumors on the internet are true. Wei Wu Legacy's natural ability is the ability to cause pets to evolve. No wonder every one of his pets is so fierce. I just wonder if there are any special restrictions on this ability. What was that skill just now? It's horrible. A group attack skill that can actually cover an attack area 50 meters in diameter. Although the skill damage isn't that much, the range of the skill is too exaggerated, isn't it? It can only be described as horrible as hell. The terrifying might of the Void Calamity's bloodline evolution, as well as the brand new skills awakened after the evolution. At once, it was in the live broadcast room, causing a sound of astonishment and envy from countless players. And at this time, the defense line of the Pangyun army had already held out for more than half an hour. Although the troops suffered heavy casualties and many of the soldiers in the front row died, they still held their position. And, as more and more Beihan troops crossed the giant stream river, after some troops were assembled, they began to quickly engage in the battlefield, assisting the Pangyun army in defending their positions. It makes the whole line more and more solid. A pontoon bridge was built one after another across the wide river in the rear, and the troops crossed the river with increasing speed. Everything is looking up. It seemed that the mission would soon be accomplished and the main body of the force successfully covered the crossing of the long river. However, it was at this time. In the distant pale night, there suddenly came another heaven-shaking roar. A black and countless number of people, dense as a tidal wave, appeared between several hills. Only, the troops that appeared this time were different from the NPC legions that appeared before. The equipment on their bodies, unlike the NPC legions that were neatly organized, was uniform and standardized. Instead, they were varied and diverse, glimmering and shimmering in the night. Heck, it was a massive legion of players. However, despite the variety of equipment on their bodies, the marching formation of this group was incredibly well organized. It was even neater than the well-trained NPC legions, exuding an aura that was like a mountain of mountains. The moment he saw this legion of players appear, the countless players in the live broadcast room, all of a sudden, sucked in cold air, revealing a look of disbelief. What? Officials? Are the main areas of activity for official players in the several main cities in the Northern Cold Army, which had just crossed the river, hadn't even had time to adjust their formation. By the follow-up to come, like wolves like tigers shielding army at rush, is bound to be disorganized, heavy casualties. This is a war that might just end in defeat. On the north bank of the giant stream river, countless players who had rushed from Jinbei City to participate in the battle saw this scenario. All of a sudden, their faces changed drastically, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. Yichu's gaze was also slightly condensed, somewhat out of the blue. According to memory, at this time in the previous life, the officials were busy planning their layout and developing their power. The main focus of development was centered on a few secondary main cities such as East Sea City, South Vietnam City, and Drunken Wind City, which were not involved in the battle at all. Now how did that come out of nowhere? The thoughts in Yichu's head flashed with electricity, and he soon had an idea. The most likely rational explanation is because one is in Jinbei City. So they chose to get involved, joining Shilin City's camp and standing against themselves. Is this a fight with me? Showing me muscle in this way, telling me who calls the shots in this game? The light in Yichu's eyes flickered, vaguely guessing the official's intentions. In his heart, he secretly sneered, this calculation was good, it was just a pity that they had found the wrong person. And in the middle of Yichu's mind turning, the official player army, too, finally attacked. Two guilds composed entirely of cavalry players were the first to charge and attack. The horses' hooves roared and shook the earth, exuding an unrelenting and astonishing aura as they rushed towards the defense line of the Benyun army. Seeing this situation, above Mu Bingyun's pretty face, a look of gravity immediately appeared. The right hand that clenched the staff trembled slightly, showing the nervousness within. Li Qing, the vice-captain of the personal guards who had been guarding her with a sword, immediately said as his gaze sank. Princess, the next battle is too dangerous. Your body of 10,000 gold can't remain here, let's protect you and retreat first. No way. I was given a mission to hold my position for an hour. My soldiers are still here fighting in blood, how can I leave them behind and go first myself? Mu Bingyun's expression was serious, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she categorically rejected Li Qing's request. But Li Qing's face changed and he wanted to persuade him further, but Ji Chu waved his hand and interrupted him, speaking. Don't worry, a mere 100,000 rabble won't be able to turn over the sky. Just keep holding on, they can't break our defenses. Lord! You have an idea? Mu Bingyun was so excited that she almost shouted out the word master and looked at Yi Chu with anticipation in her eyes. Yi Chu nodded, and without any nonsense, he directly reached out his hand towards the sky and said with a smile. Look at the sky. Heaven? Mu Bingyun and Li Qing raised their gazes somewhat suspiciously, and then, they were violently wide-eyed. Only to see the starlight flickering under the pale night sky, a piece of emptiness, suddenly violent fluctuations and distortions. Like a transparent canvas that obscures the truth, it is violently lifted. A small, imposing city emerged in the sky. Chapter 115 Sky City, shocking the whole service. Is this Sky City? Looking at the majestic city that suddenly appeared in the sky, the pupils of Li Qing's eyes suddenly shrunk. A quick glance recognized that this city was the very same Sky City that Yi Chu had brought a group of them to conquer together back then. It was only that he had left with his team after successfully conquering the city in the first place. Not much is known about the city. Only know that it is very special, can use some kind of power, make the city suspended in the void. Without realizing it, it's more than capable of flying fast and moving its position in the sky. Even the city has a stealth function after upgrading. On top of that, after so many days of construction and development, the overall size of the Sky City was also much larger than when it had just been conquered. The walls of the city were high and sturdy, and there were many archery towers within the city. A pole of extremely sharp and cold iron crossbow arrows were revealed from the shot holes of the archery tower, emitting a chillingly cold aura. There was even a Holy Spirit archer in leather armor, well equipped, showing up on the walls. The longbow in his hand shone brightly, and the arrow pouch on his back was filled with arrows. Eyes as sharp as a falcon, poised on the city walls, radiating an inspiring and compelling aura. And such a striking city suddenly appeared in the sky. It became the center of attention for the entire room, instantly causing a furor. The game anchors who were broadcasting live had shifted their live cameras from the official army that was launching a charge to the top of this city that had appeared out of nowhere. In the live broadcast room, countless players saw this situation, and instantly exploded. They were shocked. What the hell? How did a city suddenly appear in the sky? This heck, it can't be a hallucination? Let's have a big sculptor explain what the hell is going on. I see the city information. It's a guild territory, affiliated with the Guild Supreme Divine Hall. What? Supreme Divine? A sharp arrow. Straight away, several of the pets were mobilized, ordering them to output at full power. The Thunder God Eagle let out a loud hiss and swooped down from the night sky, throwing a Thunder Purgatory skill into the crowd. Endless golden thunder wreaked havoc, emptying the bloodstains of dozens of players within the skill's range in an instant. Xingyao even took a flying leap to the walls of Sky City. Two long snow-white legs, stepping on the arrows of the city wall, short silver skirts flying in the wind. The star longbow clanked incessantly, continuously shooting out a silver-colored arrow condensed from the power of the stars. Specializing in targets that are bloodied. Each arrow takes away an enemy, and the output ability is pulled straight to full strength. The Shura warrior general is the most raw. Directly riding an undead bone horse and carrying a crimson lance, with unstoppable courageous momentum, he blatantly rushed into the enemy formation. With the powerful panel attributes and the blood-sucking effect provided by the death-drawing blood skill. Rushing left and right in the enemy lineup, he sprawled out as if he were in no man's land. The spectral divine messenger, on the other hand, brings out the ethereal and ghostly nature of the assassin line of pets. Utilizing displacement and stealth skills, he drifts through the enemy crowd, constantly blinking. Every time the scythe cuts down, it takes a life. From time to time, throw out a group attack skill 100 ghosts nightly. Summoning a large swath of hideous specters, he wreaked havoc on the crowd, creating a vacuum. With the firepower output of the Sky City, and a few legendary pets, Yi Chu had blocked the collective charge of 100,000 official players almost by himself. This explosive and incomparable scene immediately set off the entire internet. Countless netizens were shocked, and the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I'll go. To resist the frontal charge of 100,000 players with one's own strength, and still say that Weiwu Legacy didn't open up? Damn, this wave is like heifer on a plane, awesome to the sky. But the opposite side is the official. Will he anger the official with such reckless and crazy provocations? Salty eat carrot leg worry, people Weiwu legacy wind are not afraid, you a passerby a worry about this child idol for what? Fair enough. The officials sent 100,000 troops to participate in this game event. Originally, I'm afraid that they wanted to show off their strength and establish their prestige. As a result, it never occurred to me that I had kicked up the iron plate of Weiwu legacy, and now I'm afraid that it's too late to even regret it. Unlucky unlucky, touching Weiwu legacy, the official can suffer from the old crime. As players were discussing, the top of a hill in. Although the officials had allowed them to temporarily suppress their ranks for secrecy purposes and had not rushed up the ranking heavenly list. However, the real battle power was no less than those top players who were listed on the heavenly ranking. At this moment, all four groups of people went out and pointed their spearheads directly at Yichu's several pets. First target to lock on. It was the Shura war general who was riding an undead bone horse, charging left and right through the army, killing with reckless abandon. An archer in crimson leather armor pulled the bowstring full with a jerk and shot out a steel arrow that was dripping with crimson light. It drew an arc in mid-air and shot with unparalleled precision at the Shura war general's chest armor. Normally, a level 50 legendary pet Shura warfare possessed a huge level suppression against an ordinary player who was at the beginning of level 40. Skill resistance will be very high. Ordinary players' control-type skills would be greatly probable to be missed, making it difficult to control it at all. However, this official expert's hidden profession had an occupational trait of attacking with certainty. And the power of various skills was greatly enhanced. After the Shura war general was hit by the arrow, his body was shaken on the spot and he fell into a stunned state. After that, the long-range players in the other three teams also launched their skills and articulated control effects. A few melee players, on the other hand, took the opportunity to rush closer. Above the weapon, a dazzling and incomparable skill light shone, slashing towards the Shura war general. All the other official players in the vicinity also seized the opportunity to focus their attacks at the first opportunity. Warrior is not void calamity, the dual resistance attribute is not that high, and the blood quantity is even. At this point, after being continuously penalized by the enemy's control skills and unable to draw blood back. Even if the attributes were strong, they wouldn't be able to hold up to the concentrated attacks of so many people. The blood bar began to brush straight down. After just 10 seconds or so, it was directly and completely emptied. Although the Shura war general had the seal of life and death planted by Yichu in his body, he immediately resurrected in place after death. But having just been revived and controlled again, he still couldn't get out of his predicament and was once again beaten out of air. Letting out an angry hiss filled with unwillingness, he turned into a ray of resurrection light and flew back to Yichu's pet space. Quick look! That pet of Weiwu legacy has been killed. After the scene of the Shura war general being killed was captured on the live broadcast screen. At once, it made countless players in the live broadcast room, and they all snapped their eyes wide open, revealing a look of surprise. Each of Weiwu legacy's several pets is comparable to a level 50 legendary boss, who's that capable of taking them down? It's a mysterious expert sent out by the officials. Several people seem to have hidden professions, and their equipment is even more blinding. A few of them gave a spate of skills, and in a moment's time, they hacked the Shura war general to death. I told you, the official base is so strong. For such a long time, how could it be possible not to cultivate a few experts? Weiwu legacy of the wind is not self-conscious, just by his own strength. How dare to arm wrestle with the official? It is simply an egg against a stone. I'm afraid that today will be the old sin. Look, they're aiming at the Thunder God statue again. It's already shot the Thunder God eagle out of the sky. This is the rhythm of preparing to exterminate all of Weiwu legacy's pets, one by one. In the live broadcast room, countless players were talking. Their eyes were all firmly fixed on the movements of the four groups of people from Heaven, Earth, Shenhuang and Huang on the live broadcast screen. Wanting to properly see how powerful this group of mysterious experts secretly cultivated by the officials were? At the same time, after the Shura war general was killed, Yichu's gaze instantly blazed. His eyes traveled through the chaotic battlefield and saw the figures of the 20 official powerhouses. There was a flash of essence in his eyes, and he instantly recognized the identity of this group of people. The four trump cards of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow are all out. The official bigwigs really look up to me. By the looks of it, you really want to touch me. Yichu muttered under his breath. As a reborn person, he was naturally not unfamiliar with these four official squads that were renowned in his previous life and had caused countless powerhouses to be scared of them. But even if the King of Heaven came and killed his pet, he had to pay a price. Fight me, do you guys have that strength? Yichu let out a cold snort, and without saying anything, he directly took a flying leap and rushed out from the Pengyun army's position. Then he violently raised his right hand, aiming at the distant void calamity that was wreaking havoc in the crowd, and unleashed the skill Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. The void calamity suddenly roared wildly to the sky and transformed into a dense and incomparable purple. It crossed the battlefield in an instant and shone onto Yichu's body. It coalesced into a coldly shaped purple armor covered with a single hideous hooked thorn, exuding an unparalleled aura of killing. Yichu only felt a slight tremor in his body, and an incomparably majestic power surged into his body from the armor. Instantly, he felt that his body and mind were filled with infinite power. An unenlightened NPC of the Shieling Kingdom, galloping his horse, raised his lance and stabbed towards Yichu's chest. Yichu directly snorted coldly. With a flash of light in his palm, he took out a long sword with a flowing dark gold weapon. With a furious roar, he fiercely slashed his sword with force, directly cutting that oncoming NPC, even with a person and a horse, into two hard halves. Then he fiercely powered up and ran wildly, all the way to kill God and Buddha. With the fastest speed possible, he rushed towards the 4 official squads. Countless players in the live broadcast room, after seeing this scene situation, instantly boiled up. I'll go. Look, Wei Wu Legacy himself. He, a royal Beastmaster, doesn't honestly hide in the back, remotely controlling the royal beasts for battle, and personally steps into the battlefield himself. Isn't this looking for death? You know. Didn't you see that purple armor on him that was coalesced from his pet? That's a merging type skill unique to players of the Imperial Beastmaster lineage that allows him to gain a portion of his pet's attributes. It's no exaggeration to say that the current Wei Wu Legacy is a moving humanoid boss. Don't forget that aside from his identity as Wei Wu Legacy, he's also questioning Sword Chang'e, the everlasting supreme god of the national costume. Just looking at the way he holds his sword makes me tear up. Is the strongest melee system player in the national service finally going to make a glorious return? What's with all the videotaping? Just freeze. Fairy's affirmation. Chapter 117. An arrow at full strength fails to break the defense. In the midst of the incomparably chaotic battlefield, Yichu was wearing void armor and carrying a dark gold longsword. Sprinting through the chaotic battlefield like the wind, striding forward toward the 4 groups of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow who were thundering out in the distant battlefield, besieging the Thunder God Eagle, they sped. Yet alas! In the middle of the earlier battle, he had let his pets out completely, leaving them too far away from him. Also, when the pet is in the battle state, the Imperial Beastmaster cannot force the pet back into the Imperial Beast space. There was no way to get there in time. One could only watch as the Thunder God Eagle was shot down from the sky by those 4 groups of people, controlling it continuously. In the end, he ended up in the same situation as the Shura War General, turning into a resurrected white light and flying back to his pet space. The Thunder God Eagle is hanging up too. Wei Wu Legacy's 2 pets died in battle one after another. I'm afraid they're really angry this time. It looks like those 4 mysterious squads of 5 are really something. Many of the skills they use, I've never even seen them before. Most of them are hidden professions. I just don't know if they are stronger or weaker compared to Wei Wu Legacy, who is recognized as the strongest in the national service, the strongest player in the national sky ranking, and the mysterious experts secretly cultivated by the officials. The collision between these 2 is sure to be a wonderful and extremely intense collision. I can't wait. Watching Yichu's figure like the wind, he crossed the battlefield and quickly rushed towards the 4 teams. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room, all of a sudden, held their breath, their eyes showing an undisguised look of anticipation. Expect a great battle. Meanwhile, in the middle of the battlefield, the 4 squads of Heaven, Earth, Xianawang, and Yellow also discovered Yichu, who was charging towards them. In their eyes, they suddenly revealed a leap of faith, as well as a color of playful mockery. If he keeps hiding under the protection of the NPC legions, we really can't do anything about him. I didn't think that he would jump out on his own. This is just the right thing to do. It's just the right time to come. Just a casual player, really think you're invincible? He doesn't think we're those unbearable so-called game masters, does he? Since that's the case, then let him properly see what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Looking at the rapidly approaching Yichu, the 4 squads, all of them, did not place any importance on it. In their view, even if Yichu was as strong as he was ultimately just a player of the Imperial Beastmaster lineage. His most powerful tool was manipulating pets to attack his enemies. However, the few pets he was proud of were overwhelming. Easily 2 of them were destroyed, no big deal. It can be seen that the name of the so-called first person in the national service is completely overstated, and it is not as powerful as rumored. It was only because the enemies he had encountered in the past were too weak, coupled with the exaggerations spread by the internet, that it gave the rumor so evil. They could even destroy Yichu's pets with their hands. Were they still afraid of this Imperial Beastmaster rushing over for a close combat? Even if he was once the strongest melee system player in the national service and really had a few overpowering strengths. But the occupational characteristics of the Imperial Beastmaster profession were there. No matter how skillfully he operated, he couldn't possibly be a match for the 20 of them, the hidden professionals chosen by thousands from millions of people. Well, Wei Wu Legacy is currently the most recognized player in the national service after all. Moreover, the melee operation has almost reached its peak, and the strength is still very strong. The leaders are watching from behind. Everyone, don't be careless and end up in the gutter again, prepare to fight. Tianyi, the captain of the heavenly group, inhaled a breath and said in a deep voice. His profession was the hidden profession divine blade swordsman, with a golden armor and a radiant golden longsword in his hand. An aura was strong and incomparable, and in the dimly lit night, it was particularly striking. However, although his mouth was like this, in actuality, he wasn't very serious in his eyes. After all, the battle was outnumbered 20-1 in my favor. How does this lose? In his eyes, today's battle with Yichu. It was they, the four squads of Heaven, Earth, Shenhuang and Huang, who had risen to prominence by stepping on the reputation of Wei Wu's legacy. In front of countless national service players, Thunderclap decapitated Yichu, announcing to everyone the strength of the debut battle. Yichu charged headlong all the way, quickly entering their attack range. The archer in the fiery red leather armor once again drew his bow and took the lead. A fiery red arrow was shot out, tearing through the long wind and shooting towards Yichu. Yichu let out a cold snort and his feet changed pace rapidly, trying to dodge the arrow with his walk. But immediately received a game prompt that the enemy's attack comes with a must-hit effect and cannot be avoided by walking. The sharp arrow that emitted a crimson glow drew an arc trajectory in the night sky and ruthlessly shot into Yichu's chest. However, this seemingly powerful arrow that was shot at the void armor in front of Yichu's chest did not break the defense at all. Just a little spark was rubbed out, and it was flicked away. Above Yichu's head, a mere 5 damage number popped up. As for the stun effect attached to the skill, it was directly immunized. How is this possible? That red-armored archer, numbered Shin-san, saw that the skill attack he was proud of was unable to even break through Yichu's defense. His pupils suddenly shrunk, revealing an incredulous look. It is hard to accept this result. The other members of the surrounding team, too, had their faces slightly changed. Tianyi, who was the leader of the crowd, said in a deep voice, "There's no need to make a fuss. Right now Wei Wu Legacy is in the transformed state of the SS level skill, Imperial Beast Divine Soldier. This skill, according to the intelligence, allows him to obtain a portion of his pet's attribute bonus. That purple behemoth pet of his is already known for its strong defense, and it's only normal for the armor to be higher when it turns into armor. But other attributes such as attack and agility are certainly not as perverse. Big deal, we can definitely finish him off." Tianyi's reassurance calmed the slightly changed faces of the others. As he spoke, Yichu had already carried his longsword in his hand and rushed closer. Without saying a word, he swung his sword blade and killed towards the several people. A player dressed in black armor with incomparably muscular body roared and charged straight out head-on. In the middle of his left hand, he carried an incredibly thick and heavy steel shield. Under the bloom of the skill's light, a heavy and incomparable mountain shadow was vaguely condensed. Like a mad cow that had gone berserk, it charged fiercely towards Yichu. Let me learn how sharp the sword blade of the player known as the strongest melee system in the national service really is. Can you cut through my shield? Chapter 118, A Sword with 100,000 Injuries. The entire internet boils over. Looking at the heavily armored warrior who was holding his shield and charging head-on, Yichu's gaze slightly condensed, instantly recognizing this person's origin. Its number Earth 2 is the only hidden profession mountain shield battle in the whole service. The profession itself provides a very high defense bonus, as well as many defensive skills. Even more so, he awakened an A-rank talent that fit in incredibly well with his profession's characteristics, providing a 50% damage reduction effect. It's no exaggeration to say that it's an undefeatable little powerhouse. Called the hardest shield in the country, it once made countless players suffer. Even Yichu in his previous life had to feel a headache after encountering him. However, this life's Yichu was completely incomparable compared to his previous life. First of all, by the bonus effect of the Tsong Tian bloodline, his attribute growth was as much as twice that of other players. Although the surface level looks like it's only level 48, which is comparable to other top players between them. But his actual naked attributes had actually reached a value that could only be achieved by an average player at level 58. Plus gaining an 80% attribute bonus from Void Calamity. At this moment, the strength of Yichu's panel attributes had long exceeded the imagination of countless players. Perhaps, Earth 2's defense attribute could indeed be described as immensely powerful compared to. It's definitely not the sword, it's Wei Wu Legacy's attribute that's too strong, it's ridiculously strong, unbelievable. I couldn't read it, but was greatly impressed. In the live broadcast room, countless players were discussing the occasion. In the middle of the battlefield, the other members of the 4 squads were also startled violently, and their hearts set off waves of shock. You know, as the 4 top combat teams secretly trained by the officials. Between them, they often fought against each other and trained, and they knew everything about each other's strength. They couldn't be more clear about just how terrifying Earth 2's defense was. Even the strongest attacker in the crowd, Tian Yi. With the strongest single attack skill, at most one sword, slashing him for a 2000 or so blood would top it off. Because of that, they had sent Earth 2 out to meet the battle first, to try out just how strong Yichu's attacks were. Then develop the most rational combat plan. However, it never occurred to me that it doesn't matter if you don't try, if you try, you die. Yichu didn't use any skills, and casually made an ordinary attack with his sword. Surprisingly, it just directly slashed Earth 2's dark gold artifact shield, and even slashed out 110,000 points of terrifying damage. This explosive and incomparable damage figure simply overturned their perception of this game. Is this something that people can do? For a moment, several people's brains were almost in a complete state of downtime, and they were on the verge of not being able to think. Earth 2 was completely confused by Yichu's sword slash. The unruly and untamed nature of the original face disappeared, and was replaced by an unparalleled color of shock and fear. To take a normal attack from my sword and still be able to stand, you're already proud enough of yourself. Yichu's gaze calmly glanced at Earth 2 and said indifferently. After saying that, the sword blade fiercely pointed forward, unleashing the skill-cracking bone blade. In a flash, an incomparably sharp and hideous bone blade emerged from the void. As Yichu's sword blade pointed, it whistled and shot toward the front. The first to bear the brunt of the attack, Earth 2 was shot by a bone blade, and his body shattered apart on the spot, turning into a burst of white light that floated away. The other bone blades continued to whine and break through the air, flying forward and shooting at several other members of the group. It was only at this moment that they finally woke up like a dream. They were all in a state of shock, and hurriedly utilized their positioning to dodge the attacks. Tian Yi's eyes stared, and he droned, "Put weakness on him, control and fight." The few priests in the group immediately waved their staffs in their hands, throwing a skill glow that symbolized a negative status towards Yichu. Yichu's Tsong Tian bloodline was only immune to control-type skills such as stun, knockout, and confinement. There is also some skill resistance to negative effects such as armor weakening and weakness, but not complete immunity. After being hit by several skills consecutively, all over his body, he was immediately flooded with a gray glow that represented a weakened state. The overall attributes were nerfed by a whopping 60%. It was evident that the 4 priestly players in these 4 squads were powerful. Their hidden occupations and occupational talents were all top-notch configurations that could not be found in 10,000, and possessed incomparably great growth potential. But it was only a pity that they had met Yichu. Even if the attributes were weakened by 60%, the remaining 40% was more than enough to use against them. The bodies of the 2 players of the assassin lineage profession disappeared silently into thin air. The daggers in his hands, flashing with a cold and incomparably bright light, split from 2 different directions, sneak attacking towards Yichu. However, in front of Yichu, who possessed the legendary equipment Eye of Truth. All stealthy skills have nothing to hide. Their so-called sneak attack, to Yichu, was completely blatant, coming up to die. A cold aura flashed in his eyes, and without saying anything, he directly stomped his feet heavily on the ground to unleash the skill. War Trampling. The skill range of War Trample is related to the size of the person releasing it. Yichu's body type wasn't as huge as the Void Scourge, so the range of the skill only enveloped an area around his body that was 10 meters in diameter. The 2 assassin players were so shocked that they didn't even have time to let out a scream. The body was directly torn to shreds by the furious and incomparable trampling force, turning into resurrection light that drifted away. Yichu, on the other hand, utilized the force of this stomp, and his body was like an arrow that had left the strings, rushing out violently towards the front. With a brazen sword, he swung out and chopped towards Tianyi, who bore the brunt of the attack. Chapter 119 The Gold Content of the Number 1 National Service. In the face of Yi Chu's oncoming sword, Tianyi's face instantly changed drastically. It was important to know that Yi Chu's panel attacks were terrifying. Even the hidden profession Mountain Shield Warrior, Earth 2, couldn't carry a flat A from him, let alone him. In front of Yi Chu's sword blade, it was tantamount to a thin sheet of paper. His face immediately changed, and he hurriedly took his position, drawing back sharply, attempting to circumvent Yi Chu's sword through game manipulation. However, he had forgotten that at this moment, he was facing Yi Chu, who held the title of the strongest melee combat system player in the national service. His little bit of gaming maneuvering might be enough for dealing with the average player. But in front of Yi Chu, it was simply a small carving skill, showing off. At a glance, it's full of holes. With a cold snort, his feet turned his pace like the wind and easily chased after him. Once again, the sword slashed out. This time, Tianyi could not avoid it, and at the moment of life and death, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. With a fierce clench of his teeth, above the blade of the sword, a dazzling golden light flashed up, similarly stabbing towards Yi Chu. However, his sword speed was too slow compared to Yi Chu. Before the sword blade could chop down onto Yi Chu, the long sword in Yi Chu's hand had already wiped heavily from his neck. Absolute attribute suppression, plus the damage bonus of the weakness attack. Directly and instantly, Tianyi's blood bar was emptied and turned into a white light that flew away, not even giving the priests a chance to add blood and heal. And then, Yi Chu took large strides and quickly arrived at the side corner of the formation of the 4 squads of heaven, earth, Xian Huang. Looking at the right angle, an instantaneous void roar was released. A fan-shaped wave of distorted sound spread out from in front of Yi Chu's sword blade, covering the area where the crowd was densest. Except for one archer player who reacted the fastest and rushed to position himself in time to jump out of the skill range before Yi Chu's skill was launched. Several other players who were covered by the skill had their bloodstains cleared on the spot. Bursting out a field of extremely valuable equipment, he turned into white light and resurrected to go. The remaining few squad members, at this moment, finally came to their senses completely, realizing just how huge the gap in strength between himself and Yi Chu was. It's like the difference between the fluorescence of rotting grass and the white moon. With just 20 of them, trying to take out Yi Chu was like overrating a tree and hitting a stone with an egg. There's no semblance of a possibility. Glancing at each other, they did not hesitate to scatter in all directions, turning and running in different directions. But how could Yi Chu let them go? With a cold snort and killing intent in his eyes, he directly raised his sword and chased after him. The sword is pointed and the alignment is prejudged. A cracking ground-piercing skill summoned a patch of incredibly sharp and pointed bone spikes that slammed out of the ground and stabbed a fleeing priest to death. At the same time, on the walls of the distant Sky City, the bowstring in Xing Yao's hand clanked. A radiant diamond star arrow was shot, whistling through the air in a flash, piercing a mage's chest. The spectral god envoy even made a spectral jump, soundlessly, and appeared behind a fleeing warrior. The death sight was raised high, shining with a chilling and incomparable skill light, and ruthlessly reaping towards it. One person and 2 favorites working in tandem took just under a minute. The secret weapon that the official relies on and pours countless efforts to create, the 4 squads of Heaven, Earth, Basil and Yellow, 20 top players. All of them were decimated and none of them managed to escape. In the live room, there was silence. Countless players were dumbfounded, looking at Yi Chu in the middle of the live broadcast screen, 1 person and 1 sword, in the middle of the independent chaotic battlefield, their minds and souls setting off monstrous waves. It wasn't until a long time later that shocking voices of discussion erupted from all the major live broadcasts across the net. The comments section was abuzz with countless pop-ups frantically swiping. I go, this is finished? It's not too easy yet. I originally thought that there would be a wonderful PK battle, but it never occurred to me that it would be a complete one-sided massacre. The strengths of both sides are simply not on the same level. The official secret weapon that the government has poured countless efforts into and carefully crafted, and this is it? This is it? Wei Wu Legacy killed them like dogs. It's estimated that the official originally sent out these 20 people because they wanted to kill Wei Wu Legacy by surprise and properly kill his sharpness. As a result, stealing the chicken didn't work and establishing authority didn't work, but instead accomplished a high moment for Wei Wu's legacy. Do you know what it means to be the number 1 in the country in terms of gold? The 4 words Wei Wu Legacy are an absolute symbol of strength. In the live broadcast room, countless players were hotly discussing the occasion. Yi Chu, who was in the middle of the battlefield, did not stop for a moment. His figure was like a gust of wind as he quickly swept past the place where those 20 people had died and collected all the equipment they had exploded. It should be said not to say that these 20 people are not very strong though. But the back of the official, the luxury of the body equipment is absolutely nothing. The entire set of equipment, all of which were top-tier dark gold weapon equipment, even exploded a few pieces of legendary equipment. These, all of them, were Yi Chu's trophies. Hanging it up for sale in the auction house was enough for him to make a serious profit. On top of that, the army of 100,000 official players, after being shot by the Holy Spirit archers, also exploded with countless equipment. It was so dense that it almost covered the ground in a thick layer. It made Yi Chu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and thank nature for the gift. Directly ordering several hundred Holy Spirit assassins to sneak out of the Sky City. Coming above the battlefield below, he made every effort to collect all these equipments and transported them all back to the Sky City's warehouse. People's official hard work, all the equipment to the doorstep to come, if they do not receive, it would be too unkind. And a battle just now had allowed Yi Chu to experience the thrill of battle that he hadn't experienced in a long time. The war scenes of swords and iron horses around him made the blood of militancy in his body boil. Like an unstoppable humanoid boss, it rampages through the battlefield, madly killing these armies of players affiliated with the crown. Relying on the sky, the main force of the Beihan Kingdom's army had now successfully crossed the giant stream river. Declaring that the Shilling army's plan of thundering out and taking advantage of the North Cold army's unsteady foothold on the south bank to strike it halfway across the river has completely failed. Continuing to send the advance troops to storm the positions of the Northern Cold Kingdom again had no meaning other than to give away their heads. Next, the two sides can only set up a battle to fight, so as to decide between the two sides. With the temporary retreat of the Shilling country's army, the chaotic battlefield that was originally filled with shouting and killing was calmed down in the blink of an eye. Only a fragmented body of a warrior was left behind, as well as arrows and equipment all over the ground, telling of the grueling battle just now. Yi Chu ordered a few hundred Holy Spirit warriors to clean up the battlefield, while he himself carried his rapier and returned to the Pangyun army's position. After a bloody battle, the Pangyun army could be said to have suffered heavy losses. The original 30,000-strong integrated force was crippled to less than 10,000 men, and everyone was wounded. At this time, it was being exchanged with another force, which had been withdrawn from the front line to rest and recuperate. However, despite heavy troop losses. In this battle, they carried the crazy onslaught of the Shilling country's army and covered the troops to successfully cross the river, which was undoubtedly a great feat. Moreover, during the entire battle, Mu Bingyun was personally present at the front line, commanding the battle, and did not retreat when the situation was most critical. Prestige in the military will undoubtedly increase dramatically. From now on, there will be no one who will harbor contempt, demonstrating strong to extreme combat power. Even more, when the defense position of the Pangyun army, facing the impact of an army of 100,000 players, was almost on the verge of collapse, it summoned the Sky City. At that critical moment, which was almost enough to decide whether the whole war would be won or lost, he was able to save the day with his own strength. It has done immeasurable great service. At this moment, seeing Yi Chu, who was covered in blood and returning with his sword, all the officers and soldiers of the Pangyun army were all casting respectful gazes at him. Even the group of personal guards who followed Mu Bingyun closely, protecting her well-being, all looked solemn. There was no longer any person that dared to question the status and strength of Yi Chu, the personal guard captain. You deserve a lot of credit for this river crossing. After the Great War is over, I will petition the great general and father to reward you heavily. At this moment, in front of everyone, Mu Bingyun did not dare to show too much intimacy with Yi Chu. Just nodded at him with a heartfelt compliment. Yi Chu clasped his fists and saluted, thanking Mu Bingyun, and raised his head to look in the direction of the giant stream river. At this moment, dozens of pontoon bridges had been erected on the wide and gentle river. Hundreds of thousands of Beihangua's army, in great numbers, passed through the pontoon bridge and came to the south bank to neatly line up. Even the millions of players gathered on the north bank, guided by the NPCs, stepped onto the pontoon bridge in an orderly manner and began to cross the river. Meanwhile, miles away, the Shilling Kingdom's army, which had arrived from Giant Stream City and the several surrounding military camps, was also rapidly assembling. The two armies, separated by a distance of several miles, faced each other from afar. Both are quickly gathering their troops and adjusting their formations. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere of a great battle to come and a mountain rain. Lee Cheonan's seemingly watery years guild also participated in the event. After leading the guild's army across the river, she came directly to Yi Chu's side. Looking at the sky city whose walls were towering and sturdy, suspended in the void. The eyes were filled with undisguised envy. This city in the sky, that's your guild house? I knew it, you sold so many guild territories, you must have kept the best for yourself. Just now, she was far away from the other side of the giant stream river though. But also saw the sudden appearance of Sky City through the live feed. Arrows fell like rain on top of the city walls, shooting a shocking sight of the official 100,000 troops suffering heavy casualties. For this guild territory that not only floats in the sky, but also has a stealth function, and the city soldiers are also powerful and incomparable, it is instantly hot. But she also knew in her heart that this Sky City was something that belonged to Yi Chu. Even if she was envious and hot-eyed, she didn't dare to have the slightest thought. Yi Chu smiled faintly and didn't show off how powerful Sky City was. Instead, he digressed, I just got a bunch of gear, do you want it? As he spoke, he made an illustration of the equipment that had just exploded from the 4 squads of Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang and Yellow and sent it to the chat window with Lee Cheonan. These are. Looking at the flowing equipment illustrations, Lee Cheonan couldn't help but stare at once. In the beautiful eyes, there was an undisguised sense of surprise. It was important to know that although these 4 official and secretly formed ace squads were unbeatable in front of Yi Chu, the luxuriousness of the equipment they were equipped with was unquestionable. Even many of the gears are the very best that rank high on the gear charts. Adding to the fact that Yi Chu had the Honluk Chi Tian ring to add to his strength, the murder explosion rate was incredibly high. On these 20 people, more than half of their equipment had exploded. If Lee Cheonan got this batch of equipment, in the blink of an eye, he could create a dozen or so top-notch first-class players in the national service for seemingly watery. Lee Cheonan was in a flurry of excitement, her full breasts rose and fell slightly, and she couldn't wait, so she struck a deal with Yi Chu. Bought the equipment for 1 million gold coins. After tasting the sweetness again, the heart became more and more determined. In any case, Wei Wu legacy this thigh, Lee Cheonan is embraced. The transaction between the two had just been completed when behind Yi Chu, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Biggie Wei Wu, can we talk to you for a minute? Yi Chu looked back and realized that the ones who had come were clearly the two who had not seen Lin Feng and Sun Xiaotong for a long time. His heart was immediately moved, and he vaguely guessed the two men's intentions. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and asked, I wonder what the two of you have come to teach us? Don't dare, don't dare. Both of their expressions were a bit awkward, and Lin Feng coughed lightly and said to Yi Chu. Since learning that you were assassinated with a satellite lock, the higher peak leaders attached great importance to it and strictly ordered a thorough investigation within the officialdom, finally finding out who was behind it. And, all the relevant persons involved have been captured, and the mastermind has been executed. The leaders hope that the partnership between us will not be jeopardized by these things. Chapter 121, Once Betrayed, Never Used. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a video, as well as several documents, to Yi Chu through the private messaging channel. Yi Chu opened the video and looked at it. The content of the video was found to be footage of several people being executed by firing squad. As for the documents, they are the transcripts of their interrogations and other relevant documents. Yi Chu did not place any importance on the authenticity of the contents of the videos and documents. Anyway, even if it's all true, it could be a few random scapegoats. There is no way of knowing who is really behind it. However, Lin Feng's move showed an official attitude. Also, the timing of their arrival was very subtle. Not sooner, not later. In favor of himself, he used Sky City to block the official army of 100,000 players. And, like slaughtering chickens and dogs, after easily exterminating the 4 squads that they had poured countless efforts into and secretly trained. Only then did he come running his ass off to show himself favor. Obviously, it was the battle just now that completely woke up the official. It was sobering and overwhelming for all the top brass to realize. His own position as the #1 person in the national service was absolutely supreme and untouchable. No matter how much effort they poured into it and how many resources they spent, it was impossible for them to cultivate another one, a game master that could rival their own. This, coupled with the fact that he possessed a guild residence that was capable of stealthy flight, coming and going without a trace, made the official hierarchy even more fearful. It was thoroughly understood that they could never help themselves under the existing conditions. Instead, if you piss yourself off, at any moment, they could make a big mess and cause them immeasurably great damage. They are the weaker party compared to themselves who have all the advantageous resources in the game. He himself was a great god to them who could not be messed with. Even if his heart was reluctant, he had to put down that high and mighty stance and come to bow down to himself. Actually, Yi Chu had long predicted this result. As some great man once said, if peace is sought through struggle, it will survive. If it is sought through compromise, it will die. For the small group of people at the top within the crown who harbored ill will towards themselves, they will only be honest in the future if they are beaten with thunderbolts. I believe, after this one thing, those guys, at least for quite some time, won't dare to hit themselves again. However, it will not be possible to return to the previous cooperative relationship. Because, those people don't really know what's wrong. Rather, they knew that if the confrontation continued, it would only be them who would be unlucky. In the future, once they find an opportunity, they may also lay hands on themselves at any time. Once betrayed, never used. Yi Chu, who had experienced the end times, deeply understood just how dark human nature was, and it was impossible to raise a tiger and leave it behind. Shaking his head directly, he said flatly to Lin Feng, and the sound of the horn was followed by a terrific clatter of hoofbeats, galloping and rushing toward the riverbank from the distant night. At the same time, the back of the military formation of the North Cold Kingdom's army was suddenly beating with war drums. Hundreds of thousands of troops, inspired by the stirring and incomparable drums, erupted into heavenly shouting and killing sounds, charging toward the front. In the sky, an impassioned game announcement even echoed. Regional announcement: attention all players participating in the Battle of the Giant Stream River. The game event, Battle of the Giant Stream River, has entered the decisive stage. Please all players to enthusiastically kill the enemy. Each kill an enemy will be able to capture the event points, after the end of the event, according to the number of points accounting for the rewards. Yi Chu, who was talking to Li Chuanan, heard the game announcement echoing in the sky and was instantly refreshed. He hurriedly said goodbye to Li Chuanan and rushed out with his sword, going to harvest points in the battlefield in front of him. In the midst of this battle, the overall troop strength invested by the Northern Cold Kingdom and the Shieling Kingdom were roughly equal. It was all hundreds of thousands of high-level NPC legions, plus millions of player armies that had come to participate in the event. In terms of absolute troop comparisons, the gap between the two sides is not too great. However, the Northern Cold Kingdom was located in the bitter cold north, and it was even more burdened with the arduous task of defending the northern border against the invasion of the Heavenly Calamity Legion. The army has been baptized by war for many years, and they are all elite troops capable of fighting. Shieling Kingdom, on the other hand, hadn't experienced war for too many years, and many of the soldiers, this time, were even stepping onto the battlefield for the first time. Between the two, there was a clear gap in battle power. As for the gap between player core, that's even more of a problem. Just Yi Chu's several pets, as well as the sky city that hung high in the night sky, were enough to outweigh 1,000,000 troops. This night, Yi Chu, one man and one sword, killed in all directions in the player army of Shieling City, setting off endless bloody storms. The countless Shieling City players who had been killed were scared to death, and had a deep sense of fear towards the idea of Wei Wu legacy. In the end, the intense battle lasted for a whole night before it finally ended. Hundreds of thousands of Shieling troops were killed and routed, ending in a great victory for the Northern Cold Army. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight broke through the darkness and poured down on the wind-chasing boots, legendary. Defense, 271. Magic resistance, 256. Physical fitness, plus 210. Strength, plus 223. Agility, plus 248. Spirit, plus 192. Equipment effect: chasing wind. The wind of lightness surrounds your body, increasing your movement speed by 20%. Equipped skill: treading the wind. After activating the skill, step forward with the power of the wind. Agility attribute is increased by 20%, movement speed is increased by 50%. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooling time, 3 hours. Equipment level, 50. A pair of boots that add 20% movement speed and have an active skill. When activated, it can increase the agility attribute and movement speed significantly, which is quite useful in PK, and is generally quite good. However, these boots can only be equipped at level 50. Yi Chu was still one level short right now, so he could only throw it back into the package first. In addition to this MVP reward, the 630,000 activity points that Yi Chu had seized could also be exchanged for various activity rewards in the temporarily open points mall. Yi Chu opened the points mall and scanned the list of items inside, finding that it was full of items. From high-level equipment for all major professions to a variety of common game props, you can call it everything. It was all taken out of the treasury of the Northern Cold Kingdom to treat the players who helped win the war. However, the highest grade of these props and equipment was only legendary. Moreover, they were all regular props with ordinary effects, which were no longer of any great use to the current Yichu. In the end, after Yichu had searched for half a day, there was only one thing that could still fit into his eyes. Blood Bodhi. Prop level, legendary. Introduction of props, a magical fruit containing the power of creation. Feeding pets can enhance their growth attributes and have a certain chance of activating the power of the bloodline in the pet's body, causing it to evolve. Effective for pets below epic level. Redemption points, 200,000. Yichu used up 600,000 points in one breath and exchanged 3 blood Bodhi. The remaining 30,000 or so points were directly converted into gold coins at the rate of 1 point to 10 gold coins. When he opened the package space to check, he saw 3 lindens shaped like linden, but with a crystalline, translucent body. The divine exotic fruit, which was carved like blood jade and emitted a gust of crimson haze, appeared in the wrapped space. According to the prop description of the blood Bodhi, this spirit fruit had a certain chance of activating the dormant bloodline power within the pet's body. And among Yichu's several pets, the Thunder God Eagle possessed the diluted bloodline of the ancient Thunder Rock. Therefore, Yichu directly summoned the Thunder God Eagle and threw a blood Bodhi towards its mouth. After the Thunder God Eagle swallowed the blood linden, his body shuddered. The bloodline power in his body boiled, and all over his body, a rich golden thunder light shone. The next second, in Yichu's ears, a pleasant game prompt rang out. Ding! Game prompt: congratulations, your pet, Thunder God Sculptor, refined the legendary grade spiritual fruit, Blood Bodhi, bloodline potential was stimulated, spiritual attribute growth star rating gained a boost, 1112. Looking at the alert message on the game panel, Yichu raised his eyebrows slightly. Although it didn't directly promote the Thunder God Eagle's bloodline and achieve evolution, raising the growth star level a little bit was considered very good. It is important to realize that the pet's growth star rating is closely related to the panel attributes. 1 point of star rating, though it may seem insignificant. However, it is important to realize that the pet's attribute growth is the same as the player's, and each time you transfer the growth value will be doubled from the original base. For example, in the 110 level range, a point of growth star can only increase attributes by 1 point per level. However, for each level in the 11th 20th level range, 2 points of attributes are added for each level. In the interval of level 21-30, each level up, a fixed increase of 4 points of attributes, and so on. The higher the level, the more pronounced the difference in attributes brought about by the growth stars. Under normal circumstances, a pet bloodline evolving once would only raise its growth star level by a mere 5 points. And this single blood Bodhi directly added 1 point to the Thunder God Eagle's growth star rating, which was already considered very considerable. Yichu struck the iron while it was hot and fed the Thunder God Eagle another blood Bodhi. After the second blood linden was consumed, the power of the bloodline in the Thunder God Eagle's body was instantly activated completely, and it lifted its wings and flew into the sky. The chi and blood around his body rolled and tumbled, draped in terrifying golden lightning, and his appearance began to change at great speed. First, there was the slight bulging of its entire spine, which became wider and firmer, and its wings became even more massive. Above each feather, arcane and incomparable natural patterns emerged. Although it is still in the shape of a flying bird, it is even more dominant, with a majestic golden feather, soaring on the wings in the sky for miles and miles. Endless thunder light surrounded his body, emitting a boundless domineering aura as if an ancient overlord had returned, causing his heart and mind to palpitate. Ding! Game tip: congratulations, your pet, Thunder God Eagle, refined the legendary grade spirit fruit, Blood Bodhi. The potential of its bloodline has been unleashed, and it has successfully evolved into an epic grade pet, Thunder Rock, awakening the SS grade skill, Thunder God's Rage. Successful evolution. Looking at the prompt message that surfaced on the panel, Yichu's gaze lit up and he felt a surge of joy. Unable to wait, he opened Thunder Rock's attribute icon and checked it out. Lei Peng. Bloodline level, epic. Physical fitness star rating, 11. Power star rating, 11. Agility star rating, 13. Spiritual star rating, 13. Skills: Evil Destroying Thunder Claws A, Running Thunder Gun A, Thunder Strike A, Evil Destroying Divine Thunder S, Thunder Purgatory S, Thunder God's Fury SS. Description: a powerful descendant of the ancient Thunder Rock bloodline heritage, born with a terrifying mastery of the power of thunder, and acquired the evil punishing divine thunder, destined to become an invincible hegemon ruling the skies. Thunderclap. Skill level, SS. Skill description: summons the ancient thunder god's phantom, dealing a devastating blow of 300% of mana strength to enemy targets in an area. Skill consumption: 1 magic unit area, minimum 1000 unit area. Cooling time: 30 minutes. Chapter 123 Star Cloud Power, Storm Nebula Arrow. After evolution, the thunder god Eagle's name became Thunder Rock. From eagle to rock. It's just one word, but it has a very different meaning. It meant that its bloodline origin had changed, and was, step by step, undergoing a metamorphosis towards that invincible overlord that truly ruled the skies. In addition, the brand new skills awakened when its bloodline evolves are exceptionally powerful. Surprisingly, it was a super move with a cooldown of up to 30 minutes. And the most crucial thing was that this skill did not have a fixed skill range like most group attack skills. For every additional point of magic value consumed, the range of the skill can be increased by 1 unit of area. It can be adjusted to suit the needs of the battle. Even, the entire blue bar can be emptied all at once, dealing damage to large swaths of enemies. A superb move with a very high ceiling. With this skill, Lei Peng's output ability would undoubtedly receive a huge boost. Overall, Yi Chu was very satisfied with the results of this evolution. As for the Thunder Rock that had evolved into an epic pet, the Blood Bodhi no longer had any effect on it. In Yi Chu's hand, there was still the last Blood Bodhi left. Who to give it to was a question. First of all, excluding the Spectral God Envoy and Thunder Rock, who were already epic bloodlines. Secondly, Shura warlords belonged to undead creatures and relied on undead fire to provide their power. There was no bloodline to speak of. In the end, only Xingyao, who had inherited the Holy Spirit bloodline, and Void Calamity, who had the Void bloodline flowing in his body, were left. In the end, after some consideration, Yi Chu still gave the Blood Bodhi to Xingyao. Xingyao gave a thank you, and Yi Chu took the Blood Bodhi in his hands, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it after chewing it. Visible to the naked eye, a rich blood-colored haze rose from the location of her belly, gradually spreading throughout her body. As this blood-colored energy spread, Xingyao's entire body slowly levitated up and floated into mid-air. Wisps of silver-colored starlight swirled around its body. A magnificent, intricate pattern of pale gold appeared on the original silver-colored leather armor equipment. The star longbow in his hand had even changed in appearance. On the surface of the bow tire, 9 radiant gems with sparkling light appeared, like 9 miniature stars set on it. The original materialized bowstring, on the other hand, turned into a streaming starburst. The overall shape became more refined, emitting a burst of powerful and incomparable energy fluctuations. The starlight totem at the center of his brow was even more so as a burst of silver light flashed by, metamorphosing into a nebula totem. It glittered on Xingyao's brow, radiating an endless aura of elegance and nobility. Ding! Game tip: congratulations, your pet, Starbao Xingyao, has refined the legendary Great Spirit Fruit, Blood Bodhi. The potential of its bloodline has been unleashed, and it has successfully evolved into an epic grade pet, Nebula Bao Xingyao, awakening the S-grade skill, Stormy Nebula Arrow, and the S-grade skill, Star Power, has evolved into the SS grade skill, Nebula Power. Surprisingly, it's a shot in the dark. Looking at Xingyao, who had become even more brightly colored and unmistakable after the evolution of her bloodline, Yi Chu's eyes glowed. After the Star Yao bloodline evolved, not only did it awaken a brand new attack skill. The original S-rank skill Star Power had even evolved into the SS rank skill Nebula Power. When activated, normal attacks are able to come with a. However, just at this time, suddenly someone's face changed as they looked up into the northern sky and shouted in astonishment. Holy, look at that everyone, what is that? When the surrounding players heard the commotion, they also curiously raised their heads and looked to the north. All of them were shocked, and a look of movement appeared in their eyes. Chapter 124, Wolf Smoke and Beacon, Winter is Coming. On the south bank of the giant stream river, countless players stood on the corpse-strewn battlefield. Lift your head and look away to the north. Only to see that a column of rolling black smoke suddenly appeared in the clear sky in the distance. The black column of smoke rolled and tumbled, emitting a panic-inducing and dangerous aura as it rushed straight into the green underworld. And soon after this first column of smoke appeared, a second column of smoke appeared. And, this second column of smoke was much closer to where the crowd was. Followed closely by the third and fourth courses. An incredibly thick pillar of thick black smoke came from the most distant north. One by one, they rose up one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they crossed the banks of the giant stream. So on and so forth, passing on and on, spreading rapidly to the distant southern belt. The entire heaven and earth, under the rendering of this rolling wolf smoke, was colored with a layer of unprecedented aura of solemnity. Are these pillars? Of smoke, the legendary beacon and wolf smoke? It's a rather backward way of delivering a message, but you can't tell, it looks kind of bandwagon. But hasn't the battle already been fought? What's the deal with lighting wolf smoke now? Dumbass, don't you even read up on the background of a game before you play it? In this game continent, there is only one situation that occurs that will ignite the beacon and wolf smoke, and that is the situation that occurs at the Great Wall of Extinction in the north. Countless players, who were deeply attracted by this sudden spectacular scene, were talking about it. In the sky, a magnificent, loud and clear system bell suddenly echoed. Only in the two main cities of Jinbei City and Xiling City, a wailing sound resounded. I'm going. Is there a mistake? I stayed up all night last night, only just finished the battle of the giant stream river, and today there's a natural disaster havoc. This is not letting people rest at all. The GRD Natural Disaster Legion, they picked this time of year to attack on purpose, didn't they? Forget it, 2 days of no sleep won't kill anyone, and the whole service event is something you'll regret for the rest of your life if you miss it. I'll go offline and drink a bottle of Red Moo before I go back online in the Natural Disaster Legion. Though many players have long been sleepy after last night's night of mayhem. But before the event's rewards, one still chooses to head to the Great Wall of Despair and participate in the event. However, the players were just mentally exhausted and managed to hold on through gritted teeth. However, the two kingdoms, the Northern Cold Kingdom and the Xiling Kingdom, suffered heavy losses from the NPC Lu Dions that participated in the battle last night. It was not destined to be put into battle until it was reorganized, recuperated, and restored to fighting strength. Damn the Heavenly Tribulation Legion, how could they choose this time to attack the Great Wall? Looking at the rolling wolf smoke that rose up in the sky between the sky and the earth, Mu Bingyun's pretty face was filled with gravity, her silver teeth clenched, and she said indignantly, "If the Heavenly Calamity Legion really broke through the Great Wall of Extinction, then the one who would bear the brunt of the threat of endless undead would be the Northern Cold Kingdom, which was located in the northernmost part of the map." As the third princess of the Northern Cold Kingdom, Mu Bingyun's mood was naturally very heavy at this time. As soon as Mu Bingyun's words fell, in the air above his head, a long hiss suddenly came from him. A griffin of enormous size flew down from the sky with its wings. An imposing golden armored knight flew from the back of a griffin and landed on the ground, quickly stepping in front of Mu Bingyun. Kneeling down on one knee, he reported in an urgent tone, "Your Highness, the Heavenly Tribulation Corps suddenly invaded the Great Wall of Extinction in force, and the Great Wall's defenses are in jeopardy. His Majesty has ordered you to travel to the Great Wall of Extinction immediately and inspire the frontline soldiers on his behalf to bolster their morale." Ice Cloud leads the way. Mu Bingyun took the task with a solemn expression and said to that summoning officer, "You go back and tell Father that Bingyun will definitely live up to Father's trust and defend the Great Wall of Extinction to the death." At the same time, in Yichu's ears, a crisp game prompt rang out. Ding! Game tip, you have triggered the middle mission, Beacon Great Wall, of the SS level main mission, Winter is Coming. Please go to the Great Wall of Desperation with Mu Bingyun to fend off the invasion of the Heavenly Calamity Legion, and during the battle, make sure to protect Mu Bingyun's safety, and after completing the mission, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Game tip, you can't take Mu Bingyun back into your pet space during the event, and once Mu Bingyun dies she will die permanently and can't be resurrected. Here we go again. This long-standing SS-ranked main quest has finally triggered a follow-up quest once again. The content of this mission was to protect Mu Bingyun's safety during the event. Moreover, once Mu Bingyun died during the event it would disappear completely, without even a chance to be resurrected. Yichu didn't want to lose this pet that was nationally beautiful, understanding, and able to provide himself with great convenience. It seems that this time, one has to be pumped up. The essence in Yichu's eyes flashed, and after taking a deep breath, he immediately joined Mu Bingyun and set off for the Great Wall of Extinction. Half an hour later, after several teleportation turnarounds, the two of them, Yichu and Mu Bingyun, had finally arrived at the legendary Great Wall of Extinction. Looking around, one could only see a high wall rising up in the middle of the vast snowfield, which could be as high as 100 meters. On the surface of the walls, there was a thick layer of ice that had condensed over the years. Like a majestic ice and snow dragon, it was coiled above the boundless earth. It turned into an impenetrable moat, emitting endless majestic might, isolating the north and south of the map. Winter is coming. Drink more milk. Chapter 125. The Thunder God's anger shook the whole place. The Great Wall of Extinction, as humanity's first line of defense against the invasion of the Celestial Calamity Legion, was heavily guarded all year round. These armies, from the two empires and the seven kingdoms, were stationed together at the Great Wall of Extinction. It has the difficult task of guarding human civilization in the southern part of the Great Wall. Mu Bingyun had a special status, and this time, she had come on behalf of the royal family of the Northern Cold Kingdom. Upon her arrival, she was immediately greeted by a special person who brought her into an incredibly spacious council hall. At this moment, the hall was overcrowded. The original garrison generals of the Great Wall of Extinction, as well as the high-level NPCs that had just teleported from the two empires and the seven kingdoms gathered together, was busy beyond words talking about intelligence and urgently setting up combat missions. Yichu didn't like this kind of occasion, plus after fighting continuously all night yesterday, his stomach had long been hungry and rumbling. Anyway, it's still over half an hour before the event officially starts. So, after saying a word to Mu Bingyun, he walked out of the hall alone and found a place to go offline. Eat breakfast before getting back online. At this moment, there were just less than 10 minutes left before the Heavenly Tribulation Legion launched their attack. Yichu quickly sensed where Mu Bingyun was through the connection between the divine royal contracts. Summoning the Thunder Rock, he flew and landed on the Thunder Rock's back, and lifted his wings towards the Great Wall. Being in mid-air, he raised his eyes. On the back of the Great Wall, in the military towns built against the city, you can see NPC legions from the two empires and the seven kingdoms were methodically arranging themselves in formation and driving towards the city walls. A giant eagle, griffin vulture, and other raptors of enormous size were constantly traveling back and forth between the city walls and the ground. Boxes of heavy defense supplies were carried continuously toward the city walls. The teleportation arrays scattered throughout the city were even more so as the teleportation light flashed non-stop. Endless armies of players, a steady stream of them, teleported over from the major main cities. Be guided by the NPC soldiers to the position and prepare for battle. The walls of the Great Wall of Extinction are 100 meters high and are very cleverly designed. The top of the wall was not the only place where troops could be stationed, but there were 5 layers of defense from bottom to top. Each layer of defense is equivalent to a long corridor cut into the wall facing north. A large army was stationed in the promenade, and all kinds of defenses were set up to fight the enemy at all times. The vast majority of the players who came to the event were placed in the first 3 levels of the promenade defense. The 4th tier of the promenade defense, constructed by the integrated player guilds with a portion of the NPC legions. The only way for the Natural Disaster Legion to officially storm the walls was to first break through these 4 promenade defenses located at the waist of the Great Wall. A fierce battle with the absolute main force of this war, the elite regiments from the major main cities. Mu Bingyun, dressed in military attire, stood on a section of the city wall that was guarded by the Northern Cold Kingdom, personally visiting the battlefield to boost morale. There weren't too many high-level NPCs guarding around them, except for a group of personal guards such as Li Qing. Yichu leapt from the Thunder Rock's back and landed beside Mu Bingyun, looking out towards the Great Wall. Could see, miles ahead of the wall. The undead army, which could not be seen at a glance, was standing silently in the snow and wind. The endless army of undead was large enough to make one's scalp numb. However, there was a strange lack of sound, as if they were all waiting for a signal. Once that signal is given, these silent undead will instantly unleash their nature, turning into the most turbulent wave, launching the most frantic attack, drowning all obstacles that stand in the way. The minutes ticked by. When only the last 100 seconds remained, in the sky, a huge countdown appeared. Second by second, the countdown begins. The moment the countdown hit 0, a huge curtain of light, visible only to the players, dropped down from the sky. At the same time, a hissing sound, if any, came from the far end of the horizon. Those undead armies standing in the wind and snow suddenly raised their heads in unison. The undead fire pulsated in the dark, empty sockets and erupted into a heavily hissing sound. Striving to be the first, shouting and killing rushed to the sky, turning into an unstoppable surging wave, rushing madly towards the Great Wall of Extinction. Kill! With the defending general unsheathing his sword, he ordered the attack. On the defense line of the Great Wall that stretched for 100 miles, a magic crystal cannon with dark barrels suddenly spewed flames in unison, and the sound of roaring resounded through heaven and earth, shooting out a magic crystal cannonball that contained furious magical energy. It threw a parabola in the sky and fell into the raging tide of monsters, erupting into a terrifying and incomparable magic storm, blasting a slice of undead creatures, instantly blasting them into a bloody mess and breaking them into pieces. However, this time, the Heavenly Calamity Legion had poured out their troops, and the number of these most common low-level undead was endless. The vacuum blown out by the magic crystal shells would be refilled by more undead creatures in the blink of an eye, and then continue to charge forward. When the front line of the undead army came within range of the archers. At once, a sharp arrow dazzled with the light of various colors of skills shot out from the top and bottom of the Great Wall, a long corridor of defense. Sharp arrows tore through the long wind and fell into the monsters below, splashing up a piece of dense damage numbers. In the middle of the sky, on that huge golden curtain of light. One by one, the game IDs and points figures began to jump up and down dazzlingly, rapidly refreshing the points rankings. Yichu was also not willing to show weakness and release several pets, ordering them to go and harvest points for himself. After the underworld god made it out, it directly concealed its form and ran off somewhere. Xingyao took 2 round and slender snowy white legs and quick stepped to the edge of the. In the blink of an eye, he pulled the bowstring to full strength and unleashed the brand new skill he had just awakened, Storm Nebula Arrow. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of the bowstring chirping, a magical arrow surrounded by nebulae of light shot out and fell into the group of monsters below. It instantly exploded into a violent storm, sweeping through a large swath of surrounding monsters and erupting into a shocking array of damage numbers. The Thunder Rock even flapped its wings and swooped down, flying to the area where the monsters were densest. With a violent hiss, he unleashed the newly awakened SS rank skill, Thunder God's Fury. As the skill was unleashed, the Thunder God Eagle's entire blue amount was consumed in an instant. Wind and clouds surged in the dome of the sky, and golden thunder crisscrossed across the sky, condensing into a hazy and blurry Thunder God Phantom. Letting out an earth-shattering roar of rage, he blasted down from the firmament, smashing into the densest part of the monstrous group. 10,000 feet of thunderous light erupted, enveloping a huge area of several hundred meters in circumference within range. The supremely masculine and rigid evil punishing divine thunder originally had a restraining effect on creatures of the undead lineage, and an extremely high damage bonus existed. This one super move slammed down, all the monsters within the skill range, immediately let out a painful wail, and their blood volume dropped in unison. Of the monsters that were already bloodied, even more so, had their bloodlines cleared on the spot, and were torn apart by the furious and incomparable. What the hell? A big move instantly kills a piece of monster, what the hell? Is this a legendary forbidden spell? What forbidden spell, don't you see? That's Wei Wu Legacy's pet Thunder God Eagle. No, it's not the Thunder God Eagle. Its appearance seems to have changed, it has become more domineering, has it evolved again? What? Evolved again? The Thunder God Eagle was already a legendary level pet, evolving again, is it turning into an epic level pet? I'll be damned. The mainstream Imperial Beastmasters nowadays, having a dark gold level pet is a big deal. Epic pets, don't even think about it. Big brother Wei Wu, do you accept human pets? My sister has a beautiful voice and can twirl, so I'll be obedient. Lei Peng's one big move went down, and instantly, it caused a chorus of shocked voices up and down the Great Wall. And with the countless experience white light entering his body, his experience rose rapidly, reaching full capacity in the blink of an eye. A dazzling burst of upgraded golden light descended from the sky. In the next second by Yichu's ears, 2 crisp game prompts sounded continuously. Ding! Game tip, congratulations, your pet, Thunder Rock, has successfully upgraded to level 50. Game tip, congratulations, your pet, Thunder Rock, had its bloodline potential stimulated during the upgrade, awakening the A-rank skill, Thunder Escape. Thunderclap? This is the effect of the Origin Ancient Jade triggered? Yichu was slightly stunned, and soon a joyful look appeared in his eyes. After he cleared the Tower of Heaven at level 40, there was a mythic equipment called the Ancient Jade of Origins in the loot he opened from the treasure chest. One of its equipment characteristics was that Yichu's pets, every time they upgraded, had a certain probability of awakening a brand new skill. However, it had been a few days since Yichu obtained this equipment. There hasn't been a pet trigger effect that awakens a skill. It made him mutter in his heart, is this artifact equipment okay or not? Until this moment, Lei Peng finally awakened his first skill. Yichu couldn't wait to open the panel and check up on the specific effects of this skill. Thunderclap. Skill level, A. Skill description, transform into thunder and lightning, whistling in the air, instantly reach any place within 50 meters, cannot be selected or attacked during the transformation. Skill consumption, 300 magic. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. This, Thunderclap, was not an offensive skill, but a displacement skill. Although it didn't have any damage bonus, it made Thunder Rock's flexibility increase dramatically, which was quite good. In this battle between the undead army, for Yichu, the main force was Lei Peng. Therefore, without saying a word, Yichu directly activated the Imperial Beast Splitting skill and condensed a split body for Lei Peng. After the thunder rock split appeared, it likewise did not say anything. At Yichu's command, the thunder twin wings whistled into the air, and a full blue thunder god's fury smashed down. Golden thunder filled with a destructive aura instantly covered a large area. Many monsters were killed on the spot in seconds, raising a large white light of experience. Yichu's activity points also soared, and with ease, he rushed to the top of the activity points list. And it's still as far ahead as ever, the kind that second place can't catch up fast enough. On top of that, Mu Bingyun was even standing at the edge of the city wall. Constantly waving his staff in his hand, he slammed a single powerful ice spell into the middle of the monsters below. As the third princess of the Northern Cold Kingdom, she could easily learn very much advanced magic. A piece of equipment is even more luxurious and provides a high damage bonus. In terms of output ability alone, it wasn't even the slightest bit worse than Star Yao and Thunder Rock, who were epic-level pets. Several pets were firing on all cylinders, utilizing the advantage of the Great Wall's geographical location to bombard the monsters below, frantically harvesting activity points. As for Void Calamity and Shura Warlord, these two melee-type pets, after Yichu summoned them, he didn't release them to go out and kill monsters, but instead chose to stay by his side. Because, the most important task for him in this event was to protect Mu Bingyun's safety. Anyway, even without the output of Void Calamity and Shura Warrior, with the output ability of the pets Thunder Rock, Star Yao, and Mu Bingyun, it's just as easy to take the MVP of this event. More points, less points, for Yichu, the difference wasn't really that big. But if a moment of negligence resulted in Mu Bingyun being killed, then the loss would be too great. It was so big that Yichu couldn't accept it. Therefore, Yichu also just ordered the Shura War General to summon a group of undead archers to fire downwards on the city walls to supplement the damage, keeping both it and the Void Calamity with him so that he could transform into a divine weapon at any time to deal with all sorts of emergencies. Although cannon fire roared above the city walls, arrows rained down like rain, and magical skills were spread out in the sky, constantly falling into the monsters. But the army of undead was simply too many, going forward and back, endless. Hardly withstanding the fierce attack like a raging wind and rain, he made a frantic impact towards the front and rushed to the foot of the Great Wall in the blink of an eye. A ghoul with hideous fangs and a skeleton warrior with rotting flesh flashed with a bloodthirsty and ferocious light. Sharp bone claws plunged into the thick layer of ice covering the outside of the city wall and climbed upwards quickly. There was even a huge undead giant that directly grabbed an undead monster from amongst the monsters and threw it into the sky with great effort. Landing on the platform of the first level of the promenade's defense line, he frantically attacked the surrounding players, instantly triggering a riot. Fortunately, the Great Wall of Extinction had been operated by the human race for many years, and the walls were densely covered with organs, and there were even various spell formations. When a large number of undead creatures, climbing frantically on the city walls, were about to reach the first level of the promenade defense. Inside the city walls, there was a sudden zapping sound of a machine bracket turning. In the next second, rows and rows of incredibly sharp steel lances burst out of the walls without warning. Directly piercing through the bodies of many undead creatures that were climbing the walls, they let out mournful screams and fell down from the walls. Countless archers and mage players had seized the moment and attacked with all their might, frantically harvesting activity points. However, this offensive that the Heavenly Calamity Legion had been brewing for 1,000 years before launching would certainly not be just that simple. Soon, from the north of the Great Wall, in the midst of the roaring wind and snow, came a mournful hissing sound. A large group of huge undead bone birds, the surface of their bodies, burning with ghostly green undead flames, whistled and rushed out from the roiling wind and snow. The number of them was endless, as if they were spreading over the sky, and they swooped down blatantly towards the platform of the first layer of the promenade's defense line. Not good. It's a flying monster. The players on the first layer of the promenade defense line suddenly had their faces changed drastically, and their moods were tense to the extreme. In the next second, the entire Great Wall, all of a sudden, boomed and trembled. A spell formation was activated one after another on the surface of the city wall covered in thick ice. Bright and incomparable magical energy flowed rapidly along the surface of the city wall, a twisted groove, emitting terrifying and incomparable energy fluctuations. And then, accompanied by a roaring sound. A pillar of energy light as thick as a giant dragon erupted from the city wall. It was like a radiant and shocking rainbow breaking through the air, sweeping across the 10,000 miles of sky. Wherever it passed, the wind and snow in the sky rolled backward for it. A huge-sized undead bone bird was directly shattered and annihilated under the violent and incomparable energy impact. Chapter 127-5 Revolution's Divine Skill, Blood-Burning Transformation. Awesome! What kind of formation is this, so fierce? A few more rounds of flanking shots like this, what monster swarm can rush through? Worthy of being a game event of a whole service nature, this scene is just too grand, it's epic. From now on, ignite. Seeing the activation of the formation arranged on top of the city wall, it instantly erupted with terrifying might. Around a flurry of fire easily swept away a large swath of undead bone birds. The players on top of the city walls were all of a sudden shaken up, revealing a shock that they couldn't hide. However, although these formations were powerful, they needed to rely on magic crystals to provide energy, and it took time for the formations to recharge. After the activation is launched once, it falls into a brief state of silence. The flying monsters of the Heavenly Tribulation Legion, on the other hand, were endless in number. Except for the undead bone bird with the ghostly fire burning outside its body. There are even stone ghosts with bodies as hard as rock, and howling female ghosts whose screams resonate through the heavens and the earth. All sorts of monsters were assorted, as if they were overwhelming the city, and they came swooping towards the city walls. The allied human forces stationed at the Great Wall, of course, would not sit idly by. Above the city walls, a sound of wings soon rang out. A legion of elite griffin knights and giant eagle knights took wing from the city walls. The knight on his back was jaggedly armored, the long sword in his hand slashed across the board, and the rainbow of fighting chi whistled in the air like a pike. With the flying monsters of the Heavenly Calamity Legion, there was a fierce and incomparably bloody fight. Above the defense line of the various levels of the promenade, there is even a rack of formidable bed crossbows. Under the control of the NPC soldiers, a crossbow with inscriptions as thick as an arm was fired at the sky. On the tip of the incomparably sharp arrow, the light of a complexly meaningful inscription mark flowed like mercury, blossoming with a bright and incomparable runelight. The momentum was like a rainbow, tearing through the long wind and piercing through the body of an undead monster. Yichu's two thunder rocks were even more like sky overlords. Flapping his broad golden feathered wings, he whistled across the endless swarm of monsters. The supremely masculine and rigid evil punishing divine thunder surrounded his body, and a lightning skill with destructive power was released one after another. Go on a rampage through the horde, killing undead monsters like crazy. And with the full output of several pets, one monster was mercilessly exterminated. The experience bar on top of Yichu's panel also began to rise at a very amazing speed, soaring by leaps and bounds. It wasn't until half an hour later that it finally reached full capacity successfully. With a burst of upgrading golden light that descended from the sky, Yichu successfully ascended to level 50. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 50, your career level advancement has been successful and you have been promoted to the Grandmaster level Divine Imperial Master. Your attribute growth is enhanced, you can gain free attribute points per level, 160-320. Number of pets that can be contracted, 6-7. Awakening profession skill, magic source. Fusion of Heavenly Tao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 41%. Fusion of Heavenly Tao True Blood in progress, current fusion progress 42%. The fusion of the true blood of the Heavenly Tao is in progress, the current fusion progress is 50%, your Tsangtian bloodline has gained advancement and awakened the bloodline skill, Burning Blood Transformation. As Yichu's career progression succeeded, a loud and clear incomparable service-wide announcement suddenly echoed in the national service sky. Announcement for the whole service, congratulations to player Wei Wu Legacy for leveling up to level 50 and successfully transferring, as the first player in the whole service with 5 turns, he is awarded, Prestige plus 30,000, Luck plus 5, Gold plus 200,000, and the Imperial Spirit Borrowing Method SS. Wei Wu Legacy has turned 5. This ruthless man is really going to take all the achievement rewards of all the career levels in one go. All those other sky ranking players, not a single one of them can fight. If this trend continues, the snowball of Wei Wu Legacy will only get bigger and bigger. This time, I obtained another SS grade skill book, Imperial Spirit Borrowing Method. The name sounds super racy, I just don't know what the effect is. Who cares what effect it has? It has nothing to do with us ordinary players, so it's better to play gold honestly. Prices are skyrocketing everywhere now, so if you don't work hard, you'll have to lick your landlady's black silk. Alas, if I could be half as powerful as Wei Wu Legacy, it would be a willingness to let me eat and drink every day and live in a villa. Countless players were amazed and talking as they did so. Yichu was similarly excited, and was full of anticipation as he checked out the brand new skills and system rewards that he had obtained from this transfer. First, there was the bloodline effect gained from the further fusion of the Heaven's Path True Blood. The first few times when he transferred, Yichu had obtained all sorts of powerful passive bonuses. This was the first time that an active skill had been awakened, making Yichu quite curious as to what effect this skill actually had. Blood-burning transformation. Skill effect: activate the power of the Tsongtian bloodline, enter the state of blood-burning transformation, and increase all attributes by 100%. Skill consumption: 1 bloodline power SEC. Bloodline power, 1000 10,000. Note, 5 points of bloodline power are automatically gained every hour. After seeing the introduction of the blood-burning transformation skill, Yi Chu's eyes immediately lit up. It is important to know that the damage calculation system in Miracles is very complex and is not simply attack power minus defense. Attacking a target with a fixed defense may triple or quadruple the value of the damage produced if the attack is doubled. Similarly, taking an attack with the same attack power will reduce the damage taken by several times if the defense is doubled. This skill, however, was able to increase Yi Chu's entire attributes by 100%, and there was no doubt about its power. The only beauty was that activating the transformed state required the consumption of bloodline power. However, the speed of acquiring bloodline power was very slow, only increasing by a mere 5 points an hour, and there was no other way of acquiring it. Luckily, Yi Chu's profession was that of a sentinel beastmaster, and he usually didn't need to fight in person. Moreover, it also gave 1000 points of initial bloodline power, which was enough to save. In addition to that, while transferring, Yi Chu also awakened a brand new career skill. Source of magic. Skill level, S. Skill description: select a pet to use to gather a source of magic within it, restoring 2% of its maximum magical value every second for the next 60 seconds. Skill consumption, 500 magic. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. A persistent blue returning skill with a pretty powerful recovery. He had a premonition that the effect of this skill would be very powerful. Chapter 128 SS Grade Skill, Imperial Spirit Borrowing Technique. Swish. Yi Chu's palm flashed with light, and the SS rank skill, the skill book of the Imperial Spirit Borrowing Method, appeared in his palm. As his eyes gazed and watched, the detailed description of this skill jumped out at him. Goryo Borrowing. Skill level, SS. Skill description: with the help of the link between the Imperial Beast Pact, copy one skill of a pet. Some special skills cannot be copied. Skill consumption, 500 magic. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Surprisingly, it's a special skill that can copy pet skills. After reading the skill introduction, Yi Chu's gaze lit up, revealing a joyful expression. It hadn't occurred to me that the effect of this Imperial Spirit Borrowing skill was so powerful. With this skill, he was equivalent to being able to copy any of his pet skills for his own use at any time. Their own combat power will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. The only downside is that the cooldown is a little long, and can only be activated once every minute. Luckily, he had the bonus effect of the Cthulhu bloodline, which shortened the cooldown time of all skills by half. The actual CD time of this skill, which was only 30 seconds, was already described as incredibly powerful. Any shorter and it wouldn't be an SS ranked skill, it would be an SSS ranked skill. A light flashed in Yi Chu's eyes and he couldn't wait to choose to learn. With a burst of golden light flashing, the skill book with the gorgeous cover transformed into a burst of rich golden light that seeped into Yi. The original golden icon of Imperial Spirit Borrowing Method turned into the blood-colored icon of Summon 1,000 Armies. Yi Chu raised his right hand high and activated the skill, Summon 1,000 Armies. In the next second, light flashed around the body. 16 skeleton archers, wearing blood-colored leather armor equipment and looking incredibly tough, stepped out from the summoning channel. Taking the surrounding NPC soldiers by surprise, they barely drew their swords straight away. And after releasing the skill icon, once again, changed back to the appearance of Imperial Spirit Borrowing Method. You need to wait for the cooldown to expire before you can copy another pet skill again. Yi Chu nodded, very satisfied with the effect of the skill. Immediately, he ordered the 16 skeleton archers he had just summoned to go to the edge of the city wall and shoot arrows downwards. Defeat the undead with the undead. And as time passed, the undead army's attack became more and more violent. Many of the undead monsters had already climbed up the Great Wall and rushed inside the platforms of the first tier of the promenade's defenses. Eyes full of bloodthirsty ferocious light, with the players stationed in it, launched a bloody and tragic killing. Even, at certain locations along the Great Wall, the bones of low-ranked undead were piled up on the city. All the way from the roots of the wall, piled up to the height of the first tier of promenade defenses. A team of undead knights on bone horses roared out directly from the roiling wind and snow. Stepping down the slope paved with the bones of the low-level undead, they charged up the wall. The iron hooves crushed all obstacles and charged unstoppably into the first level of the promenade defense. Charging across the platform of the defense, setting off a storm of bloodshed. If this trend continued, it was only a matter of time before the first layer of the promenade defense line was completely breached. Even the second level of the promenade defense, which was more than 40 meters above the ground. There had also been many locations that had been invaded by the undead monsters that had gone before them. Countless players wielded their weapons and fought with blood, but they simply couldn't hold back the surging tide of monsters like a tidal wave, and the situation became precarious. Right at this moment, at the top of the Great Wall, a high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly sounded. Countless players, all of a sudden, had their minds shaken and raised their heads to look at the sky. It was to see that a hideous dragon with a huge body size and formidable scales and armor waved its huge wings and flew out from the sky above the Great Wall of Extinction. The number was in the dozens. The breath of each giant dragon was terrifyingly incomparable, its body scales and armor were as hard as iron, and under the illumination of the sunlight, it flashed with a cold luster like metal. The giant wings crossed the sky, covering the sky and casting large shadows on the ground. And on the back of each giant dragon stood a valiant warrior with a strong aura and severe armor. Their left hands tightly tugged on the dragon reins, and among their right hands, they clutched sharp dragon spears that were several feet long. Riding a giant dragon, he traversed the sky, exuding an unrivaled aura of awe-inspiring dominance. Is that the legendary Dragon Knights Legion of the Holy Dragon Empire? I'll go. That's damn handsome too. Riding a giant dragon across the sky is simply the ultimate dream of every warrior lineage player. A great man should be like that. I decided that in the future, I'll definitely capture the most majestic dragon as a pet. Pull yourself together, what kind of giant dragon are you a priest riding? One bite and you'd be dragon feces. Don't look down on priests. Who says priests can't ride dragons? I'm the man who wants to be the miracle of God's #1 dragon priest. Stop the bull you two, the monster's tongue is licking my ing face, milk me. Countless players looked up at the sky as they exuded a sense of yearning. Those dozens of dragon knights, who were already riding giant dragons, charged into the middle of the battlefield brazenly. There were dragon knights that directly rode their dragons and rushed towards the hordes of flying monsters in the sky. The dragon spear in his hand stabbed and swept across, shooting out a 7 or 8 feet long fighting chi spear on, decapitating one monster after another. Some dragon riders, on the other hand, yanked the dragon's reins with force and maneuvered the dragon to swoop down. After approaching the ground battlefield, a mouthful of searing dragon's breath spewed out. While spewing scorching dragon breath, he flew forward against the ground, plowing the ground with his terrifying dragon breath. Wherever it passed, countless undead wailed and shattered under the terrifying dragon's breath, turning into flying ash. In the blink of an eye, it left a crisscross of burn marks above the ground. It had to be said that a troop type like Dragon Knights did have exceptionally strong combat power. Combining strong human powerhouses with dragons that possessed terrifying strength, it was a mobile war fortress. The addition of just a few dozen Dragon Knights caused the entire battlefield situation to change drastically, and the momentum of the Undead Legion's attack was effectively curbed. However, not waiting for the players on top of the Great Wall to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. A Dragon Knight had just swooped down from the sky, spewing out a mouthful of searing dragon's breath, incinerating and shattering a large swath of undead creatures that had stormed the wall. He was about to raise his wings and charge into the sky, when suddenly an ice crystal lance condensed from magical energy came whistling out from the roiling wind and snow. In an instant, it tore through the long wind, emitting an endless aura of ice and cold, ruthlessly piercing through the hard green scale armor of that giant dragon. With an immense and incomparable impact, it nailed it alive on top of the city wall. Chapter 129 National Service Top 10 Boss Desperate Dragon Rider Pavalence. What's the situation? What happened? I just blinked and a high-level 70+ dragon, just gone? What kind of magic is that ice crystal lance? Surprisingly, it possesses so much power. Nonsense, it must be the super boss of the Heavenly Tribulation Corps that has struck. A powerful high-ranked dragon suddenly splattered blood in the air, instantly shaking the entire battlefield. All the nearby players who saw this scene were suddenly shaken, with shocked expressions in their eyes. Even on top of the Great Wall, many powerful high-level NPCs had their faces changed, with a look of gravity in their eyes. Unexpectedly raising their gazes, they looked to the north of the Great Wall, in the middle of the endless wind and snow, in the direction where the ice crystal lance was shooting from. Under a nervous gaze. In the middle of the endless wind and snow in the north, a terrifying and incomparable roaring sound suddenly came out. Under the terrifying pressure contained in that roar, even the wind and snow in the sky seemed to freeze. Up and down the Great Wall, countless players and NPCs were shaken by this roar, and their hearts and minds were violently shaken. couldn't help but look up into the north. Then, everyone saw it in unison. A behemoth of incomparable size, with a wingspan of 100 feet long, lifted its wings and flew out from the endless wind and snow. It was a huge, imposing undead bone dragon. The entire body was made up entirely of a single piece of morose white bone. An icy blue undead fire blazed within the immense skull. All over his body, many of his bones were alienated, growing a sharp and incomparable hideous bone spur, making his appearance look hideous. Every flap of the huge bone wings could bring up biting winds, causing endless wind and snow to rotate and toss under the huge wings, exuding a majestic and incomparable terrifying might. Compared to this huge bone dragon with a wingspan of 100 feet. The high-level dragons that those dragon knights of the Holy Dragon Empire were riding were like underdeveloped midgets, instantly looking less imposing. And on the back of the bone dragon that was like a behemoth, there stood a tall figure of incomparable majesty. Its height is more than 3 feet tall, all over the body, are covered in a set of jagged cold black armor, cannot see clearly the specific appearance. But you could tell by the icy blue glow that was revealed between the cracks of its helmet. That which was hidden underneath the armor was not a human body, but a high-level undead with terrifying strength. Yi Chu's pupils instantly shrunk, and the first time that Bone Dragon flew out from the sky of wind and snow, it was recognized at a glance. The figure standing on the back of the Bone Dragon was no one else but the 9th-ranked super boss among the top 10 bosses in the National Service of the Miracles of God game. Level 95 Legendary Boss, Dragon Rider of Despair Pavalence. It was also one of the instigators behind this onslaught on the Great Wall of Despair by the Celestial Legion. A bunch of insignificant, tiny bugs that also dare to try to stop the Heavenly Tribulation Legion are simply out of their depth. Go, my most loyal slaves. Go kill and destroy to your heart's content and bring death and destruction to the world. With a roar of fury, Pavalence raised a huge, razor-sharp sword covered in endless frost high in the air and pointed it violently at the Great Wall of Extinction. With a command from Pavalence. In the endless wind and snow behind him, a deafening roar immediately came out. A huge-sized undead bone dragon, with an angry roar coming out of its mouth, whistled and flew out from the roiling wind and snow. The number was in the hundreds. Each breath is terrifying, the dragon mouth, dense with the power of the cold dragon's breath, toward the great wall of the Jedi realm blatantly pounced. Even on the backs of certain bone dragons stood strong undead knights. The bone lance in his hand was incomparably sharp, surging with powerful undead power as he killed those imperial dragon knights who were slaying in the sky. No good, it's Pavalence Frost Bone Dragon Core. Damn! What's with the numbers? Quickly have all the dragon knights ascend to the sky to join the battle. And the dragon shooting giant crossbows all activate, aim and shoot for me, we can't let those damn frost bone dragons impact the city walls. The appearance of the Frost Bone Dragon Legion instantly caused the already deadly atmosphere above the Great Wall of Extinction to instantly become even more tense. A sharp and incomparable military order rang out one after another. On top of the city wall, a dragon shooting giant crossbow that was specially set up to deal with dragons and giant monsters was quickly activated, aiming at those frost bone dragons. There was even a dragon rider on a dragon, flying out from behind the great wall with his wings up, and quickly plunging into the battlefield. Among them, there was a sacred dragon that was extraordinarily large, no better than Pavalence's mount, the bone dragon. A jagged and cold golden scale armor, refracting 10,000 feet of golden light under the sunlight. Like a golden blazing sun, it emitted a majestic and incomparable terrifying pressure, heading straight for Pavalence. That was the Imperial Dragon Rider General of the Holy Dragon Empire, personally meeting Pavalence. Two great powerhouses, riding two powerful dragon mounts, engaged in a fierce battle in the windy and snowy sky. The incomparably hot golden dragon's breath, and the extremely cold blue dragon's breath, streaked across the long sky. The might emitted by the two great powerhouses with a casual strike was terrifyingly boundless, and every collision shook the heavens and moved the earth. For a while, the killing was hard to distinguish. And with the appearance of the Frost Bone Dragon Legion, more and more high-level undead soldiers began to appear in the battlefield. For example, evil necromancers with powerful magic, ugly abominations that are pieced together from broken pieces of corpses, greedy carrion corpses that are able to quickly become stronger by devouring blood and flesh, and so on. The sound of hissing and roaring shook the heavens and the earth, launching a more violent attack on the Great Wall of Extinction that towered between heaven and earth, separating the north and the south. Causing this magnificent battle, which could be called epic in level, to completely enter into a white heat, even the top platform at the highest point of the wall is no longer safe. An undead knight riding a frostbone dragon swooped down from high in the sky. In the mouth of the frostbone dragon, an icy cold and incomparable blue dragon's breath was spewed out. The terrifying and incomparable frostspit directly froze many NPC soldiers on the city walls into ice sculptures, then blasted them into pieces alive. And it devastated the whole way, sweeping over towards where Yi Chu and the others were. Li Qing, as Mu Bingyun's personal bodyguard, immediately looked aghast and hurriedly drew his sword to meet him. With a fierce and furious roar, he slashed out a powerful sword chi that cut at the top of the Frostbone Dragon's head. Li Qing's level was 70 and this Bone Dragon Knight's level was 79. Although there was a huge difference in level, Li Qing's full-strength sword barely stopped the Frostbone Dragon. However, the undead knight standing on the back of the Bone Dragon also got a good look at Mu Bingyun, who was surrounded by the crowd. Underneath the frost-covered cold iron helmet, two bloodthirsty and ferocious lights instantly lit up, firmly locking onto Mu Bingyun. When Yi Chu saw this, his heart sank and his brows instantly furrowed. Damn, I knew the SS-ranked main quest wouldn't be that easy, and sure enough, something went wrong. But he wasn't daunted either. With a flash of essence in his eyes, he grabbed at the Shura war general standing at the side in the air and launched his skill. Imperial Beast Divine Soldier.